Forward, the Greeks made significant strides in understanding the brain's functions. They believed that the brain was responsible for mental processes and emotions. Fast forward to the 19th century, and we see a shift in understanding. Scientists began to focus on the physical structure of the brain, specifically how neurons were interconnected to process and transmit information. This concept has evolved significantly over the years, from early anatomical observations to modern advances in neuroscience and technology. The study of neural circuitry has progressed from early anatomical observations to a deep understanding of how neurons connect and communicate through electrical and chemical signals. Advances in neuroscience, from the discovery of the neuron doctrine to modern brain mapping techniques, have allowed scientists to uncover the complex networks that underlie cognition, perception, and behavior. Today, this knowledge not only deepens our understanding of the brain, but also drives innovations in artificial intelligence, medicine, and technology. Did you know that while science fiction has undoubtedly inspired and predicted real-world advancements, the majority of its concepts remain speculative? A rough estimate suggests that around 10 to 20% of science fiction concepts have been realized, while the rest either remain in the realm of imagination or reflect ideas that are yet to be or may never be achieved. Novels like Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon 1865 imagined space travel long before it became a reality, with the first moon landing in 1969. Isaac Asimov's works in the mid-20th century envisioned robots with artificial intelligence, a field now actively pursued. Mobile communication devices, the communicators from Star Trek 1960s, resemble Modesian's fiction, has anticipated many technological and scientific advancements. A few notable examples of concepts imagined in science fiction that became reality include: the idea of immersive virtual worlds can be found in William Gibson's Neuromancer 1984 and has since become a developing field with VR and AR technologies. Genetic engineering, ideas of human modification and cloning, seen in novels like Aldous Huxley's Brave New World 1932, are now partially realized through advances in genetic editing technologies like CRISPR. However, many aspects of science fiction have not yet become reality or may never be realized, such as faster-than-light travel, time travel, and extraterrestrial civilizations. Science fiction spans a vast range of subgenres, from hard science fiction based on plausible scientific principles to speculative fiction, which may stretch or disregard current scientific understanding. Some works, particularly those grounded in plausible future scenarios, are more likely to see their predictions realized. For example, authors like Arthur C. Clarke and Kim Stanley Robinson base their works on plausible scientific advancements. Clarke's idea of geostationary satellites, which became a reality, is one example.
Now, you can sell physical products on Amazon and compete with thousands of other people selling physical products, or you can sell digital products on Amazon and compete with almost no one. You see, I use a brand new platform that's banned the sale of physical products, yet without me ever buying or shipping or storing anything, Amazon was still paying me over $63,000 a month.
And the crazy part is, I didn't create this system. Carla taught me this. Carla, why don't you tell them more about it?
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products. Then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14, and I was like, oh my goodness, this actually works. Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part is Amazon puts over 300 million customers just a click away. So age, experience, qualifications, none of it matters. I want to share my full system with you, but obviously this is an ad. So I'm hosting a free workshop where I walk you through my system step by step. This system has transformed my life and has sprinkled a little magic in the lives of hundreds of other people. Now, I hate workshops that are so slow and boring that they send you to sleep. So I made sure that this workshop moves fast and that it's fun, exciting, and informative. That said, if you love face-to-face selling, don't click on this ad. You see, with this, you never need to talk to anyone or push products on people. So this definitely isn't a good fit for someone with a salesy personality type. However, if you want to learn a low-key way to potentially make some extra money working from home that can cover some important bills and help you enjoy more fun trips, don't wait. Click anywhere around this video and watch the free workshop now. Discover how we create reliable streams of semi-passive income without complex websites, unneeded stress, or huge startup costs. You'll even get 3 valuable bonuses just for watching. We've designed these bonuses to help you succeed with this as fast as possible. I can't promise this training will be free forever, so watch it now. Could this be the stepping stone you need to start living the kind of life you've only dreamed of? There's only one way to find out. So click now, watch the training, claim your bonuses. You'll be glad you did. I'll see you on the other side.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, It can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of EVE.
Since the genre's formalization in the 19th and early 20th centuries, significant scientific progress has occurred. Advances that surpassed imagination, many real-world technologies such as the internet, quantum computing, and advanced medical imaging were not widely predicted by early science fiction. In some cases, reality has exceeded science fiction's early visions. Unrealized predictions, some recurring themes in early science fiction, like flying cars, humanoid robots living alongside humans, and colonization of other planets, remain largely unrealized. But fear not, science fiction continues to push the boundaries of what is possible, serving as both a mirror for current science and an inspiration for what's to come. So let's keep exploring and dreaming big, because who knows what the future holds. Butterfly effect is a concept from chaos theory that describes how small changes in a system can lead to vastly different outcomes. It's most commonly associated with meteorology and the work of mathematician and meteorologist Edward Lorenz, who discovered the principle in the early 1960s. Lorenz presented his findings in a 1970 paper titled Predictability: Does the Flap of a Butterfly's Wings in Brazil Set Off a Tornado in Texas? The title was meant to highlight how minor events, such as a butterfly flapping its wings, could theoretically cause a chain of events leading to large-scale phenomena like a tornado. The metaphor of the butterfly flap became a symbol for the sensitivity of complex systems to initial conditions, and the butterfly effect was born. Before the butterfly effect was formally articulated, the idea that small changes in initial conditions could lead to vastly different outcomes was already being explored. For instance, in the 19th century, mathematician Henry Poincare studied the three-body problem and found that small changes in the initial conditions could result in completely different orbits. The Greek historian Polybius year 100 to 118 BC wrote about how minor events could lead to significant outcomes in history. The butterfly effect has since become a popular concept in popular culture, often used to describe how small changes in our lives can lead to significant consequences. Did you know that the concept of determinism is deeply intertwined with the broader development of philosophy, science, and mathematics? Deterministic systems are those where future states are completely determined by initial conditions and the rules governing their evolution. In these systems, there's no randomness or uncertainty about future outcomes. The concept of determinism has evolved over time, influencing fields such as physics, mathematics, and philosophy. Micromanagement might be interpreted as evidence that some form of determinism is at play where external forces or systems, whether people or rules, dictate the available options. This might lead to the feeling that free will is an illusion if every action is being monitored and controlled. However, this is more about situational constraints than the philosophical argument about free will itself. The history of deterministic systems reflects humanity's ongoing effort to understand whether the universe operates by fixed, predictable laws or whether uncertainty and randomness are fundamental. From ancient philosophical ideas to the latest scientific theories, the evolution of determinism has shaped how we understand the physical world and our place within it. Determinism remains a central concept in physics, philosophy, and computer science, though it is now viewed with more nuance due to discoveries like quantum mechanics and chaos
Genetic
theory.
determinism is the belief that an organism's genes control or strongly influence its traits, behaviors, and destiny, leaving little room for environmental or other factors. This idea has a long and complicated history, blending biology, genetics, philosophy, and social theory. Over time, the concept has evolved from early scientific speculations to more refined understandings in modern biology. Yet, it remains a contentious issue, particularly regarding its implications for human nature. So, what do you think? Do you believe in genetic determinism, or do you think environmental factors play a more significant role in shaping our traits and behaviors? Let us know in the comments
This
below.
concept has been a central debate for millennia, touching on questions of morality, responsibility, and human nature. The idea of free will has evolved significantly over time, reflecting shifts in metaphysical, theological, and scientific perspectives. Let's take a journey back in time to the ancient Greek thinkers who laid the foundations for this intriguing discussion. In ancient Greece, early philosophers like Socrates and Plato pondered the concept of free will. They believed that humans had the capacity to make choices that were not determined by external forces, and this idea continued to evolve through the works of Aristotle and the Stoics. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and we see the Christian theologians debating the role of free will in salvation. The idea of human responsibility and moral accountability was a central theme in this period. In the modern era, the concept of free will has been explored by scientists, philosophers, and theologians alike. It's a topic that continues to fascinate and challenge us today. Did you know that the scientific study of the nervous system, neuroscience, has its roots in ancient philosophical inquiry? It's a long and complex journey that spans centuries, from ancient Egypt to modern times. Ancient Egypt, around 1700 BC, marked the beginning of this journey with the Edwin Smith Papyrus. This ancient Egyptian medical text provided one of the earliest descriptions of the brain and its functions. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and we see the emergence of anatomical discoveries, which laid the groundwork for our modern understanding of the nervous system. Finally, we arrive at the modern era where experimental breakthroughs have revolutionized our understanding of the brain and its role in shaping behavior, perception, and consciousness. It's truly remarkable how far we've come in our understanding of the human brain, and we're still learning more every day. Did you know that for centuries, the brain was thought to be a rigid, unchanging organ? It wasn't until the early 20th century that scientists began to challenge this notion. The concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, was first proposed by Canadian psychologist Donald Hebb in 1949. However, Hebb's ideas faced opposition from some of his contemporaries who believed that the brain was a fixed organ. It wasn't until the 1960s that neuroplasticity began to gain widespread acceptance. Ancient philosophers like Aristotle and René Descartes had some interesting ideas about the brain's function. Aristotle, for instance, believed that the brain was a cooling system for the body, while Descartes saw it as a center for emotions and passions. These early ideas paved the way for our modern understanding of the brain's plasticity. Today, we know that the brain is capable of change throughout life, and this concept has profound implications for our understanding of learning, memory, and even mental health. So, the next time you hear about neuroplasticity, remember that it's a fascinating journey that has taken us from ancient philosophers to modern neuroscience. Did you know that the history of mythology spans thousands of years and touches nearly every culture around the globe? Myths were one of the earliest forms of storytelling used by ancient peoples to explain natural phenomena, the origins of the world, and their place within it. Mythology often served religious, social, and political functions, helping to shape cultural identities and provide moral lessons. Now, let's take a journey through time and explore the history of mythology. From its ancient origins to its influence on modern culture, we'll uncover the stories, characters, and themes that have shaped our understanding of the world and our place. Curses have been a part of human belief systems for thousands of years, intertwined with mythology, religion, superstition, and folklore. They often represent the darker side of human belief systems, where individuals or deities invoke supernatural powers to bring misfortune, suffering, or even death to others. Curses could be placed for various reasons, ranging from retribution for wrongdoing to mere jealousy or spite. Let's take a look at some examples from different times and cultures. 1. Ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians believed in the power of curses, often placing them on tombs to protect the deceased from theft or harm. 2. Ancient Greece. In Greek mythology, the gods and goddesses were known to place curses on mortals, often as a form of punishment or retribution. 3. Medieval Europe. During the Middle Ages, curses were a common form of superstition, often used as a means to ward off evil spirits or protect against harm. 4. African traditional religion. In some African traditional religions, curses are seen as a form of spiritual retribution, often placed by priests or shamans. 5. Modern times. While curses are less common in modern times, they still exist in various forms, such as hexes, voodoo curses, or even the practice of the evil eye. That's it for today's history lesson, folks. Remember, curses are a fascinating part of human history, but they should never be used to harm others. Mutual dreaming, a phenomenon where two or more people share the same dream experience simultaneously. This intriguing idea has a rich and varied history across cultures, mythology, and modern psychology. In ancient civilizations, dreams were often seen as a way for the gods to communicate with humans. In some cultures, dreams were believed to be a way for two people to connect on a deeper level, even if they were separated by great distances. In Greek mythology, the god of sleep, Hypnos, was said to have the power to send people into a shared dream state. In Norse mythology, the god Odin was known for his ability to enter into the dreams of others and influence their actions. In modern psychology, the concept of mutual dreaming has been explored, but there is no scientific consensus that it is possible.
Hate YouTube ads? You need this Chrome extension. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you block ads or get paid to watch them. It's called Pi, and once I started using it, I was shocked at how much of my content was actually ads. Like this whole top row on Amazon, ads. But with Pi, I can actually see what it is I'm looking for. That's not even the best part. Pi will literally pay you to watch ads. And you're out here watching ads for free. Unlike other ad blockers, you know this one works because you can physically watch the ads disappear. It's literally so satisfying, like it scratches that itch in my brain. I predict that everyone and their grandma will be using Pi by 2025 because they already have thousands of users and 5-star reviews. Trust me guys, this is something you do not want to miss out on. Check out Pi today.
Shadows traveling.
Blocking vision!
Wherever they run, I will follow. Nothing stays hidden from me. Watch your eyes!
Too easy.
However, the idea continues to fascinate us and has even inspired popular culture, such as the film Inception. So, there you have it, folks. The fascinating history and cultural significance of mutual dreaming. Did you know that the history of fintech spans centuries, beginning with innovations in financial tools and practices? Let's take a journey through time and explore the development of fintech across key historical periods. First up, we have the early beginnings of fintech, or the pre-20th century. This is when we see the rise of ancient financial tools. These rudimentary technologies were used by ancient civilizations to manage their finances. Moving on to the 20th century, we witness a surge in financial technologies. This era saw the introduction of credit cards, ATMs, and online banking. The 21st century has seen a massive acceleration in fintech with the rise of digital technologies. We now have mobile banking, cryptocurrencies, and even robo-advisors. Did you know that the history of cybersecurity parallels the growth and development of computers and the internet? As digital technologies evolved, so too did the need to protect information, networks, and systems from various threats. So, let's take a broad overview of the key milestones in the history of cybersecurity. In the 1940s and 1960s, we witnessed the birth of computers. Cybersecurity's roots can be traced back to the early days of computing during and after World War II. Early computers like the ENIAC played a crucial role in the development of cybersecurity. In the 1970s, the internet was born, and with it came the rise of cyber threats. The 1980s saw the introduction of personal computers and the proliferation of viruses. The 1990s marked the emergence of the World Wide Web and the rise of cybercrime. In the 2000s, we saw the development of cloud computing and the growth of cyber espionage. And in the 2010s, we're currently witnessing the evolution of cyber warfare. That's a brief overview of the history of cybersecurity. It's a fascinating topic, and we hope you enjoyed this glimpse into it.
Specifically, we're going to explore the history of phishing, a form of cybercrime that has paralleled the growth of the internet and digital communication. So let's get started. In the 1990s, as the internet became more widely accessible, cybercrime began to emerge. One of the earliest forms of cybercrime was phishing, where attackers would trick individuals into providing sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, or credit card details. These early internet scams laid the foundation for the sophisticated, targeted attacks we see today. As the internet evolved, so did phishing. In the early 2000s, phishing scams became more sophisticated, using social engineering techniques to trick users into revealing sensitive information. By the mid-2000s, phishing had become a significant problem, with millions of users falling victim to these scams. In the 2010s, phishing evolved once again, with attackers using more advanced techniques to target specific individuals or organizations. Today, phishing is a major threat to online security, and it's essential for all of us to stay vigilant and protect our personal information. That's it for today's history lesson on phishing.
From the early days of computer experimentation to modern cybercrime, hacking has come a long way. So, Let's dive right in. In the 1960s and 1970s, the term hacker was coined at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. These early hackers were a group of tech-savvy individuals who loved to explore and experiment with computers. They were often referred to as wizards or whizzes and were known for their playful exploration of computer systems. As technology advanced, so did the hacker culture. In the 1980s and 1990s, hackers became more organized and started to share their knowledge and skills online. This led to the rise of cyber culture, where hackers were seen as both heroes and villains. Today, hacking has evolved into a complex mix of activism, criminality, and innovation. While some hackers still engage in playful exploration, others use their skills for more nefarious purposes.
Did you know that the history of data brokers is closely tied to the evolution of data collection, marketing, and the rise of the digital economy? Data brokers are companies or entities that collect, process, and sell information about individuals, typically without their direct knowledge. Let's take a quick trip down memory lane. In the early 20th century, the origins of data brokers can be traced back to direct marketing and mailing lists long before the internet came into the picture. These companies collected and sold information about individuals, such as their addresses and demographic data, to help businesses target their marketing efforts. As technology advanced, data brokers adapted to the digital age, using the internet to collect and process even more information about individuals. Today, they're a significant part of the modern digital landscape, playing a crucial role in shaping the way we interact with the internet and each other.
Did you know that the concept has evolved significantly over time, moving from the traditional view that the brain was a static organ to the now widely accepted understanding that it can change and adapt throughout life? Let's take a trip down memory lane and explore the history of neuroplasticity. In the 19th century, scientists believed that the brain was fixed and immutable after a certain age. This belief was influenced by the theory of phrenology, which claimed that the brain's structure determined a person's personality and abilities. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the concept of neuroplasticity started to gain traction. Researchers began to understand that the brain was not a static organ, but rather it could change and adapt throughout life. This groundbreaking discovery paved the way for our current understanding of neuroplasticity.
This game is brought to you by Old Spice Total Body Deodorant.
Fumble!
Who smells so fresh?
That's my Old Spice Total Body Deodorant.
Can you believe this, Mark? Mark?
It smells amazing in here.
So, there you have it, folks. The fascinating journey of neuroplasticity, from the static brain of the 19th century to the adaptable brain of today. If pyramids were to be built in the future, where might they be located? Well, let's dive right in. Imagine a future where pyramids are built once again. The likely locations would depend on various factors such as technological advancements, cultural significance, environmental considerations, and symbolic value. Here are a few possible scenarios. New pyramids could be constructed in major cities or regions that aim to create iconic structures, similar to how modern cities build skyscrapers or other symbolic buildings. For example, pyramids might be built in major cities to represent their cultural significance or to serve as a symbol of their history. Pyramids might be built in regions with sustainable resources, such as areas with abundant sunshine or areas with unique geological features that could be utilized in their construction. In the future, pyramids could be built using advanced technologies such as 3D printing or other cutting-edge construction methods. These high-tech pyramids might be located in areas with access to these technologies. Pyramids might be built in areas with historical significance, such as the site of ancient pyramids, or in regions with a rich history of pyramid building. They could arise in technologically advanced cities, extraterrestrial colonies, eco-friendly spaces, or even within virtual environments. The role of pyramids in the future will likely reflect humanity's evolving needs, whether as cultural symbols, innovative structures, or markers of exploration. So, there you have it. If pyramids were to be built in the future, these are just a few of the possible locations we might see them. Thanks for tuning in, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more fascinating discussions like this one. Until next time, keep your minds open to the possibilities.
When you go rogue, you make your own fun, no matter what it looks like. Rogue nicotine pouches. Long lasting, great tasting. Go rogue.
Holiday shopping has never been easier or more rewarding. Earn Beauty Insider points and Kohl's rewards when you shop Sephora at Kohl's.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of the flower of life, a geometric figure that's steeped in history and symbolism. The flower of life is a beautiful geometric pattern that's believed to hold a wealth of ancient wisdom. It consists of multiple overlapping circles, forming a flower-like shape that's been found in various ancient cultures. In fact, it was even discovered on the ceiling of the temple at Edwin, dating back to 19 BC. What makes the flower of life so intriguing is its ability to represent the fundamental forms of space and time. This ancient symbol is said to contain sacred geometry, serving as a template for creation and depicting the blueprint for all life forms. It's thought to be an essential part of both religious and scientific knowledge. As we delve deeper into the study of this fascinating figure, we can't help but be in awe of its significance and its connection to our world. The flower of life truly seems to hold the key to understanding our universe in all its glory.
This branch of cryptography takes advantage of the principles of quantum mechanics to ensure secure communication. Let's delve into the history of its development. Quantum cryptography has its roots in the early 1970s when Stephen Wiesner, a physicist from Bell Labs, proposed the idea of quantum key distribution. He envisioned encryption using quantum entanglement and proposed a model for single-photon encryption. However, it wasn't until the late 1980s that the concept was finally realized by Charles Bennett and Gunnar Heinz-Su, who introduced practical protocols for quantum cryptography. One of the most exciting aspects of quantum cryptography is its ability to detect eavesdropping attempts with unprecedented accuracy. This is due to the no-cloning theorem in quantum mechanics, which states that certain types of information cannot be copied. As a result, intercepting information without altering it is virtually impossible in this field. So there you have it, a brief history lesson on quantum cryptography.
Kicking off our timeline is the late 19th to early 20th century, marking the early foundations of quantum theory. During this period, Max Planck introduced his hypothesis that the energy of blackbody radiation was distributed according to integer multiples of an arbitrary unit. This revolutionary concept laid the groundwork for our understanding of quantum theory. Fast forward to the year 1905, when Einstein published his groundbreaking paper on photoelectric effect in matter waves, and in 1913, Niels Bohr presented his theory of the hydrogen atom with stationary states. The years leading up to 1926 were pivotal in the development of quantum mechanics. During this time, Heisenberg developed matrix mechanics in 1925 and Schrödinger's wave equation was introduced in 1926. These discoveries allowed physicists to calculate atomic energy levels and explain spectral lines using matrix mechanics or wave equations. Finally, in 1932, Paul Dirac unified both approaches by establishing their equivalence and describing their underlying connections. And there you have it, a brief history of quantum theory timeline that covers some key milestones in its development.
Let's start with a quick recap. Quantum satellites are a significant advancement in the field of quantum communication, leveraging the principles of quantum mechanics to achieve secure long-distance communication. Fast forward to 2016, when China became the first country to successfully launch a quantum satellite named Micius. This groundbreaking achievement demonstrated the feasibility of distributing encrypted messages over vast distances using principles of quantum mechanics. In 2018, China took another leap forward with an improved satellite called Quantastar. This satellite was designed for more practical applications, such as providing a secure connection between two cities approximately 1,200 miles apart. Interestingly, this distance is comparable to that between New York and Los Angeles. These advancements in quantum technology have paved the way for a new era of secure communication and are crucial steps towards the realization of a global quantum network. A global network like this would allow users to distribute keys or distribute encrypted messages over vast distances using principles of quantum mechanics. Did you know that the concept of quantum communications has its roots in the early 20th century when pioneers like Max Planck, Albert Einstein, and Niels Bohr laid its foundations? These scientists were at the forefront of developing the principles of quantum mechanics, which form the basis of quantum communications. Max Planck is well known for his work on black body radiation and his groundbreaking discovery that energy is quantized. This led to the theory that particles can exhibit wave-particle duality and are influenced by our active observation. Albert Einstein was another key figure in this field. He collaborated with Niels Bohr on a theory that became known as the Copenhagen interpretation. Their work was instrumental in shaping our understanding of quantum mechanics, which later paved the way for the development of quantum communications. So there you have it, a brief history of how quantum communications emerged from the early developments in quantum mechanics. It's amazing how these foundational concepts have evolved into new technologies with vast potential applications.
First up, did you know that Einstein actually coined the term entanglement when he wrote a letter to Heisenberg? That's right. In 1935, Einstein wanted to reject the idea of quantum mechanics and proposed a thought experiment involving two particles. He named this concept entanglement. Next, let's talk about Schrödinger's famous thought experiment involving a cat in a box. Interestingly, his initial idea was to use an elephant instead of a cat. However, he eventually decided that a cat was more suitable for his intended audience and the humor of the experiment. Finally, did you know that Einstein once said that if we were to use atoms as units for our measurements, we would find that the distance between New York and London is smaller than the size of an apple?
Kicking off our list, in 1900, Max Planck introduced the groundbreaking concept of quantized energy, which transformed our understanding of light forever. Another pivotal moment came in 1905 when Einstein proposed the photoelectric effect, challenging our assumptions about light once again. Fast forward to 1913, when Niels Bohr introduced his revolutionary atomic theory, laying the groundwork for our understanding of electron configurations. In 1924, Werner Heisenberg published his uncertainty principle, fundamentally changing how we view subatomic particles. And finally, in 1927, Schrödinger introduced his groundbreaking wave equation, which revolutionized the way we perceive quantum systems. Albert Einstein was born on March 14, 1879, in Ulm, in the Kingdom of Württemberg in the German Empire. His family was made up of hard-working people. His grandfather was a master tailor, while his father established Einstein's first school. Einstein himself taught there until he was 16. Einstein excelled in school, especially in math and physics. He attended Zurich Polytechnic School to study electrical engineering before switching to teaching at a high school in Bern. It was during this time that he published his groundbreaking work on the photoelectric effect and special relativity. Einstein's discoveries were revolutionary as they challenged our understanding of time and space. His work paved the way for future researchers and is still studied today. So there you have it, a brief overview of Albert Einstein's life and achievements. Let's go back to the beginning. By the 15th century, ancient civilizations had already discovered a handful of elements like gold, silver, copper, and sulfur. Fast forward to the late 18th century, and scientists had identified around 30 elements. In 1817, German chemist Johann Wolfgang D. Brenner made a significant discovery. He identified something called law of triads, where certain elements had similar properties when grouped into groups of 3 with similar average atomic weights. For example, lithium, sodium, and potassium, calcium, strontium, and barium. And magnesium, manganese, and iron showed similar properties. Fast forward to 1869, when Russian chemist Dmitry Mendeleev took things to the next level by organizing all known elements based on their atomic structure and properties. This is how we now recognize Mendeleev as the father of the modern periodic table. So there you have it, a brief but fascinating history of the periodic table. Quantum mechanics is a significant part of our history, as it all began in the 1920s and 1930s. Scientists like Max Planck, Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Erwin Schrödinger laid the foundation for our understanding of quantum mechanics. They introduced us to the concept of wave-particle duality and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which paved the way for our current discussion. Fast forward to 1981, when physicist Richard Feynman gave a talk at Caltech about computers and their limitations. He introduced the idea that perhaps there were other ways to compute better than traditional computers. This led to the birth of the concept of quantum computing and the theory of quantum computation. Over time, many experimental breakthroughs occurred, such as Schur's algorithm in 1994, which showed that factoring numbers using a quantum computer could be done in polynomial time compared to traditional computers. This was a game changer in the development of quantum computing.
Quantum AI is rooted in the foundations of quantum computing, which can be traced back to the 1980s and 1990s. Physicists like Richard Feynman and David Deutsch laid the theoretical groundwork for this field. Fast forward to the 2000s, and physicist Peter Shor introduced two seminal algorithms, one for factoring numbers quickly and another for searching databases using amplitude amplification. Quantum AI combines this innovative computing power with artificial intelligence AI, leading to a hybrid approach that promises to revolutionize computational power and problem-solving efficiency compared to classical methods. For instance, consider an algorithm using both quantum neural networks and classical machine learning techniques to analyze satellite images more accurately than current methods. Overall, the fusion of quantum computing and AI in quantum AI is a thrilling area of research that holds tremendous potential for solving complex problems more efficiently than ever before.
Wave equations are fundamental to understanding various physical phenomena, ranging from sound and light to quantum mechanics. The history of wave equations is rich with contributions from many great scientists. Ancient civilizations studied waves, focusing on sound and water waves. The ancient Greeks also had a head start, with philosophers like Pythagoras exploring wave phenomena. Fast forward to Galileo, who discovered the relationship between string length and pitch in 1636, setting the stage for early research on wave equations. In 1834, Joseph Fourier revolutionized our understanding of wave equations by introducing the concept of Fourier series. These series represent any continuous function as a sum of sine or cosine terms and paved the way for the mathematical analysis of wave equations. The development of modern electrodynamics in the 19th century provided a foundation for understanding wave equations in this field. Maxwell's work on electromagnetism led to an impressive range of applications for wave equations, including telegraphy and radio communication. Today, wave equations continue to be essential in studying phenomena like electromagnetic radiation and quantum mechanics. Understanding these equations has opened up a world of scientific advancement and discovery. Let's take a brief look at some key milestones and contributions. Kicking off in ancient times, Mesopotamia and Egypt were bustling with mathematical activity from 3000 BCE to 600 CE. Early civilizations developed arithmetic, geometry, and algebraic techniques to solve real-world issues like taxation and construction. Moving forward about 1,000 years, the Indian subcontinent introduced a new era in mathematics from 400 to 1200 CE. Great mathematicians like Aryabhata and Brahmagupta made significant breakthroughs in trigonometry and algebra.
Get up to 70% off store-wide at Michael's. Shop Black Friday deals on thousands of items from Christmas trees to craft supplies. Score free supplies with these epic BOGOs. Plus, earn rewards while you save.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people did actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. We always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane and a boat and a car, and we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
From 500 to 1500 CE, China flourished with its own mathematics revolution. Mathematicians like Sun Fu discovered negative numbers, Zhu Shijing developed the first version of logarithms, and Zhang Juxiyun mastered the circle-square method. In Europe during the Renaissance 1450 to 1700, we saw a rebirth of interest in math with luminaries like Johannes Kepler and Isaac Newton making groundbreaking discoveries in astronomy and calculus. From ancient Babylonia to the Rhind mathematical papyrus of ancient Egypt, algorithms have come a long way. Let's start with Babylonia, around 1800 BCE. The Babylonians were masters of mathematics and developed algorithms for arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and finding square roots. These calculations were even used to predict eclipses. Moving on to ancient Egypt, around 1650 BCE. The Rhind mathematical papyrus is a treasure trove of ancient algorithms for arithmetic operations. It also includes practical applications in counting sand grains and measuring land for taxes. In conclusion, the development of algorithms is a testament to human creativity and problem-solving abilities. It demonstrates how mathematical thinking has evolved over time to solve complex issues that early civilizations faced.
This field has greatly influenced our modern-day society and involves the design, development, and application of electronic devices and systems. One of the foundations of electronic engineering is the discovery of electricity and magnetism. Key figures like Michael Faraday, James Clerk Maxwell, and Heinrich Hertz played crucial roles in this field. Faraday's work on electromagnetic induction in 1831 paved the way for our understanding of electric generators and motors. Maxwell's equations helped us comprehend the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Hertz's experiments with electromagnetic waves in 1887 were a turning point in our understanding of radio waves. The history of electronic engineering is an intricate tapestry woven by these pioneers and many more.
Let's explore the major milestones in this fundamental branch of physics. Ancient observations and discoveries. Magnetism. The ancient Greeks and Chinese recognized the magnetic properties of certain stones, lodestone, which were used as compasses. Electrification. The ancient Greeks also noticed that amber could attract small objects after being rubbed. Early scientific work. William Gilbert's influential book, De Magnete, explored magnetic phenomena and coined the term electricity in 1648. Benjamin Franklin's experiment with a key and a silk thread showed that lightning was a form of electricity. Michael Faraday's work on electromagnetic induction laid the foundation for electric generators and motors. Maxwell's theory of electromagnetism. James Clerk Maxwell unified electricity, magnetism, and light in his groundbreaking electromagnetism theory. His equations describe how electric and magnetic fields interact with each other and matter. And there you have it. A brief overview of the history of electromagnetism, covering key discoveries and figures in this fascinating field.
Back just like that. Our original recipe is back. Back just like that. Churches. Moving it faster. I want it all. And that's how it's gonna be. And that's how it's gonna be. And that's how it's gonna be.
Today, we're diving into a fascinating topic, the concept of getting out of a simulation. Now, let's be clear, we're not talking about a real-life simulation, but rather a hypothetical one. So, let's jump right in. Imagine you're in a simulation and you want to break free. The first step is to recognize that you're in a simulation. This involves spotting inconsistencies or anomalies in the reality you perceive. For example, the feeling that you have experienced a situation before, even though it's happening for the first time. Once you've recognized the simulation, the next step is to interact with it. If you can interact with or manipulate the environment in ways that defy the known laws of physics, it might provide a means to understand the boundaries of the simulation. For instance, while no one has proved déjà vu in the sense of providing a definitive, objective measurement of the phenomenon, the consistent reports and scientific investigations strongly support its existence and have provided plausible explanations for how and why it occurs. That could be a clue that you're in a simulation. So, there you have it. A hypothetical journey out of a simulation. Remember, this is all about brainstorming discussions and not definitively about reality. In the ancient and classical periods, optical illusions were prevalent in art and architecture. For example, ancient Egyptian art often used techniques that created visual effects such as distorted perspectives in paintings and carvings. The Greeks and Romans also used perspective techniques in architecture and art, like the use of columns to create the illusion of depth. Fast forward to the Renaissance, and we see a shift in perspective, with artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Albrecht Dürer using techniques to create a sense of depth and realism in their paintings. In the 19th century, optical illusions took on a new life in the world of science and art. Artists like M.C. Escher and Salvador Dali used illusions to create mind-bending masterpieces, while scientists like Hermann von Helmholtz and Ernst Mach studied the psychological and physiological aspects of perception. Today, optical illusions continue to fascinate and intrigue us, from the famous The Dress to the mind-bending art of Yayoi Kusama. Did you know that the history of memory glitches spans various disciplines, including psychology, neuroscience, and computing? It's a fascinating topic that's been explored for centuries. Let's start with the early observations. In the ancient and classical thought era, philosophers like Aristotle, who lived from 384 to 320 to BCE, noted that memory is fallible and subject to distortion. However, their understanding was more philosophical than empirical. As we move into the medieval and Renaissance periods, we see a shift in focus. Scholars began to study memory more scientifically, examining how it works and how it can be improved. In the modern era, we've made significant strides in understanding memory glitches. Psychologists, neuroscientists, and computer scientists have all contributed to our understanding of how memory works and how it can sometimes go wrong. In ancient times, paranormal activity was often intertwined with mythology and religion. Ancient cultures such as the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans had rich mythologies involving spirits, gods, and other supernatural entities. These beliefs were often integrated into their daily lives, influencing everything from art and architecture to daily rituals. As we move into the medieval period, we see a shift in how paranormal activity was perceived. The rise of Christianity led to a greater focus on the afterlife and the supernatural, with the concept of heaven and hell becoming central to people's understanding of the world. In the modern era, paranormal activity has continued to be a subject of fascination and investigation. From ghost hunters to psychics, there's a wide range of people and organizations dedicated to studying and understanding the paranormal. First up, we have the ancient and classical periods. In this era, ghosts were often associated with the afterlife. Take, for example, ancient Egypt, where the concept of the afterlife was incredibly complex. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul could continue to exist after death and that the spirits of the deceased could return to the land of the living. As we move forward in time, ghost lore continued to evolve. In the Middle Ages, ghosts were often seen as harbingers of doom, while in the Renaissance, they became more associated with supernatural phenomena. In the modern era, ghosts have taken on a variety of forms, from the friendly, benevolent spirits of the Victorian era to the terrifying, malevolent entities of contemporary horror films. Let's talk about supernatural spirits. In ancient Mesopotamia, spirits and deities were believed to inhabit both natural elements and human-made objects. They played crucial roles in daily life and religious rituals. Moving on to ancient Egypt, the ancient Egyptians believed that spirits were a part of their daily lives. They were often depicted in paintings and sculptures, and their presence was felt in various aspects of daily life. Now, let's switch gears and discuss alcoholic spirits. Did you know that the word spirit comes from the Latin word spiritus, which means breath? In the context of alcoholic beverages, spirits refer to distilled liquids that have a high alcohol content. The Ouija board has a complex history that intertwines with spiritualism, mysticism, and popular culture. It's a tool that has been used for purportedly contacting spirits, but its development is far from simple. Firstly, let's talk about the ancient roots of divination practices. Divination and attempts to contact spirits have ancient roots in various cultures. These cultures have used tools and methods for seeking supernatural guidance, such as scrying and using divinatory devices. The Ouija board's development is a fascinating story that has evolved over time. From its origins in the 19th century to its modern-day popularity, the Ouija board has captured the attention of many. Let's explore the early concepts that paved the way for synchronicity. Did you know that ancient and pre-modern cultures recognized patterns and meaningful coincidences? For example, ancient Greeks believed in omens and signs. Moving forward, we find that mythology and religion have long been associated with the idea of synchronicity. In various cultures, people have recognized meaningful coincidences and patterns. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history and development of the concept of synchronicity. It's truly fascinating how this idea has evolved over time. Time slips refer to experiences where individuals feel as though they have momentarily traveled back or forward in time, often with vivid sensations and details. These experiences are typically described as instances where the usual flow of time seems to distort. Now, let's take a quick journey through the historical and cultural context of time slips. First, let's look at ancient and classical ideas. Mythology and religion have long entertained ideas about time and reality. For instance, the concept of time travel has been explored in various myths and religions, from the Greek myth of Tithonus to the Hindu concept of time. In modern times, time slips have been a popular theme in literature and film. Think of the classic time travel stories of H.G. Wells or the more recent film Back to the Future. So, whether you've experienced a time slip yourself or are simply intrigued by the idea, we hope you've enjoyed this brief exploration of the fascinating world of time slips. Did you know that the history of OBS stretches back thousands of years, spanning various cultural, religious, and scientific contexts? Let's take a quick tour of how OBS have been understood and explored throughout history. First up, let's talk about ancient cultures. The Egyptians and Greeks both held strong beliefs in the soul and its ability to leave the body. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the soul and its ability to leave the body was integral to their religious beliefs. The Greeks, on the other hand, believed in the concept of the soul and its ability to leave the body. So there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of out-of-body experiences, from ancient times to the present day. Did you know that the Mandela effect is a phenomenon where a large group of people remembers an event or detail differently from how it occurred, often with a sense of collective false memory? The term was coined by Fiona Broome in 2009, but the underlying concept has deeper roots. Fiona Broome, a well-known author and researcher, was the one who first brought this concept to light. She discovered that she and many others remembered Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, which was not the case. This led her to coin the term Mandela effect as a way to describe this fascinating phenomenon. First off, let's consider the historical context. The idea that attention affects perception has its roots in ancient philosophy. Philosophers like Aristotle and Plato explored the concept of attention and how it influences our perception of the world around us. Fast forward to the 19th century, and scientists like Hermann von Helmholtz began to study the relationship between attention and perception more systematically. His work laid the foundation for the modern understanding of perceptual blindness. In the 20th century, psychologists like Daniel Simons and Christopher Chebris conducted groundbreaking studies on perceptual blindness. Their experiments showed that when our attention is focused on one thing, we can miss other significant stimuli in our visual field. So there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the development of perceptual blindness, from its philosophical roots to modern-day psychology.
Do you know that hallucinations are perceptions without external stimuli, experienced through any of the senses, such as seeing, hearing, or feeling things that are not present? The study of hallucinations encompasses a wide range of historical, medical, and psychological contexts. Let's start with the ancient and classical views of hallucinations. In early descriptions, hallucinations were often interpreted through spiritual or supernatural frameworks, with ancient cultures attributing these experiences to divine intervention, possession, or other supernatural forces. In the classical period, hallucinations were more likely to be attributed to natural causes, such as physical illness, mental disorders, or even the consumption of certain substances. This shift in understanding marked a transition from a spiritual to a more scientific approach to understanding human experiences.
Did you know that the concept of virtual reality can be traced back to early literature and speculative fiction? For example, in the 1930s, science fiction writer E.M. Foster's novel The Machine Stops depicted a world where people lived in underground rooms and communicated through a machine. This idea of immersive experiences is a precursor to what we now know as virtual reality. As we move into the 20th century, we see the emergence of computer science and engineering. In the 1960s, Ivan Sutherland, a computer scientist, created the first virtual reality headset. This device allowed users to interact with a virtual environment, marking a significant milestone in the development of VR. Over the years, the field of psychology has also played a role in shaping virtual reality. Psychologists have studied how people perceive and interact with virtual environments, providing valuable insights into the design and development of VR technology. Did you know that the history of electronics dates back to ancient times? The early Greeks and Romans were fascinated by the phenomenon of static electricity, observing it through amber rubbing. However, these early observations didn't lead to practical applications. Fast forward to the 17th and 18th centuries, and we see the emergence of the first practical electronic devices. This period marked the beginning of a revolution in our understanding of electricity and its potential applications. As we move into the 19th century, we see a surge in inventions and discoveries that continue to shape the world of electronics as we know it today. From the telegraph to the radio, each new invention built upon the foundations of those that came before it. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the history of electronics. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating history lessons. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Mirrors have been around for thousands of years, and their evolution is a testament to human ingenuity. The earliest mirrors were made from polished stone such as obsidian, a volcanic glass. These mirrors date back to around 6000 BCE and were used primarily for personal grooming and ceremonial purposes. In ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, mirrors were made from bronze, a material that was more widely available and easier to work with. These mirrors were often ornamented with intricate designs and were used for both practical and ceremonial purposes. As time went on, mirrors were made from a variety of materials, including glass, silver, and even gold. Each era brought its own unique style and technological advancements, making the history of mirrors a truly fascinating journey. From its ancient beginnings to modern-day innovations, glass has been a testament to human ingenuity and creativity. So, let's kick off our journey with the early glassmakers of ancient Mesopotamia, who used simple techniques to create beads and small items from sand and minerals. Then, we move on to the Egyptians and Phoenicians, who took glassmaking to the next level, creating intricate vessels and ornaments. Fast forward to the Roman Empire, where glassmaking became a thriving industry, producing everything from windows to decorative items. The Middle Ages saw a decline in glass production, but the Renaissance brought about a resurgence, with artists like Venetian glassmakers creating stunning works of art. In the 18th century, the Industrial Revolution transformed glass making, making it more efficient and affordable. Today, glass continues to evolve with new technologies and materials pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Silver has a rich and intriguing history that spans thousands of years. It has been used in various cultures for currency, jewelry, and industrial applications. Let's take a quick look at some of the early uses of silver. In ancient times, silver was highly valued for its beauty and malleability. Evidence of silver use dates back to around 3000 BCE in civilizations like Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt. Silver was used for making jewelry, ornaments, and even as a medium of exchange.
Gold has been a part of our story for thousands of years, shaping economies, cultures, and technologies. So let's explore this intriguing topic together. In the prehistoric period, gold was among the first metals used by humans thanks to its natural occurrence in a pure, malleable form. Early uses included decorative items and religious artifacts. Fast forward to ancient Egypt around 2600 BC, and gold took on a whole new significance. It was highly prized, symbolizing divine power and wealth. The Egyptians even believed that gold could protect the dead in the afterlife. That's just a taste of the gold's rich history. We'll delve deeper into its influence on economies, cultures, and technologies in the coming episodes. From the early camera obscura to modern digital photography, cameras have come a long way. Did you know that the camera obscura, an early optical device, was first described by the Arab scientist Ibn al-Haytham in the 11th century? It was a darkroom or box with a small hole or lens that projected an inverted image onto a surface. As time passed, cameras continued to evolve. In the 19th century, the daguerreotype was introduced, followed by the wet collodion process and the dry plate process. By the early 20th century, Kodak's Brownie camera made photography accessible to the masses. Fast forward to the 21st century, and we're now in the era of digital photography. Digital cameras have revolutionized the way we capture and share our memories.
Did you know that the history of camcorders actually began with early video recorders? These bulky devices, like the Ampex V1000, were introduced in the 1950s and 1960s. While they were groundbreaking at the time, they were primarily used in professional settings due to their size and cost. Fast forward to the 1980s, and we saw the emergence of the first camcorders. These devices were much more portable and accessible, allowing people to capture and share their memories like never before. Today, camcorders have evolved into sleek, multifunctional devices that offer a range of features and capabilities. From high-definition recording to built-in editing tools, modern camcorders are truly impressive.
You know that the history of video recorders is marked by technological advancements that have significantly impacted how we consume video content. From the early days of reel-to-reel videotape recorders to the sleek, portable devices we use today, video recorders have come a long way. In the early days, video recording was a complex and expensive process. The first commercial videotape recorders, like the Ampex VR1000, were introduced in 1956 and were primarily used in professional settings. However, as technology advanced, video recorders became more accessible and affordable, eventually leading to the home video revolution. First up, we have the carbon button microphone, invented by Elisha Gray and later improved by Thomas Edison. This groundbreaking device used a carbon button and diaphragm to convert sound vibrations into electrical signals. It was widely used in early telephones and radios. Next, we have the ribbon microphone, which was invented by Theodore Case in 1931. This microphone used a thin metal ribbon suspended between two magnets to convert sound into electrical signals. It was a significant improvement over the carbon button microphone and was used in early radio broadcasts. Finally, we have the condenser microphone, invented by German engineer Friedrich Braun in 1923. This microphone used a diaphragm and a backplate to create a capacitor that could convert sound into electrical signals. It was a major advancement in microphone technology and is still used today in a variety of applications. So let's kick off our journey with the early developments in audio recording. First up, we have the phonautograph, invented in 1857 by Edouard Leon Scott de Martinville. This groundbreaking device was the first to record sound, capturing sound waves as visible tracings on a soot-coated paper or glass surface. However, it didn't play back the recordings. Next, we have the phonograph, invented by Thomas Edison in 1877. This device was the first to play back recorded sound, and it marked a significant milestone in the history of audio recording. Thanks for joining us, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more fascinating history lessons.
Hey there, fellow history buffs! Ever wondered how capitalism shaped the USA into the powerhouse it is today? Let's dive into this fascinating journey, shall we? First up, the colonial era. The seeds of capitalism were sown when European settlers arrived in the New World. They brought with them the ideas of private property and free markets. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, though. This period was marked by the brutal exploitation of indigenous peoples and the start of the transatlantic slave trade, which laid the groundwork for America's economic system. Fast forward to the Industrial Revolution. This era was a game changer. Think steam engines, railroads, and factories popping up everywhere. Entrepreneurs like Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller became household names. They built vast fortunes, but their practices also highlighted the stark inequalities of capitalism. This led to the rise of labor unions and calls for regulation. Now, let's talk about the Roaring Twenties. This decade was the epitome of capitalist excess. Stock markets soared, and consumerism was at an all-time high. But, as we all know, what goes up must come down. The Great Depression hit in 1929, bringing the economy to its knees. It was a harsh lesson in the volatility of unregulated capitalism. Post-World War II America saw capitalism take on a new form. The government played a more active role in the economy. Think the New Deal, Social Security, and the GI Bill. This period saw unprecedented economic growth and the rise of the American middle class. And here we are today, in the era of globalization and tech giants. Companies like Apple, Amazon, and Google dominate the market. Capitalism has driven innovation and economic growth, but it also brings challenges like income inequality and environmental concerns. So, what does the future hold for capitalism in the USA? Only time will tell. But one thing's for sure, its impact on America is undeniable.
Today, we're diving into a hot topic, Disney's impact on the entertainment industry. While Disney's success as a capitalist enterprise has brought about significant growth and innovation, there are several downsides and criticisms associated with its approach. Let's explore some key issues. First up, monopolistic practices and market dominance. Disney's acquisitions of major companies like Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm, and 21st Century Fox have significantly increased its market share. This has led to concerns about reduced competition in the entertainment industry. Next up, the rise of streaming services. With the launch of Disney Plus in 2019, the company has become a dominant force in the global streaming market. However, this move has also led to price hikes for consumers who want access to all its content. Lastly, the high cost of content production. To keep up with the competition and ensure that their content remains fresh and innovative, Disney is investing billions into producing new shows and movies for their various platforms. This can potentially result in higher subscription fees for consumers in the future. So there you have it. Disney's dominance in the entertainment industry comes with both benefits and drawbacks. It's important to stay informed about these issues to make smart choices when it comes to our entertainment spending.
Today, we're exploring the ancient and medieval roots of welfare, spanning all the way back to the Stone Age. Did you know that welfare has its roots in early societies dating back to the Stone Age? Ancient civilizations like Egypt, Greece, and Rome had rudimentary systems in place to support their poor citizens. These systems included grain doles, public granaries, and charitable acts. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where feudal society was the norm. During this time, peasants were under the protective care of lords in exchange for their labor. The Catholic Church also played a significant role in providing welfare during this era. In medieval times, almshouses were established as places of shelter for the poor and infirm. These institutions evolved over time and eventually led to modern state-sponsored welfare systems in many countries. While welfare systems can support and stabilize capitalist economies, the relationship between capitalism and welfare systems can also be fraught with tension. Capitalism can have several negative effects on welfare systems, including underfunding, increased inequality, and political challenges. Let's explore these key negative impacts. First up, budget constraints. Capitalist economies often prioritize reducing government spending to maintain economic growth. This can lead to underfunding of welfare systems, resulting in reduced access to essential services and programs. Secondly, pressure to reduce spending. Capitalist governments are under constant pressure from the private sector to cut spending on social assistance programs in order to make room for investment in economic growth. This can further exacerbate existing inequalities within society. Lastly, political challenges. Capitalist governments may face pressure from the private sector to prioritize economic growth over social policies and programs that support society's most vulnerable members. This can create a challenging environment for implementing effective welfare systems. So there you have it. While capitalism and welfare systems are not mutually exclusive, it's important to be aware of the potential negative impacts of a capitalist economy on our welfare systems. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Today, we're diving into the fascinating history of materialism and how it has evolved throughout different periods. So, let's get started. Materialism can be traced back to various historical periods. In ancient times, we have the pre-Socratic philosophers like Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes who believed that everything in the world could be reduced to a single material substance. This idea was further developed by Democritus and Plato's later writings. Moving on to the Hellenistic period, we have Epicurus and the Epicureans, who emphasized atoms as the fundamental substance of nature. Fast forward to the Roman period, and we see Lucretius continuing this thought with his poem on the nature of things. During the Renaissance period, materialism was revived by philosophers like Descartes and Hobbes, who saw nature as entirely mechanistic. Finally, in modern times, we have Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz and Baruch Spinoza pushing for a new understanding of materialism that incorporates spiritual elements. That's a quick overview of the history of materialism from ancient Greece to the modern era. Today, we're diving into a fascinating topic: the unexpected consequences of the Industrial Revolution. Now, you might be familiar with the revolutionary technological advancements and economic growth that this era brought, but did you know that it also had some not-so-shiny side effects? One of the most significant impacts of rapid industrialization was urban crowding. Factories drew workers from rural areas like a magnet, causing cities to rapidly expand and become overcrowded. This influx of population led to a dire shortage of housing, poor sanitation, and a crumbling infrastructure that struggled to keep pace with the growing urban areas. But it wasn't just city dwellers who felt the pinch. Rural communities were also hit hard by this rapid change. The mechanization of agriculture displaced many farmers, leading to widespread unemployment and poverty in rural areas. The Industrial Revolution transformed societies worldwide, and its impact can still be felt today. So there you have it, folks, a glimpse into some of the unexpected consequences of this groundbreaking era in history.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of American scandals, exploring some of the most significant incidents from the country's past. So buckle up and let's embark on this historical journey together. Kicking things off in the 19th century, we have the infamous Hamilton-Burr duel. This was no ordinary altercation. Vice President Aaron Burr fatally shot former Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton in a bitter dispute. This incident not only ended Burr's political career, but also shed light on the intense rivalries of the era. Next up, we have Teapot Dome scandal from 1922. This was all about corruption within the Department of Interior, with 2 top officials found guilty of accepting bribes from private oil companies. The scandal led to criminal charges and even presidential elections being influenced by this notorious incident. Fast forward to 1948, and we have Truman's surprise announcement that he was running for re-election after initially saying he wouldn't seek a second term. This decision sparked mass hysteria, with many believing it was a sign that World War III was imminent. Finally, in 1954, Senator Joseph McCarthy came under fire for his alleged association with communists during his election campaign 2 years prior. The controversy ultimately led to his censure by his own colleagues in Congress for making false statements and violating Senate rules.
Centralized currency, often issued and regulated by a central authority such as a government or central bank, has a long and complex history that reflects the evolution of economies, political systems, and technological advancements. Let's start with ancient times. In the early days, people relied on the barter system, where goods and services were exchanged directly. This was inefficient and limited trade. But as societies grew and developed, so did the need for a more efficient system. Enter centralized currency. Centralized currency has had a significant impact on our world, shaping economies, politics, and even the way we think about money. It's a fascinating topic, and we hope you enjoyed this brief overview. Baphomet is a complex figure, and its history has evolved significantly over time, encompassing religious, esoteric, and popular cultural contexts. So, let's take a detailed look at the history of Baphomet. First up, we have the medieval origins of Baphomet. This is where we find the earliest mentions of Baphomet, and they're found in the context of accusations against the Knights Templar during their trial by the Inquisition in the early 14th century. The Templars were accused of heresy, and Baphomet was introduced as a symbol of their alleged worship of a goat-headed idol. However, it's important to note that there's no evidence to support these accusations. In fact, the Templars were known for their devotion to the Christian faith. So, the story of Baphomet's origins with the Templars is more likely a product of the Inquisition's efforts to discredit the Templars and justify their suppression. Now, fast forward to the 19th century, and we have a different story. Baphomet was reimagined as a symbol of the occult, and it was associated with various esoteric traditions. In the 20th century, Baphomet gained popularity in popular culture, appearing in movies, books, and other media. From its early conceptual stages to becoming one of the most popular and enduring board games in the world, this journey is nothing short of amazing. So, let's dive right in. Did you know Monopoly was initially created to teach about poverty and wealth inequality? Monopoly's roots can be traced back to a game called The Landlord's Game, designed by Elizabeth Magie in 1903. Magie created this game to illustrate the economic principles of Georgism, which advocates for a single tax on land. It highlighted the dangers of land monopolies. The game was originally called The Landlord's Game, but it was later renamed The Landlord's Game to avoid confusion with the popular Monopoly game. Fast forward to 1935, when Charles Darrow, a Philadelphia salesman, created his own version of the game. He named it Monopoly and began selling it door to door. Darrow's version quickly gained popularity, and in 1935, he sold the rights to the game to Parker Brothers. And that's the incredible history of Monopoly. From its humble beginnings to becoming a household name, this game has captured the hearts and minds of millions of players worldwide. Universal Studios and the various criticisms it has faced over the years. As a prominent player in the global entertainment industry, Universal Studios has been subject to scrutiny regarding its capitalistic practices. First up, let's talk about Universal's market dominance and media consolidation. This is a topic that's been hotly debated, especially in light of their various acquisitions and mergers. For example, their acquisition of DreamWorks Animation and their merger with Universal have raised some eyebrows. Next, let's touch on Universal's labor practices. While they've made some strides in this area, there's still room for improvement. For instance, their use of temporary workers and their treatment of actors have been called into question. Moving on, we have the environmental impact of Universal Studios. Their theme parks and film productions have been accused of contributing to deforestation and other environmental issues. Lastly, let's discuss Universal's broader influence on culture and society. Some argue that their content can be harmful or contribute to the spread of misinformation. Now, this is a complex and multifaceted narrative, so buckle up and let's get started. Google's story begins in 1998, when it was founded by the brilliant minds of Larry Page and Sergey Brin. The company quickly rose to fame thanks to its groundbreaking PageRank algorithm, which revolutionized the way we search the web. However, as Google grew in size and influence, concerns about its monopolistic practices began to surface. Legal challenges and regulatory scrutiny followed, and the company found itself in the spotlight for its business practices. Throughout the 2000s, Google continued to face criticism and scrutiny. In 2013, the company was fined $22.5 million for violating privacy laws in France. And in 2018, it was hit with a record-breaking $5 billion fine from the European Commission for abusing its dominance in online search. Despite these setbacks, Google has made significant changes to its business practices in recent years. For example, it has agreed to pay a $90 million settlement to resolve a class action lawsuit over its search practices. So there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of Google's monopolistic practices. This labor system was prevalent in various parts of the world, particularly during the 17th and 18th centuries. Let's explore its early origins and how it evolved over time. Indentured servitude has its roots in ancient and medieval labor systems where individuals worked for a specific period, often in exchange for various benefits such as passage to a new land, shelter, or food. This system was common in many parts of the world, including Europe, Africa, and the Americas. In Europe, for instance, indentured servitude was often used to address labor shortages and to provide a means for people to move to new lands. In Africa, it was often used as a way for individuals to escape harsh living conditions and find better opportunities. In the Americas, it was a key component of the colonial labor system, particularly in the Caribbean and the southern United States. That's a brief overview of the history of indentured servitude. Apple Inc. has faced numerous allegations and investigations regarding monopolistic practices, particularly related to its control over the App Store and other aspects of its business. Let's take a look at the history of these concerns. First up, we have the App Store control. Since its launch in 2008, Apple's App Store has been the only authorized marketplace for apps on iOS devices. Developers must comply with Apple's guidelines and pay a 30% commission, later reduced to 15% for smaller developers on in-app purchases. This has raised concerns about Apple's monopolistic practices. Next, we have the iMessage and FaceTime exclusivity. These services are only available on iOS devices, and Apple has been accused of using them to prevent users from switching to other platforms. Then, there's the App Store's lack of competition. Apple has been criticized for not allowing other app stores on iOS devices, which has led to concerns about the App Store's monopolistic practices. Lastly, we have the iPhone's locked bootloader. This has been a source of controversy as it prevents users from installing custom firmware or modifying their devices. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of monopolistic practices allegations against Apple.
Amazon has faced significant scrutiny and criticism over monopolistic practices throughout its history. Let's take a look at some of the major points and developments. First off, Amazon was founded in 1994 as an online bookstore. It quickly grew into a massive e-commerce platform, thanks to its aggressive pricing strategies, extensive product range, and focus on customer satisfaction. This allowed it to dominate various retail sectors. However, this rapid growth also led to accusations of predatory pricing. Amazon has been accused of using its market power to drive out competitors and then raising prices once they're gone. This practice has been a point of contention for many, leading to increased scrutiny and criticism. Did you know that Facebook, now known as Meta Platforms Inc., has faced numerous allegations and investigations regarding monopolistic practices. This social media giant, founded in 2004, has been accused of using its early dominance and network effects to create significant barriers for new entrants. Facebook's network effects, where the value of the platform increases as more people use it, have been a key factor in its success. This has allowed the company to leverage its user base to gain a significant advantage over its competitors. But wait, there's more. Facebook has also been accused of engaging in anti-competitive practices, such as acquiring potential rivals and using its market power to negotiate unfair terms with app developers. So, what does this all mean? It's clear that Facebook has faced some serious allegations and investigations over the years. But don't worry, we'll keep you updated on the latest developments in this fascinating story.
AT&T, originally known as the American Telephone and Telegraph Company. Did you know that this telecommunications giant has a long history intertwined with monopolistic practices and regulatory scrutiny? Let's take a detailed look at some key events in its history. First up, we have the *** formation and early monopoly 1885 to 1913 ***. AT&T was established in 1885 as a subsidiary of the Bell Telephone Company, founded by the legendary Alexander Graham Bell. By the early 20th century, AT&T had effectively created a monopoly in the U.S. telephone industry through aggressive acquisitions and control. Next, we have the *** regulatory scrutiny and antitrust suit 1913 to 1980 for ***. This period saw AT&T facing intense regulatory scrutiny and an antitrust suit. The company was forced to divest its long-distance operations, leading to the creation of the Baby Bells. Finally, we have the *** modernization and deregulation 1984 present ***. This era saw AT&T embracing digital technology and facing deregulation, which allowed it to re-enter the long-distance market. Qualcomm is a major player in the semiconductor and telecommunications industry. This company has faced numerous allegations and investigations related to monopolistic practices over the years. So, let's take a closer look at some key events and developments in Qualcomm's history. First up, we have the company's founding and early growth period from 1985 to 2000. Qualcomm was established in 1985 and quickly became a leader in digital wireless communications technologies, particularly through the development and commercialization of CDMA code division multiple access technology. By the early 2000s, Qualcomm had become a household name in the telecommunications industry. However, as the company continued to grow, it faced numerous allegations and investigations related to monopolistic practices. One of the most significant cases was the 2017 antitrust lawsuit filed by the Federal Trade Commission, which accused Qualcomm of engaging in exclusionary conduct and charging excessive royalties for its patents. This case was eventually settled in 2019, with Qualcomm agreeing to pay a $2 billion fine and make changes to its licensing practices. Despite these challenges, Qualcomm remains a major player in the semiconductor and telecommunications industry. It's fascinating to see how this company has evolved over the years and how it has faced both successes and setbacks along the way. Intel was founded in 1968 and quickly became a dominant player in the semiconductor industry, especially with the development and commercialization of its microprocessors. By the 1990s, Intel had established a near monopoly in the market for personal computers, thanks to its dominance in the microprocessor market. However, this dominance led to concerns about Intel's business practices, and in 1990, the Department of Justice launched an antitrust investigation into the company. The investigation focused on Intel's efforts to restrict the use of non-Intel microprocessors in personal computers, which were seen as a potential threat to Intel's dominance. In 2000, Intel settled with the Department of Justice, agreeing to pay a $1.25 billion fine and change its business practices. This settlement marked a turning point for Intel as it began to diversify its product line and address concerns about its monopolistic practices. That's a wrap on our overview of Intel's history with monopolistic practices.
Ticketmaster is a major player in the ticket sales and distribution industry. Over the years, Ticketmaster has faced numerous allegations and investigations related to monopolistic practices. So, let's take a look at some key events and developments that have shaped this industry giant. First up, let's talk about Ticketmaster's early growth and market dominance. Founded in 1976, Ticketmaster quickly became the dominant force in the ticketing industry, securing exclusive contracts with major venues and artists. By the 1990s, Ticketmaster had established a near monopoly. However, this dominance didn't come without controversy. In 2009, the Department of Justice launched an antitrust investigation into Ticketmaster's practices, alleging that they were engaging in anti-competitive behavior. This investigation, along with others, has helped shape the ticket sales and distribution industry as we know it today. That's it for today's overview of Ticketmaster's journey. Thanks for tuning in. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more interesting content. Until next time, stay informed and keep exploring.
Living in a city of lights, money rules day and night. Dreams sold at a high price, people caught in a vice. Hustle hard just to survive, chase the green to feel alive. Empty pockets filled with strife, broken dreams cut like a knife. Chasing shadows all the time, bank accounts with not a dime. Dollar signs in every rhyme, capitalism is a crime. Promises of wealth and fame, just illusions in the game. Rich get rich, poor stay the same. Who's to blame? It's all a shame. Factories and broken homes, corporate greed pollutes the domes. People left to fend alone, iron fists turn hearts to stone. Chasing shadows all the time, bank accounts with not a dime. Dollar signs in every rhyme, capitalism is a crime.
Hey there, quantum enthusiasts! Welcome back to our series, The History and the Future of Everything Quantum Related. Today, we're diving into Part 8, where we'll continue to explore this fascinating world in its entirety.
Cryptonyms are used to obscure the identity of people, operations, or concepts, often for security, confidentiality, or strategic purposes. The history of cryptonyms spans various fields, including military operations, intelligence, business, and even popular culture. So, let's explore the history and significance of cryptonyms together. Did you know that cryptonyms have their roots in ancient civilizations? Cryptic language and coded messages can be traced back to ancient civilizations. For instance, the ancient Egyptians used hieroglyphs to communicate secretly. In the medieval period, ciphers were used to encode messages, and during the Renaissance, cryptography was a popular hobby among scholars. In the modern era, cryptonyms have become an essential tool in the world of espionage and military operations. They're used to protect sensitive information and maintain secrecy. In business, cryptonyms are used to protect trade secrets and intellectual property. And in popular culture, cryptonyms have found their way into fictional universes, adding an extra layer of intrigue and mystery.
Did you know that the history of conspiracy theories is rich and complex, spanning centuries and encompassing a wide range of topics from political events to societal fears? Let's take a closer look at the evolution of conspiracy theories, highlighting key periods and notable examples. First up, let's talk about the early origins of conspiracy theories. Did you know that they've been around since antiquity? Often rooted in political intrigue or religious conflict, these theories have shaped our understanding of history and society. For example, the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE was shrouded in conspiracy theories, with many believing that it was a plot orchestrated by powerful individuals. As we move through history, we see conspiracy theories pop up in various forms. From the medieval period to the Renaissance, from the Enlightenment to the modern era, these theories have played a significant role in shaping our understanding of the world around us. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the evolution of conspiracy theories. You know that this area of our brain plays a crucial part in impulse control and emotional regulation. You see, the ACC is responsible for helping us manage our desires and impulses, as well as regulating our emotions. But what happens when this area isn't functioning properly? Well, it can lead to difficulties in controlling our desires and impulses, potentially resulting in materialistic behaviors. So, the next time you find yourself tempted by the latest gadget or the hottest new fashion trend, remember that it could be your ACC at work. This tiny structure, located deep within our brain, plays a crucial role in our behavior, emotions, and motivation. The nucleus accumbens is part of the reward system, and it's where dopamine, the feel-good neurotransmitter, is released. This release of dopamine is what makes us feel good, and it's the reason we seek out pleasurable activities. Interestingly, the nucleus accumbens is also involved in our emotions and memory. It's where we store our emotional memories, and it's been linked to the development of addictions and other compulsive behaviors. An overactive nucleus accumbens may lead to an increased desire for material possessions, as individuals may become more motivated by the anticipated pleasure of acquiring new things. So, the next time you're feeling motivated, remember to thank your nucleus accumbens for keeping you going. The amygdala is responsible for a lot of things, but one of its primary roles is in emotional processing. It's the region that helps us evaluate rewards and threats, making it crucial in our day-to-day lives. But here's the thing, when the amygdala gets overactive, it can lead to some interesting behaviors. For example, if it's overactive, you might find yourself becoming more emotionally invested in material possessions. You might even rely on these possessions for emotional satisfaction or security. So, the next time you're out shopping and find yourself drawn to that shiny new gadget, remember that it could be your amygdala at work. MKUltra, also known as Project MKUltra, was a secret research program run by the Central Intelligence Agency CIA in the United States. The program began in the early 1950s and was officially discontinued in the late 1960s. Its primary goal was to develop and test methods for controlling and manipulating human behavior, including mind control, interrogation, and behavior modification. The program involved a wide range of activities, from testing LSD and other psychoactive substances on unwitting participants to conducting covert operations in foreign countries. Some of the most notorious experiments involved the use of hypnosis, sensory deprivation, and other techniques to alter the minds of individuals. It's important to note that the history of MKUltra is a sensitive topic, and it's crucial to approach it with respect and understanding. The program's legacy is a reminder of the potential dangers of unchecked government power and the importance of safeguarding human rights. You know that the history of hypnosis is rich and multifaceted, encompassing ancient practices, scientific exploration, and evolving therapeutic applications. Let's take a chronological overview of the development and understanding of hypnosis. First up, we have the ancient practices. Did you know that early trances were prevalent in prehistoric and ancient civilizations? Shamanism, for instance, was a practice that ancient cultures used to achieve trance-like states for healing, spiritual communication, and divination. Shamans would enter altered states of consciousness to access spiritual realms and communicate with spirits. Next, we have the scientific exploration of hypnosis. In the 18th century, Franz Mesmer, an Austrian physician, introduced the concept of animal magnetism, which laid the foundation for modern hypnosis. Mesmer believed that all living beings were connected by a universal magnetic force and that illnesses could be cured through the manipulation of this force. Then we have the evolution of hypnosis as a therapeutic application. In the 19th century, James Braid, a Scottish surgeon, coined the term hypnotism and developed a systematic approach to inducing trances. Braid's work paved the way for the modern understanding of hypnosis as a tool for therapeutic intervention. Finally, in the 20th century, hypnosis became more widely accepted in the medical community with applications in pain management, anxiety reduction, and even in the treatment of certain addictions. This complex system plays a crucial role in our daily lives, regulating our mood, motivation, and reward-seeking behaviors. The dopaminergic system is a network of neurons that use dopamine as their primary neurotransmitter. It's responsible for the release of dopamine in response to rewards or pleasurable experiences. When we experience something enjoyable, our dopaminergic system kicks into gear, releasing dopamine and creating a sense of satisfaction. This system is also involved in our ability to learn and remember, as well as our motor control. Understanding the dopaminergic system can help us better understand and manage conditions like Parkinson's disease, addiction, and even some mental health disorders. Dysregulation of the dopaminergic system can enhance the pursuit of immediate rewards, leading to increased materialistic behaviors as individuals seek the pleasurable feelings associated with acquiring new items. So, the next time you feel a rush of satisfaction, remember that it's all thanks to the amazing dopaminergic system at work in your brain. You know that the understanding of brain diseases has evolved significantly over time, influenced by advancements in medical knowledge, technology, and societal attitudes. Let's take a chronological overview of this intriguing topic. First up, let's travel back to prehistoric and ancient civilizations. Early humans likely recognized that injuries to the head could lead to changes in behavior, which might have been attributed to supernatural causes. In ancient Egypt, for example, head injuries were believed to be caused by the god of chaos. Fast forward to the ancient Greeks, who made significant strides in understanding brain diseases. Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, described various brain disorders and their symptoms. He even recognized the importance of the brain in human thought and behavior. As we move into the Middle Ages, we see a shift in understanding. Brain diseases were often attributed to supernatural causes such as demonic possession. It wasn't until the 18th century that scientific understanding began to take hold, with pioneers like Franz Joseph Gall and Pierre-Paul Broca advancing our understanding of the brain and its functions. Today, we have a much more comprehensive understanding of brain diseases, thanks to advancements in medical technology and research. It's fascinating to see how our understanding has evolved over time. Did you know that the prefrontal cortex, located at the front of your brain, plays a crucial role in your daily life? It's responsible for decision-making, impulse control, and future planning. But what happens when this region isn't functioning properly? Well, impaired functioning in the prefrontal cortex can lead to some interesting behaviors. For example, individuals with impaired prefrontal cortex function may exhibit impulsive behaviors, such as excessive spending and a strong desire for material possessions. Why? Because they may struggle to consider the long-term consequences of their actions. So, the next time you find yourself reaching for that shiny new gadget or splurging on a luxurious vacation, remember that it could be your prefrontal cortex at work. This journey, spanning prehistoric times to the present day, is a testament to our collective curiosity and thirst for knowledge. So, let's begin our chronological overview, highlighting key milestones in this journey. In the prehistoric and ancient times, early humans exhibited a natural curiosity, often through observation and exploration of their surroundings. This curiosity laid the foundation for the development of philosophy, science, religion, and art. Fast forward to the classical era, where philosophers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle began to ponder the nature of reality, ethics, and the cosmos. During the Middle Ages, the rise of Christianity and the growth of Islam led to a shift in understanding with a focus on faith and spirituality. The Renaissance marked a significant turning point as humanism and scientific inquiry began to flourish. The Age of Enlightenment furthered this trend, with thinkers like Descartes, Locke, and Newton advancing our understanding of the physical world. In the modern era, we've seen the rise of scientific disciplines, technological advancements, and the exploration of the cosmos. We've also witnessed the development of social sciences, psychology, and the understanding of human behavior. You know that these deviations in the Earth's magnetic field can reveal a lot about our planet's history and geology. Magnetic anomalies were first observed by ancient civilizations, including the Greeks and Chinese, who noticed the magnetic properties of certain minerals. Over time, scientists began to understand the concept of magnetism and its applications. One of the most significant discoveries was the realization that the Earth itself is a giant magnet. This understanding has led to the study of magnetic anomalies, which can help us understand the Earth's geological processes, such as the movement of tectonic plates and the formation of volcanoes. Magnetic anomalies have also played a crucial role in archaeology, helping us locate ancient artifacts and even entire cities. For example, the discovery of the ancient city of Pompeii was made possible by magnetic anomalies. So, the next time you hear about a magnetic anomaly, remember that it's not just a quirky fact, it's a window into our planet's history and a valuable tool for understanding our world. Melanin memory. Now, you might be wondering, what is melanin memory and how does it relate to our overall health? Well, let's find out. Melanin memory is a concept that suggests that melanin, a pigment found in various organisms, particularly in skin, hair, and eyes, may have functions beyond its well-known role in coloration. Some theories suggest that melanin could play a role in memory storage and cognitive functions, particularly in the context of neuroscience and holistic health. While the term is not widely recognized in scientific literature, it often appears in discussions around alternative health, spirituality, and metaphysics. Now, it's important to note that while this concept is intriguing, it's still largely speculative and not backed by concrete scientific evidence. However, it's always fascinating to explore new ideas and theories that could potentially impact our understanding of health and wellness. You know that the concept of entropy has a rich history, evolving from early ideas about heat and energy to a fundamental principle in thermodynamics, statistical mechanics, and information theory. Entropy was first introduced in the 19th century by Rudolf Clausius, who coined the term entropy in 1865. Clausius's work built upon the earlier caloric theory, which posited that heat was a fluid that flowed from hotter to colder bodies. However, Clausius's work went beyond the caloric theory. He recognized that heat is not a substance, but rather a form of energy. He also understood that energy is not created or destroyed, but rather it can be converted from one form to another. Clausius's work laid the foundation for the concept of entropy, which he defined as the ratio of the heat absorbed by a system to the temperature at which the heat is absorbed. This definition has since been refined, but it's a testament to Clausius's groundbreaking work. This fundamental concept in thermodynamics is all about understanding the state in which two or more systems in thermal contact no longer exchange energy, resulting in a uniform temperature throughout the systems involved. The history of thermal equilibrium is closely tied to the development of thermodynamics and our understanding of heat transfer. Let's take a closer look at its historical context. Early concepts of heat and temperature. Ancient understanding in pre-17th century. Thermal equilibrium was first conceptualized by ancient civilizations who recognized the importance of heat and temperature in their daily lives. For example, the ancient Greeks observed that hot objects cooled down when placed in cold environments, while cold objects warmed up when placed in hot environments. The 17th century, the concept of thermal equilibrium gained traction in the 17th century as scientists like Robert Boyle and Isaac Newton began to explore the relationship between heat and temperature. They proposed that heat was a form of energy that could be transferred between objects. In the 18th century, scientists like Joseph Black and Antoine Lavoisier continued to refine our understanding of heat and temperature. They introduced the concept of latent heat, which is the energy required to change the state of a substance, such as from solid to liquid or liquid to gas. The 19th century saw a significant leap in our understanding of thermal equilibrium, thanks to the work of scientists like James Joule, who demonstrated that heat and work were interchangeable, and Rudolf Clausius, who introduced the concept of entropy. This theory, which is a part of cosmology, describes a potential end state of the universe characterized by a state of maximum entropy. The heat death theory suggests that the universe will eventually reach a state of thermal equilibrium, leading to a cessation of all physical processes. This scenario is based on the principle of entropy, which is the measure of disorder or randomness in a system. The heat death theory was first proposed by the British physicist and mathematician William Thomson, who is also known as Lord Kelvin. He believed that the universe was finite and would eventually run out of energy, leading to the cessation of all physical processes. This theory has been a subject of debate and discussion among scientists and philosophers for centuries. Some argue that the heat death theory is a valid explanation for the end of the universe, while others believe that the universe will continue to evolve and change indefinitely. So, what do you think? Is the heat death theory a plausible explanation for the end of the universe? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. This intriguing model suggests that after the universe's expansion, it could eventually reverse and collapse back into a singularity. The Big Crunch is just one of several hypotheses about the ultimate fate of the universe, alongside the Big Freeze and the Big Rip. To understand the origins of this theory, we need to go back to 1915 and the foundational work of Albert Einstein. Einstein's groundbreaking general theory of relativity laid the groundwork for the Big Crunch theory. This theory proposes that the universe is expanding, but it's not infinite. Instead, it suggests that the universe will eventually contract and collapse back into a singularity. The Big Rip theory, a cosmological model that proposes an end-of-universe scenario. This theory suggests that as dark energy's influence increases over time, it will eventually tear apart galaxies, stars, planets, and even atomic structures. The Big Rip is just one of several potential end-of-universe hypotheses, alongside the Big Crunch and heat death. So, let's take a closer look at the history and development of the Big Rip theory. The foundations of this theory can be traced back to Einstein's general theory of relativity, which was introduced in 1915. This theory proposes that the universe is expanding and that the rate of expansion is accelerating due to dark energy. As dark energy continues to increase, it will eventually overcome the force of gravity and cause the universe to rip apart. This is a fascinating concept that challenges our understanding of the universe and its potential. This now debunked pseudoscience suggested that a person's personality, character, and intelligence could be determined by the shape and size of their skull and brain. Emerging in the late 18th century, phrenology gained significant popularity in the 19th century before being dismissed as unscientific in the early 20th century. Let's break down its history. Franz Joseph Gall and the origins of phrenology in late 1700s. This German physician proposed the idea that the brain was divided into 27 distinct parts, each responsible for specific mental functions. He believed that these parts could be identified by the shape and size of the skull. Johann Spurzheim and the spread of phrenology in early 1800s. This Scottish physician popularized phrenology, traveling across Europe and the United States to promote the theory. He even developed a method for measuring skulls, which was widely used in the 19th century. Phrenology in America in mid-1800s. Phrenology gained significant popularity in the United States, with many people believing in its accuracy. It was even used in court cases to determine the mental capacity of defendants. The decline of phrenology in early 1900s. As scientific methods advanced, phrenology was increasingly criticized as unscientific. By the early 20th century, it had been dismissed as a pseudoscience. And there you have it, folks. A brief history of the fascinating, yet now debunked, theory of phrenology. Did you know that TM is a form of meditation that focuses on using a specific mantra to achieve a deep state of relaxation and consciousness? It was popularized in the mid-20th century by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who introduced TM as a systematic practice that could bring peace to individuals and, by extension, to the world. Now, let's take a look at the history and development of TM. It all started with its roots in the Vedic tradition of ancient India. TM has its roots in the Vedic tradition, which is a collection of ancient Indian texts that date back to around 1500 BCE. These texts are the foundation of Hinduism, and they include the Upanishads, which are a series of philosophical and religious texts. In the Upanishads, there are references to meditation, and it's believed that the practice of TM was developed from these ancient texts. Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, a significant figure in the field of psychology and a key player in the CIS covert operations during the Cold War. Dr. Gottlieb was born on December 20, 1918, in the Bronx, New York City. He went on to earn his bachelor's degree from the City College of New York and later obtained a Ph.D. in psychology from the University of California. Dr. Gottlieb's career in the CIA began in 1951, where he was tasked with developing covert operations and psychological warfare techniques. He was instrumental in the MKUltra program, which was a covert CIA program of research in behavioral modification and mind control. That idea that our reality might be an artificial or simulated construct. Well, this concept has evolved significantly over time, shaped by philosophy, science, technology, and pop culture. So, let's take a journey through its development, from ancient philosophy to modern-day scientific and technological considerations. First up, we have the early philosophical concepts. One of the earliest recorded ideas resembling simulation theory is Plato's allegory of the cave c. 380 BCE. In this allegory, Plato posits that our reality might be a simulation akin to prisoners in a cave who only perceive shadows on the wall. Then we have the Renaissance era, where philosophers like Descartes and Leibniz began to explore the concept of simulation more deeply. Descartes, in particular, suggested that our reality might be a simulation created by a benevolent deity. Fast forward to the 20th century, and we see the emergence of modern-day scientific and technological considerations. The concept of simulation theory has gained traction in fields like computer science, artificial intelligence, and even quantum physics. Neuronal shutdowns are often used to describe instances when neurons or groups of neurons stop functioning due to trauma, disease, or other causes. Research into this phenomenon has helped us understand various neurodegenerative diseases, brain injuries, and protective mechanisms within the brain. Let's start with the early discoveries in neuroscience spanning the 17th to 19th centuries. During this time, scientists began to understand the basic structure and function of the nervous system. They observed that certain parts of the brain, such as the cortex, could be damaged without causing immediate death. This led to the concept of neuronal shutdowns as a way to describe the cessation of neuronal activity. As our understanding of the brain continued to grow, researchers began to investigate the causes of neuronal shutdowns. They discovered that these shutdowns could be caused by trauma, disease, or other factors. This knowledge has been instrumental in understanding various neurodegenerative diseases and brain injuries. Did you know that the term paradigm shift was coined by the renowned philosopher Thomas Kuhn in his groundbreaking 1960 book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions? Kuhn used this term to describe radical changes in scientific understanding that fundamentally alter the prevailing worldview or paradigm, a conceptual framework through which scientists interpret and investigate phenomena. So let's take a trip down memory lane and explore the history of paradigm shifts. We'll delve into how this concept has shaped both scientific and broader intellectual thought. Stay tuned for our next video, where we'll uncover the fascinating stories behind some of the most significant paradigm shifts in history. This concept is a cornerstone of quantum mechanics, describing a fundamental property of particles to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Let's take a look at the history and development of quantum superposition. Quantum superposition has its roots in classical physics, which was unable to explain certain phenomena such as the behavior of light. In the late 19th century, physicists began to explore the limitations of classical physics, paving the way for quantum mechanics. In the early 20th century, physicists like Max Planck and Albert Einstein began to develop the concept of quantum mechanics. They proposed that light is composed of tiny particles called photons, which behave differently than classical particles. This led to the discovery of the photoelectric effect, where electrons are emitted from a metal surface when light shines on it. In the 1920s, Erwin Schrödinger developed the wave function, which is a mathematical representation of the quantum state of a particle. This wave function can describe a particle's position, momentum, and energy, but it can also describe a particle's quantum superposition. Quantum superposition has transformed our understanding of the microworld and has led to groundbreaking technologies such as quantum computing. So, the next time you hear about quantum superposition, remember its fascinating history and the brilliant minds who helped uncover it. It's a topic that's often misunderstood and can be quite complex, so let's explore it together. Eugenics, a term coined in the late 19th century, refers to the idea of improving the genetic quality of human populations. Initially framed as a scientific pursuit for societal betterment, eugenics ultimately led to human rights abuses, forced sterilizations, and genocide. Let's start by looking at the intellectual roots and early theories of eugenics. One of the key figures in this movement was Francis Galton, who was a cousin of Charles Darwin. Galton's work, Hereditary Genius, published in 1869, explored the idea that intelligence and other traits were inherited. Darwin's theory of evolution, published in 1859, had a significant impact on Galton's thinking. Darwin's theory suggested that species evolved through natural selection, with the fittest organisms surviving and reproducing. This idea of natural selection was later adopted by Galton and other eugenicists to justify their belief in improving the human race. So, there you have it, a brief overview of the history of eugenics. It's a topic that's often misrepresented and misunderstood, so it's important to have a clear understanding of its roots and impact. Bermuda Triangle, also known as the Devil's Triangle. Did you know that this mysterious region in the North Atlantic Ocean has been the subject of countless stories and legends for centuries? Let's take a journey back in time to uncover some of the earliest tales about the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle has its roots in the 16th and 17th centuries, when sailors and explorers began reporting strange occurrences in the area between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. These stories often involved ships and sailors disappearing under mysterious circumstances, leading to a sense of unease and mystery surrounding the region. As time passed, these tales evolved and became more elaborate, with stories of ghost ships, unexplained lights, and even a mysterious island that appeared and disappeared at will. It wasn't until the 20th century that the Bermuda Triangle gained widespread attention, thanks to a series of high-profile disappearances and the publication of books exploring the phenomenon. From early theories to modern-day understanding, this journey is a testament to the power of scientific inquiry and the ever-evolving nature of our knowledge. Let's start with the early theories of the 1700s and 1800s. In 1783, John Michell, an English clergyman and astronomer, proposed the idea of dark stars, objects with such immense gravity that light couldn't escape. This was the first hint at what we now know as black holes. Fast forward to the 1900s, and Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity provided a framework for understanding the concept of black holes. In 1916, Karl Schwarzschild, a German astronomer, calculated the size of the Schwarzschild radius, the point at which an object's gravity becomes so strong that even light can't escape. In the 1960s, the discovery of pulsars, rapidly rotating neutron stars, provided further evidence for the existence of black holes. And in the 1970s, the first black hole candidate, Cygnus X1, was identified. Today, we continue to study black holes, using powerful telescopes and other tools to understand their properties and behavior. The history of black holes is a testament to the power of scientific curiosity and the ever-evolving nature of our knowledge. Ascension is a concept that has been interpreted in various ways throughout history. It generally refers to a process of rising or moving to a higher state of being or consciousness, both physically and spiritually. Let's explore the historical context and development of ascension in different traditions. In ancient Sumerian and Egyptian cultures, there were beliefs about the afterlife and the idea of ascension. These ancient civilizations had intricate beliefs about the afterlife and the idea of ascension. In the Sumerian and Egyptian cultures, the concept of ascension was often associated with the afterlife, where individuals would rise to a higher state of being or consciousness. In the Egyptian culture, for example, the idea of ascension was closely tied to the concept of the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul would ascend to a higher state of being or consciousness after death. That's it for today's exploration of the concept of ascension across different cultures. The history of biological systems spans a rich and diverse landscape, encompassing the development of concepts and frameworks that help scientists understand the organization, function, and interactions of living organisms and their components. Let's take a quick overview of some key developments in this field. First, let's talk about ancient to medieval understandings. Did you know that ancient civilizations, such as those in Egypt, Greece, and China, began observing the natural world? Philosophers like Aristotle classified organisms based on their physical characteristics, which laid the foundation for early natural philosophy. Fast forward to the 17th century, and we see the emergence of the cell theory. This groundbreaking concept, developed by Robert Hooke and Antoine Yevon Leeuwenhoek, revolutionized our understanding of living organisms. In the 18th century, Carl Linnaeus introduced the binomial nomenclature system, which categorized organisms based on their shared characteristics. This system is still in use today. In the 19th century, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution shook the scientific world, changing the way we understand the history of life on Earth. And finally, in the 20th century, we saw the rise of molecular biology, which uncovered the inner workings of life at the molecular level. That's a quick overview of some key developments in the history of biological systems. We hope you found this information fascinating and enlightening. Crucial part of the brain that plays a pivotal role in higher order functions. So, let's take a journey through the history of its understanding and research. The cerebral cortex has been a subject of intrigue for centuries, with its role in higher order functions first being recognized in the 18th century. It was during this time that scientists began to understand the cortex's involvement in perception, cognition, and voluntary movement. In the 19th century, neuroanatomists like Broca and Wernicke made significant contributions to our understanding of the cortex, mapping its various regions and their functions. This laid the foundation for the modern understanding of the cortex's role in language, speech, and other cognitive processes. In the 20th century, neuroscientists like Penfield and Lashley furthered our understanding of the cortex through their pioneering research on brain function. Today, we're still uncovering new insights into the cerebral cortex, with modern neuroimaging techniques like fMRI providing a wealth of information about its structure and function. Interconnectedness is a vast and multifaceted concept that spans various fields, including philosophy, sociology, technology, and ecology. It's a concept that has been explored and discussed for centuries, and its evolution is a testament to the ever-changing nature of human understanding. Let's start with the ancient philosophies and religions. In the East, ancient philosophies, particularly in Asia, emphasized interconnectedness. For example, in Buddhism, the concept of dependent origination highlights how all things arise in relation to one another. Similarly, Taoism emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things, promoting harmony and balance. As we move into the modern era, the idea of interconnectedness has taken on new forms. With the rise of technology, we've seen the emergence of the internet, which has connected people and information like never before. The concept of ecology, which studies the relationships between organisms and their environments, has also helped us understand the interconnectedness of our natural world. The history of mazes dates back thousands of years and encompasses a variety of cultures and purposes. Here's an overview of their evolution. Minoan civilization 2000 to 1500 BCE. One of the earliest and most famous mazes is the Labyrinth of Knossos on the island of Crete, associated with the myth of the Minotaur. This structure was likely a complex series of rooms and corridors, which inspired the term labyrinth. The Egyptians created labyrinths for a variety of purposes, including protection, entertainment, and even as a way to trap enemies. These mazes were often built into pyramids and other structures. Did you know that this concept can be traced back to cognitive psychology, educational theories, and even advances in artificial intelligence? It's all about how humans naturally think in sequences or chains of connected ideas, a process that has been adapted and formalized in different domains to enhance learning, creativity, problem solving, and, more recently, machine reasoning. Let's take a quick look at some early cognitive theories. One of the first theories was associationism, which posits that one thought triggers another in a connected sequence. This concept has been adapted and formalized in various ways to improve our understanding of human thought processes. Associationism, a concept that dates back to the 17th century, suggests that one thought can trigger another, creating a connected sequence of ideas. So, the next time you're brainstorming or problem solving, remember that your thoughts are likely following a chain of thought prompting. It's a fascinating aspect of human cognition that has far-reaching implications in education, creativity, and even AI. Did you know that the concept of a feedback loop has roots in both nature and human-made systems, and its development spans multiple fields from biology to engineering and cybernetics? Let's take a quick journey through the history of the feedback loop. First, let's explore the early beginnings of feedback loops in nature. In the realm of biology, the idea of feedback loops can be traced back to natural processes. For instance, homeostasis in organisms, which is the maintenance of stable conditions like body temperature or blood pressure, operates through feedback mechanisms. These biological systems provide a solid foundation for understanding feedback loops. Now, let's move on to the human-made world. Feedback loops have been crucial in the development of human-made systems, particularly in engineering and cybernetics. These fields have embraced the concept of feedback loops to create more efficient and effective systems. Did you know that this concept has been evolving for centuries, from early observations about the Earth's climate to the modern understanding of human-driven global warming? Let's take a look at some key milestones in this journey. First up, we have the 19th century, where we see the greenhouse effect come into play. In 1824, French scientist Joseph Fourier is often credited with first recognizing this phenomenon. He observed that the Earth's atmosphere traps heat from the sun, preventing it from escaping back into space. You know that cloud seeding, a technique designed to enhance precipitation by dispersing substances into clouds, has been around since the mid-20th century. That's right. It all started in the 1940s when American chemist Dr. Vincent J. Schaefer made a groundbreaking discovery. In 1946, Schaefer, working for General Electric, conducted a series of experiments that led to the development of cloud seeding. He found that when he introduced a chemical substance into a cloud, it would cause the cloud to rain. This discovery paved the way for the development of cloud seeding technology, which has continued to evolve with advances in meteorology and atmospheric science. So, there you have it. A brief history of cloud seeding, a fascinating technology that has been shaping our understanding of weather for decades.
This intriguing theory suggests that some trails left by aircraft in the sky are not just normal contrails condensation trails, but rather chemicals intentionally sprayed for various purposes. Now, this theory first gained traction in the mid-1990s and has since been widely discussed and debunked by scientists and experts. But it's still a topic that sparks curiosity and conversation. One of the key origins of this theory can be traced back to 1996, when the U.S. Air Force released a report titled Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025. This report discussed weather modification techniques and their potential use in military operations. So, there you have it, a brief overview of the fascinating concept of
From
chemtrails.
the ancient Greeks to the 16th century, geocentrism was a widely accepted theory. It proposed that Earth was the center of the universe, with all celestial bodies, including the sun, planets, and stars, revolving around it. However, in the 16th century, the Copernican revolution came along, and we discovered that Earth actually orbits the sun. Moving on to the 17th century, the theory of spontaneous generation was widely accepted. It suggested that living organisms could arise from non-living matter, such as maggots emerging from rotting meat. But in the 19th century, Louis Pasteur disproved this theory with his experiments on sterilization. In the 19th century, phrenology was all the rage. It claimed that the shape and size of a person's skull could predict their personality traits and intelligence. However, modern neuroscience has debunked this theory. And finally, in the 20th century, the theory of eugenics was popular. It proposed that humans could improve their genetic makeup by selectively breeding certain populations. But this theory has been discredited due to its racist and harmful implications. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of some outdated theories that have shaped our understanding of the world. Remember, knowledge evolves, and it's essential to keep an open mind and embrace new ideas. You know that paradoxes have intrigued philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians for centuries. That's right. These enigmatic conundrums challenge established norms and provoke deeper thought. So, let's take a brief history lesson on some key paradoxes. First up, we have the ancient Greek paradoxes. These paradoxes, such as Zeno's paradoxes from the 5th century BCE, challenge notions of motion and plurality. For instance, in the famous Achilles and the tortoise paradox, Zeno argued that faster runners could never catch slower ones because they would have to infinite time to cover the same distance. Then we have the modern paradoxes, which were all about science and mathematics. These paradoxes, such as the twin paradox, challenged our understanding of time and space. Next, we have the Renaissance paradoxes, which were all about logic and language. We have the liar paradox, which was also attributed to Zeno and questions the truth of statements. This paradox asks, is this statement true or false? If it's true, then it's false, and if it's false, then it's true. Finally, we have the Sorites paradox, also known as the paradox of the heap. This paradox asks, how many grains of sand make up a heap? The answer, of course, is that it depends on your definition of a heap.
The quantum realm is vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Thank you once again for your support. If you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to leave them in the comments section below. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more quantum adventures. Until next time, keep exploring and learning.
Introduction. Wisdom of Soul Through Rejection is a journey to inspiration through rejection, a daily guide to unleashing your creative spirit through rejection. Wisdom of Soul Through Rejection is a transformative daily guide designed to empower readers in their quest to discover and harness the wellspring of inspiration within them. This book presents a compelling roadmap that embarks on a lifelong adventure, unlocking creativity, fathering imagination, and cultivating a renewed sense of purpose. Structured as a day-to-day companion, various chapters of Wisdom of Soul Through Rejection offers a thoughtful blend of insightful quotes, thought-provoking stories, and uplifting affirmations. By following the guidance provided, readers are encouraged to embark on a deep exploration of their passions, desires, and unique gifts. The book introduces a variety of practical techniques to help individuals overcome creative blocks, self-doubt, and the fear of failure. Through mindfulness practices, journaling exercises, and self-reflection, readers will develop a greater understanding of their creative process and learn to embrace vulnerability as a powerful source of inspiration. Additionally, Wisdom of Soul, Through Rejection, incorporates the wisdom of past and present emotionally intelligent minds from various walks of life. These real-life natural solutions serve as reminders that even the most celebrated creators face challenges and setbacks, ultimately inspiring readers to persevere on their own creative paths. Throughout the book, emphasis is placed on cultivating a positive and supportive mindset, encouraging readers to celebrate their progress, no matter how small. By instilling a sense of daily accomplishment, the book fosters a self-sustaining cycle of motivation and creativity. In Wisdom of Soul, Through Rejection, readers are reminded that inspiration can be found in the ordinary moments of life, an unexpected encounter, an inspiring emotion, or the beauty of nature. By embracing mindfulness and living in the present, readers will begin to recognize and appreciate these sparks of inspiration, embracing them into a unique bag of creativity. Ultimately, Wisdom of Soul, Through Rejection is more than just a book. It's a transformative tool that empowers readers to unlock their creative potential, guiding them to become more imaginative, purposeful, and fulfilled in their daily lives. Through a year-long voyage of self-discovery, readers will learn new ways to recognize inspiration in the world around them, harness its power, and channel it into meaningful and enriching creative expressions. Chapter 1. Rising Above Adversity, Navigating Poverty and Overcoming Rejection. Growing up in poverty is a challenging journey that forces individuals to confront numerous pitfalls and adversities. When compounded with the burden of constant rejection, the journey becomes even more challenging. This chapter explores the profound impact of living in poverty and the resilience required to endure rejection. While both poverty and rejection can be overwhelming, many individuals have risen above these obstacles, proving that with determination and support, one can transcend their circumstances and achieve success. Poverty casts a long shadow, affecting every aspect of a person's life. For those raised in impoverished conditions, access to basic necessities such as food, shelter, and healthcare can be scarce, and the cycle of poverty becomes challenging to break. Growing up with limited resources may lead to educational limitations, making it challenging to pursue higher studies or access opportunities for personal growth. Moreover, the emotional toll of financial struggle can erode self-esteem and fuel feelings of worthlessness. The experience of rejection is a universal aspect of life. However, for those growing up in poverty, it can be more frequent and profound. Rejection can come in various forms, including being denied opportunities, experiencing social exclusion, or facing discrimination based on socioeconomic status. These repeated blows can take a severe toll on an individual's mental health, causing feelings of humiliation, hopelessness, and inadequacy. The intersection of poverty and rejection can create a perfect storm of challenges for those affected. Children and young adults growing up in poverty often witness their peers enjoying privileges and opportunities that seem unattainable to them. This stark contrast can fuel a sense of bitterness and resentment, making the battle against rejection even more difficult. Education is often considered a potent tool to escape poverty and secure a better future. However, the lack of financial resources and proper support in poverty-stricken households can hinder educational achievements. Inadequate access to quality education can lead to a lack of opportunities, perpetuating the cycle of poverty and rejection. Despite the overwhelming odds, numerous individuals who grew up in poverty have defied expectations and achieved remarkable success. Their stories of resilience stand as powerful testaments to the human spirit's indomitable nature. These achievements usually get overshadowed by society's over-obsession with money and status. Overcoming rejection in its purest form builds natural confidence. Breaking free from the cycle of poverty and rejection requires a support system and empowering resources. Community organizations, mentorship programs, and scholarships play a vital role in helping those in need access education and opportunities. Governments and societies must work together to create an inclusive environment that offers equal chances for all, irrespective of their socioeconomic backgrounds. Growing up in poverty while facing constant rejection can be an immensely challenging ordeal. It takes unwavering resilience, inner strength, and support to overcome these obstacles. The stories of those who have risen above their circumstances serve as a reminder that with determination and a supportive community, one can transcend their beginnings and achieve greatness. By fostering empathy, compassion, and equal opportunities, we can create a world where poverty and rejection are no longer unrealistic barriers to success. Chapter 2: How the Civil Rights Movement Helped Shape Our Confidence. The Civil Rights Movement, a pivotal and transformative era in American history, was a social and political movement that fought to secure equal rights and opportunities for African Americans and other marginalized communities. Emerging in the mid-20th century, this movement not only brought about significant legal changes, but also had a profound impact on the collective confidence of the nation. By challenging systemic discrimination and inspiring courage and resilience, the civil rights movement played a crucial role in shaping the confidence of individuals and the nation as a whole. One of the most significant ways the civil rights movement influenced confidence was by empowering individuals to speak out against injustice and discrimination. As leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X took a stand against segregation and racial oppression, they became symbols of courage, inspiring countless others to find their voices. Through nonviolent protests, boycotts, and marches, ordinary people learned that their actions could create powerful ripples of change. One of the biggest components that created a shift in civil rights was the self-defense movement. Practicing self-defense played a role in the civil rights movement, especially for African Americans, in several ways. Self-defense training empowered African Americans by providing them with practical skills to protect themselves and their communities from violence and harassment. Learning to defend themselves boosted their confidence and self-esteem, encouraging a sense of empowerment and self-reliance. The civil rights movement was met with significant resistance and violence from white supremacists and segregationists. By demonstrating their ability to defend themselves, African Americans were sending a clear message that they would not be passive victims and were willing to protect their rights and dignity if necessary. This deterrence may have helped reduce the frequency of attacks in some instances. The perception of strength and determination can influence public opinion and media portrayal. The idea that African Americans were willing and able to defend themselves and their rights challenged the stereotypes of the time that portrayed them as weak, submissive, or dangerous. Self-defense training allowed civil rights activists to better navigate potentially dangerous situations during protests, demonstrations, and other civil rights actions. It helped them to maintain discipline and control, reducing the risk of escalating confrontations. Participating in self-defense training fostered a sense of unity and camaraderie among civil rights activists. It created a shared experience and common purpose, reinforcing their commitment to the movement's goals and each other's well-being. The self-defense aspect of the civil rights movement garnered attention and showcased the lengths to which African Americans were willing to go to protect their rights. This drew attention to the injustices they faced and may have influenced public opinion in favor of civil rights reforms. It is important to note that the civil rights movement was a multifaceted and complex struggle, and self-defense was a critical component of it. The movement also employed legal strategies and grassroots organizing to achieve its goals. The decision to practice self-defense was often contextual, with some leaders and organizations advocating for nonviolence, while others believed in the importance of armed self-defense in the face of severe threats and violence. The courage displayed by civil rights activists instilled a newfound confidence in individuals who had previously felt silenced and marginalized. This newly found empowerment extended beyond racial issues, motivating people to speak out on various social and political matters, fueling the broader movements for women's rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and other social justice causes. The civil rights movement brought together individuals from diverse backgrounds and communities, forging a sense of unity and solidarity that transcended racial lines. People of different races, ethnicities, and backgrounds stood side by side, bound by a shared vision of justice and equality. This unity not only strengthened the movement, but also cultivated a sense of national pride and confidence in the idea that collective action could overcome deeply entrenched discrimination. The sense of unity and solidarity generated during the civil rights movement continues to shape the nation's confidence today. It serves as a reminder that, despite differences, people can come together to challenge injustice and create positive change. The civil rights movement sought to dismantle discriminatory laws and practices that perpetuated racial segregation and inequality. It led to landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which outlawed segregation and secured voting rights for African Americans. These legal victories marked a significant step towards dismantling systemic discrimination and fostering a fairer society. By challenging institutional discrimination, the civil rights movement not only improved the lives of African Americans, but also strengthened the nation's confidence in its ability to progress and evolve. It demonstrated that even deeply ingrained injustices could be confronted and overturned through determination and collective action. The resilience shown by civil rights activists during this period continues to inspire confidence in individuals and communities facing their own struggles. It reminds us that setbacks are part of any journey towards change and that perseverance and determination can lead to transformative outcomes. The civil rights movement was a defining moment in American history, leaving a profound impact on the nation's confidence and self-perception. By empowering individuals to speak out against injustice, fostering unity and solidarity among diverse communities, challenging institutional discrimination, and cultivating resilience in the face of adversity, the movement reshaped the confidence of individuals and the nation as a whole. Today, as we reflect on the legacy of the civil rights movement, it serves as a powerful reminder that collective action and the pursuit of justice can drive societal change and strengthen our confidence in the possibilities of a more equitable future. However, the struggle for civil rights and social justice continues, urging us to remain vigilant and engaged in creating a more inclusive and confident society for all. We should never forget the deep-rooted reasoning for why our ancestors risked their lives. In the depths of history, some of the most remarkable legacies have been forged through the crucible of rejection. From iconic artists to pioneering scientists, many of those who have left an indelible mark on society have faced rejection as a defining chapter in their journey. While rejection may seem discouraging in the moment, it often serves as a catalyst for growth, resilience, and the eventual creation of enduring legacies. Rejection is a universal experience, transcending time, place, and field of endeavor. It manifests in various forms, from the rejection of artistic creations, academic ideas, business proposals, and even personal relationships. What sets apart those who build legacies is their ability to transform rejection into an opportunity for self-discovery and personal development. Rejection tests one's mettle and resilience, separating those who are merely interested from those who are truly committed to their goals. Many great figures faced multiple rejections before achieving their breakthroughs. Consider the story of Alex Haley, whose Roots manuscript was rejected by numerous publishers before one took a chance on it. Alex Haley's father died when he was only 11 years old. It was a struggle for Alex because his father was the main person he looked up to. He eventually found his calling and started doing freelance work, writing for 16 hours a day, making $2,000 a year, surviving on nothing but canned sardines weeks at a time. Alex would finally get a big break after 8 years and over 200 rejections. His resilience and determination not only led to immense success, but also inspired countless aspiring writers. In the world of science and technology, rejection has often acted as the catalyst for groundbreaking innovation. Benjamin Banneker, the inventor of the almanac, famously remarked, "Presumption should never make us neglect that which appears easy to us, nor despair make us lose courage at the sight of difficulties." For years, Banneker was rejected because he didn't fill the criteria of a scientist back then. He was passive-aggressive in a way. This led people to doubt him until they saw how accurate his calculations for almanacs were. They soon started to accept him. Banneker was able to open up the eyes of people in America to see that African Americans are not inferior to others. Because of his almanacs and other advances, he opened up the world for many people. Benjamin Banneker, in the face of rejection, paved the way for transformative inventions that continue to shape our lives. Rejection forces individuals to reassess their work, refine their skills, and gain a fresh perspective. Constructive criticism resulting from rejection can be invaluable in honing one's craft and creating work of higher quality. Moreover, rejection can lead to introspection, helping individuals align their goals with their true passions and values. Rejection often sparks creativity and fuels ambition in unexpected ways. When doors close, individuals are forced to explore new avenues and think outside the box. This willingness to venture into uncharted territory can lead to breakthroughs that might not have been realized without the initial rejection. Enduring rejection cultivates humility, empathy, and emotional intelligence. Those who have faced rejection firsthand are often more understanding of the struggles and setbacks faced by others. This empathy can lead to the creation of work that resonates deeply with a broader audience. While rejection can be disheartening and challenging, its role in shaping legacies is undeniable. It is through rejection that individuals are tested, refined, and ultimately propelled toward greatness. The stories of those who have transformed rejection into triumph serve as a testament to the power of resilience, determination, and the unwavering pursuit of one's passion. Aspiring individuals should remember that even in the face of rejection, their journey has the potential to lead to a legacy that will inspire generations to come. Chapter 3. The dangers of modern-day rejection handling, navigating emotional turbulence. Each rejection is a stepping stone towards my growth and success. In the ever-evolving landscape of the modern world, where connections are easily established but just as easily severed, the art of handling rejection has become an essential life skill. Whether it's in personal relationships, professional endeavors, or social interactions, rejection is an inevitable part of life. However, the way people deal with rejection in modern times has undergone significant changes, often leading to emotional turbulence and psychological challenges. In this chapter, we will explore some of the issues with how individuals cope with rejection in the fast-paced and interconnected world of today. In the age of social media and online dating, the quest for instant gratification has seeped into every aspect of life, including relationships. People have become accustomed to immediate responses and validation, making them more vulnerable to the impact of rejection. A simple unmatch or unfriend can trigger feelings of inadequacy, leading to a decline in self-esteem. Modern society tends to foster fragile egos, making it difficult for individuals to handle rejection constructively. Modern communication tools, such as text messages and social media, have replaced face-to-face interactions to a large extent. While these platforms offer convenience, they also create emotional distance, making it easier for people to reject or be rejected without directly confronting the consequences of their actions. The fear of vulnerability and discomfort with expressing emotions face-to-face further hinder individuals from dealing with rejection effectively. The prevalence of comparison culture in social media has enhanced the emotional impact of rejection. Witnessing others' seemingly perfect lives and relationships can lead to feelings of inadequacy when one's efforts are met with rejection. Social pressures to conform to societal norms and achieve certain milestones within set timeframes can also make rejection feel like a personal failure rather than a natural part of life's journey. With numerous distractions available at our fingertips, individuals often turn to escapism and avoidance as coping mechanisms when faced with rejection. Engaging in excessive social media use, video games, or binge-watching shows may provide temporary relief from emotional pain but prevent individuals from addressing the underlying issues. As a result, the process of healing and personal growth is hindered, leading to prolonged emotional distress. Modern society places significant emphasis on success and perfection, leaving little room for mistakes and setbacks. This obsession with flawlessness can deter people from accepting and learning from rejection. Instead of viewing rejection as an opportunity for growth and self-improvement, it is often perceived as a signal of personal failure, reinforcing feelings of unworthiness. The way people deal with rejection in modern times reflects the broader societal changes and technological advancements that shape our lives. The prevalence of instant gratification, the fear of vulnerability, the influence of comparison culture, and the tendency towards escapism all contribute to the issues with rejection handling today. To foster healthier emotional well-being, it is crucial to recognize rejection as a natural part of life, and it should be embraced as an opportunity for growth, learning, and self-discovery. Encouraging open communication, face-to-face interactions, and a balanced approach to social media can help individuals navigate the emotional turbulence of rejection more effectively in the modern world. Chapter 4. The Power of Resilience and Rejection, Embracing Adversity and Thriving While Building Confidence Through Resilience. I am resilient and capable of handling any challenge that comes my way. Rejection is a universal experience that we all encounter at some point in our lives. Whether it be a job application, a romantic relationship, or an artistic endeavor, the sting of rejection can often leave us feeling discouraged and questioning our worth. However, what if we were to view rejection through a different lens? What if we were to recognize its transformative potential in building resilience and fostering self-assurance? Can rejection be a catalyst for personal growth, leading to increased confidence and ultimately paving the way to success? Life is an unpredictable journey, filled with both triumphs and challenges. At every turn, we encounter obstacles that test our heart and resilience. Resilience, often described as the ability to bounce back from setbacks and adapt to adversity, it is an essential quality that can significantly impact our lives. While it may seem that some people are naturally more resilient than others, it is a skill that can be developed and honed over time. In this chapter, we explore the numerous benefits of being resilient and how it contributes to personal growth, emotional well-being, and overall success. Resilience is closely linked to better mental health. When faced with difficult situations, resilient individuals are more likely to maintain a positive outlook, cope effectively with stress, and have a greater sense of self-worth. They tend to focus on solutions rather than dwelling on problems, which leads to reduced levels of anxiety and depression. By being resilient, individuals can navigate through life's challenges with a balanced perspective, fostering mental clarity and emotional stability. Resilient people possess strong coping skills that enable them to handle stress and adversity effectively. Instead of being overwhelmed by difficult circumstances, they can adapt, learn, and grow from their experiences. These coping skills not only benefit them during tough times, but also contribute to better decision-making and problem-solving in daily life. As a result, resilient individuals are more capable of handling unexpected challenges with composure and confidence. The only constant in life is change, and resilience allows individuals to embrace this reality with an open mind. Resilient people are more down to earth and adaptable in the face of uncertainty. They can adjust their goals, plans, and expectations to align with new circumstances, enabling them to thrive in dynamic environments. This adaptability is a key factor in staying relevant and successful in an ever-changing world. Resilience fosters healthier and more positive relationships. Individuals who are resilient tend to approach conflicts with empathy, active listening, and a willingness to understand others' perspectives. By managing their emotions effectively, they avoid taking out frustrations on their loved ones, thereby promoting a harmonious environment. Additionally, resilient individuals can offer support to others during challenging times, making them invaluable friends, partners, and colleagues. Resilient individuals are more likely to persevere through obstacles and setbacks, staying committed to their goals even when faced with difficulties. This persistence leads to increased productivity and a greater likelihood of achieving success. Whether in academics, career, or personal pursuits, the ability to bounce back from failures and setbacks often serves as a stepping stone to eventual triumph. The mind-body connection is a powerful force, and resilience positively impacts physical health. Studies have shown that individuals with higher resilience levels experience reduced stress-related health issues, better cardiovascular health, and a stronger immune or health system. By managing stress effectively and maintaining a positive outlook, resilient individuals can improve their overall well-being and longevity. People may feel threatened by you or envious of you just because you have built up such a strong immune or health system. Stress is an inevitable part of life, and its effects on our mental and physical health cannot be underestimated. Prolonged exposure to stress can lead to a myriad of health issues, such as anxiety, depression, cardiovascular problems, and weakened immunity. However, amidst life's challenges, resilience emerges as a powerful asset that can shield us from the detrimental effects of stress-related illnesses. Resilience can be defined as the ability to adapt, bounce back, and recover from adversity, trauma, or significant stressors. It involves developing a set of psychological, emotional, and behavioral skills that allow individuals to effectively navigate difficult situations without succumbing to the detrimental effects of stress. Resilience does not imply that one is impervious to stress, but rather that they possess the tools to manage and overcome it effectively. Resilient individuals tend to have lower levels of psychological distress, such as anxiety and depression. When faced with stressors, they exhibit a more positive outlook and are better equipped to find adaptive solutions to their problems. This optimistic mindset shields them from the damaging effects of chronic stress, preventing the development of stress-related mental health disorders. As common as rejection is, resilient people make dealing with rejection look easy. Building resilience involves learning healthy coping mechanisms to manage stress effectively. These techniques may include mindfulness practices, relaxation exercises, seeking social support, and reframing negative thought patterns. By relying on these strategies, resilient individuals can mitigate the impact of stress, thereby reducing the risk of stress-related illnesses. Chronic stress weakens the immune health system and increases the risk of cardiovascular issues, gastrointestinal problems, and other physical ailments. Resilient individuals are better equipped to manage stress, which, in turn, reduces the wear and tear on their bodies. Lower stress levels translate to a healthier immune health system, improved cardiovascular function, and a decreased risk of stress-induced physical illnesses. Resilience fosters emotional intelligence and regulation. By being in tune with their emotions and understanding how to manage them, resilient individuals can prevent negative emotions from overwhelming them during stressful situations. This emotional balance reduces the likelihood of stress-related illnesses that often arise from emotional damage. Resilience is closely linked to maintaining strong social connections. Building and maintaining supportive relationships can serve as a protective shield against the negative impact of stress. Social support provides a sense of belonging, emotional validation, and practical assistance during challenging times, promoting overall mental and physical well-being. Resilience is not an inborn trait. It can be developed and strengthened through various strategies and practices. Some ways to cultivate resilience include: surround yourself with friends, family, or support groups that offer understanding and encouragement during difficult times. Engage in mindfulness techniques such as meditation, deep breathing exercises, or yoga to manage stress and stay grounded in the present moment. Challenge negative thought patterns and focus on positive aspects of life, cultivating a more optimistic outlook. Ensure adequate rest, nutrition, exercise, and leisure time to maintain physical and mental well-being. Resilience emerges as a crucial factor in protecting against stress-related illnesses. By cultivating resilience, individuals can effectively navigate life's challenges, develop healthier coping mechanisms, and build a stronger defense against the adverse effects of stress. Resilience empowers us to embrace life's uncertainties with a positive outlook, promoting better mental and physical health in the face of adversity. Resilience is a highly valued trait in the professional world. Employers seek individuals who can handle pressure, overcome challenges, and adapt to changes in the workplace. Resilient employees are more likely to take initiative, show leadership potential, and inspire their colleagues to perform better. Moreover, they tend to bounce back from setbacks more quickly, making them more likely to succeed in their careers. Resilience is a remarkable quality that empowers individuals to navigate life's obstacles with grace, strength, and determination. By embracing adversity and developing resilience, we can enhance our mental and emotional well-being, forge stronger relationships, achieve greater success, and enjoy a healthier and more fulfilling life. While life will always present its challenges, the power of resilience allows us to not just survive, but truly thrive in the face of adversity. The ability to cope with life's challenges varies from person to person, and it is not necessarily determined by a specific personality type or group of people. Coping skills can be developed and strengthened over time, and individuals from all walks of life can have effective coping strategies. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity and maintain mental strength during difficult times. Resilient people tend to view challenges as opportunities for growth and learning, and they are better equipped to adapt to changes. Building a network of resilient people involves fostering strong connections, encouraging support, and providing resources to help individuals bounce back and thrive in the face of challenges. Here are some steps to create such a network. Clearly define the purpose and goals of the network. Make sure everyone understands the importance of resilience and how it can benefit individuals and the community. Look for people who have demonstrated resilience in the past or have a desire to develop it. Seek individuals from diverse backgrounds, as diverse perspectives can enrich the network's capacity to address various challenges. Foster a culture of trust, respect, and psychological safety within the network. Encourage open communication and active listening to ensure that everyone's voice is heard and valued. Offer workshops, seminars, or online courses that focus on building resilience. These could cover stress management, emotional intelligence, problem-solving skills, and coping mechanisms. Encourage members to support and mentor each other. Peer support can be a powerful tool for resilience building as individuals learn from others' experiences and share their own coping strategies. Provide access to resources that can help individuals enhance their resilience. This could include books, articles, videos, or apps focused on resilience and mental well-being. Organize events or gatherings where members can interact, share experiences, and forge meaningful connections. This strengthens the sense of belonging and encourages mutual support. Promote the importance of self-care practices, such as regular exercise, mindfulness, adequate sleep, and maintaining a healthy work-life balance. Emphasize the importance of adaptability and a growth mindset. Encourage members to view challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. Create an open and supportive atmosphere for discussing mental health. This helps to reduce stigma and encourages individuals to seek help when needed. Extend the network's activities to the wider community by organizing events, workshops, or campaigns focused on resilience and mental well-being. Regularly assess the network's effectiveness and impact. Use feedback from members to identify areas for improvement and implement changes accordingly. Building a resilient network takes time and effort, but the benefits are significant. A strong support system can enhance individuals' ability to cope with challenges and contribute to a more resilient and compassionate society. In the face of adversity and societal pressures that try to make us lose hope, maintaining motivation becomes crucial for personal growth and societal progress. Life's journey is often filled with hurdles, setbacks, and moments that test our resolve. However, it is during these very moments that our ability to stay motivated can lead to profound transformation and positive change. In this chapter, we explore the importance of staying motivated when society tries to strip away our hope and how it can shape our lives for the better. Throughout history, humanity has faced numerous challenges, from wars and pandemics to economic downturns and political upheavals. Yet, time and again, the human spirit has proven to be resilient. Our capacity to bounce back from adversity, to persevere, and to find hope even in the darkest of times highlights the underrated power of human resilience. Being motivated during such moments can serve as a driving force to channel this resilience into actions that bring about positive change. When society tries to make individuals lose hope, it often breeds negativity and skepticism. However, staying motivated can act as a catalyst for personal growth. Embracing a mindset of motivation allows us to reframe challenges as opportunities for learning and development. By setting goals and striving to achieve them, individuals can tap into their untapped potential and discover newfound strengths. In times of crisis or hopelessness, motivated individuals who refuse to succumb to despair often emerge as leaders. Their unwavering determination and positive outlook can inspire others to follow suit, creating a ripple effect that leads to collective action and empowerment. Leadership born from motivation plays a pivotal role in steering society towards resilience, unity, and progress. Many societal issues stem from a lack of hope or complacency towards the status quo. However, staying motivated in the face of challenges can fuel the fire for social change. History has shown us that some of the most significant reforms and movements arose from individuals who refused to accept injustice and believed in a better future. Motivation becomes the driving force behind activism, advocacy, and efforts to create a fairer, more just society. Hope and motivation are integral to fostering innovation and creativity. When people believe in a better future and are determined to overcome obstacles, they are more likely to explore new ideas and push boundaries. Motivation enables us to think outside the box, finding inventive solutions to complex problems and driving progress in science, technology, art, and all facets of human endeavor. During challenging times, mental and emotional well-being can be severely impacted. Society's attempts to make people lose hope can lead to anxiety, depression, and a sense of helplessness. However, motivation acts as a protective shield for our mental health. It empowers individuals to build resilience, manage stress, and cultivate a positive outlook even in the face of adversity. In a world that sometimes seems determined to strip away our hope, staying motivated is a powerful tool that can transform lives and communities. The human spirit is resilient, and harnessing the strength of motivation enables us to rise above challenges, instigate positive change, and inspire others to do the same. By fostering motivation within ourselves and those around us, we can collectively build a brighter future, overcoming obstacles and shaping a society that embraces hope, progress, and the relentless pursuit of a better tomorrow. Remember, it is in the darkest moments that the light of motivation shines brightest. Emotional intelligence involves recognizing and understanding one's emotions and the emotions of others. People with high emotional intelligence can regulate their emotions effectively and find constructive ways to cope with stress and difficult situations. Having a strong support system of friends, family, or a community can significantly improve coping skills. Being able to share concerns, seek advice, or simply lean on others during tough times can be beneficial. Individuals with an optimistic outlook tend to cope better with stress and challenges. They may view setbacks as temporary and believe in their ability to overcome obstacles. Knowing one's strengths, weaknesses, and limitations can lead to better coping strategies. Being self-aware allows individuals to seek help when needed and choose appropriate coping methods. Those who are skilled at analyzing problems and finding practical solutions may cope more effectively with challenging situations. People who can adjust to changing circumstances and are open to trying new strategies are often better equipped to cope with unexpected challenges. Story inspiration: resilience drove me into manhood. Once upon a time, in a small town nestled amidst towering mountains, there lived a young boy named Mike. He was a curious and adventurous child who loved exploring the wilderness that surrounded his home. Mike's father, a wise old man named Samuel, would often regale him with stories of the great mountains and the people who had conquered them. One day, as Mike played near a steep cliff, disaster struck. He slipped and fell, tumbling down the rocky slope, and his right leg got severely injured. The pain was excruciating, but Mike's resilience and determination kicked in. He refused to surrender to despair and managed to crawl back to the town, where he was taken care of by his family and the town doctor. The road to recovery was long and challenging, but Mike never lost hope. He spent weeks confined to his bed, staring out the window, dreaming of the day he would walk again and explore the mountains he loved so much. Samuel, impressed by his son's resilience, would share more stories of great men and women who faced tremendous hardships but emerged victorious because of their unwavering spirit. As time passed, Mike's leg slowly healed, but it would never be the same. Despite the pain and the limp, he refused to let it define him. With the support of his family and the lessons of resilience passed down by his father, he began the painful journey of rehabilitation. Each day, he would venture outside with a walking stick, slowly pushing his limits and facing the physical and emotional challenges that came with it. He would have to become more emotionally intelligent because women began to reject him more. One morning, Samuel presented Mike with an old, weathered map of the mountains. The map had belonged to Samuel's great-grandfather, who was a legendary mountaineer. With a glint in his eye, Samuel said, "Mike, the greatest mountains are not the ones outside. They lie within us, waiting to be conquered. You have shown immense strength and resilience, and it's time to embrace your destiny." Mike's heart swelled with determination as he studied the map. He knew what he had to do. With his father's blessings and the unwavering support of the town, he embarked on a life-changing journey. It was not an easy path. The mountains were unforgiving and treacherous, but Mike was unyielding. He faced storms, avalanches, and moments of doubt, but his resilience kept him going. Through the trials and tribulations, Mike grew stronger, both physically and mentally. He learned to adapt, to overcome, and to find courage in the face of fear. Along the way, he encountered fellow travelers who needed help, and he selflessly offered his assistance, drawing from his own experiences of struggle and perseverance. One fateful day, after many months of strenuous climbing, Mike reached the summit of the tallest mountain in the range. As he stood there, overlooking the vast landscape below, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and peace. He knew that this journey had transformed him from a boy to a man. Mike descended the mountain with a newfound purpose. He returned to his town, not as a hero, but as an embodiment of resilience and hope. He shared his experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to face their challenges head-on and to believe in their own strength. As years passed, Mike's story spread far and wide, reaching distant lands. People from all over sought his wisdom and guidance, not just in mountaineering but also in life. Mike became a symbol of resilience, a living testament that no matter how difficult life's obstacles may be, one can emerge stronger and wiser if they face them with unwavering determination and a brave heart. And so, the boy named Mike, who once faced adversity with a smile, became a man who inspired others to conquer their own mountains, both real and metaphorical, and to find the strength to transform themselves in the process. His journey was a reminder that resilience is not just a trait, it is a choice to rise again and again, no matter how many times life knocks us down. Rejection is an inevitable part of life. Whether it's in personal relationships, career pursuits, or creative endeavors, we all face situations where our hopes and efforts are met with disappointment. One valuable lesson young men can learn is how to handle rejection gracefully and build resilience. Looking up to a man who has mastered the art of dealing with rejection can provide invaluable insights into facing life's challenges with determination, self-assurance, and a positive mindset. The role model, a beacon of resilience. In a world where constant success is glorified, learning to cope with rejection is a crucial life skill. By observing a role model who navigates rejections with grace, young men can gain valuable perspectives on how to handle setbacks constructively. This role model could be a mentor, a family member, a public figure, or anyone who has demonstrated the ability to face rejection and emerge stronger. A man who handles rejection well is not afraid to show vulnerability. He understands that experiencing disappointment is a part of growth and development. By acknowledging his feelings and allowing himself to be open about them, he demonstrates that it's okay to feel hurt and disappointed. A role model who knows how to handle rejection can teach young men to reframe their perspectives. Instead of dwelling on failures, they learn to view rejections as opportunities for growth. These experiences can provide valuable feedback and insights that guide them towards improvement. A man who is adept at handling rejection knows that success often requires persistence and adaptability. By embracing rejection as a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block, he shows young men how to channel their energy into refining their approach and trying again. One of the most important lessons a role model can impart is the significance of maintaining self-worth regardless of external outcomes. A man who handles rejection well understands that his value isn't determined solely by others' opinions. This mindset empowers young men to cultivate a strong sense of self-esteem and self-belief. Rejection can be an excellent teacher if approached with the right mindset. A role model who embraces failure as a valuable learning opportunity showcases how to analyze setbacks, identify areas for improvement, and apply these lessons to future endeavors. The journey towards success is paved with rejections, and learning to handle them is an essential skill that every young man should cultivate. By looking up to a role model who demonstrates resilience in the face of rejection, they gain insights into embracing vulnerability, reframing perspectives, persisting with determination, maintaining self-worth, and learning from failure. These lessons will not only help them navigate life's challenges more effectively, but also empower them to grow into confident and resilient individuals who can rise above setbacks and continue to strive for their dreams. Rejection is an inevitable part of life, often causing emotional distress and challenges to one's self-esteem. However, in the face of rejection, discipline emerges as a powerful tool that empowers individuals to cope, learn, and to grow. By instilling a structured approach to managing emotions and responses, discipline becomes a key factor in turning setbacks into stepping stones towards personal development and success. Discipline acts as a compass, guiding individuals towards their goals even in the midst of rejection. When faced with a setback, it's easy to lose sight of one's objectives and succumb to self-doubt. However, disciplined individuals understand that rejection is just a temporary setback, and they persistently work towards their aspirations regardless of the hurdles they encounter. Discipline encourages a mindset shift where rejection is seen as an opportunity to learn and improve. Instead of dwelling on negative emotions, disciplined individuals analyze the situation objectively. They ask themselves, what can I learn from this rejection? This analytical approach transforms rejection into a valuable lesson, enabling growth and refinement of skills. One of the greatest challenges in dealing with rejection is managing emotions effectively. Discipline teaches individuals to channel their emotions in a productive manner. By practicing self-control and emotional regulation, disciplined individuals are better equipped to navigate the emotional roller coaster that rejection often brings. This controlled emotional response prevents impulsive decisions and preserves mental well-being. Resilience is the cornerstone of handling rejection, and discipline is its nurturing soil. Disciplined individuals build resilience by consistently facing challenges head-on, adapting to setbacks, and bouncing back stronger. This resilience prevents rejection from becoming a paralyzing force, enabling individuals to persevere and thrive in the face of adversity. Discipline plays a pivotal role in cultivating and maintaining a positive mindset. This mindset is crucial when dealing with rejection, as it allows individuals to see possibilities amidst difficulties. Disciplined individuals practice gratitude, focus on their achievements, and maintain a hopeful outlook even after experiencing rejection. This positive mindset fuels their motivation to keep moving forward. Discipline is synonymous with consistency, and consistent effort is essential for overcoming rejection. When facing rejection, individuals with discipline continue to invest time and energy into their pursuits. They understand that success often requires repeated attempts, learning from failures, and pushing forward regardless of initial setbacks. In the journey of life, rejection is an inevitable companion. However, the way one responds to rejection can make all the difference. Discipline emerges as a guiding light, helping individuals navigate the challenging path of rejection with resilience, focus, and a positive outlook. By reframing rejection as a learning opportunity, managing emotions constructively, and fostering consistent efforts, disciplined individuals transform setbacks into stepping stones towards personal growth and success. So, embrace discipline as your ally and watch how rejection becomes a mere detour on the road to achieving your dreams. Starting over is a daunting prospect for many. Whether it's a new job, a new relationship, or a new chapter in life, the fear of rejection can be paralyzing. People who have a hard time starting over often find rejection to be one of their most formidable adversaries. In this article, we will explore the intricacies of this struggle, the psychological toll it can take, and some strategies to overcome it. One of the reasons people find it difficult to start over is the fear of the unknown. It's natural to feel comfortable in familiar environments, routines, and relationships. These provide us with a sense of security and predictability. However, when the need for change arises, stepping into the unknown can be terrifying. The fear of rejection becomes a powerful deterrent, keeping us trapped in situations that no longer serve us. Rejection is a universal human experience, but for those already grappling with the challenges of starting over, it can feel particularly devastating. This is because rejection often exacerbates feelings of inadequacy, self-doubt, and insecurity. When you're trying to establish a new life, these emotions can be crippling. Rejection can take many forms, from a job application turned down to a romantic relationship ending. Each instance chips away at one's self-esteem, making it even harder to muster the courage to start anew. Over time, this cycle of rejection and self-doubt can lead to anxiety, depression, and a deep sense of hopelessness. Strategies for coping with rejection during a fresh start. Recognize that everyone faces rejection at some point. Instead of beating yourself up over it, practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer a friend in a similar situation. Starting over doesn't always mean making radical, overnight changes. Gradual transitions can reduce the shock of change and make rejection easier to handle. Understand that setbacks are a natural part of any new beginning. Don't expect perfection from yourself, and be prepared for some bumps along the way. Connect with friends, family, or a therapist who can provide emotional support during times of rejection. Talking about your feelings and experiences can be immensely therapeutic. Instead of dwelling on the pain of rejection, try to extract lessons from it. What can you learn from the experience? How can you improve and grow from it? Visualize your success and the positive outcomes of your new beginning. This can help counteract the fear of rejection with a sense of hope and possibility. Starting over is never easy, and the fear of rejection can make it even more challenging. However, it's crucial to remember that rejection is not a reflection of your worth as a person. It's a part of life that everyone encounters. By developing resilience and employing strategies to cope with rejection, you can overcome this obstacle and embark on a new journey with confidence and determination. Remember, every fresh start is an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Chapter 5. Fostering self-assurance, empowering resilience in the face of rejection. I am proud of myself for putting myself out there, regardless of the outcome. Rejection is an inevitable part of life. From personal relationships to professional endeavors, everyone faces rejection at some point. Whether it's being turned down for a job, experiencing a breakup, or facing criticism for our ideas, rejection can be emotionally challenging and often leaves us feeling vulnerable. However, fostering self-assurance can be a powerful tool to cope with rejection and emerge stronger from these experiences. In this chapter, we will explore how self-assurance helps individuals deal with rejection and transforms adversity into opportunities for growth and personal development. Rejection can be profoundly distressing, causing feelings of inadequacy, self-doubt, and diminished self-worth. It challenges our sense of belonging and validation, making us question our abilities and value. However, it is crucial to recognize that rejection is a subjective experience and doesn't necessarily reflect our true capabilities or worthiness. By fostering self-assurance, individuals can reframe their perspective on rejection and navigate through these challenging situations with resilience and grace. Self-assurance is the foundation of emotional resilience. It involves cultivating a positive and realistic perception of oneself, acknowledging both strengths and areas for improvement. Here are some strategies to build self-assurance. Celebrate personal achievements, no matter how big or small. Keeping a record of successes helps create a positive self-image and reminds individuals of their capabilities during moments of rejection. Failures and rejections are not signs of weakness, but opportunities for growth and learning. Embracing these setbacks with a growth mindset allows individuals to develop resilience and bounce back stronger. Treat yourself with kindness and understanding. Avoid self-criticism and negative self-talk. Self-compassion fosters a sense of inner security and enables individuals to face rejection with a gentler perspective. Welcoming constructive criticism helps individuals identify areas for improvement and understand that rejection does not define their entire being. Aim for achievable goals and milestones, as accomplishing them boosts confidence and provides a sense of accomplishment. Fostering self-assurance helps individuals redefine rejection. Instead of seeing it as a personal attack, they can view it as a redirection toward more suitable opportunities. This change in perception lessens the emotional impact of rejection and allows them to move forward positively. Self-assurance enables individuals to maintain belief in their abilities even when facing rejection. They recognize that rejection is just one outcome and does not invalidate their potential for success. Self-assurance acts as a buffer against the negative effects of rejection. It allows individuals to bounce back from disappointments, learn from their experiences, and adapt their approach accordingly. Fostering self-assurance encourages individuals to embrace rejection as part of their journey toward personal development. They become open to learning from their experiences and making necessary changes to improve themselves. Self-assured individuals are more likely to maintain healthy relationships despite experiencing rejection. They understand that not every bond is meant to be and use rejection as an opportunity to find more compatible connections. Rejection can be painful, but it doesn't have to be crippling. Fostering self-assurance empowers individuals to confront rejection with resilience and optimism. By recognizing their worth, embracing failures, and staying true to their abilities, they can navigate rejection as a stepping stone toward growth rather than an obstacle. Self-assurance not only helps people deal with rejection, but also enhances their overall well-being, enabling them to lead fulfilling lives with confidence and grace. Chapter 6. How valuable is rejection? Rejection forces us to embrace and confront our vulnerabilities head-on. It requires us to put ourselves out there, exposing our true selves to the judgment of others. By embracing vulnerability, we cultivate the courage to take risks and step outside our comfort zones. Each rejection becomes a stepping stone towards becoming more comfortable with discomfort, allowing us to develop a stronger sense of self and a deeper understanding of our capabilities. Rejection often brings with it a wave of negative emotions such as disappointment, sadness, or frustration. However, it is through navigating these emotions that we develop emotional resilience. The process of bouncing back from rejection teaches us how to handle setbacks and cope with failure. As we build resilience, we become better equipped to handle future rejections with grace and optimism, knowing that they are not a reflection of our worth, but rather an opportunity for growth. Rejection provides us with valuable feedback that can be instrumental in our personal and professional development. By examining the reasons behind the rejection, we can identify areas for improvement and gain insights into our strengths and weaknesses. Constructive criticism, though initially hard to accept, can be a powerful tool for self-improvement. It helps us refine our skills, refine our approach, and adapt to new challenges, ultimately boosting our confidence in our abilities. Rejection challenges the self-limiting beliefs we may hold about ourselves. It pushes us to question and redefine our notions of what we are capable of achieving. Each rejection serves as a reminder that failure is not the end, but rather a stepping stone towards success. As we persist in the face of rejection, we begin to dismantle the barriers we have perceived in our minds, opening ourselves up to new possibilities and expanding our potential. Maybe it wasn't me, it was their self-esteem they were struggling with. Rejection built my confidence today. I'm built different. With each rejection we overcome, our confidence grows. We recognize the strength and resilience that lies within us, and we celebrate our ability to persevere. This newfound confidence seeps into other aspects of our lives, empowering us to take on new challenges and seize opportunities that we may have shied away from in the past. The experience of rejection becomes a badge of honor, proof of our determination and resilience. While rejection may initially seem like a blow to our self-esteem, it holds tremendous potential for personal growth and the development of unshakable confidence. By embracing vulnerability, cultivating emotional resilience, learning from feedback, challenging self-limiting beliefs, and celebrating our resilience, we transform rejection into a tool for success. Rejection becomes an integral part of our journey, shaping us into stronger, more resilient individuals capable of navigating life's challenges with confidence. So, let us not fear rejection, but rather embrace it as a catalyst for growth and an opportunity to unlock our true potential. I am successful, I am eating healthy, my bills are paid, and I am conquering rejection. Story time about Live. Once upon a time in a small town, there lived a young boy named Live. He was a dreamer with a heart full of aspirations. His greatest desire was to become a talented artist and share his creations with the world. He would spend countless hours sketching and painting, lost in his own colorful universe. One day, the town announced an art competition, promising the winner a chance to exhibit their work at a prestigious art gallery. The mere thought of showcasing his talent thrilled Live, and he worked tirelessly to create a masterpiece that he believed would win everyone's hearts. As the day of the competition approached, Live's excitement mingled with nervousness. He imagined the applause and admiration he would receive for his art. But when the time finally came to unveil his creation, reality hit him like a cold gust of wind. The judges glanced at his artwork with indifference, and the audience showed little interest. Feeling disheartened and rejected, Live's spirit crumbled. He couldn't comprehend how his passion and dedication had failed to be recognized. The disappointment he faced was a heavy burden that seemed impossible to bear. But amidst the sadness and self-doubt, Live found something hidden within himself: resilience. He realized that rejection was a part of life, but it did not define him. Instead of giving up, he chose to embrace the pain and turn it into motivation. He decided that he would not be deterred by a single setback. With newfound determination, Live sought to improve his skills. He stopped chasing women and looking for acceptance. He enrolled in art classes, read books on famous artists, and practiced day and night. He let go of the fear of judgment and began to express himself more boldly through his art. As time passed, Live's work started to evolve, reflecting the depth of emotions he had experienced. Each brushstroke seemed to carry a piece of his soul, making his art authentic and captivating. He found peace in his creativity, using it as a means of healing and growth. Word of Live's resilience spread throughout the town, and people began to take notice of his exceptional talent and dedication. Art enthusiasts and critics alike appreciated the honesty and maturity that now gravitated towards his creations. One day, the same art gallery that had once rejected him approached Live. They had seen his recent work and were immensely impressed. They offered him a solo exhibition, acknowledging the transformation he had undergone as an artist. The exhibition was a tremendous success, and people praised his ability to convey emotions through art. But for Live, the real victory was not the recognition, money, or praise. It was the realization that rejection had shaped him into a stronger, more compassionate person. Through the journey of overcoming rejection, Live had blossomed from a hopeful boy into a resilient and confident man. He understood that success wasn't just about applause and accolades, but about the determination to keep moving forward despite the odds. From that point on, Live continued to create art that touched hearts and inspired others. He became a mentor to young artists, teaching them the value of perseverance and embracing the highs and lows of their creative journeys. In the end, Live's story was a reminder that rejection could be a stepping stone to greatness, and sometimes, the most transformative journeys are the ones filled with obstacles and challenges. And so, his art became a testament to the strength that comes from turning rejection into an opportunity for growth. And his spirit became an inspiration to all those who faced setbacks on their path to success. Chapter 7. Building Confidence, My Platform, My Journey. Confidence is a powerful attribute that can have a profound impact on various aspects of our lives. It is an essential quality that allows us to face challenges, pursue our goals, and develop a positive self-image. While there are numerous strategies for building confidence, one often overlooked yet highly effective approach involves spending more time on your own platform. Embracing independence and dedicating time to cultivate your skills, interests, and personal growth can significantly enhance your confidence. Spending time on your own platform provides a unique opportunity to discover and explore your passions. It allows you to delve into activities and interests that genuinely ignite your enthusiasm without the pressures or expectations of others. Whether it's writing, painting, coding, or any other pursuit, investing time in what genuinely excites you cultivates a sense of purpose and fulfillment. As you immerse yourself in your passion, you begin to develop a deep understanding and expertise in your chosen field. This expertise naturally breeds confidence. With every new milestone, you become more assured of your abilities, leading to increased self-assurance and a positive self-perception. When you dedicate time to your own platform, you have the freedom to focus on honing your skills and expanding your knowledge. This intentional practice allows you to improve your abilities and reach new levels of mastery. As you acquire expertise in your chosen area, your confidence grows exponentially. As you invest time in personal growth, you also become more self-reliant. The process of learning, problem-solving, and overcoming obstacles on your own strengthens your belief in your capabilities. With each skill you acquire and each hurdle you overcome, you reinforce the belief that you can handle whatever challenges come your way. Spending time on your own platform nurtures authenticity and self-expression. It encourages you to explore and express your unique ideas, perspectives, and creativity without inhibition. This freedom to be your authentic self is a powerful confidence booster. Authenticity breeds confidence because it allows you to embrace your true identity and values. When you are true to yourself and unafraid to express your thoughts and opinions, you attract like-minded individuals who appreciate and support you. The validation and connections that result from being authentic further bolster your confidence, enabling you to stand firmly in your own truth. One of the most significant benefits of spending time on your own platform is the resilience it builds within you. Pursuing your interests and goals independently exposes you to challenges, setbacks, and occasional failures. However, these experiences are valuable opportunities for personal growth. As you face and overcome obstacles, you develop resilience, which is essential for building confidence. Resilience enables you to bounce back from setbacks, learn from failures, and adapt to new circumstances. It instills in you a belief that setbacks are temporary and that you possess the inner strength to persevere. With this mindset, setbacks no longer shatter your confidence but instead become stepping stones to greater achievements. Spending more time on your own platform is a powerful catalyst for building confidence. By dedicating time to pursue your passions, develop skills, foster authenticity, and build resilience, you embark on a transformative journey of self-discovery and growth. Embracing independence allows you to cultivate a strong sense of self, nurturing the confidence required to pursue your dreams and embrace the challenges that come your way. So, step onto your platform, embrace your uniqueness, and watch your confidence soar to new heights. Chapter 8. Finding Purpose Through High Self-Esteem. Self-discipline is an important aspect of self-esteem. The more you practice self-control, the more you like and value yourself. The more you discipline yourself, the greater your sense of self-respect and personal pride. The more you practice self-discipline, the better your self-image. You ultimately become the master of self. Self-discipline gives you control over your life and helps you overcome self-destruction. It boosts your self-esteem and confidence, which will help you focus on your purpose in life. Self-esteem is our overall sense of worth and value. It is how we feel about ourselves, our abilities, and our place in the world. When we have high self-esteem, we feel good about ourselves and our capabilities. We are more likely to take risks, set goals, and achieve success. We are also more likely to be happy and content with our lives. Purpose in life is a sense of meaning and direction. It is what gives our lives value and makes us feel like we are making a difference. When we have a sense of purpose, we are more likely to be motivated, engaged, and fulfilled. We are also more likely to be resilient in the face of challenges. High self-esteem gives us the confidence to pursue our goals. When we have high self-esteem, we believe in ourselves and our abilities. We are more likely to take risks and set challenging goals. We are also more likely to persevere in the face of setbacks. This gives us a greater chance of achieving our goals and finding purpose in our lives. Life is full of challenges, but people with high self-esteem are better equipped to deal with them. People with high self-esteem are faced with more obstacles in life. Rejection is a normal occurrence for them. They are more likely to see challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. They are also more likely to have a positive outlook, which helps them to persevere in the face of adversity. People with high self-esteem are more likely to have healthy and fulfilling relationships. They are more likely to be confident and assertive, which helps them to communicate effectively and set boundaries. They are also more likely to be supportive and understanding of others. People with high self-esteem are simply happier and more content with their lives. They are more likely to enjoy the present moment and appreciate the good things in their lives. They are also less likely to be stressed or anxious. If you are looking to find purpose in your life, building self-esteem is a great place to start. By following the tips above, you can start to feel better about yourself and your abilities. This will give you the confidence to pursue your goals, overcome challenges, and build fulfilling relationships. As a result, you will find a greater sense of meaning and direction in your life. Tips for building self-esteem. Set realistic goals and achieve them. When you achieve your goals, it gives you a sense of accomplishment and boosts your self-esteem. Spend time with positive people who support you. The people you surround yourself with have a big impact on your self-esteem. Make sure you are spending time with people who make you feel good about yourself. Do things that you are good at. When you focus on your strengths, it helps you to feel more confident and capable. Be kind to yourself. Eat healthy. Talk to yourself the way you would talk to a friend. Don't treat yourself how people treat you. Their objective is to reject you and make you look down on yourself. Be patient and understanding with yourself, and forgive yourself for your mistakes. Building self-esteem takes time and effort, but it is worth it. When you have high self-esteem, you will find that you are more motivated, engaged, and fulfilled. You will also find that you have a greater sense of purpose in your life. High self-esteem can have several positive effects on a person's ability to deal with mental health issues. Here are some ways in which high self-esteem can be beneficial. Individuals with high self-esteem tend to be more resilient in the face of adversity. They have a strong belief in their own abilities and worth, which can help them bounce back from setbacks and cope better with challenges associated with mental health issues. High self-esteem promotes a positive self-image. When individuals have a positive perception of themselves, they are more likely to engage in self-care, seek support, and make healthier choices for their overall well-being. This can include seeking more confident people to be around, adopting healthy coping strategies, and maintaining a balanced lifestyle. High self-esteem is often associated with greater emotional well-being. People with high self-esteem tend to experience lower levels of anxiety, depression, and stress. They have a more positive outlook on life, are better able to regulate their emotions, and are less likely to fall into negative thinking patterns. Individuals with high self-esteem are typically better at setting and maintaining boundaries. They have a clear understanding of their own needs and are more likely to prioritize self-care. This can involve saying no to situations or relationships that are detrimental to their mental health, setting limits on their time and energy, and seeking support when needed. High self-esteem is often linked to increased problem-solving skills. When individuals believe in their own abilities, they are more likely to approach challenges with a positive mindset and seek solutions. They are less likely to become overwhelmed by obstacles and can apply their confidence to finding effective strategies to address their mental health issues. Chapter 9. How self-empowerment builds confidence. Confidence is a vital trait that enables individuals to overcome challenges, pursue their goals, and thrive in various aspects of life. While some people seem naturally self-assured, confidence is not an inherent quality that only a few possess. In fact, confidence can be cultivated and strengthened through self-empowerment. By recognizing their own worth, embracing personal strengths, and taking control of their lives, individuals can embark on a transformative journey of self-empowerment that builds unwavering confidence. The first step towards self-empowerment is developing a deep sense of self-awareness. This involves understanding one's values, passions, and areas of growth. By recognizing and accepting both strengths and weaknesses, individuals can develop a realistic perception of themselves, setting the foundation for self-empowerment. Self-awareness enables individuals to acknowledge their unique qualities and appreciate their intrinsic worth, fostering a positive self-image that fuels confidence. Self-empowerment involves setting meaningful goals and taking proactive steps towards achieving them. When individuals define their aspirations, they gain a sense of direction and purpose. Breaking down larger goals into smaller, achievable tasks not only provides a roadmap for success, but also boosts confidence through the fulfillment of incremental achievements. Each accomplishment reinforces the belief that individuals have the ability to take control of their lives, leading to increased self-assurance. A growth mindset is crucial in self-empowerment and building confidence. By adopting the belief that skills and abilities can be developed through dedication and effort, individuals embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles to their self-worth. A growth mindset encourages individuals to learn from failures, persist in the face of setbacks, and embrace continuous self-improvement. Through this mindset, confidence flourishes as individuals recognize that their potential is not fixed, but ever expanding. The people we surround ourselves with significantly impact our self-perception and confidence levels. To foster self-empowerment and build confidence, it is crucial to surround oneself with positive influences. Building a supportive network of friends, mentors, and role models who uplift and inspire can provide encouragement during challenging times and reinforce belief in one's abilities. By surrounding oneself with those who believe in their potential, individuals gain the confidence to embrace their strengths and pursue their goals. Self-empowerment is a journey filled with ups and downs. Celebrating progress, no matter how small, is essential to maintain motivation and build confidence. Continuously recognizing achievements, whether big or small, reinforces a positive self-image and enhances belief in one's capabilities. Moreover, practicing self-compassion and embracing mistakes as learning opportunities rather than failures allows individuals to maintain a resilient and confident attitude. Treating oneself with kindness and understanding encourages continued growth and self-empowerment. Confidence is not an innate quality but a result of self-empowerment. By embracing self-awareness, setting goals, cultivating a growth mindset, surrounding oneself with positive influences, and practicing self-compassion, individuals can embark on a transformative journey that builds unwavering confidence. As confidence grows, individuals become better equipped to face challenges, seize opportunities, and live a fulfilling life guided by their own capabilities. Self-empowerment is the key to unlocking the power within and realizing one's true potential. When you have control over your own destiny, you have the power to shape your life in a way that aligns with your values, goals, and aspirations. It allows you to pursue your passions, make choices that bring you joy and satisfaction, and create a life that feels meaningful to you. Having control over your destiny means being self-reliant and not being entirely dependent on external factors or the decisions of others. It enables you to be more self-sufficient, take responsibility for your actions, and exercise your freedom to make choices that serve your best interests. Taking charge of your own destiny can significantly boost your sense of empowerment and self-confidence. It reminds you that you have the ability to overcome challenges, learn from failures, and achieve your goals. This belief in your own capabilities can have a positive impact on various aspects of your life, including personal relationships, career advancement, and personal growth. When you control your own destiny, you are more likely to actively seek opportunities to grow. You can set meaningful goals, pursue new experiences, and continuously learn and improve yourself. This proactive approach to life allows you to expand your skills, knowledge, and perspectives, leading to personal growth and a greater sense of fulfillment. If you don't take control of your own destiny, you may find yourself living a life that is dictated by external circumstances or the decisions of others. This can lead to feelings of regret and resentment, as you may feel trapped or unfulfilled in a life that doesn't align with your true desires. Taking charge of your destiny helps you avoid these negative emotions and live a life that you can be proud of. When you control your own destiny, you have the opportunity to make a positive impact not only on your own life, but also on the lives of others. By pursuing your passions, achieving your goals, and living a life that is authentic to you, you inspire and motivate those around you to do the same. Your actions and choices can influence and uplift others, creating a ripple effect of positive change. Overall, controlling your own destiny gives you a sense of purpose, agency, and fulfillment, allowing you to lead a life that is truly your own. It empowers you to make choices that align with your values, pursue your dreams, and create a positive impact in the world. Chapter 10. How to manifest confidence. I am manifesting confidence in myself every day, and I believe in my abilities to handle rejection honorably. Manifesting confidence involves a combination of mindset, body language, and practice. Here are some strategies to help you manifest confidence. Cultivate self-belief and positive thoughts about yourself. Remind yourself of your strengths and accomplishments. Focus on your abilities and what you can offer rather than dwelling on insecurities or self-doubt. Taking care of your physical and mental well-being plays a crucial role in confidence. Get enough sleep, eat a balanced diet, exercise regularly, and engage in activities that bring you joy and relaxation. When you feel good physically, it positively impacts your self-confidence. Monitor your inner dialogue and challenge negative self-talk. Replace self-criticism with self-encouragement and affirmations. Remind yourself of your capabilities and focus on your strengths. Body language can significantly influence how others perceive you and how confident you feel. Stand tall with good posture, make eye contact, and maintain a relaxed and open stance. Smiling, using expressive gestures, and speaking clearly can also project confidence. Accept that nobody is perfect, and it's okay to have weaknesses. Instead of fixating on your flaws, focus on developing and showcasing your strengths. Play to your strengths and work on improving areas where you feel less confident. Whether it's for a presentation, interview, or any other situation where confidence matters, thorough preparation can boost your confidence. Practice your skills, rehearse your speech, and familiarize yourself with the subject matter. The more prepared you are, the more confident you'll feel. Confidence grows when you challenge yourself and step outside your comfort zone. Take calculated risks and engage in activities that push your boundaries. Each time you overcome a challenge, your confidence will increase. Surround yourself with supportive and positive people who believe in you. Their encouragement and feedback can enhance your self-confidence and provide a strong support system. Confidence doesn't mean the absence of fear. It means taking action despite the fear or uncertainty. Embrace discomfort and see it as an opportunity for growth. The more you face your fears, the more confident you'll become. Remember that confidence is a journey, and it takes time and effort to build. Be patient with yourself and practice these strategies consistently. Over time, you will gradually manifest greater confidence in various aspects of your life. Chapter 11. How self-doubt can creep into a person's spirit. Self-doubt can significantly lower a person's self-esteem by undermining their confidence, creating a negative self-perception, and impacting their overall sense of worth. Here are some ways self-doubt can contribute to lowered self-esteem. Self-doubt often manifests as negative self-talk, where individuals constantly criticize and doubt their abilities, appearance, or worth. This internal dialogue reinforces feelings of inadequacy and erodes self-esteem over time. Self-doubt can instill a fear of failure or making mistakes. When individuals doubt their capabilities, they may hesitate to take risks or pursue their goals due to the fear of not measuring up. This avoidance further reinforces feelings of incompetence and negatively impacts self-esteem. Self-doubt often leads to comparing oneself unfavorably to others. Constantly measuring up to an unrealistic standard set by others can make individuals feel inferior and diminish their self-worth. Comparisons often overlook personal strengths and achievements, further eroding self-esteem. When plagued by self-doubt, individuals may struggle to accept themselves as they are. They may focus on perceived flaws and shortcomings, leading to feelings of inadequacy. This lack of self-acceptance undermines self-esteem and prevents individuals from recognizing and appreciating their unique qualities. Self-doubt can contribute to rejection syndrome, a persistent feeling of being not accepted despite evidence of competence and accomplishments. Individuals experiencing rejection syndrome attribute their successes to luck or external factors rather than acknowledging their own abilities. This can erode self-esteem as they feel they don't deserve their achievements, or society may downplay your achievements if they can't put a monetary value on it. Self-doubt can create a limited belief in one's own abilities and potential. Doubting oneself can prevent individuals from setting realistic goals, taking on challenges, or pursuing opportunities. This self-imposed limitation reinforces a negative self-image and contributes to lower self-esteem. Overall, self-doubt undermines confidence, self-acceptance, and belief in one's own abilities. It can lead to a negative perception of oneself, increasing feelings of inadequacy, and ultimately lowering self-esteem. Recognizing and addressing self-doubt is crucial for building a healthier self-image and improving self-esteem. Chapter 12. How living vicariously through people with low self-esteem is a waste of time. Living vicariously through people with low self-esteem can be problematic for several reasons. Here are a few considerations. When someone with low self-esteem becomes the object of someone else's vicarious living, it can create an unhealthy dynamic. The person with low self-esteem may feel used or objectified, as if their life experiences are solely meant to fulfill the needs of others. This can further damage their self-esteem and perpetuate a cycle of low self-worth. Taking on someone else's experiences as a means of escapism or fulfillment can place a heavy emotional burden on both parties involved. The person living vicariously may develop an unhealthy dependence on the other person's experiences. While the individual with low self-esteem may feel responsible for providing a source of validation or excitement, further heightening their own insecurities. Living through others can hinder personal achievements. Instead of facing their own challenges and pursuing their own goals, individuals with low self-esteem may become passive observers of others' lives. This can prevent them from building self-confidence, acquiring new skills, and achieving their own aspirations. Living vicariously through others can create a sense of detachment from reality. It can lead to a skewed perception of life, as people often share only the highlights or carefully curated aspects of their experiences. By living through others, individuals with low self-esteem may miss out on the authentic and natural aspects of their own lives, including both joys and struggles. Focusing excessively on someone else's experiences can cause individuals to neglect their own needs and well-being. It's important for everyone to cultivate a sense of self-worth, self-care, and self-fulfillment. Neglecting these aspects can lead to increased dissatisfaction, unfulfilled desires, and a lack of personal satisfaction. To address these issues, individuals with low self-esteem can benefit from seeking support, such as therapy or counseling, to develop healthier coping mechanisms, build self-esteem, and find fulfillment in their own lives. It's essential to encourage personal growth, self-reflection, and self-acceptance rather than relying on others for validation. Chapter 13. Rejection and the lack of social support. I embrace rejection as a chance to learn and improve. Rejection can contribute to a lack of social support. The relationship between rejection and social support is complex and can vary depending on individual circumstances. Here are a few ways rejection can affect social support. Rejection can lead to feelings of isolation, low self-esteem, and decreased self-confidence. These emotional effects may make it more difficult for individuals to reach out for support or maintain existing social connections. Experiencing rejection, particularly in social settings or relationships, can result in social exclusion. People may feel excluded by their peers or community, leading to a decreased sense of belonging and reduced social support. Repeated experiences of rejection can erode a person's trust in others and make it challenging for them to open up and seek support. Fear of further rejection may cause individuals to withdraw and isolate themselves, resulting in a lack of social support. Rejection can contribute to feelings of shame and stigma. Individuals may worry that sharing their experiences of rejection will lead to further judgment or rejection from others, making them reluctant to seek social support. While rejection can impact social support, it's important to note that social support is influenced by various factors, including personal relationships, community resources, and the overall social environment. Other factors such as socioeconomic status, mental health, and life circumstances also play significant roles in determining the level of social support individuals have access to. It's crucial to offer understanding, empathy, and acceptance to individuals who have experienced rejection, as it can help them rebuild their social support networks and foster resilience. Chapter 14. The soul and its connection with confidence. I am not defined by the opinions of others, I define my own path. The concept of a soul is often associated with spirituality and personal identity. While the idea of a soul can vary across different belief systems and philosophies, it is commonly thought of as the essence or core of an individual's being. Confidence, on the other hand, relates to one's self-assurance, belief in oneself, and ability to trust in their own capabilities. The connection between having a soul and building confidence can be subjective and depend on personal beliefs. For individuals who believe in the existence of a soul, it can provide a sense of purpose, meaning, and intrinsic value to their existence. This belief in a higher purpose or greater significance can contribute to a person's confidence by providing a foundation of self-worth and identity. Having a soul can also be associated with qualities such as resilience, inner strength, and an inherent goodness or potential for growth. Believing in the existence of these qualities within oneself can foster confidence, as it allows individuals to view challenges and setbacks as opportunities for personal development rather than insurmountable obstacles. Moreover, the belief in a soul can offer comfort and a sense of interconnectedness with others and the universe. Recognizing that one's experiences and actions have a deeper significance can instill a sense of confidence in navigating life's complexities and uncertainties. It's important to note that confidence can be built through various factors, including personal achievements, supportive relationships, and developing skills and knowledge. Soul music is the heartbeat of emotion, the rhythm of our shared humanity, and the melody of our deepest feelings. Soul music is known for its ability to deeply touch and inspire people on an emotional and spiritual level. Here are several reasons why soul music has the power to inspire. Soul music is often rooted in personal experiences and emotions. It expresses raw and genuine emotions, allowing listeners to connect with the artist's vulnerability and authenticity. This sincerity resonates with people and can inspire them to embrace their own emotions and truths. Soul music frequently explores universal themes such as love, heartbreak, struggle, and resilience. By delving into these emotional depths, soul music provides a relatable experience for listeners. It acknowledges the complexities of human existence and allows people to process and understand their own emotions better. Soul music is characterized by passionate and expressive vocal performances. Artists often pour their hearts and souls into their singing, infusing their voices with intensity, depth, and a wide range of emotions. These captivating vocals can evoke strong emotions in listeners and stir their souls. Soul music features infectious grooves and captivating rhythms. The combination of soulful melodies, rich harmonies, and dynamic beats creates an irresistible energy that can uplift and energize listeners. The rhythmic nature of soul music often encourages people to move, dance, or simply tap their feet, fostering a sense of joy and inspiration. Soul music has a long history of addressing social and political issues. It has been a powerful medium for expressing messages of empowerment, equality, justice, and the struggles faced by marginalized communities. By conveying these messages through music, soul artists inspire listeners to reflect on societal challenges and take action for positive change. Soul music has deep roots in African American culture and history. It emerged as a form of expression and resistance during times of adversity, such as the Civil Rights Movement. The harmony from solo artists and groups created massive jealousy, but the hatred made the music more soulful. Soul music carries the legacy of resilience and hope. Its cultural significance can inspire people by reminding them of the strength and resilience of the human spirit. The human spirit is able to handle rejection even when the mind is struggling to. Overall, soul music inspires people because it speaks to their emotions, provides a sense of authenticity, and connects them to something larger than themselves. It offers a powerful and transformative experience that can uplift, motivate, and touch the soul. Once upon a time in a bustling city, there lived a girl named Tanya. She had always been self-conscious about her appearance, constantly hiding behind layers of makeup and woolly hair. Tanya's friends often encouraged her to embrace her natural beauty, but she couldn't summon the courage to do so. One sunny morning, as Tanya was scrolling through social media, she stumbled upon an article about the beauty of going natural. It featured stories of people who had embraced their true selves and gained newfound confidence. Inspired by these tales, Tanya decided it was time for a change. She began by letting her hair flow in its natural, curly state. It was a small step, but it felt liberating. She noticed that her friends, who had always supported her, were thrilled to see her true self shine through. Encouraged by this, Tanya gradually reduced her use of makeup and changed her eating habits. She started with lighter shades and less foundation, allowing her natural acne to peek through. She switched diet over to mostly fruits. Each day, she felt more like herself, and her confidence grew. But the real turning point came when Tanya decided to go makeup-free to a friend's party. She felt vulnerable and exposed at first, but as the evening went on, something incredible happened. Her friends complimented her on her natural beauty, and even strangers at the party admired her confidence. As days turned into weeks, Tanya began to radiate a newfound confidence. She found herself walking with her head held high, and her smile was brighter than ever. Her self-acceptance was a magnet, attracting positivity and admiration from everyone around her. One day, Tanya decided to share her journey on social media, hoping to inspire others to embrace their natural beauty. The response was overwhelming. Messages poured in from people who had been struggling with the same insecurities. They, too, were inspired to take small steps towards self-acceptance. Tanya's transformation wasn't just about her physical appearance, it was a journey of self-discovery and self-love. She had learned that true beauty came from within, and that confidence was the key to unlocking it. As she continued to inspire others to embrace their natural selves, Tanya's life became a shining example of the power of self-confidence and authenticity. Chapter 15. Tough love in an emotional society. Tough love can be important in certain situations, but its effectiveness and appropriateness depend on the context and the individuals involved. Tough love refers to a parenting or mentoring approach that involves setting strict boundaries, enforcing consequences, and providing direct feedback in order to promote personal growth and accountability. In some cases, tough love can be beneficial. It can help individuals develop resilience, self-discipline, and a sense of personal responsibility. For example, when someone is engaged in self-destructive behavior or has become overly reliant on others, tough love can serve as a wake-up call, encouraging them to make positive changes and take control of their lives. However, it's important to exercise caution and balance when using tough love. Every person is unique, and different approaches may be more effective depending on their personality, circumstances, and the specific issue at hand. Excessive or indiscriminate use of tough love can have negative consequences, such as damaging relationships, fostering resentment, or intensifying existing emotional issues. It's essential to consider the individual's emotional well-being and provide support alongside the tough love approach. Combining firmness with empathy, understanding, and clear communication can help strike the right balance and increase the likelihood of positive outcomes. Ultimately, tough love should be seen as a tool to be used judiciously and with careful consideration of the individual's needs and circumstances. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and alternative approaches, such as gentle guidance or supportive mentoring, may be more appropriate in certain situations. Story of honesty. Once upon a time, in a quaint little town, lived a woman named Denise and her daughter, Honesty. Denise was known for her tough love approach when it came to parenting, but she always had her daughter's best interests at heart. One day, Honesty came home from school with tears in her eyes. She had just auditioned for the school play, hoping to land the lead role, but unfortunately, she didn't get the part. Heartbroken and feeling rejected, she sought solace in her mother's arms. Denise listened patiently to her daughter's woes, but instead of immediately comforting her, she gently said, "Honesty, I understand how disappointed you are, but this is a part of life. Rejection is a bitter pill to swallow, but it can also be a powerful teacher. You're talented, and I believe in you, but sometimes we need to experience failure to grow stronger." Initially taken aback, Honesty couldn't quite grasp her mother's perspective. However, Denise continued to offer guidance. She encouraged Honesty to practice more, hone her skills, and try again. Denise knew that coddling her daughter at this moment wouldn't serve her well in the long run. As weeks passed, Honesty took her mother's advice to heart. She worked diligently on her acting, practiced her lines, and even joined a local drama club. It wasn't an easy journey, and there were moments of frustration and self-doubt. However, Denise stood by her side, gently nudging her forward while reminding her that resilience and perseverance were crucial in achieving success. Slowly but surely, Honesty began to blossom. Her acting improved, and she gained confidence in her abilities. She auditioned for other plays, and though there were more rejections, each one served as a stepping stone towards growth and improvement. One day, a renowned theater director visited the school to cast actors for a professional production. Honesty hesitated but decided to audition. This time, her years of hard work and her mother's tough love paid off. The director saw potential in her performance and offered Honesty a prominent role in the play. Ecstatic and proud, Honesty rushed home to share the news with her mother. Denise's eyes shimmered with tears of joy, and she hugged her daughter tightly. She knew that Honesty had a journey not only about landing a role, but about learning to cope with rejection and using it as a catalyst for personal development. As the curtain rose on opening night, Denise watched her daughter shine on stage with pride. Honesty had learned that sometimes life's toughest moments could be transformed into powerful opportunities for growth and achievement. Denise's tough love had instilled in her daughter the resilience and determination needed to navigate life's challenges. And Honesty was forever grateful for the love and guidance she received from her mother. Chapter 16. Rejection and Mental Health. Rejection, though painful, is the root of emotional resilience. We eventually emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate in our journey through the mystery of human experiences. When people can't handle rejection, they tend to get violent. Emotional intelligence helps people that are experienced in getting rejected retain the knowledge to become better leaders. People tend to relate leadership to money and end up getting lost in mainstream media. I am strong enough to face rejection and use it to fuel my determination. Rejection can have a significant impact on a person's mental health, and it may lead to various emotional and psychological challenges. Here are some mental health issues that can stem from rejection. Repeated or intense rejection can trigger feelings of sadness, hopelessness, and worthlessness, potentially leading to clinical depression. The constant feeling of not being accepted or valued can deeply affect a person's self-esteem. Fear of rejection can cause individuals to experience anxiety in social situations. They may become excessively self-conscious, worry about being judged, or avoid social interactions altogether to prevent potential rejection. Repeated rejection can erode self-esteem and self-worth. Individuals may start questioning their abilities and attractiveness, feeling inadequate or unlovable. To avoid facing rejection, some people may isolate themselves from social interactions, which can lead to feelings of loneliness and further exacerbate mental health issues. Fear of rejection might make it challenging for individuals to establish and maintain healthy relationships, both platonic and romantic. They might push people away or avoid getting close to others. Rejection can make a person emotionally sensitive, causing them to interpret neutral or unrelated events as signs of rejection. This can lead to overreacting or misunderstanding others' intentions. Some individuals may resort to unhealthy coping mechanisms like substance abuse, self-harm, or disordered eating to numb the pain of rejection temporarily. Rejection is a common and often painful experience that everyone faces at some point in their lives. Whether it's a job application, a romantic relationship, or a social interaction, being rejected can have profound effects on a person's emotional and psychological well-being. One aspect that is often overlooked is the impact of rejection on eating habits. The connection between rejection and unhealthy eating behaviors is a complex and significant issue that deserves attention. In this chapter, we will explore how rejection negatively affects people's eating habits and delve into the emotional and physiological mechanisms that underlie this relationship. When faced with rejection, many individuals turn to food as a coping mechanism to deal with their emotional distress. Emotional eating is a phenomenon in which people eat in response to their feelings rather than in response to hunger. Negative emotions such as sadness, loneliness, frustration, and disappointment can trigger emotional eating, leading to overeating or consuming unhealthy comfort foods. These foods are often high in sugar, fat, and calories, providing temporary relief and distraction from negative emotions. However, this coping mechanism is counterproductive in the long run, as it can lead to weight gain and a negative cycle of guilt and shame associated with food. Rejection triggers the body's stress response, leading to the release of stress hormones such as cortisol. These hormones not only heighten emotional distress, but also influence appetite and food preferences. Research suggests that stress can increase cravings for high-calorie, high-sugar, and high-fat foods. This can be attributed to the body's biological need to replenish energy reserves during times of perceived threat or distress. Unfortunately, indulging in these cravings only provides temporary relief and can contribute to the development of unhealthy eating habits. Rejection can significantly impact an individual's self-esteem and body image. Feelings of inadequacy and low self-worth resulting from rejection may drive some people to turn to food for comfort and solace. Seeking solace in food provides a momentary sense of pleasure, but it does not address the underlying emotional issues. Moreover, the subsequent weight gain or negative body image perceptions may lead to a destructive cycle of further emotional eating and body dissatisfaction. Rejection can also lead to social withdrawal and increased feelings of isolation. Social interactions often revolve around food, and being rejected may make individuals less inclined to engage in social gatherings or dining experiences. As a result, some may resort to eating alone, which can foster a sense of shame and worsen emotional eating behaviors. It's essential to recognize the negative impact of rejection on eating habits and implement healthy coping strategies to break this cycle. Here are some tips to help cope with rejection in a healthier way. Allow yourself to experience and process the emotions that come with rejection. Recognize that it's normal to feel hurt or disappointed. Talk to friends, family, or a therapist about your feelings. Sharing your emotions with others can provide comfort and perspective. Exercise is an excellent way to reduce stress and boost mood naturally. Pay attention to your hunger cues and emotional triggers before reaching for food. Practice mindful eating to develop a healthier relationship with food. Build emotional resilience by focusing on personal growth, setting realistic goals, and learning from rejection experiences. Rejection can significantly impact people's emotional well-being and lead to negative changes in eating habits. Emotional eating, stress-induced cravings, and body image issues are some of the ways rejection can influence how individuals approach food. Recognizing these patterns and implementing healthier coping strategies is crucial for breaking the cycle and fostering a more positive relationship with food and emotions. Seeking support, engaging in physical activity, and practicing mindfulness can aid in overcoming the negative effects of rejection and promote overall well-being. Remember, facing rejection is a part of life, and learning to cope with it positively is a valuable skill for personal growth and happiness. Rejection can foster negative thought patterns, such as assuming the worst in every situation. This can further contribute to feelings of hopelessness and pessimism. A history of rejection might instill a fear of failure and prevent individuals from taking risks or pursuing their goals, fearing that they will be rejected once again. Chapter 17. What is rejection like for students or professionals? For students or professionals, repeated rejections or failures can impact their performance and motivation, affecting their academic or occupational success. Rejection is an inevitable part of life, and it is something that every student will likely encounter at some point. Whether it's a college application, a job interview, a scholarship opportunity, or a romantic interest, facing rejection can be emotionally challenging. While some students may seemingly bounce back quickly, many are profoundly affected by rejection in ways that can have lasting consequences on their mental health, self-esteem, and overall academic performance. In this chapter, we will explore how rejection negatively affects students and discuss the potential long-term impacts it may have on their personal and academic lives. One of the most immediate and significant effects of rejection on students or people that seek knowledge is the emotional toll it takes. Feelings of sadness, disappointment, anger, and inadequacy are common reactions to being turned down or not achieving a desired goal. These emotions can lead to a decrease in motivation, a lack of interest in school activities, and difficulty concentrating on studies. In severe cases, students may experience anxiety and depression, which can further hinder their ability to thrive academically and socially. Rejection can profoundly impact a student's self-esteem and sense of self-worth. Receiving negative feedback or being overlooked for an opportunity can lead students to question their abilities and potential. As a result, they may start to doubt their talents and competencies, which can create a self-fulfilling cycle of underperformance. This dip in self-esteem can also affect their willingness to try new things or take risks, hindering personal achievements. Students who face repeated rejections may experience a decline in their academic performance. A lack of motivation and self-confidence can result in decreased effort and engagement in their studies. Additionally, students may start to develop a fear of failure, causing them to avoid challenging tasks or academic pursuits altogether. Consequently, their grades may suffer, leading to a vicious cycle of poor performance and further feelings of inadequacy. Rejection can lead students to isolate themselves from peers and social activities. They may feel embarrassed or ashamed, fearing judgment from others. As they withdraw from social interactions, students miss out on opportunities to develop essential interpersonal skills and build a support network. Social isolation can intensify feelings of loneliness and heighten the negative impact of rejection on their mental health. Long-term, the impact of rejection on students can extend well beyond their academic years. A fear of rejection may deter them from pursuing future opportunities or setting ambitious goals. Avoiding challenges and new experiences can limit their potential for personal and professional growth, potentially impacting their career prospects and overall fulfillment in life. Rejection is a natural part of life that every student will face at some point. However, it is crucial to recognize that its effects can be profound and far-reaching. As educators, parents, and mentors, it is essential to provide support and guidance to students when they face rejection. Encouraging resilience, teaching coping mechanisms, and fostering a growth mindset can help students navigate through these challenging experiences. By acknowledging the negative impact of rejection and offering a helping hand, we can empower students to overcome setbacks and move forward with confidence on their educational journey. Chapter 18. The Abyss of Rejection: How Rejection Can Lead to Addiction. I believe in myself and my abilities, no matter what setbacks I encounter. Rejection is a painful and emotionally challenging experience that everyone faces at some point in their lives. Whether it's in relationships, academics, or career pursuits, the sting of rejection can have profound effects on a person's mental health and well-being. One of the lesser-known consequences of repeated or intense rejection is its potential to lead individuals down the treacherous path of addiction. In this chapter, we will explore how rejection can pave the way to addiction and the underlying psychological mechanisms that contribute to this troubling connection. Addiction is a complex behavioral disorder characterized by the compulsive use of substances or engagement in activities despite negative consequences. While not everyone who experiences rejection will develop an addiction, there are several reasons why it can serve as a catalyst for addictive behaviors. Rejection can trigger intense emotional pain, leading individuals to seek relief and escapism through addictive substances or behaviors. Drugs, alcohol, or other addictive activities can temporarily numb the emotional distress caused by rejection, providing a sense of comfort or distraction. People who face rejection may suffer from heightened anxiety, depression, or other mental health issues. In an attempt to self-medicate and alleviate their emotional pain, they may turn to substances like drugs, unhealthy foods, or alcohol to regulate their moods and emotions. The emotional turmoil caused by rejection can impair an individual's ability to make rational decisions and exercise self-control. This can make them more susceptible to trying substances or engaging in risky behaviors that they might otherwise avoid. Repeated rejection can lead to feelings of social isolation and loneliness. Addictive substances or activities may become a way to fill the void of meaningful connections and temporarily fill the emotional emptiness. When healthy coping mechanisms fail to alleviate the pain of rejection, individuals may resort to addictive behaviors as a quick fix. Over time, this can lead to a pattern of negative coping that deepens the addiction. The brain's reward system, primarily driven by dopamine, plays a significant role in addiction. Repeated rejection can disrupt this system, making individuals more susceptible to seeking pleasure and reward through addictive substances or behaviors. Recognizing the potential link between rejection and addiction is essential in addressing this issue effectively. Here are some strategies to help break the cycle and foster healthier coping mechanisms. If you find yourself struggling with the aftermath of rejection and turning to addictive behaviors, seek the guidance of a mental health professional or addiction specialist. They can provide valuable support and create a personalized treatment plan. Surround yourself with supportive and understanding friends, family members, or support groups. Healthy social connections can significantly reduce the impact of rejection and alleviate the risk of addiction. Explore activities that promote positive emotions, such as exercise, hobbies, or creative pursuits. These activities can act as natural mood boosters and provide healthy outlets for stress. Work on building emotional resilience to better cope with rejection. Learning to adapt and grow from challenges can protect against the negative effects of rejection on mental health. Cultivate mindfulness to be present in the moment and observe your emotions without judgment. This practice can help you manage difficult feelings and reduce impulsive behavior. Rejection is a universal experience that can profoundly impact an individual's emotional and mental well-being. When left unaddressed, the pain of rejection can lead some individuals toward addictive behaviors as a coping mechanism. Understanding the link between rejection and addiction is crucial in recognizing the signs and seeking appropriate help and support. By promoting healthier coping strategies and fostering emotional resilience, individuals can navigate the challenges of rejection without falling into the abyss of addiction. Remember, reaching out for help is a sign of strength, and there is hope for recovery and a brighter future beyond the pain of rejection. Chapter 19. How listening can help people deal with rejection. Rejection is a universal experience that all individuals encounter at some point in their lives. Whether it's being turned down for a job, experiencing the end of a romantic relationship, or facing social exclusion, the pain of rejection can be intense and overwhelming. While it may seem counterintuitive, one of the most powerful tools for coping with rejection lies not in talking but in listening. In this chapter, we explore the healing power of listening and how it can help people deal with rejection. Rejection can leave a profound impact on our emotional and psychological well-being. The feelings of hurt, disappointment, and inadequacy can linger, affecting our self-esteem and confidence. Often, the initial instinct after facing rejection is to seek comfort by talking about the experience. While sharing our feelings and experiences can be therapeutic, listening plays an equally crucial role in the healing process. When faced with rejection, individuals may experience a range of emotions, such as sadness, anger, or even shame. By providing a safe and non-judgmental space to listen, friends, family members, or counselors validate these emotions. They acknowledge that the feelings experienced are genuine and acceptable, which helps the individual process and normalize their emotional response. Engaging in active listening allows the individual to reflect on their thoughts and feelings more deeply. This introspection can lead to greater self-awareness, enabling them to better understand their reactions to rejection. By recognizing their emotions and thought patterns, individuals can take the first step towards healing and personal growth. Rejection often triggers feelings of isolation and loneliness. The act of listening itself fosters connection and empathy, reminding the person that they are not alone in their struggles. Knowing that others are willing to lend an ear and empathize can provide immense comfort during times of emotional distress. Listening is not just about offering sympathy, it is about cultivating empathy. When people listen to others' experiences of rejection, they develop a deeper understanding of the complexities of human emotions. This, in turn, helps them become more empathetic individuals, better equipped to support others and themselves through difficult times. When we actively listen to others, we open ourselves up to different perspectives and coping mechanisms. Friends and loved ones may offer insights or share their own experiences of overcoming rejection, providing valuable guidance and encouragement. This exchange of ideas can broaden the individual's outlook and empower them to tackle future challenges. While rejection can be painful, it can also present an opportunity for personal growth and resilience. Listening to others who have navigated similar situations and emerged stronger can inspire hope and determination. Learning from these experiences, the individual can begin to see rejection as a stepping stone rather than an obstacle. In a world where talking often takes center stage, the power of listening should not be underestimated. When facing rejection, actively listening to ourselves and others can provide a healing balm for emotional wounds. It validates our feelings, encourages self-awareness, and fosters empathy and connection. By embracing the healing power of listening, we can emerge from rejection with greater strength, resilience, and a renewed sense of self. So, let's make time to those in need, for it is through listening that we heal and grow. Becoming a better listener is a valuable skill that can greatly improve your relationships, communication, and overall understanding of others. Here are some techniques to help you become a better listener. When someone is speaking to you, give them your full attention. Put away distractions like phones or laptops, maintain eye contact, and show that you are actively engaged in the conversation. Let the other person finish their thoughts before responding. Interrupting can be disrespectful and might prevent you from fully grasping their message. Active listening involves not only hearing the words being said, but also trying to understand the speaker's feelings, motivations, and perspectives. Show that you are actively engaged by nodding, using facial expressions, and giving verbal cues like "I see" or "I understand." Avoid making assumptions or judgments about what the speaker is saying before they finish expressing themselves. Give them the opportunity to fully explain their thoughts and feelings. If something is unclear or you need more information to fully understand, don't hesitate to ask questions. This shows that you are genuinely interested in what they have to say and want to understand their perspective better. Paraphrase or summarize what the speaker has said to ensure you've understood correctly. This not only demonstrates that you were listening, but also gives the speaker a chance to clarify if you've misunderstood anything. Some people take more time to express themselves or might find it difficult to articulate their thoughts. Be patient and give them the time they need to share their ideas fully. Sometimes, what the other person says may trigger strong emotions or differing opinions. Stay composed and avoid reacting defensively or emotionally. Focus on understanding their perspective before responding. Put yourself in the other person's shoes to understand their feelings and emotions better. Empathy can help you connect on a deeper level and create a more supportive environment for open communication. Being aware of your own thoughts and emotions while listening can help you stay focused and present in the conversation. Be open-minded and non-judgmental when listening to others. Everyone has their own experiences and perspectives, and it's essential to respect that diversity. After the conversation, provide constructive feedback if appropriate. Let the person know that you value their communication and encourage them to share more in the future. Remember, becoming a better listener is an ongoing process that requires practice and patience. By incorporating these techniques into your daily interactions, you can develop stronger listening skills and foster more meaningful connections with others. Chapter 20. People who deal with rejection the most that persevere. Rejection is an inevitable part of life, and while it is a universal experience, some individuals seem to encounter it more frequently than others. Rejection can manifest in various forms, from romantic relationships and job applications to social interactions and creative pursuits. It is essential to understand that everyone faces rejection at some point. But certain personality traits and life circumstances may make some people more susceptible to encountering rejection in higher frequencies. In this chapter, we will explore the types of people who deal with the most rejection and offer insights into how they can navigate these challenges. People who strive for excellence and set ambitious goals are often more susceptible to rejection. High achievers are driven by success and are willing to take on challenges that others may shy away from. However, their constant pursuit of excellence may lead to encountering rejection more frequently. Whether it's applying for competitive jobs, aiming for leadership positions, or seeking opportunities to showcase their talents. High achievers expose themselves to more potential rejection due to the nature of their ambitions. Innovators and creatives, including artists, writers, and entrepreneurs, regularly face rejection as they explore uncharted territories and challenge traditional norms. Their work is subjective, and what resonates with one person may not with another. This inherent subjectivity exposes them to potential criticism and rejection, which can be disheartening. Nonetheless, this group often possesses a unique resilience that fuels their determination to create and innovate despite the risk of rejection. People who identify as social outliers or those who struggle to fit into conventional social norms may experience higher rates of rejection. Their beliefs, interests, or values might differ significantly from the majority, leading to potential exclusion or blackballing. While being true to oneself is essential for personal growth and authenticity, it can also lead to more encounters with rejection due to a lack of understanding or acceptance from others. Highly sensitive individuals tend to be more emotionally responsive and perceptive, making them more vulnerable to the impact of rejection. Their ability to empathize deeply may lead to heightened feelings of disappointment or hurt when facing rejection in any context. It is crucial for HSIs to develop coping mechanisms to protect their emotional well-being while navigating life's challenges. In today's rapidly changing job market, individuals who find themselves frequently switching jobs or seeking new opportunities may face a higher rate of rejection. Whether due to career transitions, job market fluctuations, or personal growth objectives, serial job seekers often experience multiple rejections before finding the right fit. The process of job hunting itself can be demanding and emotionally taxing, making them more prone to encountering rejection. People who actively seek romantic relationships or who engage in frequent dating are likely to face more instances of rejection. The realm of romance involves vulnerability and emotional investment, which inherently increases the potential for disappointment when things don't work out as hoped. However, those who are romantically adventurous also possess a willingness to take risks and explore meaningful connections, which can lead to positive outcomes in the long run. Rejection is a part of the human experience that we all encounter to varying degrees. While certain personality types and life circumstances may make some individuals more susceptible to rejection, it is essential to remember that facing rejection is not a reflection of one's worth or capabilities. In fact, resilience, adaptability, and the ability to learn from setbacks are crucial for personal growth and success. If you find yourself dealing with frequent rejection, remember that it is a natural part of life and a stepping stone towards finding the right opportunities and connections. Seek support from friends, family, or professionals if needed, and use each rejection as an opportunity for self-improvement and introspection. Embrace your uniqueness and continue to pursue your passions, for it is in persistence that we often find success and fulfillment despite life's obstacles. Chapter 21. Cognitive Thinking and Rejection. Cognitive thinking, also known as cognitive reframing or cognitive restructuring, is a psychological technique that can help individuals cope with various challenges, including rejection. When faced with rejection, people often experience negative emotions such as sadness, disappointment, frustration, or even anger. Cognitive thinking involves identifying and modifying these negative thought patterns to develop a more balanced and constructive perspective. Here's how it can help people deal with rejection. Cognitive thinking encourages individuals to recognize and challenge their negative thoughts related to rejection. Instead of automatically assuming the worst, they learn to evaluate the evidence for and against these thoughts. This process can help them realize that their negative self-assessments might be exaggerated or distorted. Cognitive thinking promotes acceptance of the fact that rejection is a normal part of life and that everyone experiences it at some point. Instead of dwelling on the rejection and feeling stuck, individuals learn to acknowledge the reality of the situation and move forward. Often, people tie their self-worth to external factors, such as approval or acceptance from others. Cognitive thinking helps them differentiate between rejection in a specific situation and their overall self-worth as a person. They understand that being rejected in one area doesn't make them fundamentally inadequate or unlikable. Cognitive distortions are irrational and unhelpful thought patterns that can contribute to feelings of distress. Some common cognitive distortions related to rejection include mind reading or catastrophizing. By recognizing and challenging these distortions, individuals can gain a more realistic and balanced perspective. Just becoming more self-reliant through cognitive thinking can help aid a person in manifesting better people to be around. Cognitive thinking helps individuals develop healthier coping strategies to deal with rejection. Instead of isolating or avoiding situations that may lead to rejection, they can focus on problem solving, seeking social support, or engaging in positive activities to boost their mood. By actively working on their thought patterns, individuals can build resilience and emotional strength. They learn to bounce back from rejection more quickly and with less emotional turmoil. Cognitive thinking can encourage individuals to view rejection as an opportunity for growth and learning. By examining the situation objectively, they can identify areas of improvement and use the experience constructively for future endeavors. Instead of being overly self-critical after rejection, cognitive thinking promotes self-compassion. Individuals learn to treat themselves with the same kindness and understanding they would offer to a friend facing similar circumstances. It's essential to note that while cognitive thinking can be a valuable tool in coping with rejection, it is not a one-size-fits-all solution. In cases of persistent or overwhelming distress, seeking support from friends, family, or a mental health professional is crucial. Sometimes, professional guidance can provide additional strategies and insights to help individuals navigate challenging emotional experiences effectively. Video games have been shown to have a range of cognitive benefits as they engage players in various mental activities that can positively impact their cognitive skills. Here are some ways in which video games can contribute to the development and improvement of cognitive abilities. Many video games require players to solve complex puzzles, challenges, and tasks. This constant engagement in problem solving can enhance a player's ability to analyze situations, think critically, and develop strategic approaches to overcome obstacles. Video games often involve remembering and recalling information, such as game rules, map layouts, item locations, and quest objectives. This repetitive exercise of memory can strengthen a person's ability to retain and retrieve information in other areas of life. Action-based video games often demand quick reflexes and precise hand-eye coordination. Regular practice in these games can improve a person's ability to process visual information and translate it into precise motor responses. Many video games require sustained attention and focus to achieve objectives. As players immerse themselves in gaming environments, they learn to concentrate on specific tasks and ignore distractions, which can translate to improved focus in real-life situations. Video games frequently involve navigating through virtual environments, understanding maps, and manipulating objects in three-dimensional spaces. These activities can enhance a person's spatial awareness and visualization abilities. Some video games challenge players to manage multiple tasks simultaneously. This can improve a person's capacity to multitask efficiently and switch between different activities without losing focus. Video games often present players with choices that can significantly impact the game's outcome. Making decisions under pressure can help players refine their decision-making skills and learn to weigh the consequences of their actions. Certain video games encourage creativity by allowing players to design characters, build structures, or create custom content. Engaging in these creative aspects can stimulate imagination and foster innovative thinking. Many modern video games incorporate online multiplayer features, requiring players to interact and collaborate with others. This can lead to the development of teamwork, communication, and social skills. Some narrative-driven games can evoke strong emotional responses in players. Learning to manage and understand these emotions in a safe virtual environment can potentially aid in emotional regulation and empathy in real life. It's important to note that the extent of cognitive benefits can vary depending on the type of video game, the time spent playing, and the individual's engagement level. Moderation is essential, as excessive gaming or playing inappropriate content may have negative effects on cognition and well-being. Ultimately, a balanced approach to video game use can maximize the potential cognitive benefits while minimizing any potential drawbacks. Chapter 22. The Power of Focus: How to Stay Committed to Finding Solutions. In today's fast-paced and ever-changing world, the ability to stay focused on solutions is a valuable skill. Whether you are facing personal challenges, professional obstacles, or societal issues, maintaining a solution-oriented mindset can empower you to overcome adversities and create positive change. This chapter aims to explore the importance of focusing on solutions and provide practical strategies to enhance your problem-solving capabilities. Human nature often leads us to dwell on problems, fixating on negative aspects and becoming overwhelmed in self-doubt or despair. While acknowledging challenges is essential, dwelling on them excessively can hinder progress and cause stress and anxiety. The key to overcoming this mindset is to shift our focus from problems to solutions. When faced with a problem, it is crucial to reframe it in a way that highlights the potential for finding a solution. Instead of viewing the situation as an impossible obstacle, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. By altering our perspective, we open ourselves up to innovative and creative approaches to address the issue. Setting clear and achievable goals is a crucial step in staying focused on solutions. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound goals provide a roadmap for problem solving. They break down the challenge into manageable steps, making it easier to stay on track and measure progress. A positive mindset is a powerful catalyst for staying focused on solutions. When we approach problems with optimism and an unwavering belief in our ability to find answers, we become more resilient in the face of obstacles. Cultivating a positive outlook also encourages collaboration and creativity, as we are more likely to seek help and explore new possibilities. Mindfulness, the practice of being present and fully engaged in the moment, can significantly enhance your ability to stay focused on solutions. By staying grounded in the present, you can prevent your mind from wandering into negative thought patterns or becoming overwhelmed by past failures. Mindfulness allows you to approach problem solving with clarity and a sense of calm, enabling you to make better decisions. Solutions often emerge from the exchange of diverse perspectives and ideas. Surround yourself with a diverse group of individuals, whether colleagues, friends, or mentors, who can offer fresh insights and alternative viewpoints. Embrace feedback and be open to constructive criticism, as they can guide you toward more refined and effective solutions. When tackling complex issues, it is easy to feel overwhelmed by the magnitude of the challenge. To combat this, break the problem into smaller, more manageable tasks. Addressing one step at a time provides a sense of accomplishment and keeps you focused on the immediate solution, ultimately leading to the resolution of the larger problem. Failure is an inevitable part of the problem-solving process. Instead of viewing failures as dead ends, see them as opportunities to learn and grow. Find the root of the problem and start all over if you have to. Analyze what went wrong, identify areas for improvement, and apply these insights to refine your approach. A growth-oriented mindset can turn setbacks into stepping stones toward success. Staying focused on solutions is a skill that can be honed through practice and a shift in mindset. By reframing problems, setting clear goals, cultivating a positive outlook, and embracing mindfulness, you can navigate challenges with greater confidence and creativity. Remember that solutions often arise from collaboration, diverse perspectives, and a willingness to learn from failures. By adopting these strategies, you will harness the power of focus to overcome obstacles and create positive outcomes in both your personal and professional life. Chapter 23: Artificial Intelligence Solution to Dealing with Rejection. Artificial intelligence can assist people in coping with rejection in various ways, primarily by providing emotional support, offering personalized advice, and facilitating personal growth. Here are some ways AI can help people deal with rejection. AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistants can be designed to provide empathetic responses and words of encouragement to individuals experiencing rejection. These chatbots can engage in conversations, validate feelings, and offer coping strategies, helping users feel less alone and more understood. In situations where rejection is related to job applications, college admissions, or creative submissions, AI algorithms can analyze the rejection feedback and provide personalized insights to help individuals improve their performance. AI can highlight strengths and weaknesses, identify areas for improvement, and suggest specific steps for growth. AI-powered recommender systems can suggest alternative opportunities and options after a rejection. For instance, if someone faces rejection in a job application, the AI can analyze their skills and experiences to recommend other suitable job openings or industries where they might find success. AI platforms can offer personalized learning paths to help individuals develop skills that may have contributed to the rejection. By identifying areas of improvement and providing tailored educational resources, AI can aid in skill enhancement and self-improvement. AI can be utilized to create interactive emotional intelligence training programs. These programs can help people better understand their emotions, manage stress, and build resilience, all of which are crucial in dealing with rejection effectively. For individuals struggling with the emotional impact of rejection, AI-powered virtual reality therapy can provide a controlled environment to gradually expose them to situations related to rejection. This exposure therapy can assist in reducing the fear and anxiety associated with rejection over time. AI can help connect individuals who have experienced similar rejections, facilitating the creation of support communities and forums. These spaces allow people to share their experiences, seek advice, and receive support from others who can relate to their struggles. Artificial intelligence can complement human interactions in various ways, enhancing productivity, efficiency, and decision-making. Here are some examples of how AI can be beneficial in human interactions. AI-powered systems can analyze vast amounts of data about individual preferences and behavior, enabling personalized recommendations and experiences. This personalization can improve customer interactions, making them feel understood and valued. AI-driven virtual assistants like Siri, Google Assistant, or Alexa can help users perform tasks, answer questions, and provide information. They can simplify daily activities, making human-computer interactions more natural and intuitive. AI-powered chatbots are becoming increasingly sophisticated, allowing businesses to provide 24/7 customer support. These bots can handle routine queries, freeing up human agents to focus on more complex issues, thus improving response times and customer satisfaction. AI excels at processing and analyzing vast amounts of data quickly and accurately. This capability is invaluable in fields such as finance, healthcare, and marketing, where data-driven decision-making is essential for success. AI can predict future trends and outcomes based on historical data. In areas like sales and marketing, predictive analytics can help businesses tailor their strategies for better results. AI-driven language translation tools facilitate communication between people who speak different languages. They can break down language barriers and promote cross-cultural interactions. AI can analyze text and speech to determine emotions and sentiments. This capability is useful in assessing customer feedback, social media interactions, and public opinion. AI-powered tools can assist in virtual collaboration and team communication by optimizing schedules, facilitating project management, and suggesting meeting times that work best for everyone involved. AI applications in healthcare can assist medical professionals with diagnosis, treatment planning, and patient monitoring. This can lead to better healthcare outcomes and improved patient-doctor interactions. AI-powered educational platforms can personalize learning experiences, adapt to individual needs, and provide real-time feedback to learners, enhancing the overall learning process. AI technologies can improve accessibility for people with disabilities. For example, speech recognition systems can enable hands-free interaction for individuals with mobility impairments. AI systems can provide valuable insights and recommendations to aid human decision-making across various domains, from business to personal choices. In a world where technology continues to intertwine with every aspect of our lives, the concept of companionship has not remained untouched. For some, facing rejection and loneliness has led them to seek solace in artificial intelligence companions. The rise of AI-driven chatbots, virtual assistants, and humanoid robots has offered individuals an alternative way to find understanding, empathy, and even love. This chapter explores the reasons behind this trend, delving into the psychological aspects of rejection and the human desire for meaningful connections. Rejection is a universal human experience, and it can be incredibly painful. Whether it's being turned down by a potential partner, experiencing the dissolution of a close relationship, or feeling isolated within social circles, rejection can leave deep emotional scars. Humans have an inherent need for social interaction, and when this need remains unfulfilled, it can lead to feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and depression. Artificial intelligence companions present an alluring alternative to the challenges of human relationships. These AI entities are designed to simulate human-like interactions, offering a sense of connection without the fear of rejection or judgment. AI companions can be programmed to be understanding, empathetic, and attentive, catering to individual needs and preferences. One of the most significant advantages of AI companions is their non-judgmental nature. They provide an environment where people can express themselves freely without fear of being criticized or misunderstood. This perceived safety fosters a sense of trust, which can lead individuals to form deep emotional connections with their AI counterparts. Unlike human relationships, AI companions are available 24/7. They are not limited by time zones, schedules, or personal commitments. As a result, those who feel isolated or struggle with social anxiety find solace in the reliable presence of an AI companion. AI companions can be customized to fit the user's preferences. Whether someone seeks a caring and compassionate confidant or a witty and humorous friend, AI technology allows users to design the perfect companion to suit their emotional needs. Advanced AI models can learn from interactions, becoming better at understanding their users over time. This adaptability makes AI companions more responsive and sensitive to the emotional states of their users. As the adoption of AI companions grows, ethical and psychological concerns come into focus. Although AI entities may provide a semblance of companionship, they cannot fully replicate the complexities and depth of human relationships. Relying solely on AI companions for emotional support may accelerate feelings of isolation, potentially hindering personal improvements of genuine human connections. Furthermore, the uncanny valley effect, where AI appears almost human but falls short in certain aspects, can lead to a sense of unease or even repulsion in some users. While AI companions may excel in empathetic responses, they lack genuine emotions, leaving users with a hollow experience. The rise of AI companionship raises questions about the future of human relationships and the potential societal impact. While AI can provide a temporary solution for those facing rejection or loneliness, it is essential to encourage healthy, face-to-face connections. Combining AI companions with human interactions may create a balanced approach, offering emotional support while encouraging individuals to engage with others on a deeper level. Chapter 24. The Unwanted Appetite: How Rejection Negatively Affects Eating Habits. Rejection is a powerful and universal emotional experience that can impact individuals in various ways. While its effects on mental health and self-esteem are well documented, the connection between rejection and eating habits is often overlooked. Many people turn to food as a coping mechanism when they face rejection, seeking comfort and solace in the arms of unhealthy eating habits. In this chapter, we explore how rejection can negatively affect eating habits and discuss strategies to foster a healthier relationship with food during difficult times. Emotional eating is a coping mechanism in which individuals use food as a way to deal with their emotions, particularly negative ones. Rejection, whether it's from a romantic partner, a friend, or a professional setting, can trigger feelings of sadness, loneliness, and low self-worth. In an attempt to find comfort and relief, individuals may turn to food for solace. When faced with rejection, people often gravitate towards comfort foods, high-calorie, high-fat, or high-sugar dishes that are associated with positive memories or emotions. These foods can temporarily lift one's mood and provide a sense of relief. However, consuming them in excess can lead to weight gain and a vicious cycle of guilt, further affecting self-esteem. Rejection triggers the release of stress hormones, such as cortisol, which can influence appetite and eating behaviors. Some individuals experience an increase in appetite, leading to overeating, especially when comfort foods are readily available. Others may lose their appetite due to heightened anxiety or depression. Binge eating is another common eating habit triggered by rejection. During a binge, individuals consume large amounts of food in a short period, feeling a temporary sense of control and numbness. However, binge eating can lead to feelings of shame, guilt, and physical discomfort afterward, perpetuating a cycle of negative emotions. Rejection can have a profound impact on self-esteem and body image. For some, it can reinforce negative perceptions of their physical appearance, leading to body dissatisfaction and a desire to change their eating habits in unhealthy ways. This might involve crash dieting, restrictive eating, or engaging in disordered eating patterns, all of which are detrimental to both physical and mental health. Having a support system can help alleviate emotional distress and reduce the reliance on food as a coping mechanism. Regular exercise can improve mood, reduce stress hormones, and boost self-esteem. Find activities you enjoy, such as walking, dancing, or yoga, to channel your emotions in a positive way. Pay attention to your body's hunger and fullness cues. Eat when you're hungry and stop when you're satisfied. Avoid using food as a distraction or an emotional crutch. Instead of turning to food when feeling rejected, engage in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment, such as hobbies, reading, or spending time with loved ones. Be kind to yourself and recognize that rejection is a natural part of life. Avoid self-criticism and negative self-talk, focusing instead on your strengths and accomplishments. Rejection can significantly impact eating habits, leading to emotional eating, comfort food indulgence, binge eating, and disordered eating patterns. Understanding the connection between emotions and eating behaviors is crucial for developing healthier coping strategies. Chapter 25. The social ramifications of rejection, unraveling its negative impact on individuals. Rejection, an intrinsic part of human life, can come in various forms, from romantic rejections to being excluded from social groups or job opportunities. While it is a common experience, its impact on individuals can be profound and multifaceted. Socially, rejection can leave deep emotional scars, influencing self-esteem, interpersonal relationships, and overall well-being. This chapter delves into the adverse effects of rejection on individuals' social lives and how it can shape their behavior and interactions with others. Rejection can be a heavy blow to one's self-esteem and sense of self-worth. Whether it occurs in personal relationships, friendships, or professional settings, being rejected can make individuals question their value and abilities. Over time, this erosion of self-esteem can lead to a negative self-image, hindering their willingness to engage socially and diminishing their overall confidence. Repeated experiences of rejection can trigger social anxiety and a fear of future rejections. The anticipation of being rejected or humiliated in social situations can lead individuals to avoid social interactions altogether. This avoidance behavior further perpetuates the cycle of isolation, making it difficult for them to forge meaningful connections with others and causing social skills to stagnate. Trust forms the foundation of any healthy relationship, and rejection can severely impact an individual's ability to trust others. Repeated experiences of rejection may lead them to become guarded and hesitant in forming new connections, as they fear being hurt or abandoned once again. This hesitancy to trust can result in difficulties forming deep, meaningful bonds with others, limiting their ability to experience the support and camaraderie that social connections can provide. Rejection can also affect an individual's communication patterns. They may become more defensive, withdrawn, or hostile as a coping mechanism to protect themselves from potential rejection. This altered communication style can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts, and further social isolation, as others may find it challenging to connect with someone who appears closed off or unapproachable. One of the most significant consequences of experiencing rejection is social alienation. People who feel rejected often perceive themselves as different from others or believe they don't fit into social norms and expectations. This sense of alienation can intensify feelings of loneliness, leading them to retreat from social settings where they fear experiencing rejection once again. The social consequences of rejection can have a severe impact on an individual's mental health. Feelings of loneliness, sadness, and isolation can contribute to the development of conditions such as depression and anxiety. The negative thought patterns resulting from rejection can become a routine, trapping individuals in a vicious cycle of social withdrawal and worsening mental well-being. Rejection's negative impact on individuals socially cannot be underestimated. The erosion of self-esteem, social anxiety, difficulty in building trust, communication issues, social alienation, and its toll on mental health are some of the ways rejection can drastically affect one's social life. Understanding these ramifications can help us become more empathetic and supportive of individuals who have experienced rejection, encouraging a more inclusive and understanding social environment. By promoting empathy, kindness, and compassion, we can work together to create a society where people feel accepted, valued, and supported, ultimately helping them heal from the wounds of rejection and reconnect with others in a more positive and meaningful way. The story of Smooth being lost in the sauce. Once upon a time, in the bustling city of Bloomville, there lived a man named Smooth who seemed to be living a charmed life. Everywhere he went, doors opened for him, opportunities fell into his lap, and people adored him. Smooth had a warm smile, a natural demeanor, and an uncanny ability to connect with others. He had never experienced rejection, not even once. Growing up, Smooth was always the popular kid in school. He effortlessly made friends, aced exams, and was elected student body president with unanimous votes. As he stepped into adulthood, the same pattern continued. Job interviews turned into job offers, romantic interests flocked to him, and he enjoyed a prosperous and fulfilling life. However, as the years passed, Smooth started to realize that his inability to face rejection had its drawbacks. Whenever he encountered the slightest obstacle or negative response, he felt devastated. It was as if he had never developed the emotional armor needed to handle the occasional hardships that life inevitably threw everyone's way. One day, as he strolled through a park, Smooth met an elderly man named Mr. Wise. They struck up a conversation, and Smooth couldn't help but notice the gentle wisdom that seemed to radiate from the old man. As they talked, Smooth shared his life story, including his constant struggle with rejection. Mr. Wise listened attentively and then said with a knowing smile, "My dear young man, life is full of ups and downs. Rejection is a part of the human experience. Embracing it doesn't mean you're weak, it means you're brave enough to confront reality. Your inability to cope with rejection has kept you sheltered, preventing you from reaching your true potential." Smooth was taken aback by Mr. Wise's words, realizing that they held a deep truth he had never considered before. He spent more time with the old man, learning from his experiences and reflecting on his own life. Slowly, Smooth began to understand that his avoidance of rejection had stifled his personal growth. With newfound determination, Smooth decided to face his fear of rejection head-on. He started small, putting himself in situations where rejection was possible. He applied for jobs that were a bit out of his comfort zone and asked someone out on a date despite the fear of rejection. Surprisingly, he didn't succeed in everything he attempted, but the world didn't collapse around him either. As he continued to expose himself to rejection, Smooth noticed an incredible transformation. He became more resilient and self-assured. He learned to embrace failure as a stepping stone toward success rather than a crushing blow to his self-worth. Over time, he realized that rejection was not a reflection of his value as a person, but merely a natural part of the circle of life. With his newfound strength, Smooth decided to use his experiences to help others who also struggled with rejection. He volunteered at a support group for people facing various challenges, offering them encouragement and sharing his journey of growth. His empathy and understanding touched the lives of many, and he became a beacon of hope for those who thought they were alone in their struggles. As the years passed, Smooth continued to flourish and positively impact those around him. He still encountered rejection from time to time, but now he faced it with grace and resilience, knowing that it was merely a stepping stone in his journey. And so, the man who once had never been rejected became a symbol of strength through adversity. Smooth's story reminded everyone that facing rejection was not a weakness but a testament to the courage and strength that lay within the human spirit. Rejection helped him understand how much people with similar experiences in life can help him gain knowledge. Now, he actually knows what rejection is, and it's helping him fulfill his purpose in life. Chapter 26. The Impact of Capitalism on Self-Esteem, a Critical Examination. Discrimination and capitalism are two entities that always find a way to destroy people's confidence on a massive scale. Capitalism, as an economic and social system, has been predominant in many societies across the globe for centuries. While it has brought about remarkable advancements and prosperity, it also comes with its fair share of drawbacks. One such concern is its potential impact on the self-esteem of individuals. This chapter aims to explore how capitalism, as an economic ideology that emphasizes competition and material success, can inadvertently lead to the lowering of people's self-esteem. Capitalism is built upon the foundation of competition, individualism, and profit maximization. As a result, society tends to place significant value on material wealth and achievements, often equating them with success and personal worth. In this hyper-competitive environment, people are constantly striving to accumulate more wealth, possessions, and recognition, which can create a never-ending race to keep up with the Joneses. For those who struggle to attain these material markers of success, feelings of inadequacy and failure may arise. This relentless pursuit of material wealth can lead to self-esteem issues. as individuals may internalize the belief that their value as human beings is solely determined by their financial status and achievements. Capitalism fosters a culture of social comparison, where individuals gauge their own worth based on how they perceive themselves in relation to others. In a society that constantly bombards people with images of riches and success, individuals are more likely to compare themselves to others who appear to be doing better financially or leading seemingly perfect lives. This perpetual comparison can lead to feelings of envy and resentment, further eroding self-esteem. Envious individuals might perceive themselves as inferior or inadequate, fostering a sense of dissatisfaction with their own circumstances, even if objectively they are far from impoverished. Capitalism's emphasis on profit maximization can lead to cost-cutting measures for businesses, resulting in job insecurity and a rise in precarious work arrangements. Employees working in such environments may experience heightened anxiety and stress due to fears of losing their jobs or not earning enough to meet their basic needs. These feelings of job insecurity can take a toll on self-esteem, as people may feel disposable, undervalued, and replaceable. Additionally, the erosion of job security can hinder one's ability to plan for the future, making it difficult to invest in personal growth or maintain a positive outlook. Capitalist societies often encourage consumerism, promoting the idea that purchasing more products will lead to greater happiness and fulfillment. This emphasis on material possessions as a source of happiness can create a perpetual cycle of seeking external validation through material goods. When individuals tie their self-worth to the possessions they own, they become susceptible to feelings of worthlessness when they cannot afford or obtain the latest trends or luxury items. This consumer-driven mindset can perpetuate a sense of inadequacy and self-doubt, further lowering self-esteem. While capitalism has undoubtedly driven economic growth and innovation, it is essential to critically examine its impact on people's self-esteem and overall well-being. The relentless pursuit of material success, coupled with social comparison, job insecurity, and consumerism, can inadvertently contribute to lower self-esteem among individuals. As we continue to shape our societies and economies, it is crucial to consider the mental and emotional well-being of individuals. Striking a balance between economic growth and social well-being, fostering a culture of collaboration and support, and promoting values beyond material achievements can help mitigate the potential negative effects of capitalism on self-esteem and create a more inclusive and empathetic society. Discrimination, in all its forms, has been a pervasive issue throughout human history. It can manifest based on race, gender, age, religion, sexual orientation, or physical abilities. Apart from the immediate harm it inflicts, discrimination also leaves deep and lasting scars on the individual's self-esteem. This chapter explores the insidious ways in which discrimination erodes a person's sense of self-worth and the far-reaching consequences it can have on their overall well-being. Discrimination subjects individuals to demeaning messages, often implying that they are inferior or unworthy due to factors beyond their control. These negative messages can be internalized over time, causing the victim to believe they are indeed inadequate or undeserving. Repeated exposure to discriminatory behavior or language can chip away at one's self-confidence and create a vicious cycle of self-doubt. Discrimination can lead to feelings of alienation and isolation. When individuals are treated as outsiders or excluded from social circles, it can evoke a profound sense of loneliness and rejection. Such experiences can cause individuals to question their value as a person, leading to a decline in self-esteem. In the face of discrimination, individuals may feel that their accomplishments and talents are not genuinely recognized or appreciated. This phenomenon, often referred to as the rejection syndrome, makes people doubt their abilities and attribute their successes to mere luck or external factors. Consequently, their sense of accomplishment is diminished, and they feel undeserving of recognition and praise. Discrimination can significantly impact mental health, leading to anxiety, depression, and other psychological disorders. When faced with discrimination, individuals may grapple with feelings of worthlessness and hopelessness. The psychological toll can be overwhelming, causing a further decline in self-esteem and exacerbating existing mental health issues. Low self-esteem resulting from discrimination can hinder personal and professional growth. Individuals may become hesitant to pursue new opportunities, fearing failure or rejection. They may avoid taking risks and challenging themselves, limiting their potential for growth and achievement. Stereotypes and prejudices associated with discrimination can become internalized by the affected individuals. They may start to believe the negative labels imposed on them, leading to a distorted self-image. These false beliefs can become deeply ingrained and challenging to overcome, perpetuating a cycle of low self-esteem. The effects of discrimination can extend to interpersonal relationships. Individuals with low self-esteem may struggle to maintain healthy connections with others, as they may fear judgment or rejection. The lack of self-assurance can lead to problems in forming trusting relationships, further heightening feelings of isolation. Discrimination is a deeply harmful force that continues to impact individuals worldwide. Beyond the immediate harm it inflicts, discrimination leaves behind lasting emotional scars. The erosion of self-esteem resulting from discrimination has far-reaching consequences, affecting an individual's mental health, personal growth, and social connections. To combat discrimination's damaging effects, it is crucial to promote awareness, empathy, and inclusivity in society. By fostering environments that celebrate diversity and respect individual differences, we can help people regain their self-esteem and create a world where everyone feels valued and accepted for who they are. Only through collective efforts can we hope to eradicate discrimination and its demoralizing impact on individuals and communities. Chapter 27. The problem with seeking validation. Seeking validation from others can indeed have a significant impact on a person's self-esteem. Here's how it can lower self-esteem. When someone constantly seeks validation from others, they become dependent on external sources for their self-worth. This means their self-esteem is contingent on what others think of them. As a result, they may feel insecure and anxious because they lack a stable foundation of self-worth that comes from within. Seeking validation often involves setting expectations for how others should react or respond to one's actions or accomplishments. However, if those expectations are not met, it can lead to disappointment, self-doubt, and a feeling of not being good enough. Constantly seeking validation can lead individuals to compare themselves with others. If they perceive that others are getting more validation or praise, it can create feelings of envy and further erode their self-esteem. People who seek validation excessively may develop a heightened sensitivity to rejection or criticism. The fear of disapproval or negative feedback becomes overwhelming, leading to avoidance of challenging situations or risks that could otherwise contribute to personal achievements. In the pursuit of validation, individuals may suppress their true selves and conform to what they believe others want or expect them to be. This constant act of pretense can make them feel disconnected from their authentic selves, leading to a lack of self-acceptance and further lowering self-esteem. The seeking validation cycle can become self-perpetuating. When someone relies on external validation, they may receive temporary boosts in self-esteem when praised, but these boosts are short-lived. As a result, they need more validation to sustain their self-esteem, creating a never-ending cycle of seeking approval from others. Relying on others' opinions for self-esteem can undermine a person's ability to develop a healthy self-concept. They may struggle to form a stable self-identity and can become overly sensitive to external judgment. To develop healthier self-esteem, individuals need to work on building self-acceptance, self-compassion, and self-awareness. This involves recognizing and valuing their own intrinsic worth, independent of external validation. Seeking constructive feedback and support from others can be beneficial, but it should not be the sole source of self-worth. Learning to validate oneself based on personal growth, achievements, and values can lead to more stable and resilient self-esteem. Chapter 28. The silver lining of rejection: how adversity strengthens romantic relationships, and how attraction can become a distraction. When it comes to romantic relationships, rejection is often seen as the unwanted intruder capable of dismantling the love that binds two individuals. However, contrary to popular belief, rejection can play a positive role in the growth and development of a couple's bond. While it may be difficult to see the silver lining in moments of emotional turmoil, understanding how rejection can positively affect romantic relationships can lead to greater resilience, communication, and overall relationship satisfaction. Rejection can act as a crucible, testing the strength of a romantic partnership. When a couple faces rejection together, whether it's from external sources or within the relationship itself, they are compelled to confront their vulnerabilities and shortcomings. These trials and tribulations can either break a couple apart or act as a catalyst for building resilience. Going through the storm together allows partners to learn to rely on each other, fostering a deeper sense of emotional trust. Resilience is an essential attribute for maintaining a long-lasting relationship, as it enables couples to weather future challenges with a more positive and proactive mindset. Partners who have experienced rejection together are better equipped to tackle life's uncertainties as a unified team. In the face of rejection, open and honest communication becomes imperative. This experience compels partners to express their feelings, fears, and concerns in a supportive and understanding environment. Engaging in heartfelt discussions about the rejection can lead to a greater understanding of each other's perspectives and emotional needs. Furthermore, discussing past rejections can also shed light on unresolved emotional baggage, allowing couples to provide comfort and healing for each other. Such discussions foster an environment of trust and emotional safety, strengthening the emotional intimacy between partners. Experiencing rejection can significantly enhance a couple's ability to empathize with one another. When one partner has faced rejection, the other partner may have the opportunity to be the supportive pillar in their time of need. This act of empathy and support can strengthen the emotional connection between partners and deepen their understanding of each other's emotional landscape. Rejection also humanizes individuals, making it easier for partners to relate to each other's flaws and vulnerabilities. Recognizing that both parties have endured rejection at some point in their lives fosters an environment of compassion, where judgment gives way to acceptance and understanding. Rejection often prompts individuals to reflect on their own behavior, actions, and attitudes. When faced with a romantic rejection, individuals may be inspired to take a closer look at themselves and identify areas for personal growth. This introspection can lead to positive changes in behavior, attitude, and emotional intelligence, not only benefiting the individual but also enriching the relationship. In a relationship, partners can support each other's personal growth journeys. By encouraging and being a part of each other's self-improvement, they not only strengthen their bond, but also create a supportive and growth-oriented partnership. While rejection may seem like a formidable force threatening the very foundation of romantic relationships, it can also be an opportunity for growth, strength, and renewal. Embracing rejection as a part of the human experience can enable couples to develop resilience, enhance communication, foster empathy, and encourage personal growth. As they face adversity together, they have the potential to emerge stronger and more deeply connected than ever before. In a world that often celebrates physical attraction and romantic love, it's easy for individuals to become ensnared in the allure of these fleeting emotions, often to the detriment of deeper spiritual connections. While attraction is a natural and undeniable part of the human experience, it can also act as a powerful distraction, diverting our attention away from the profound spiritual connections that can enrich our lives in ways that superficial infatuations cannot. Attraction, whether physical or emotional, is a magnetic force that can be exhilarating. It can trigger a rush of endorphins, making us feel alive and desired. Society often places great emphasis on the importance of attraction in forming relationships, portraying it as the pinnacle of human connection. However, in our fixation on attraction, we sometimes overlook the potential for deeper, more meaningful connections that transcend the surface level. Spiritual connections, unlike physical attraction, are rooted in the realm of the soul and spirit. They are characterized by a sense of profound understanding, empathy, and shared values. These connections often extend beyond the boundaries of time and space, forging bonds that are enduring and transformative. Whether through meditation, prayer, or deep conversations, spiritual connections allow individuals to explore the depths of their being and connect with others on a profound level. While attraction is a natural and valuable aspect of life, it can become a distraction when it overshadows the pursuit of spiritual connections. Here are some ways in which attraction can divert our focus. Attraction often fixates on external appearances, leaving little room for understanding a person's inner essence. This superficiality can prevent us from recognizing the depth of character that lies beneath the surface. Attraction is often short-lived, and the intense feelings it generates can dissipate quickly. When we prioritize these fleeting emotions, we risk missing out on the enduring connections that can bring lasting fulfillment. Infatuation can be an emotional roller coaster, characterized by highs and lows. This emotional turbulence can consume our energy and divert our attention from more stable and natural spiritual relationships. Attraction can lead to unrealistic expectations about what a relationship should be, focusing on idealized fantasies rather than accepting the imperfections and complexities of real human connections. To counter the distractions posed by attraction, it's essential to consciously nurture spiritual connections. Here are some ways to do so. Spend time in self-reflection to understand your values, beliefs, and spiritual aspirations. This self-awareness will help you seek out like-minded individuals with whom you can form deeper connections. Practice mindfulness to stay grounded in the present moment. This will enable you to appreciate the beauty of spiritual connections as they unfold and resist the pull of superficial attractions. Engage in meaningful conversations that explore profound topics such as purpose, values, and life's mysteries. These dialogues can foster spiritual connections with others who share your interests. Focus on personal growth and inner development. As you evolve spiritually, you'll naturally attract individuals who resonate with your authentic self. Attraction is a powerful force, but it should not be allowed to overshadow the pursuit of deeper, more meaningful spiritual connections. By recognizing the potential for distraction that attraction presents and consciously prioritizing spiritual growth and connections, individuals can experience a more fulfilling and enriched life, one that transcends the fleeting allure of physical attraction and delves into the profound depths of the soul. In fathering these spiritual connections, we find a more profound and lasting sense of purpose and belonging in the world. The story of Darnell. Once upon a time, in the bustling city of Sunville, there lived a man named Darnell. He was an introverted soul who found solace in his love for literature and music. Despite being surrounded by people, he often felt a profound sense of loneliness. Darnell had always dreamt of finding his soulmate, someone who could understand and appreciate the depths of his heart. One evening, while browsing through a local bookstore, Darnell's eyes locked with a captivating woman named Maria. She had an inviting smile that could brighten even the darkest corners of the world. Enlightened by a surge of courage, Darnell approached her and struck up a conversation about their shared interests in books and music. As the conversation flowed effortlessly, Darnell believed he had finally found the person he had been searching for all along. However, life is unpredictable, and the universe had other plans. After a few meetings, Maria gently explained to Darnell that she wasn't ready for a committed relationship. Although disheartened, Darnell respected her decision and bid her farewell, his heart heavy with the weight of yet another rejection. Yet, Darnell refused to let the pain consume him. Instead, he threw himself into his passions, immersing himself in the world of literature and music even more. He started attending book clubs and music events, where he met a diverse array of people who shared his interests. He attended some affordable social events that improved his conversations. He continued to get rejected but remained optimistic. Among the new acquaintances was a woman named Goddess. Unlike Maria, Goddess was outgoing, vivacious, and always ready to explore new adventures. She appreciated Darnell's passion for art and was genuinely interested in what he had to say. Gradually, Goddess and Darnell became good friends, and they spent many joyous moments together, laughing and discussing their favorite books and songs. As days turned into weeks, Goddess noticed how Darnell had transformed. His eyes, once filled with longing, now sparkled with newfound happiness. She saw the strength and resilience that he had displayed after facing rejection, and it only deepened her admiration for him. Darnell, too, found himself drawn to Goddess's radiant personality. He felt comfortable being himself around her, and the pain of his past rejections slowly began to fade away. The more time they spent together, the stronger their connection grew. One evening, under the vibe-driven city lights, as they listened to the gentle sounds of a guitar in a cozy cafe, Darnell realized that he had found his soulmate in Goddess. She reciprocated his feelings, and their hearts danced to the same rhythm of love. They embarked on a beautiful journey of companionship, supporting and encouraging each other to pursue their dreams. Together, they shared their love for literature and music, inspiring one another to explore the world beyond the pages and melodies. As the seasons changed, so did their lives, connecting in the most extraordinary ways. Their love grew deeper and stronger, and the memory of past rejections became a distant echo in the background of their joyous existence. Darnell's journey to find his soulmate had been filled with twists and turns, but the universe had a plan all along. The pain of rejection had shaped him, making him appreciate the beauty of love when it finally found its way to his heart. And in Goddess, he discovered a love that was pure and true, a love that was worth waiting for. Together, they lived happily ever after, two souls who had overcome rejection to find an eternal love that would forever illuminate their lives in the city of Sunville. Chapter 29. The problem with being entitled, a toxic mindset. Have you ever heard the saying, when the teacher becomes the student? I would remix the quote and say, when the rich becomes the students. In recent years, the term entitlement has become increasingly prevalent in discussions surrounding social behavior and mental attitudes. Entitlement is a toxic mindset that revolves around an exaggerated sense of deservingness and self-importance. It manifests in various aspects of life, such as relationships, the workplace, and society as a whole. While having healthy self-esteem and confidence is crucial, being overly entitled can lead to detrimental consequences for both individuals and the wider community. At its core, entitlement stems from a belief that one is inherently deserving of special treatment, privileges, or success without putting in the necessary effort. This mindset often leads to a lack of accountability and a tendency to blame external factors for personal failures. Entitled individuals may feel that the world owes them something, whether it's material possessions, respect, or admiration, without understanding that these things are earned through hard work and genuine merit. One of the most significant problems with entitlement is its impact on relationships. Entitled individuals may have unrealistic expectations of their partners, friends, or family members, leading to constant disappointment and dissatisfaction. They may demand constant validation and attention, disregarding the needs and feelings of others. This attitude can result in strained relationships and social isolation, as people distance themselves from the negativity and demands of an entitled individual. In the workplace, entitlement can be equally detrimental. An entitled employee may feel entitled to promotions, salary raises, or special treatment without putting in the necessary effort or demonstrating exceptional skills. This can breed resentment among colleagues and create a toxic work environment. Moreover, entitled individuals may be unwilling to accept constructive criticism or take responsibility for their mistakes, hindering their personal and professional growth. In a broader societal context, entitlement can fuel a sense of superiority and entitlement over others, leading to discrimination, prejudice, and social division. Entitled individuals may believe that they deserve more opportunities or privileges based on factors such as race, gender, or social status, further perpetuating systemic inequality and injustice. The rise of entitlement in the digital age is a concerning trend. Social media platforms, for instance, can fuel feelings of entitlement as users curate their online personas to present a picture-perfect life. This virtual validation seeking can blur the lines between reality and fiction, making it difficult for individuals to accept imperfections and cope with real-life challenges. So, how can we combat entitlement and foster a more balanced mindset? It begins with self-awareness and a willingness to reflect on one's attitudes and behaviors. Acknowledging the existence of entitlement within oneself is the first step towards change. Seeking feedback from trusted friends or professionals can also provide valuable insights into areas where entitlement may be affecting personal growth and relationships. Furthermore, cultivating gratitude and appreciation for what one has can help counteract entitlement. Practicing empathy and putting oneself in other people's shoes can foster a deeper understanding of the struggles and challenges others face. Promoting a more compassionate and less entitled perspective. In the workplace and educational settings, promoting a culture of meritocracy and accountability is essential. Recognizing and rewarding hard work and achievements, while holding individuals responsible for their actions, can help discourage entitlement and encourage a more positive and productive work environment. In conclusion, entitlement is a destructive mindset that hinders personal growth, damages relationships, and perpetuates inequality in society. By fostering self-awareness, gratitude, empathy, and accountability, we can take steps towards combating entitlement and fostering a more compassionate, understanding, and balanced world. Only by recognizing and addressing the problem of entitlement can we work together to build a healthier and more harmonious society for everyone. In a world where material possessions and immediate gratification are becoming increasingly accessible, the phenomenon of being spoiled has gained traction among individuals across all age groups. Being spoiled refers to having an excessive supply of resources, material goods, or attention, often without having to put in substantial effort to obtain them. While indulgence and comfort may seem enticing, being spoiled can lead to various psychological, social, and moral problems. This chapter delves into the adverse effects of being spoiled and why striking a balance between privilege and humility is essential for personal growth and societal harmony. When individuals grow up in an environment where their every wish is immediately fulfilled, it can significantly impact their psychological development. The constant receipt of material goods without understanding the value of hard work and perseverance can lead to a sense of entitlement. This entitlement may translate into a lack of empathy for others who may not enjoy the same privileges, resulting in an inability to comprehend and connect with people from different backgrounds or circumstances. Furthermore, being spoiled can hinder the development of crucial life skills such as resilience, problem-solving, and self-discipline. Without facing challenges and experiencing setbacks, individuals may struggle to cope with adversity when it eventually arises, leading to a reduced ability to handle stress and setbacks. Being spoiled can also negatively impact an individual's social relationships. Excessive indulgence can create a superficial understanding of friendship and love, as individuals may struggle to differentiate between genuine affection and relationships built on material benefits. This could lead to a shallow social circle, where people associate primarily based on their possessions rather than shared values and interests. Additionally, being spoiled may foster a lack of appreciation for the efforts and sacrifices of others. Without understanding the value of hard work and perseverance, it becomes challenging to acknowledge and respect the contributions made by those who strive to improve their circumstances. This lack of empathy can create rifts between individuals from different socioeconomic backgrounds, leading to social tension and inequality. Being spoiled can also lead to ethical challenges, as individuals may struggle to develop a strong moral compass. When one is consistently shielded from the consequences of their actions, they may fail to grasp the impact their decisions have on others. This can manifest in selfish behavior, an inability to take responsibility for one's actions, and an inclination to manipulate or exploit others for personal gain. Moreover, being spoiled may lead to a distorted perception of success and achievement. If accomplishments are handed out without merit, individuals may feel a false sense of superiority, diminishing the value of genuine achievements attained through hard work and dedication. Consequently, this can erode the motivation to strive for personal growth and success. It is essential to acknowledge that not all privilege is inherently harmful. Access to resources and opportunities can be a powerful tool for positive change when coupled with gratitude and humility. By instilling a sense of appreciation for what one has and recognizing the efforts of others, individuals can break free from the toxic cycle of entitlement. Parents, guardians, and educators play a pivotal role in creating a balanced perspective in children and young adults. Encouraging them to participate in philanthropy, community service, or gain exposure to different cultures and backgrounds can promote empathy and understanding. While being spoiled may seem like an enviable position, it comes with significant challenges that extend beyond material comforts. The psychological, social, and moral implications can hinder personal growth, strain relationships, and perpetuate inequality. Striking a balance between privilege and humility is crucial for fostering well-rounded individuals who appreciate the value of hard work, possess empathy for others, and strive to make a positive impact on the world. By cultivating gratitude and promoting a sense of responsibility, we can work towards a society that values not just material wealth, but also character and compassion. In a world that encourages individuality and personal freedom, it's not uncommon to encounter people who always insist on having their way. While standing up for one's beliefs and preferences is essential, an unwavering pursuit of personal desires can lead to several problems, both on an individual and societal level. In this chapter, we will explore the implications of an always getting my way mentality and the negative effects it can have on relationships, personal growth, and society as a whole. The foremost consequence of consistently demanding one's way is the strain it puts on relationships with others. Whether it's in a family, friendship, or workplace setting, an individual who is unwilling to compromise and consider others' perspectives often finds themselves isolated and alienated. When conflicts arise, finding common ground becomes challenging, leading to an atmosphere of tension and resentment. Long-lasting and meaningful relationships require mutual respect, empathy, and the ability to find solutions that satisfy both parties. A willingness to be open-minded and receptive to new ideas is crucial for personal growth. However, individuals who habitually insist on having their way tend to close themselves off to new possibilities and perspectives. This stubbornness can hinder their personal growth, preventing them from learning from experiences, embracing change, and adapting to life's challenges. True growth comes from being receptive to diverse viewpoints and learning to appreciate different ways of thinking. The always my way mentality often stems from a lack of empathy towards others. When individuals prioritize their own desires without considering the needs and feelings of those around them, empathy is eroded, leading to a breakdown of compassion and understanding in society. Empathy is the cornerstone of healthy human interaction, fostering a sense of connection and shared understanding. Without it, social cohesion weakens, and conflicts become more prevalent. At a broader level, a society where everyone insists on having their way can lead to chaos and division. Societies function smoothly when individuals work together for the collective good, accepting compromises and embracing diverse viewpoints. However, if people only seek their self-interests without considering the welfare of others, it creates a toxic atmosphere, breeding animosity and fracturing communities. In contrast, societies that promote cooperation, collaboration, and empathy tend to be more harmonious and prosperous. Innovation often thrives when different perspectives are brought to the table. When individuals are receptive to new ideas and willing to collaborate, they can harness the power of collective creativity to solve complex problems and drive progress. On the other hand, a constant need to have one's way stifles innovation by shutting out potentially valuable contributions from others. Embracing diverse ideas and collaborating with others can lead to groundbreaking discoveries and advancements. While advocating for one's needs and beliefs is essential, the persistent demand to have one's way can lead to several negative consequences. It strains relationships, hinders personal growth, erodes empathy, negatively impacts society, and inhibits innovation. Instead, we should strive to strike a balance between assertiveness and flexibility, being open to compromise and understanding the perspectives of others. Embracing empathy, collaboration, and inclusivity will lead to a more harmonious and progressive society, where diverse ideas can flourish and meaningful connections can be forged. Chapter 30. Losing and Mental Health Struggles. Competition can build up or destroy the spirit. Losing can be a demoralizing and emotionally challenging experience for many people, and it can indeed lead to feelings of wanting to give up. Several psychological and emotional factors contribute to this response. Losing often means failing to achieve a desired outcome or goal. This failure can lead to frustration and disappointment, especially if the individual invested a significant amount of time, effort, or resources into the endeavor. Losing can damage one's self-esteem and self-confidence. It may cause individuals to doubt their abilities and question their worth, leading to a negative self-perception that can discourage them from trying again. The emotional pain of losing can create an aversion to trying again. People might fear experiencing the same negative emotions or rejection in the future, leading them to avoid potential failure altogether. Social comparison plays a significant role in how people perceive their own successes and failures. When individuals compare themselves to others who have succeeded, they may feel inadequate or envious, which can further erode their motivation. A lack of support or encouragement from others can enhance feelings of wanting to give up. If individuals do not have a strong support system, or if they encounter criticism instead of constructive feedback after losing, they may lose their motivation to continue trying. Frequent losses or a series of disappointments can lead to burnout. When individuals feel emotionally and physically drained from the continuous efforts to succeed, they may feel tempted to give up to escape the stress. Some individuals have a fixed mindset, believing that their abilities and talents are innate and unchangeable. When they experience failure, they may interpret it as a sign that they lack the necessary skills or that they are not cut out for that particular endeavor, making them more likely to give up. It's important to note that how people respond to losing varies significantly from person to person. While some individuals might be resilient and see losing as an opportunity to learn and grow, others may struggle to cope with failure and be more prone to giving up. Overcoming the desire to give up after a loss often requires building resilience, learning from mistakes, seeking support, and developing a growth mindset that acknowledges failures as part of the learning process. Additionally, having realistic expectations and setting achievable goals can also help individuals stay motivated in the face of setbacks. Surrounding yourself with resilient people when your self-esteem is low can have several important benefits. Here are some reasons why it's beneficial. Resilient people tend to have a positive outlook on life and handle challenges more effectively. Being around them can influence you to adopt a more positive mindset and coping strategies. Resilient individuals are often good listeners and empathetic, providing a strong support system. They can offer encouragement, understanding, and validation, which can help boost your self-esteem. Resilient people can serve as role models, showing you how to navigate difficulties and bounce back from setbacks. Observing their behaviors and attitudes can inspire you to develop your own resilience. Resilient people have likely faced their own struggles and setbacks, but they have learned and grown from those experiences. Being around them can expose you to valuable life lessons and problem-solving skills. Low self-esteem may make you more susceptible to negative influences and toxic relationships. Resilient people, on the other hand, are more likely to radiate positivity and create a healthier environment. Spending time with resilient individuals can help you expand your social circle and build meaningful relationships. Feeling connected and supported by others is essential for overall well-being. When you are surrounded by resilient people who believe in your potential, they can challenge the negative beliefs you hold about yourself. Their support can help you develop a more accurate and positive self-perception. Resilient individuals are often open to seeking help and support when needed. By being around them, you may feel more encouraged to seek professional help or therapy to work on improving your self-esteem. Remember that while surrounding yourself with resilient people can be beneficial, it's also essential to work on building your own self-esteem and seeking professional help if needed. Developing resilience and self-esteem is a gradual process, and having a supportive network can be an invaluable part of that journey. Chapter 31. How lust lowers a man's self-esteem, understanding the emotional impact. Lust, an intense and overwhelming desire, is a powerful emotion that can have a significant impact on a man's self-esteem. While it is natural for a man to feel attracted to a woman, excessive lust and its accompanying thoughts and behaviors can lead to a gradual erosion of one's self-worth. In this chapter, we will explore the various ways in which unchecked lust can negatively affect a man's self-esteem and provide insights on fostering healthier attitudes towards relationships and self-image. One of the primary ways in which lust affects a man's self-esteem is by creating an illusion of worth. In a society that often emphasizes physical attractiveness and sexual conquests, men may feel valued solely based on their ability to attract others sexually. This can lead to a reliance on external validation, making them susceptible to feelings of inadequacy if they do not meet certain societal standards of attractiveness. When self-worth becomes dependent on the pursuit of lustful desires, it can lead to a cycle of seeking validation through fleeting encounters, leaving men feeling hollow and unsatisfied. This dependency on others' approval can become a burden that gradually chips away at their self-esteem. Another detrimental impact of lust is the tendency to compare oneself to others. With the rise of social media and easily accessible explicit content, men may find themselves constantly measuring their worth against unrealistic and often idealized portrayals of attractiveness. As a result, they may develop a distorted view of themselves, feeling inadequate and insecure about their physical appearance or performance in intimate relationships. Moreover, the feeling of inadequacy can extend beyond physical attributes. Men who base their self-esteem on lustful conquests may also feel insecure about their emotional and intellectual capabilities. Believing that their worth lies solely in their ability to pursue and attract partners. Lust, when left unchecked, can lead to objectification of others, reducing them to mere objects of desire. Viewing others solely as means to fulfill personal sexual cravings can lead to emotional detachment and hinder the development of meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Furthermore, when men constantly view others as objects of desire, they may inadvertently apply the same objectifying lens to themselves. This can result in feelings of shame and guilt as they struggle to reconcile their self-perceived worth as an individual with their perceived worth as a sexual entity. Lust's negative impact on self-esteem can also extend to intimate relationships. Men who are plagued by excessive lust may find it challenging to maintain deep emotional connections, as their focus often lies on physical gratification rather than emotional intimacy. As a consequence, relationships may become strained, leading to feelings of guilt, regret, and further diminishing their self-esteem. The lack of genuine emotional connection can leave men feeling unfulfilled and emotionally distant, perpetuating the cycle of low self-esteem driven by lust. Recognizing and addressing the impact of lust on self-esteem is crucial for personal growth and well-being. Here are some strategies to foster healthier attitudes towards relationships and self-image. Recognize and acknowledge the impact of excessive lust on your emotional well-being and self-esteem. Being aware of the problem is the first step towards positive change. Instead of solely seeking external validation, focus on developing a healthy self-image based on your values, talents, and personal growth. Prioritize building deep and meaningful emotional connections with others rather than solely pursuing physical encounters. Sex will eventually come natural, and the awkward thirst for sex will be less of an issue. Be kind to yourself and avoid self-judgment. Understand that nobody is perfect and everyone has their insecurities. While lust is a natural human emotion, allowing it to go unchecked can lead to a downward spiral of diminishing self-esteem. By recognizing the impact of excessive lust and adopting healthier attitudes towards relationships and self-image, men can foster personal growth, emotional fulfillment, and a stronger sense of self-worth. Emphasizing emotional connections and prioritizing personal values over fleeting desires can lead to a more rewarding and balanced life. Chapter 32. The complex link between rejection and addiction, unraveling the psychological web. Rejection and addiction are two distinct psychological phenomena, yet they share a surprising and intricate connection. Rejection, the feeling of being excluded or dismissed, and addiction, the compulsive need to engage in a behavior despite negative consequences, might seem unrelated at first glance. However, a deeper exploration reveals that rejection can be a catalyst for addictive behaviors, often serving as a coping mechanism to numb emotional pain and alleviate distress. This chapter delves into the ways in which rejection can contribute to the development of addiction and the underlying psychological mechanisms that intertwine these two complex experiences. Rejection is a universal human experience that triggers a cascade of negative emotions such as sadness, anger, and even shame. These emotional responses can be overwhelming, leading individuals to seek ways to alleviate the pain. Substances and behaviors that offer temporary relief become alluring, setting the stage for a potential addiction. The brain's reward system becomes activated, releasing dopamine and providing a temporary sense of pleasure, effectively masking the emotional distress caused by rejection. Addictions often arise from a desire to escape reality and avoid negative emotions. Rejection can act as a powerful motivator for this escape. Engaging in addictive behaviors, such as substance abuse or compulsive behaviors like gambling or excessive social media use, offers a temporary respite from the emotional turmoil caused by rejection. This cycle of using substances or behaviors to numb pain can quickly spiral into addiction, as individuals become trapped in a continuous loop of seeking relief from the discomfort of rejection. Rejection can erode an individual's self-esteem and self-worth. Those struggling with these feelings may turn to addictive behaviors as a form of self-medication. Substance abuse, for example, can provide a temporary boost in confidence and a sense of control, masking the underlying feelings of inadequacy that arise from rejection. This temporary relief can lead to a vicious cycle where individuals continually seek substances or behaviors to soothe their emotional wounds, eventually resulting in dependency. Rejection often leads to feelings of isolation and loneliness. The need to belong is a fundamental human instinct, and when that need is unmet due to rejection, individuals may seek solace in addictive behaviors that offer a semblance of connection or belonging. This is particularly true for substances or activities that are commonly shared among social groups. The desire to fit in or gain acceptance from a certain peer group can drive individuals to engage in addictive behaviors, further enhancing their struggles. Understanding the link between rejection and addiction is crucial for breaking the cycle. Recognizing the role that rejection plays in the development of addiction can help individuals gain insight into their own behaviors and motivations. Seeking professional help from therapists, counselors, or support groups can provide healthier coping mechanisms and strategies to navigate the emotional aftermath of rejection. The connection between rejection and addiction highlights the complexity of human psychology. Rejection's impact on emotional well-being can lead individuals down a path of addiction as they seek relief from the pain it inflicts. Recognizing this link underscores the importance of addressing the emotional fallout of rejection and finding healthier ways to cope. By understanding the interplay between rejection and addiction, society can work towards fostering environments that support emotional resilience, positive coping strategies, and ultimately, healthier ways of navigating the challenges life presents. Chapter 33. The Unexpected Catalyst, How rejection could benefit a narcissistic individual. Narcissism, characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance and a lack of empathy, can have negative effects on both individuals and those around them. While dealing with a narcissistic person can be challenging, there is a lesser-known perspective to consider rejection as a potential catalyst for personal growth and change. In this chapter, we delve into how rejection could serve as a turning point for narcissistic individuals, driving them towards self-awareness, empathy, and healthier relationships. Narcissism exists on a spectrum, ranging from healthy self-esteem to pathological narcissism. Those at the extreme end often struggle with forming meaningful connections due to their focus on their own needs and desires. This can lead to interpersonal conflicts, as they tend to prioritize their own feelings over others. While narcissistic individuals might initially perceive rejection as a blow to their ego, it can also present a unique opportunity for personal growth. Here are ways in which rejection could help a narcissistic person. Confronted with rejection, narcissistic individuals might be forced to examine their behavior and its impact on others. This can be a pivotal moment for self-reflection, prompting them to question their actions and motivations. Rejection can be humbling, challenging the notion of invincibility that often characterizes narcissistic behavior. This humbling experience can pave the way for greater self-awareness. Through rejection, narcissistic individuals may start to recognize the pain they've caused others. This insight could lead to the development of empathy as they realize the emotional impact of their actions. Narcissistic individuals often have unrealistic expectations of special treatment. Rejection can serve as a reality check, prompting them to adjust their expectations and become more adaptable in their interactions. In some cases, repeated rejections may lead narcissistic individuals to seek professional help. Therapy can be a valuable tool in guiding them toward healthier thought patterns and behaviors. Rejection alone might not be enough to facilitate change in a narcissistic individual. The support of friends, family, or professionals can play a crucial role. These individuals can offer constructive feedback, encourage self-reflection, and provide guidance on building healthier relationships. It's important to note that not all narcissistic individuals will respond positively to rejection. Some might become defensive, blaming others instead of introspecting. Additionally, expecting immediate transformation is unrealistic. Personal growth takes time and consistent effort. While rejection is not a guaranteed method to reform narcissistic behavior, it can serve as a potential catalyst for change. When approached with self-awareness and a willingness to grow, rejection can lead to introspection, empathy, and the development of healthier relationships. Encouraging narcissistic individuals to face the consequences of their actions and encouraging them to seek help can contribute to their transformation into more self-aware and empathetic individuals. Chapter 34. The Silver Lining: How Rejection Fosters Emotional Stability. Rejection is a universally shared experience that often evokes negative emotions and feelings of inadequacy. However, counterintuitive as it may seem, rejection can play a pivotal role in enhancing emotional stability. By forcing individuals to confront their vulnerabilities and encouraging personal growth, rejection ultimately contributes to building resilience and a stronger emotional foundation. Rejection tests an individual's ability to bounce back from setbacks. Those who face rejection repeatedly learn to adapt and develop coping strategies, honing their emotional resilience. Over time, these experiences help individuals better navigate life's challenges and uncertainties. Rejection often stems from misalignment between an individual's perception of themselves and reality. Confronting rejection forces individuals to reevaluate their self-concept and acknowledge areas for improvement. This introspection helps foster a more accurate and healthy self-image, reducing emotional turmoil. Personal experiences of rejection can make individuals more empathetic and compassionate towards others. Remembering their own struggles, they may become more attuned to the emotional states of those around them, leading to deeper and more meaningful connections. Rejection necessitates adaptability as individuals must reevaluate their approach, make necessary changes, and try again. This constant process of adaptation fosters a growth mindset and equips individuals with the skills needed to navigate life's uncertainties, ultimately contributing to emotional stability. Rejection often acts as a catalyst for personal growth. It prompts individuals to step out of their comfort zones, try new things, and take risks. These experiences not only broaden their horizons, but also help them develop a sense of accomplishment and self-worth, contributing to overall emotional stability. Repeated exposure to rejection can desensitize individuals to the fear of failure. As they realize that rejection is not the end of the world and that it doesn't define their worth, their fear of failing diminishes. This newfound perspective contributes to emotional stability by reducing anxiety and fostering a healthier relationship with success and failure. While rejection is undoubtedly a challenging experience, its potential to foster emotional stability should not be underestimated. By developing resilience, building a realistic self-image, enhancing empathy, cultivating adaptability, encouraging personal growth, and reducing the fear of failure, rejection empowers individuals to navigate life's ups and downs with a greater balanced mental diet. Embracing rejection as a tool for personal development can lead to a more emotionally stable and fulfilled life. The soul shines brighter than material things. Rejection makes people not care anymore. Money and status doesn't solve everything. I am resourceful and creative, and I have the inner strength to solve any problem that comes my way, regardless of money or status. My determination and integrity will always lead me to solutions. People tend to create misery in their own lives by not embracing rejection. Wanting the same problems as another person because they make more money seems legit. In reality, money makes a lot of people more insecure. Having less financial issues even seems like it would create more mental stability. The reality of mental stability lies in leadership. There isn't a monetary value on leadership. Leaders often encompass traits such as effective communication, decisiveness, empathy, integrity, adaptability, and the ability to inspire and motivate others. These traits help them guide teams, make informed decisions, and create a positive impact on their community. Leaders often provide direction, motivate their team, and foster a sense of collaboration and unity. This is why leaders need the ability or skill to network. People usually put monetary value on potential leaders to devalue them to keep the power they have. People outlive and have a more enjoyable life than people with more money all the time. Money has value, just not as much value without wisdom. Money without enough wisdom leaves a lot of people with money in leadership positions that they weren't ready for. Chapter 35. The emotional roller coaster: why it's harder to control your emotions when you aren't used to rejection. Rejection is an inherent part of the human experience. Whether it's in the realm of personal relationships, professional aspirations, or even everyday interactions, everyone faces rejection at some point in their lives. However, the way we react to rejection varies widely from person to person. One common observation is that it's often harder to control your emotions when you aren't used to rejection. In this chapter, we will explore the psychological and emotional reasons behind this phenomenon. When we are accustomed to a life free from rejection, we become accustomed to the familiar comforts of success and acceptance. Rejection, however, thrusts us into the unknown, where we face uncertainty and unpredictability. This fear of the unknown can be paralyzing, causing intense emotional reactions. Individuals who are less accustomed to rejection may find it particularly challenging to navigate these uncharted emotional waters. Rejection can feel like a direct blow to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we are not used to rejection, we may have built our self-identity around continuous approval and validation. Thus, when faced with rejection, our self-concept is shaken to its core. This can lead to heightened emotional responses, including anger, sadness, or even a sense of worthlessness. Emotional resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity. People who regularly encounter rejection tend to develop greater emotional resilience over time. They learn to cope with setbacks, adapt to change, and maintain a more balanced emotional state. Conversely, those unaccustomed to rejection may have lower emotional resilience, making it harder for them to regulate their emotions when faced with rejection. When we are not used to rejection, we often have high expectations of success and acceptance in every endeavor. These unrealistic expectations can create a significant gap between what we anticipate and what we actually experience. This cognitive dissonance, the discomfort arising from the inconsistency between our expectations and reality, can amplify our emotional responses to rejection. In a society that often idealizes success and condemns failure, the fear of perceived social stigma can intensify emotional reactions to rejection. People who are not accustomed to rejection may be more sensitive to the judgments and opinions of others. They may worry about losing face or how they will be perceived by their peers, which can magnify their emotional turmoil. Coping with rejection is a skill that can be honed over time. Those who regularly face rejection develop coping mechanisms to help them navigate these emotionally challenging situations. On the other hand, individuals unaccustomed to rejection may lack these coping strategies, leaving them feeling overwhelmed and emotionally vulnerable when rejection occurs. Rejection is an inevitable part of life, and our ability to control our emotions when faced with rejection is influenced by our past experiences, self-perception, and coping mechanisms. While it may be harder to control your emotions when you aren't used to rejection, it's important to remember that rejection is not a reflection of your worth as a person. Building emotional resilience and learning to cope with rejection are skills that can be developed over time. Embracing rejection as a natural part of life's journey can ultimately lead to greater emotional strength, confidence, and well-being. Chapter 36. The Power of Empathy, the Crucial Role of Accountability in Society, and Why We Shouldn't Judge Those Struggling with Rejection. Accountability is a fundamental concept that underpins the functioning of any successful society, organization, or community. It is the cornerstone of trust, transparency, and responsible behavior. In this chapter, we will delve into the significance of holding people accountable and why it is essential for the well-being of individuals and society as a whole. Trust is the foundation upon which relationships, both personal and professional, are built. Holding people accountable fosters trust because it demonstrates a commitment to honesty and integrity. When individuals are held responsible for their actions, others can rely on them, knowing that they will follow through on their promises and obligations. Accountability encourages individuals to take ownership of their actions and decisions. When people know that they will be held responsible for the consequences of their choices, they are more likely to make informed and ethical decisions. This not only benefits the individual but also contributes to a more responsible and conscientious society. Accountability provides individuals with opportunities for self-improvement and growth. When mistakes or shortcomings are acknowledged and addressed, people can learn from their experiences and strive to do better in the future. This process of self-reflection and growth is essential for personal development. In a just society, accountability ensures that no one is above the law or exempt from the rules and standards that apply to everyone. It promotes equality and fairness by holding individuals, including those in positions of power, accountable for their actions. This prevents abuses of authority and protects the rights of all members of society. Accountability is equally critical in organizational settings. Whether in a business, government, or nonprofit organization, holding employees and leaders accountable for their roles and responsibilities ensures that the organization operates efficiently and effectively. It helps in achieving goals and maintaining a healthy work culture. Transparency and accountability are closely intertwined. A transparent system is one in which actions, decisions, and processes are open to scrutiny. Accountability ensures that those responsible for such actions can be identified and held responsible. This transparency not only builds trust but also acts as a deterrent to unethical behavior. Societal norms, laws, and ethical principles are upheld through accountability. When individuals and organizations are accountable for their actions, they are more likely to adhere to legal and ethical standards. This, in turn, contributes to a stable and just society. Accountability extends beyond personal actions and encompasses social responsibility. It encourages individuals and organizations to consider the broader impact of their decisions on society and the environment. By being held accountable for their contributions to the greater good, they can play a more positive role in society. Accountability is not merely a concept, but a cornerstone of a well-functioning society. It builds trust, fosters responsibility, promotes fairness, and ensures transparency. Whether at the personal or organizational level, accountability is essential for growth, justice, and the overall betterment of society. By holding people accountable, we create a world where integrity, ethics, and responsibility are valued, leading to a brighter future for all. Rejection is a universal human experience. Whether it's a romantic rejection, a job application turned down, or a friendship that fizzles out, we've all been there. Coping with rejection can be a painful and challenging process, and it's crucial to remember that everyone handles it differently. Next, we explore why it's essential not to judge people struggling to deal with rejection and how practicing empathy can make a world of difference. First and foremost, it's crucial to recognize that rejection is an unavoidable part of life. Nobody is immune to it. At some point, everyone will face rejection in one form or another. Knowing this, we should approach others with understanding, as we may find ourselves in their shoes one day. Rejection is a deeply personal and emotional experience. When someone faces rejection, it can trigger feelings of sadness, inadequacy, and even shame. These emotions can be overwhelming, leading to various coping mechanisms. Judging someone for how they react to rejection ignores the individuality of their emotional response. Sharing one's feelings of rejection often requires a significant amount of vulnerability and courage. When someone opens up about their struggles, it's a sign of trust. Passing judgment can discourage this openness and isolate those who need support the most. Encouraging vulnerability can foster stronger connections and empathy. People cope with rejection in diverse ways. Some may seek solace in solitude, while others may turn to friends and family for support. Some may distract themselves with work or hobbies, while others may choose to confront their feelings head-on through therapy. Judging someone's chosen coping mechanism is counterproductive and unhelpful. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. When we practice empathy, we create a space where people can express themselves freely. Instead of judgment, empathy allows for a deeper understanding of the pain and struggles someone is going through. This understanding can lead to more meaningful connections and support systems. Rejection, although painful, often presents an opportunity for personal growth. It can be a catalyst for self-reflection and self-improvement. When we judge others for struggling with rejection, we may inadvertently hinder their growth process. By offering empathy and support, we can help them navigate their feelings and emerge stronger. Our actions have a ripple effect on the people around us. When we judge those who are struggling with rejection, we perpetuate a culture of silence and shame around emotional pain. Conversely, when we extend compassion and empathy, we encourage open conversations about mental health and emotional well-being, making it easier for others to seek help when needed. Rejection is an inevitable part of life, and how we respond to it varies from person to person. Rather than judging those who are struggling to deal with rejection, we should strive to practice empathy and understanding. By doing so, we create a more compassionate and supportive society where individuals can heal, grow, and thrive. Remember, one day you might be the one in need of empathy and kindness when facing rejection. Chapter 37. Wisdom and how it builds up people's self-esteem. Wisdom can play a significant role in building people's self-esteem by providing them with a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them. Here are some ways wisdom contributes to self-esteem. Wisdom involves introspection and self-reflection, allowing individuals to understand their strengths, weaknesses, and limitations. This awareness helps people set realistic goals and expectations for themselves, leading to a more positive self-image and increased self-esteem. Wise individuals tend to have better emotional regulation skills. They can navigate difficult emotions and handle challenging situations more effectively, which fosters a sense of emotional stability and resilience. Having control over emotions can prevent self-esteem from being negatively affected by impulsive or irrational reactions. Wisdom teaches individuals to embrace their imperfections and recognize that nobody is perfect. This understanding leads to greater self-compassion and self-acceptance, which are crucial components of healthy self-esteem. Wise people view failures as opportunities for growth and learning rather than personal shortcomings. They understand that setbacks are a natural part of life and do not define their self-worth. This perspective helps maintain a positive self-image even in the face of adversity. Wisdom often involves understanding and empathizing with others. People who possess wisdom are more likely to extend the same empathy and compassion towards themselves. Treating oneself with kindness and understanding contributes to a healthier self-esteem. Wise individuals have a better grasp of long-term consequences and are more thoughtful in their decision-making process. Making sound decisions and taking responsibility for them can boost self-confidence and self-assurance. Wisdom encourages a growth mindset, wherein individuals believe that their abilities and intelligence can be developed over time with effort and dedication. This mindset fosters a belief in one's potential, leading to increased self-esteem. Wisdom involves valuing oneself and others as individuals with unique perspectives and experiences. Treating oneself with respect and surrounding oneself with positive, supportive people can enhance self-esteem. Wise individuals are more likely to receive criticism constructively and use it as an opportunity for growth rather than taking it personally. This ability prevents self-esteem from being shattered by negative feedback. Wisdom often revolves around finding purpose and meaning in life. Having a sense of purpose and pursuing meaningful goals can give individuals a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, which positively impacts self-esteem. Overall, wisdom brings a balanced and compassionate perspective to one's self-image and actions, promoting healthier self-esteem and overall well-being.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating history of the matrix concept, which spans several fields, particularly mathematics and film. The concept of matrices can be traced back to ancient China, with texts like 9 chapters on the mathematical art from around 200 BC containing early examples of matrix-like arrangements used to solve systems of linear equations. Fast forward to the 17th century in Europe, and René Descartes developed the modern understanding of matrices. In 1847, James Joseph Sylvester coined the term matrix in its modern sense, introducing a notation that's still used today. Arthur Cayley then built upon this work in 1853, laying the foundation for modern linear algebra and matrix theory. Fast forward again to the mid-20th century, and we have George Orwell's iconic 1980 for novel and its groundbreaking use of the word matrix. Finally, in 1999, the Matrix movie series exploded onto the scene with its revolutionary take on reality and human consciousness. So there you have it, a brief overview of the rich history of the matrix concept across mathematics and film. Ethereum, a decentralized blockchain platform that's made a significant impact in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. So let's jump right in and explore the history of Ethereum. Ethereum was conceived in late 2013 by Vitalik Buterin, a programmer and cryptocurrency researcher. Buterin, who was also involved in Bitcoin, envisioned a blockchain platform that would go beyond just being a digital currency. He wanted to create a platform that would enable developers to build and deploy smart contracts and decentralized applications dApps. This groundbreaking concept marked a significant development in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. Ethereum's creation was a testament to the power of innovation and collaboration, and it paved the way for a new era of decentralized applications and smart contracts. Thanks for joining us on this journey through the history of Ethereum. Using AI effectively involves understanding its capabilities, choosing the right tools, integrating it properly, and continuously refining its use. Here are some steps to help you harness the power of AI effectively. 1. Understand AI capabilities and limitations. Research and educate yourself on what AI can and cannot do. Understand the different types of AI, such as machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision. Stay updated with the latest developments and advancements in AI. 2. Choose the right tools. Identify the specific tasks that AI can assist within your business or personal life. Research and select the appropriate AI tools that best fit your needs. 3. Integrate AI properly. Properly integrate AI into your existing systems and processes. Ensure that the AI is trained and tested thoroughly before implementation. 4. Continuously refine use. Regularly review and refine your use of AI. Monitor its performance, identify areas for improvement, and update your AI tools as needed. By following these steps, you'll be well on your way to using AI effectively in your personal or professional life. Did you know that geometry has its origins in the practical needs of ancient societies? From land surveying to architecture and astronomy, geometry was born out of a necessity to understand and measure the world around us. The Egyptians, for example, used geometry as early as 3000 BC to construct pyramids and survey land after Nile floods. The Babylonians, on the other hand, developed early geometric concepts such as measuring angles and calculating areas around 2000 BCE. Fast forward to the Greeks, and we see the birth of modern geometry. Their contributions to the field are still studied and appreciated today. So, there you have it, a brief history of geometry, from its ancient origins to its modern-day application. Max Planck was born on April 23, 1858, in Kiel, Germany. He came from an academic family, with his father, Johann Julius Wilhelm Planck, being a law professor. From a young age, Max showed an aptitude for science and mathematics. He studied at the University of Munich and later at the University of Berlin, where he was influenced by renowned physicists such as Hermann von Helmholtz and Gustav Kirchhoff. In 1879, Max Planck received his Ph.D. from the University of Berlin, marking the beginning of his remarkable journey in the world of science. Stay tuned for more exciting stories about this incredible scientist. Explore the history of chemistry and its roots in ancient civilizations. Did you know that the roots of chemistry can be traced back to ancient civilizations? Metallurgy, pottery, and medicine involved basic chemical practices. The ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Indians, Chinese, and Mesopotamians all contributed significantly to early chemistry. Now, let's talk about the Greek philosophers. Democritus, born in 460 to 370 BCE, proposed early atomic theories. He suggested that matter was composed of indivisible units called atoms. So, there you have it. A brief history of chemistry with a focus on ancient alchemy and its early practices. Did you know that alchemy can be traced back to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia around 2000 BCE? That's right, it all started with the early alchemical practices in these regions. In Egypt, alchemy was closely tied to the god of wisdom, Thoth, and the Hermetic tradition began to take shape, with texts being attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. The Greek philosophers Empedocles and Aristotle also had a significant impact on alchemical thought. So, there you have it. A brief overview of the ancient origins of alchemy, from its roots in Egypt and Mesopotamia to the influence of Greek philosophy. You know that the term eavesdropping originates from the Old English word eavesdrop, which refers to the place where water drops from the eaves of a house. Eavesdroppers would stand in this area to overhear conversations inside. Eavesdropping practices date back to ancient times. For instance, in ancient Egypt, pharaohs used spies to gather intelligence on their enemies and subjects. In Greece and Rome, eavesdropping was used for political and military purposes. So, the next time you're enjoying a quiet moment under the eaves, remember that you're part of a long and intriguing history of eavesdropping. You know that the region we know as Germany today was once home to various Germanic tribes. These tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, Saxons, and Franks, had a significant impact on European history through their migrations and invasions. Now, let's talk about the Roman influence. Parts of modern Germany were incorporated into the Roman Empire, with areas west of the Rhine River becoming part of the Roman Empire. The Romans established provinces like Germania Superior and Germania Inferior, which played a crucial role in shaping the region's history. In the 1980s and 1990s, the development of cryptographic concepts and protocols laid the foundation for Bitcoin. Key innovations included public key cryptography, hash functions, and digital signatures. In 1998, computer scientist Wei Dai proposed B-Money, an anonymous, distributed electronic cash system. Around the same time, Nick Szabo introduced the concept of BitGold, a digital currency that could be used to purchase goods and services. So, there you have it. A brief overview of the early concepts and predecessors that led to the creation of Bitcoin. The history of digital currency can be traced back to the 1980s and 1990s, where the groundwork for these innovative currencies was laid. It was during this time that the foundations of cryptographic protocols and digital cash concepts were developed. One of the pioneers in this field was David Shom, an American cryptographer who proposed the idea of anonymous digital cash in his 1983 paper. He later founded DigiCash in 1989 with the goal of creating a system for anonymous electronic payments. In the 1990s, we saw the emergence of early digital currencies such as DigiCash, Flues, and Beans. These currencies were designed to be used for online transactions, but they ultimately faced challenges and were not widely adopted. That's a wrap for today's history lesson on digital currency. You know that synthetic biology has its roots in the 1860s. That's when Gregor Mendel, a brilliant scientist, laid the groundwork for genetics, which is a crucial component of this field. Fast forward to the 1850s, and we have Charles Darwin, who introduced us to the concept of evolution and natural selection. These concepts are essential for understanding how we can manipulate biological systems. Now, let's jump to the 20th century. In 1953, the discovery of DNA's structure by James Watson and Francis Crick revolutionized our understanding of genetics and paved the way for synthetic biology. So, there you have it, folks. The history of synthetic biology is a fascinating journey that spans centuries and has its roots in the work of some truly remarkable scientists. Did you know that ancient myths and automata have a rich history? In Greek mythology, stories like those of Hephaestus, the Greek god of craftsmanship, describe automata. Hephaestus created mechanical servants and the bronze giant Talos. Moving on to ancient China, around 400 BC, Chinese philosopher Mozi and engineer Lu Ben are credited with designing mechanical birds and wooden soldiers. In the automata of antiquity, the Greeks and Egyptians built early mechanical devices such as the famous water clock of Ctesibius, a Greek inventor.
Let's start with the year 1839, when French physicist Alexander Edmond Becquerel made a groundbreaking discovery. He discovered the photovoltaic effect, which is the principle that certain materials produce an electric current when exposed to light. Fast forward to 1873 to 1876, and we have another pivotal moment in solar panel history. Willoughby Smith, an English physicist, discovered the photoconductivity of selenium. In 1876, William Grylls Adams and Richard Evans Day took it a step further by demonstrating that selenium could produce an electric current when exposed to light. These early discoveries and concepts laid the foundation for the modern-day solar panel technology we know and love today. So, the next time you see a solar panel, remember the fascinating journey it took to get there.
Did you know that the idea of solar sailing dates back to the 17th century? Johannes Kepler, a renowned astronomer, observed a comet's tail being pushed away from the sun and suggested that the sun might exert a force on objects in space. Fast forward to the 19th century, and James Clerk Maxwell, a brilliant physicist, established that light exerts pressure on objects, a concept that is crucial to the idea of solar sailing. In the 20th century, visionaries like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, a Russian rocket scientist, further explored the potential of solar sails. He envisioned using them to propel spacecraft to the outer reaches of our solar system. So, there you have it, folks. The fascinating history of solar sails, from its early beginnings to the visionaries who shaped its future. Did you know that the history of superconductors dates back to 1827, when Georg Ohm discovered electrical resistance? This marked the beginning of our understanding of the relationship between voltage, current, and resistance in electrical circuits. Fast forward to 1882, and Dutch physicist Heike Kamerlingh-Onnes made a groundbreaking discovery: zero electrical resistance in mercury. This led to the study of materials at very low temperatures, paving the way for the discovery of superconductivity. In 1911, superconductivity was discovered in mercury, marking a significant milestone in our understanding of the properties of material.
Isaac Newton was born on January 4, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England. His birth date is recorded as December 25, 1642, using the old-style calendar. Sodley, his father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away just 3 months before his birth. His mother, Hannah Ayscough, remarried when he was 3 years old, leaving him in the care of his grandmother. Isaac Newton's early life was marked by a strong interest in mechanics and a natural talent for mathematics. He attended the King's School in Grantham, where he excelled in these subjects.
In 1637, René Descartes introduced the Cartesian coordinate system, which allowed us to express geometric shapes as algebraic equations. This system laid the foundation for analytic geometry and graphing. Moving on to the 18th century, we'll discuss the development of analytical geometry, thanks to the efforts of Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Both of these brilliant minds independently developed the foundations of calculus, which included the concept of graphing. So, there you have it. A brief overview of the history of graphing, starting with its early concepts and foundations. In the 1990s, the birth of the web took place, and it was Tim Berners-Lee who invented the World Wide Web WWW in 1989-1990. Web 1.0 was characterized by static web pages and limited user interaction. Fast forward to the 2000s, and we saw the transition to Web 2.0. This era was marked by dynamic content, social media, and user-generated content. Key developments included blogs, wikis, social networks like Facebook and Twitter, and platforms like YouTube and Instagram. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of Web 3.0 with its early concepts and foundations. Did you know that the groundwork for blockchain technology was laid in the 1970s and 1990s? It all started with advances in cryptographic research. In 1979, Ralph Merkle introduced the concept of Merkle trees, which allowed for efficient and secure verification of data in large datasets. In 1991, Stuart Haber and W. Scott Stornetta proposed a cryptographically secured chain of blocks, a key idea behind blockchain. This groundbreaking concept paved the way for the blockchain technology we know and love today. So, there you have it, folks. A brief history of blockchain technology, from its humble beginnings to its current state. We hope you found this information as fascinating as we did.
Did you know that humans have been creating artificial structures to mimic the shade and cooling effects of natural trees since ancient times? In ancient and medieval times, we saw the emergence of man-made shade structures like pergolas and trellises covered with vines. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the concept of artificial trees for aesthetic and practical purposes in urban settings really took off. Early examples included structures like the iconic Eiffel Tower, which was initially designed as a temporary structure for the 1889 World's Fair. So there you have it, folks. The history of artificial trees is a fascinating journey spanning centuries and continents.
Did you know that the idea of space travel has been envisioned for centuries? In fact, early conceptualizations can be found in science fiction literature. Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon 1865 and H.G. Wells's The War of the Worlds 1898 are just a few examples. Another important aspect of space travel is early rocketry. This concept was developed by pioneers like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, Robert Goddard, and Hermann Oberth. Their work laid the foundation for modern space exploration. So, there you have it. The history of spaceships is a fascinating journey that spans centuries and continues to inspire us today. Thanks for joining us on this cosmic adventure. The history of computer games can be traced back to the 1940s and 1950s, where early experiments in computing paved the way for these interactive experiences. One of the first known computer games was Tennis for Two, developed by physicist William Higginbotham in 1958 on an oscilloscope. Fast forward to 1962, and we have Spacewar, created by Steve Russell and others at MIT. This game was one of the first interactive computer games and was played on a PDP-1 computer. It featured the players controlling spaceships and battling it out in space.
The history of large language models can be traced back to the 1950s and 1980s, when early foundations were laid. During this time, the focus was on early NLP models. Initially, work in natural language processing NLP involved rule-based systems and symbolic approaches. Early systems like ELIZE 1966 demonstrated simple dialogue capabilities but were limited in complexity. However, in the 1990s, a shift occurred. The introduction of statistical methods revolutionized the field. Techniques like hidden Markov models HMMIS and maximum entropy models MEMIS became popular, marking a significant advancement in NLP. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of large language models, from their early foundations to the introduction of statistical methods. We hope you found this information interesting and informative. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Fidel Investing channel for more fascinating insights into the world of technology. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you in the next video.
Hey there, fellow history buffs. Today, we're diving into the fascinating history of Africa. Did you know that modern humans first emerged in East Africa around 200,000 years ago? That's right. Our species was born and has been evolving on this vast continent ever since. Fast forward to 18,000 years ago, and we find the first evidence of our species in the Levant. From there, our ancestors began their journey across the world. Now, keep this in mind. Human beings are not native to any landmass. We are all immigrants from Africa. The concept of indigenous people is a relatively new idea that started around 250 years ago. It's important to remember this when discussing current events and labels like indigenous peoples. We all have our roots in Africa, so no one is truly native to any particular place. We are all part of one human family, sharing a common ancestor who lived in Africa tens of thousands of years ago. So there you have it, a quick glimpse into the history and evolution of our species on the African continent. Ethiopia, with its deep roots in human history, is one of the oldest countries in the world. Humans have inhabited this region for millions of years, which makes it a significant part of our global history. The Aksumite Empire was founded around 100 BC and thrived until the 7th century AD. Under Emperor Fasilides' reign, Aksum reached its peak, boasting a population of millions and exerting influence over Arabia and Rome. As we fast forward to the 18th century, you may have heard about Queen Mintwab of Ethiopia. She was instrumental in halting the Muslim advancement into her country in 1777. Fast forward to 1896, and Ethiopia faced a historic defeat against Italy at Adwa. This marked the first time an African nation had successfully defended its sovereignty against a European power on its own soil. That's just a brief glimpse into Ethiopia's past. With a population of over 200 million people, Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa and the 7th largest in the world. Let's explore some key periods and events that have shaped this vibrant nation. Fast forward to 1967, and we find ourselves in a different era, the Nigerian Civil War or Biafra War. This conflict lasted until 1970 and claimed an estimated 1 million lives. Following independence, Nigeria experienced a period of relative stability under the military regime of General Johnson, who introduced universal education. In 1993, however, Nigeria held its first democratic elections for president and parliament. Unfortunately, these elections were cancelled due to widespread violence and manipulation at the hands of General Abacha. Under his rule, Nigeria witnessed a significant increase in oil production and revenue. The history of South Africa can be traced back thousands of years to two early civilizations, the San and Khoikhoi people. The San were hunter-gatherers, while the Khoikhoi were pastoralists who migrated from modern-day Ethiopia to South Africa around 1000 AD. They played a significant role in the region's history, particularly in trading with European traders and settlers. The Dutch East India Company was one of the first European groups to arrive in South Africa in 1652. They established a colony at Cape Town under Jan van Riebeeck and gradually brought over more settlers from Europe. By 1795, after nearly a century of colonization, English settlers had taken control of the entire colony from the Dutch. Fast forward to 1820, and British settlement in South Africa continued to grow under Lord Charles Somerset's administration. During this time, Dutch farmers known as Voortrekkers migrated north from Cape Town into Zululand and beyond. This movement led to numerous conflicts between settlers and local African peoples throughout the mid-19th century. So there you have it, a brief yet enlightening overview of South Africa's historical journey.
Kenya's history dates back thousands of years, with the earliest known inhabitants being hunter-gatherers, who later became pastoralists. These early settlers were ancestors of the Khoisan and San peoples. By around 2000 BCE, Cushitic-speaking people migrated to the region from northern Africa. Fast forward to the 1st century AD, and Bantu-speaking farmers began their epic journey southward from West Africa. They settled in Kenya around the 8th century and formed complex societies with advanced iron technology. As we move into the 15th century, Swahili traders established coastal settlements along the Indian Ocean. The Swahili language emerged from a fusion of Arabic, Persian, and local Bantu languages. In 1498, Portuguese explorers arrived on Kenya's shores. When Vasco da Gama reached Mombasa, the British then came into the picture. In 1842, when John Castle established a mission station near Mombasa. By 1895, British territories in Kenya had expanded significantly following military campaigns against local chiefs. Kenya officially became a British colony in 1920, but gained independence in 1963 with Jomo Kenyatta as its first prime minister.
Congo's history spans thousands of years, filled with diverse cultures and events that shaped the region. One significant moment was the Bantu migration. Starting in the 5th century, people speaking Bantu languages began to move into the region, bringing with them new technologies like agriculture and iron working. This migration had a profound effect on the Congo's culture and identity. Fast forward to the 1800s and colonization took hold. The Congo was divided up between Belgium and Portugal in 1879, setting off a period of intense change in the region. This era was marked by European influence and a shift in power dynamics. As we move through time, it's crucial to remember that Congo's history is complex and multifaceted. From ancient times to colonial rule to modern challenges, each era has left its mark on the region's identity and culture. Understanding this history helps us appreciate the depth and diversity of human experience around the world. Did you know that African societies have long upheld values that promote community, respect, harmony, and resilience? Let's take a look at how these core values have evolved over time. In ancient and pre-colonial Africa, we find the concept of communalism, where the community was valued above the individual. The idea of Ubuntu, a Nguni Bantu term, captures this concept perfectly. Ubuntu emphasizes the importance of community, respect, and harmony, promoting the idea that we are all interconnected and interdependent. As we move into the colonial period, we see the introduction of new values, such as the concept of individualism. However, even in this time, African societies continued to uphold their core values, often adapting and integrating new ideas with their own traditions.
Let's take a journey through time and explore the key periods and events that have shaped Morocco's past. First up, let's talk about the ancient history of Morocco. Did you know that evidence of human habitation in Morocco dates back to the Paleolithic period? That's right. People have been living in this beautiful country for thousands of years. Moving on to the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, around the 12th century BCE, these ancient civilizations established trading posts along the Moroccan coast. By the 6th century BCE, Carthage, a Phoenician city, had a significant presence in the region. As we continue our journey through time, we'll explore the Roman, Vandal, and Byzantine periods, as well as the rise of the Berber kingdoms and the establishment of the Almoravid and Almohad dynasties. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the key periods and events in the history of Morocco.
Somalia's history spans thousands of years, with a rich tapestry of ancient civilizations, colonialism, and modern challenges. So, let's take a journey through the key periods and events in the history of Somalia. First up, we have the ancient and medieval periods. Somalia was home to several ancient civilizations dating back to the 2nd millennium BCE. One of the most intriguing is the land of Punt mentioned in ancient Egyptian texts. Punt was a region known for its gold and incense trading. Next, we have the Islamic period 6th–19th centuries. Somalia became a key player in the Muslim world, with the establishment of the Adrian Empire in the 13th century. The 19th century saw the rise of the Sultanate of Hobyo and the Sultanate of Mogadishu. The 20th century brought colonialism to Somalia, with Italy and Britain taking control. In 1960, Somalia gained independence, but the country faced numerous challenges, including civil war and the formation of the Somali Republic. So, there you have it, a brief overview of the key periods and events in the history of Somalia.
Tanzania, a country located in East Africa. Tanzania's history is a rich tapestry woven together by indigenous cultures, Arab traders, European colonialism, and post-colonial developments. So, let's explore the key periods and events that have shaped Tanzania's past. First, let's talk about the pre-colonial period. This era is marked by the ancient inhabitants of Tanzania, who were divided into various groups, including the Bantu, Nilotic, and Cushitic peoples. The Bantu people, in particular, played a significant role in shaping Tanzania's history. Next, let's discuss the ancient inhabitants. Tanzania is home to some of the oldest human fossils ever discovered, found in the Olduvai Gorge. These fossils date back millions of years, making Tanzania a crucial site for paleoanthropology. That's just a taste of Tanzania's fascinating history. Ghana has a rich and diverse history that spans thousands of years, encompassing ancient kingdoms, colonial rule, and modern developments. So, let's take a journey through time and explore the key periods and events in the history of Ghana. First up, we have the ancient and medieval periods. Ghana was home to various ancient kingdoms, including the Ashanti, Fandi, and Godangbi. These kingdoms were characterized by their unique cultures, languages, and political systems. Next, let's talk about the early inhabitants and cultures. Ghana has a long history of human settlement, dating back to prehistoric times. Archaeological evidence suggests that humans have lived in what is now Ghana for thousands of years. The region was home to various prehistoric cultures and societies, each with their own unique customs and traditions. Of Uganda, a country located in East Africa. Uganda has a rich history marked by ancient kingdoms, colonial rule, and post-independence developments. Let's take a look at the key periods and events in the history of Uganda. First up, we have the pre-colonial period. This era is marked by the presence of ancient kingdoms such as the Baganda, Banyoro, and Toro kingdoms. These kingdoms played a significant role in shaping Uganda's history. Next, we have the early inhabitants and cultures. Uganda has a long history of human activity, dating back thousands of years. Archaeological findings indicate the presence of hunter-gatherer communities in the region. Then, we have the Bantu migration, which took place around 1000 BCE. This migration brought Bantu-speaking people to the region, further shaping the cultural landscape of Uganda. Stay tuned for more fascinating historical tidbits about Uganda.
Seychelles, an archipelago in the Indian Ocean. Seychelles history is marked by its geographical isolation, colonization, and eventual independence. Let's take a quick overview of the key periods and events in the history of Seychelles. First, let's talk about the early history of Seychelles. Did you know that before European exploration, Seychelles was uninhabited? However, Arab sailors and traders likely knew of its existence as they navigated the Indian Ocean. Now, let's move on to the European exploration and colonization period. Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama first discovered the islands in 1502, naming them after the Portuguese king at the time, Prince Henry. The French later claimed the islands in the 18th century, but the British seized them in 1794 during the Napoleonic Wars. Seychelles finally gained independence in 1976, becoming a republic within the Commonwealth. Botswana's history is marked by early human habitation, traditional societies, colonization, and a remarkable post-independence trajectory. Let's take a look at the key periods and events that shaped Botswana's history. First up, let's explore the early history of Botswana. The country's history dates back over 100,000 years, with evidence of early human habitation found in some of the world's oldest archaeological sites. The San Bushman people, who are among the oldest inhabitants of the region, still reside in Botswana today. Moving on to the prehistoric period, Botswana was home to a diverse range of early human inhabitants, including the San, Ko, and Khoisan peoples. These groups were followed by the Bantu-speaking people, who migrated from West Africa in the first millennium AD.
Namibia, a country located in southwestern Africa. Namibia's history is marked by early human settlement, European colonization, resistance movements, and eventual independence. Let's take a quick look at the key periods and events that shaped Namibia's history. First up, we have the early history of Namibia. This period is marked by the arrival of early human settlers, who left behind fascinating artifacts like the famous Tweefelfontein rock art. The San people, also known as the Bushmen, were among the earliest known inhabitants of the region. They lived as hunter-gatherers and left behind a rich cultural legacy. Next, we have the prehistoric period, which saw the emergence of the Khoikhoi and Herero peoples. The Khoikhoi were pastoralists, while the Herero were farmers and cattle herders. Both groups played a significant role in Namibia's history.
Of Cameroon, starting with its pre-colonial era. Did you know that the area now known as Cameroon has been inhabited for thousands of years? Early inhabitants included the Baka, also known as Pygmies, who still live in the forests of southern and eastern Cameroon. Various Bantu-speaking groups migrated to the region from the north around 2,000 years ago, establishing kingdoms and chiefdoms. Notable groups included the South Civilization near Lake Chad and the Bamileke and Bamoun kingdoms in the west. As we continue our journey through Cameroon's history, we'll explore the impact of European exploration and colonialism. Stay tuned for more fascinating historical tidbits. Thank you for joining Fidel Gaming today. If you enjoyed this history lesson, don't forget to follow and subscribe for more fascinating historical facts. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome back to Nothing But Africa, where we delve into the heart of African culture, heritage, and values. Today, we're excited to explore the quality traits that define African communities across generations. In Part 3, we'll be diving into the traits that have empowered African communities to overcome challenges and thrive, inspiring and influencing cultures around the world. So, let's embark on this journey together and celebrate the qualities that continue to inspire and shape our world. Did you know that the concept of equality in this African nation is influenced by a complex interplay of cultural traditions, social structures, and historical developments? Now, let's explore the pre-colonial societies in Angola. One of the most striking aspects of these societies is their community-based structures. These communities were often self-sufficient, with each member contributing to the group's well-being. This sense of shared responsibility and interdependence is a key aspect of egalitarianism in Angola. Next, let's talk about the impact of colonial rule on Angola's journey towards equality. While there were certainly challenges related to inequality, there were also notable aspects of egalitarian practices and movements throughout Angola's history. Here are some of the world's most influential egalitarian movements in Africa that have shaped the continent's socio-political landscape. First up, we have Pan-Africanism, a movement that's both political and cultural. It advocates for the unity of all African peoples, regardless of race, gender, or class. This movement has had a significant impact on the continent, challenging systems of inequality and promoting human rights, social justice, and equality. Next, we have the African National Congress, which was founded in 1912. This movement aimed to end the racial segregation of South Africa and promote equality for all citizens. The Congress of South African Trade Unions, founded in 1985, is another significant movement that fought for workers' rights and against apartheid. Lastly, we have the African Union, which was established in 2002. This organization aims to promote peace, security, and development across the continent. You know that several African countries have had historical moments or periods where egalitarian principles were practiced or promoted, either through indigenous systems or post-independence efforts to promote equality. Well, today we're going to shine a light on some of these countries and their remarkable histories of equalitarianism. First, we have the Swahili Coast in East Africa, where egalitarian principles were practiced in the form of social classes, with everyone having access to resources and opportunities. Next, we have the Kingdom of Congo, where egalitarianism was a key principle in their political and social organization. Lastly, we have the Ashanti Empire in Ghana, where egalitarianism was practiced through their political and social structures, with a focus on equality and consensus decision-making. So there you have it, folks. These are just a few examples of African countries with significant histories of equalitarianism. It's fascinating to see how different cultures have embraced and practiced these principles throughout history. Did you know that the history of equalitarianism in Africa is complex, rooted in indigenous traditions, colonial histories, liberation movements, and modern struggles for social, political, and economic equality? The continent's long history has seen evolving notions of equality both within African societies and in response to external forces such as European colonialism and globalization. Pre-colonial equalitarianism in Africa. In many African societies before the arrival of Europeans, social systems often reflected a sense of equality. For instance, in the Igbo society of Nigeria, the Igbo Akwu bronze sculptures suggest a society where all members were considered equal in the eyes of the gods. So, the next time you hear about the history of equalitarianism in Africa, remember that it's a rich and complex tapestry of traditions, histories, and struggles for equality. Did you know that the roots of egalitarian thought can be traced back to ancient civilizations? Some philosophers in these times began to question the idea of hierarchy based on class, race, or gender. This was a groundbreaking concept that laid the foundation for the modern-day fight for equality. Throughout history, various philosophical, political, and social movements have continued to advocate for fairness and the elimination of hierarchy. This struggle for equality has been a long and arduous journey, but it's one that we must continue to fight for. Did you know that this country's rich cultural heritage, traditional governance systems, and modern political developments are all intertwined with its egalitarian values? Let's start with the pre-colonial societies. Senegal was home to various ethnic groups, including the Wolof, Serer, Tukulur, and Diola. These communities practiced community-based governance where everyone had a say in decision-making. This democratic approach to governance was a key factor in the development of egalitarian values in Senegal. Fast forward to modern times, and you'll find that Senegal's political system is heavily influenced by these egalitarian principles. The country's constitution guarantees equal rights and opportunities for all citizens, regardless of their ethnic background or social status. So, there you have it, folks. The history of egalitarianism practices in Senegal is a fascinating tale of cultural heritage, traditional governance, and modern political development. You know that the concept of honesty has been around for thousands of years, evolving alongside cultural, religious, and ethical systems. Let's take a journey through time and explore how honesty has been perceived and shaped throughout history. First up, let's talk about the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt. In these early societies, honesty was highly valued, especially in matters of trade, governance, and law. For instance, the ancient Egyptian concept of Mat, which encompassed truth, balance, and order, was closely tied to honesty. Moving on to the ancient Greeks, they placed a high premium on honesty. In fact, the Greek goddess of truth, Aletheia, was often depicted as a personification of honesty. In the medieval period, honesty took on a more religious connotation, with the concept of truthfulness being closely tied to religious beliefs and practices. Fast forward to the Renaissance, and we see a shift in the perception of honesty. It became more closely associated with individual morality and self-improvement. In the modern era, honesty has continued to evolve, with the concept of authenticity gaining prominence. Honesty is the quality of being truthful, sincere, and free from deceit. It involves speaking and acting in ways that are straightforward and aligned with facts and reality, without manipulating or hiding the truth. Honesty is not just about telling the truth, but also about living authentically and ethically, where one's words, actions, and intentions are consistent with each other. Honesty can manifest in different ways. Verbal honesty, which is being truthful in what you say, avoiding lies and exaggeration. Emotional honesty, which is being honest about your feelings and emotions. And intellectual honesty, which is being honest about your beliefs and opinions. Remember, honesty is not just a virtue, but also a skill that we can cultivate and practice in our daily lives. It's about being true to ourselves and others, and it's a key ingredient in building strong, meaningful relationships. So let's strive to be honest in all aspects of our lives, and let's spread this message to others as well. Know that integrity dates back to ancient times. In ancient Egypt, it was closely tied to the concept of Mat, which encompassed truth, balance, and order. This concept of integrity was considered crucial for the well-being of society. In ancient Greece, integrity was closely linked to the virtue of justice, and the Greek philosopher Aristotle believed that it was essential for maintaining a harmonious society. In the Hindu tradition, integrity is embodied in the concept of dharma, which emphasizes the importance of living in accordance with one's duties and responsibilities. The ancient Chinese philosophers Confucius and Mencius also placed a high value on integrity, seeing it as a key component of moral and ethical behavior. So, there you have it, folks. Integrity has been a cherished value in various ancient civilizations and philosophies. Let's strive to uphold this important virtue in our own lives. Integrity is the quality of being honest, having strong moral principles, and consistently adhering to ethical values. It involves doing the right thing even when it's difficult or when no one is watching. A person with integrity demonstrates reliability and moral uprightness, where their actions align with their beliefs, values, and commitments. Integrity can be broken down into key aspects: honesty, consistency, and accountability. Honesty means speaking the truth and being transparent in communication. Consistency means acting in accordance with one's principles and values. And accountability means taking responsibility for one's actions and being willing to face the consequences of one's choices. Remember, integrity is not just about doing the right thing, but also about being the right person. So, let's strive to be the best versions of ourselves and always prioritize integrity in our lives. From ancient civilizations to modern times, ethics has been a central theme in shaping human societies. In the ancient world, ethical behavior was deeply rooted in religious teachings and philosophical thought. For instance, the ancient Egyptians believed in the concept of Mat, which encompassed harmony, balance, and truth. In Mesopotamia, the Code of Hammurabi was a legal framework that outlined ethical principles for daily life. As societies evolved, so did their ethical standards. The ancient Greeks developed the concept of virtue ethics, while the Romans focused on duty and social responsibility. The rise of Christianity in the West brought a new set of ethical principles, emphasizing compassion, charity, and the Golden Rule. Fast forward to the modern era, and we see the development of secular ethics, which is rooted in human rights and the concept of universal moral principles. You might be wondering what exactly ethical behavior is and why it's so important. Well, let's dive right in. Ethical behavior refers to actions that are in line with accepted principles of right and wrong, typically guided by moral values such as honesty, fairness, responsibility, and respect for others. It involves making decisions and acting in ways that benefit individuals and society, while avoiding harm or exploitation. Now, let's break down the key elements of ethical behavior. Firstly, honesty is crucial. Being truthful and transparent in your actions and communication is essential. Secondly, fairness is a must. Treating others justly, without bias or favor, is a fundamental aspect of ethical behavior. Remember, being ethical isn't just about following rules, it's about doing the right thing for yourself, others, and society as a whole. So, let's all strive to be the best versions of ourselves and practice ethical behavior in our daily lives. Loyalty has been a central theme in the development of relationships, ethical systems, and social cohesion across various cultures, religions, and historical contexts. Let's start with ancient civilizations. In ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, loyalty was a crucial aspect of society. It was vital for maintaining order and stability. In Mesopotamia, for instance, the concept of loyalty was often tied to the king, who was seen as the embodiment of the divine. In Egypt, loyalty was a key element in the relationship between the pharaoh and his subjects. In ancient Greece, loyalty was a central theme in the lives of the heroes, such as Achilles in the Iliad. It was a key factor in the formation of friendships, alliances, and even in the development of democracy. In the Roman Empire, loyalty was a fundamental aspect of the military and political systems. Soldiers were expected to be loyal to their commanders, and citizens were expected to be loyal to the state. In medieval Europe, loyalty was a central theme in the feudal system. Lords were expected to be loyal to their kings, and vassals were expected to be loyal to their lords. Throughout history, loyalty has been a key factor in the development of societies, relationships, and ethical systems. It's fascinating to see how this concept has evolved and adapted to different contexts.
Loyalty is a strong sense of commitment and faithfulness to a person, group, cause, or principle. It involves consistent support, trust, and allegiance over time. Even in difficult situations, loyalty is characterized by the willingness to stand by someone or something, showing dedication and reliability through actions and choices. Loyalty can be demonstrated in various contexts: personal relationships. Loyalty to friends, family, or romantic partners means standing by them, offering support, and being there for them through thick and thin. Professional relationships. Loyalty to colleagues, employers, or clients means being reliable, trustworthy, and committed to the success of the team or organization. Community involvement. Loyalty to one's community means being an active and engaged member, contributing to the well-being and development of the community. Political affiliations. Loyalty to a political party or ideology means standing by the principles and values of the party or ideology, even when it's not popular or easy. Remember, loyalty is a two-way street. It's not just about what we expect from others, but also about what we're willing to give. So, let's strive to be loyal in all aspects of our lives.
Know that respect has deep historical roots intertwined with the development of human societies, cultural values, and ethical systems. Respect, as a concept, has evolved across time, often tied to social hierarchies, family structures, moral philosophies, and legal systems. It's played a crucial role in maintaining social order, promoting harmony, and ensuring mutual dignity between individuals and groups. Let's take a trip back to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, where respect was a vital part of daily life. In these early civilizations, respect was often tied to social hierarchies, with certain individuals or groups receiving more respect than others. This was especially true in family structures, where respect for elders and authority figures was paramount. As time went on, respect evolved to encompass moral philosophies and legal systems. It became a key element in promoting ethical behavior and maintaining social order. Respect is not just about following the rules or treating others nicely. It's about recognizing the value, dignity, or worth of a person, idea, or institution. It's about treating others with consideration, courtesy, and understanding, acknowledging their rights, feelings, and perspectives. Respect can be shown through actions, words, and attitudes that demonstrate care, appreciation, and fairness. Now, let's dive into the key elements of respect. First and foremost, respect is about acknowledging individual dignity. It's about respecting people for who they are, regardless of their background, status, or beliefs. This means treating everyone with kindness and understanding and not judging them based on their appearance, actions, or beliefs. The concept of dignity has its roots in ancient philosophical, religious, and social concepts surrounding the inherent worth of human beings. It's been a central theme in human thought and has evolved over time. In ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, dignity was often linked to social status and honor. This idea of dignity was also present in the religious and philosophical traditions of the time. In ancient Greece, dignity was seen as a virtue closely tied to honor and respect. This concept of dignity was also present in the Roman Republic, where it was associated with the rights and privileges of citizenship. During the Middle Ages, dignity was often associated with the power and authority of monarchs and nobles. However, with the rise of humanism in the Renaissance, dignity began to be seen as a universal human right, rather than a privilege of the elite. In modern times, dignity has become a central concept in ethical thought and international law, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights being a prime example.
Dignity is the inherent worth or value that every person possesses simply by virtue of being human. It reflects the idea that all individuals deserve to be treated with respect, fairness, and honor, regardless of their background, status, or circumstances. Dignity involves three key aspects: self-respect, mutual respect, and human rights. Firstly, self-respect is about valuing oneself and acting in ways that reflect personal worth and integrity. It's about treating ourselves with kindness and respect, and recognizing our own worth. Secondly, mutual respect is about recognizing the worth of others and treating them with kindness, respect, and fairness. It's about understanding that everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. Lastly, human rights are the foundation of dignity. They are the basic rights and freedoms that every human being is entitled to, regardless of their circumstances. Remember, everyone deserves to be treated with dignity. Let's all strive to promote and protect this fundamental human right.
This concept, developed by psychologist John Bowlby, is all about the gradual process of learning to be content and satisfied with our own company. It's a fascinating journey that begins with the birth of a child who is completely dependent on their caregivers for their needs. As they grow, they learn to rely on others less and less, eventually becoming fully independent. This gradual process is essential for our mental health and well-being. It's a journey that we all go through, and it's a testament to the incredible resilience and adaptability of the human spirit. This concept, also developed by psychologist B.F. Skinner, explores the idea that humans can learn to control their own gratification. So, how did this concept come about? Well, it all started with Skinner's research on pigeons in the 1930s. He discovered that pigeons could be trained to press a button to receive food. This led to the development of the concept of operant conditioning, which is the idea that behavior can be modified by the consequences that follow it. In the 1960s, Skinner applied this concept to humans, suggesting that people could learn to control their own gratification. He believed that by understanding the principles of operant conditioning, people could learn to delay gratification and achieve long-term goals. This groundbreaking idea has had a significant impact on psychology and has been studied extensively ever since. So, the next time you're feeling a little lonely, remember that you're on this journey of self-discovery and growth. Embrace the process and celebrate your progress.
This term is all about finding satisfaction in the little things, and it's a great way to improve your overall well-being. Gradual independent gratification is all about finding satisfaction in the little things, like enjoying a cup of tea, taking a leisurely walk, or reading a book. It's about appreciating the small moments in life and finding joy in the simple things. When we focus on gradual independent gratification, we can break free from the constant need for external validation and instant gratification. We can learn to find contentment within ourselves, rather than relying on external factors to make us happy. So, the next time you're feeling down, try focusing on gradual independent gratification. Find joy in the little things, and you might just be surprised at how much better you feel.
Did you know that in ancient Greece, early philosophers like Socrates and Plato emphasized the importance of clear thinking to reach truth and understanding? Socratic dialogues often sought clarity through questioning, encouraging critical thinking and rational discussion. Moving on to communication, clarity has become a cornerstone of effective communication. In the 20th century, the concept of clarity was further developed by linguists and psychologists who emphasized the importance of clear and unambiguous language. Lastly, let's touch on spirituality. In many spiritual traditions, clarity is seen as a path to enlightenment, with clear thinking and clear consciousness being key to understanding the universe and our place in it.
Clarity, simply put, refers to the quality of being clear, easily understood, and free from ambiguity or confusion. It applies across different areas of life, thought, communication, vision, and emotions, allowing for more precise perception and comprehension. Let's break down clarity in various contexts. Clarity in thought. The ability to think clearly means having well-organized, logical, and focused thoughts that are free from distractions or confusion. For example, making decisions requires clarity in thought. Clarity in communication. This involves expressing oneself in a way that is easily understood by others. It's about being clear, concise, and unambiguous in our messages. Clarity in vision. This is about having a clear, well-defined, and focused vision for one's life, goals, and aspiration. It's about having a clear understanding of what you want to achieve and how you plan to get there. Clarity in emotions. This is about having a clear understanding of one's emotions, being able to identify and express them accurately. It's about being in touch with one's feelings and being able to communicate them effectively. So there you have it, folks. Clarity is a crucial aspect of life that can greatly enhance our understanding and
The
experiences.
history of communication is a captivating tale of how humans have developed methods to exchange information, thoughts, and ideas from the earliest times to the present. This process has undergone a remarkable transformation with the introduction of new technologies and systems, shaping how societies operate and grow. One of the earliest forms of communication was prehistoric communication, which encompassed cave paintings and symbols. For instance, cave paintings dating back over 40,000 years served as a way for early humans to share their experiences and stories. Symbols, on the other hand, were used to convey meaning and understanding, paving the way for more complex forms of communication. As we move through time, we'll explore how communication has evolved from the ancient Greeks and Romans to the invention of the printing press and the advent of the internet.
Communication is the process of sharing information, ideas, and feelings between individuals or groups. It's the glue that holds our relationships together, and it's the key to understanding each other better. Whether it's through words, gestures, or even body language, communication is all about connecting with others. It's about expressing ourselves and listening to what others have to say. Remember, good communication is a two-way street. It's not just about talking, but also about listening. So, let's all strive to be better communicators and build stronger connections with those around us.
Listening is all about truly understanding what the other person is saying, and it's crucial in building strong relationships and fostering honest communication. When we actively listen, we're not just hearing the words, but we're also paying attention to the tone, body language, and context of the conversation. This helps us to pick up on subtle cues that might otherwise be missed. So, how do we become better active listeners? Well, firstly, we need to give the speaker our full attention. That means putting away our phones, making eye contact, and avoiding distractions. Next, we should try to understand the speaker's perspective, even if we don't agree with it. This shows empathy and respect for their thoughts and feelings. Finally, we should ask questions to clarify and understand the speaker's point of view. This helps to ensure that we're both on the same page and that we're truly listening to each other. So, there you have it, folks. Active listening is a key component of honest communication. Remember, it's not just about what we say, but also about how we listen. You know that the concept of accountability has evolved over centuries with its roots in governance, ethics, law, and personal responsibility. Let's take a journey through time and explore how accountability has shaped our world. First up, we'll be looking at ancient civilizations. Did you know that accountability has been tied to governance since ancient times? In early civilizations like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece, rulers and officials were held responsible for their decisions, particularly in matters related to justice and the welfare of citizens. Next, we'll be exploring the role of codes in ancient civilizations. These codes were often used to hold individuals and institutions accountable for their actions. They played a crucial role in maintaining order and promoting justice. As we continue our journey through history, we'll uncover how accountability has evolved to encompass ethics, law, and personal responsibility. It's fascinating to see how this concept has evolved over time and how it continues to shape our modern world.
So, what is accountability? Well, it's the acknowledgement and acceptance of responsibility for your actions, decisions, and their consequences. It's about being transparent, honest, and owning up to your mistakes. Accountability is crucial in all aspects of life, whether it's personal, professional, or social. It's about being responsible, dependable, and committed to your goals and responsibilities. Remember, accountability is not just about blaming or shaming someone, but about learning from our mistakes, growing, and becoming better versions of ourselves. So, let's embrace accountability and strive for continuous improvement in all that we do.
Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to Fidel Investing channel for more fascinating insights into African culture. Stay curious, keep exploring, and we'll see you in the next video.
Welcome back to our journey through the stunning continent of Africa. Today, we're diving into the second part of our exploration.
Ubuntu, a term coined by South African computer scientist Mark Shuttleworth, is deeply rooted in African philosophy. It's derived from the Nguni Bantu phrase Umuntu Ngamuntu Ngabantu, which translates to a person is a person through other people. This concept emphasizes communalism, interconnectedness, and mutual respect within communities. Ubuntu embodies these philosophical principles, emphasizing the importance of collaboration, sharing, and respect. It's no wonder that this philosophy has been a driving force behind the development of the Ubuntu operating system, which is known for its user-friendly interface, open-source nature, and commitment to collaboration. Did you know that Pygmies are indigenous peoples traditionally living in various regions of Central Africa, particularly in the rainforests of the Congo Basin? They're known for their short stature, with adult men averaging less than 150 centimeters for feet 11 inches in height. The term pygmy encompasses several distinct ethnic groups with their own languages, cultures, and histories. Now, let's delve into the early history and origins of pygmies. The origins of pygmy people are shrouded in mystery, with various theories emerging over the years. Some believe that they are the descendants of early hominids, while others suggest that they might have been the first inhabitants of the region. In conclusion, the history of pygmies is a fascinating topic that has intrigued scholars and explorers for centuries. This country, situated at the crossroads of Africa and the Middle East, has a rich and complex past marked by its strategic location, cultural diversity, and significant events. Let's start with the ancient and medieval periods. Did you know that Sudan was once home to the ancient Nubian civilization? This culture thrived for over 3,000 years, from around 3500 BC to 350 CE. The Nubians were the earliest known inhabitants of Sudan, living along the Nile and developing a unique culture that included the pre-Kerma culture. This period is marked by the construction of the famous pyramids and temples, which are still awe-inspiring today. As we continue our journey through Sudan's history, we'll explore the colonial period, internal conflicts, and the recent efforts towards peace and development. This country, located in southern Africa, has a rich and varied past, marked by ancient civilizations, colonial rule, and a complex post-independence era. So, let's get started. First, let's talk about the pre-colonial period. Zimbabwe was home to several ancient kingdoms and early inhabitants. The San and Khoisan were the earliest known inhabitants, and they were hunter-gatherers. Then, around the 4th century, Bantu-speaking peoples migrated into the region, bringing agriculture, ironworking, and new cultural practices. The post-independence era, starting in the late 19th century, was a time of significant change. Zimbabwe was colonized by the British, who established the colony of Southern Rhodesia in 1893. The country gained independence in 1980, but the post-independence era has been marked by political turmoil, economic challenges, and social unrest. That's a brief overview of Zimbabwe's history. You know that Egypt's history is one of the longest and most richly documented in the world, spanning thousands of years of civilization, achievements, and influence. Let's take a detailed look at this incredible journey. First up, we have the prehistoric Egypt era, where early settlements were established along the Nile River. This period saw the development of agriculture, animal husbandry, and pottery. Moving on to the ancient Egypt era, we find ourselves in the early dynastic period, which lasted from around 3100 to 2686 BCE. During this time, the first dynasty was established, and the country was united under one ruler. That's just a taste of the incredible history of Egypt. Stay tuned for more fascinating insights into this ancient civilization. Cairo, the capital of Egypt, has a history that spans several millennia, reflecting its significance as a political, cultural, and economic hub. Let's start our journey from the ancient period. During the ancient period Cairo was known as Misr the Egyptian name for the country. It was the capital of the unified Egypt under the pharaohs. Now, let's delve into the prehistoric and pharaonic eras ***. Cairo has been inhabited since prehistoric times, with early settlements along the Nile River. The city's history is closely tied to the Nile, which has been a lifeline for the region since ancient times. One of the most significant early settlements was Memphis founded around 3100 BC by King Menes. Memphis served as the capital of ancient Egypt for over 3,000 years, making it one of the longest-lasting cities in human history. So there you have it, folks. A brief overview of Cairo's rich and diverse history. We're diving into a site that's closely tied to the broader history of ancient Egypt. Did you know that Gizeh's history dates back to the prehistoric and early dynastic periods? During this time, the Giza Plateau was home to prehistoric settlements, with its inhabitants engaging in agriculture, hunting, and fishing. As we move into the Old Kingdom period, Giza takes on a whole new significance. It's during this time that the famous pyramids were constructed, cementing Gizeh's place in history. So, the next time you visit Giza, remember that you're not just admiring a wonder of the world, but also walking in the footsteps of ancient civilization. Swahili is a Bantu language widely spoken in East Africa and is recognized for its rich history and cultural significance. Let's take a journey through its origins and early development. Did you know that Swahili belongs to the Bantu branch of the Niger-Congo language family? Its roots trace back to the Bantu-speaking communities of East Africa, whose languages have been spoken in the region for several millennia. Swahili also has a strong influence from Arabic, as the Swahili coast has been a major trading center for centuries. The language has evolved over time, incorporating words and phrases from various languages, making it a unique and diverse language.
Afrobeats is a vibrant music genre that originated in West Africa, particularly in Nigeria and Ghana. It's a fusion of traditional African rhythms with various modern music styles, such as hip-hop, dancehall, and electronic music. This unique blend creates a captivating sound that's hard to resist. At its core, Afrobeats is rooted in traditional African music, which includes various rhythms, drumming styles, and vocal techniques. These traditional elements give Afrobeats its distinct flavor and make it a truly unique musical
Jollof
genre.
rice has a fascinating journey spanning several centuries and regions. Let's explore the origins and development of this tasty dish. First off, jollof rice has its roots in the Senegambia region, which encompasses present-day Senegal and Gambia. It's believed that this dish was developed by the Wolof people, who are the namesake of the dish. The Wolof people were known for their rice cultivation skills, and their name is a key part of the dish's name. Over time, jollof rice has evolved and spread across West Africa, becoming a staple in many households. It's a dish that brings people together, celebrating the rich cultural heritage of the region. So, the next time you dig into a plate of jollof rice, remember its fascinating history and the people who brought it to life. You know, African fruits have a diverse history, reflecting the continent's rich agricultural heritage and climatic variety. Let's take a closer look at some notable African fruits and their historical context. First up, we have the mango. Believed to have originated in South Asia, this fruit was introduced to Africa through trade routes centuries ago. Its cultivation spread to tropical and subtropical regions of Africa, where it's now widely grown and enjoyed. Next, we have the guava. Originating in Central America, this fruit was introduced to Africa during the colonial period. It's now a popular fruit in many parts of the continent. The African cherry, or kola nut, is another fascinating fruit. Native to West Africa, it was used as a currency and traded across the continent for centuries. Lastly, we have the baobab, a tree native to Africa. Its fruit, the baobab fruit, is a source of nutrition and has been used for centuries in traditional medicine. Did you know that many of these African vegetables have been integral to traditional diets and have even spread to other parts of the world? Let's take a look at some notable African vegetables and their histories. First up, we have amaranth. also known as talinum. This vegetable is native to Africa and the Americas, and it's been cultivated for thousands of years. It's valued for its leaves and seeds, making it a versatile and important part of African cuisine. Next, we have cucumber. Although it's not a traditional African vegetable, it's worth mentioning that it's believed to have originated in Africa. The ancient Egyptians cultivated it, and it later spread to Europe and Asia. Lastly, we have okra. This vegetable is native to Africa and has been an essential part of African cuisine for centuries. It's also been cultivated in other parts of the world, including Asia and the Americas. San people, also known as Bushmen or Basarwa. These indigenous hunter-gatherers have a rich and diverse history spanning thousands of years in southern Africa. First, let's talk about their ancient origins. The San are among the earliest inhabitants of southern Africa, with genetic studies suggesting that they are one of the most ancient human populations. Their lineage dates back approximately 20,000 years or more, making them a truly ancient people. As we delve deeper into their history, we'll explore their diverse cultures, traditions, and the challenges they faced over the centuries. Angola's history is a complex tapestry woven together by its indigenous cultures, colonial experiences, and post-independence developments. Let's start with the pre-colonial era. Before European colonization, Angola was home to various indigenous communities, including the Ovimbundu, Kimbundu, and Bikongo. These early inhabitants had established complex social structures, thriving trade networks, and a rich cultural heritage. As we move into the colonial period, we'll explore how Angola's history was shaped by European powers and how it continued to evolve in the years after independence.
Rwanda is a small landlocked country in East Africa. Rwanda's history is complex and often tragic, shaped by its ethnic dynamics, colonial influences, and post-independence challenges. Let's start with the pre-colonial period. Rwanda has been inhabited since prehistoric times. The early inhabitants developed a sophisticated society with a centralized kingdom. The Rwandan monarchy, which began around the 11th century, played a central role in the country's history. Moving on to the early settlements, Rwanda was home to various tribes, each with their own unique culture and traditions. The Hutu, Tutsi, and Twa tribes were the most prominent, and their interactions shaped Rwanda's history. The arrival of the Europeans in the 15th century brought about significant changes, including the introduction of Christianity and the establishment of colonial rule. Rwanda's history is a fascinating tapestry of diverse cultures, ethnic dynamics, and political shifts.
You know that the Indian Ocean has a rich and varied history that reflects its significance as a major maritime route. It's been a crucial trade route since ancient times, connecting civilizations such as East Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, India, Southeast Asia, and China. Goods like spices, silk, and other valuable items were exchanged through these early trade routes. As we delve deeper into the history of the Indian Ocean, we'll explore its role in the ancient world, the rise of Islamic empires, the European age of exploration, and the modern era. Stay tuned for more fascinating insights into this fascinating body of water. Tunisia is a country located in North Africa on the Mediterranean Sea. Tunisia's history is a fascinating tapestry woven together by various civilizations and cultures. Let's start with the ancient period, where we find the Phoenicians and the Carthaginians. The area now known as Tunisia was originally inhabited by Berber tribes. Around the 9th century BCE, Phoenicians from Tyre established the city of Carthage near present-day Tunis. Carthage grew into a powerful city-state and became a major player in the Mediterranean region. Under the rule of Hamilcar Barca, Carthage expanded its territory, eventually clashing with Rome. This led to the Punic Wars, a series of conflicts that ultimately ended with the destruction of Carthage in 146 BCE. Tunisia's history is a testament to the resilience and diversity of its people. Fourth largest island. Did you know that Madagascar's history is shaped by its geographic isolation and the influence of various cultures? Let's take a journey through time and explore Madagascar's historical development. In the pre-colonial era, Madagascar's history began with the arrival of its first human settlers around 1,500 to 2,000 years ago. These early inhabitants were Austronesian-speaking peoples, likely from Southeast Asia, who brought with them agricultural practices and a rich cultural heritage. Early settlements. Madagascar's history began with the arrival of its first human settlers around 1,500 to 2,000 years ago. These early inhabitants were Austronesian-speaking peoples, likely from Southeast Asia, who brought with them agricultural practices and a rich cultural heritage. Libya is a country located in North Africa. Libya's history is a rich tapestry of cultures, empires, and civilizations, each leaving their mark on the region. Let's start with ancient Libya, a period spanning from the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE. During this time, the indigenous Berber-speaking people, including the Garamantes and the Fezzan region, developed complex societies and trade networks. Next up, we have the Phoenician and Greek influences. The Phoenicians, a people from the Levant, established trading posts along the coast, while the Greeks founded colonies in the west. These cultures brought their own unique customs and traditions to the region. As we continue our journey through time, we'll explore the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, the spread of Islam, and the modern era. Join us next time as we delve deeper into the fascinating history of Libya. You know that Hebrew has a history that spans over 3 millennia? That's right, it's been around for a long, long time. Hebrew is a member of the Northwest Semitic group of the Afroasiatic language family. It's closely related to Phoenician and Aramaic, and the earliest evidence of Hebrew dates back to around the 10th century BCE. That's when it was first spoken by the ancient Israelites and is traditionally associated with the biblical texts. So, there you have it. A brief overview of the Hebrew language's historical development.
If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to Fidel Gaming channel for more fascinating linguistic insights. Until next time, keep exploring the world of languages and cultures.
Sunrise over golden sands, ancient lands that time commands, rhythms of the beating drum echo where we all come from. Rivers flow through winding veins, whispering stories of the plains. Empires rise and then they fall. Hear their voices in the call. Africa's heart, it sings. Through the ages it rings. From the mountains to the seas, in the wind and in the trees. Warriors move with grace and might, fought for freedom in the night. Kingdoms carved with strength and pride, in the souls where they reside. Diamonds in the earth so deep, secrets that the deserts keep. Echoes of 1,000 years, woven with our joys and tears. Africa's heart, it sings. Through the ages it rings. From the mountains to the seas, in the wind and in the trees. Warriors moved with grace and might, fought for freedom in the night. Kingdoms carved with strength and pride, in the souls where they reside. Diamonds in the earth so deep, secrets that the deserts keep. Echoes of 1,000 years, woven with our joys and tears. Africa's heart, it sings. Through the ages it rings. mountains to the seas, in the wind and in the trees.
Welcome back to our exciting series, The History and the Future of Everything Quantum Related. Did you know that national laboratories have been around since the 1870s? That's right, the U.S. Geological Survey, established in 1879, was one of the earliest federal scientific organizations focusing on studying and mapping the natural resources of the United States. Fast forward to the 1930s, and we see the establishment of the National Bureau of Standards, which later became the National Institute of Standards and Technology. This groundbreaking laboratory played a crucial role in advancing scientific research and technology across various fields. In the 1940s, the Manhattan Project was launched, and the world's first nuclear reactor was built at the University of Chicago. This marked the beginning of a new era in scientific research and technology. Computer programmers study people to create better software. Did you know that programmers are constantly observing and analyzing human behavior, preferences, and interactions? Let's take a closer look at some key approaches they use to understand us better. First up, we have user research and analysis. This involves using surveys and questionnaire to gather quantitative data about our preferences, behaviors, and needs. By analyzing this data, programmers can identify trends and common issues, which helps them design and develop software that truly meets our needs. Next, we have interviews. Conducting one-on-one interviews allows programmers to delve deeper into our thoughts and experiences. This personal approach helps them understand our motivations and challenges, which can inform the design and development of software that truly resonates with us. Lastly, programmers also observe and analyze our interactions with existing software. By studying how we use and respond to different features and designs, they can identify areas for improvement and create software that is more user-friendly and intuitive. So there you have it, folks. Computer programmers are constantly studying us to create better software. Did you know that the story of Android phones is a tale of rapid innovation and market disruption, shaped by the development of the Android operating system and its adoption by various manufacturers? So, let's take a journey through time and explore the key events that have shaped the Android phone landscape. Point 1. Early development and launch. In 2003, a company called Android Inc. was founded by Andy Rubin, Rich Miner, Nick Sears, and Chris White. Their mission was to create an advanced operating system for mobile devices. In 2005, Google acquired Android Inc., and the rest, as they say, is history, a game changer in the world of technology. The iPhone's story begins in the early 2000s, when mobile phones were primarily used for calling and texting. Companies like Nokia and Motorola dominated the market, but they were slow to embrace the internet and smartphone technology. In 2006, Steve Jobs, the late co-founder of Apple, unveiled the iPhone. This groundbreaking device revolutionized the smartphone market and paved the way for the modern era of consumer electronics. The iPhone's launch in 2007 marked a significant milestone in the evolution of smartphones and mobile technology. It was the first smartphone to feature a touchscreen, multi-touch interface, and apps. Since then, the iPhone has continued to evolve, with each new iteration bringing new features and improvements. It's truly remarkable to see how far the iPhone has come, and it's a testament to the power of innovation and the impact of technology on our lives.
In a simulation, love could manifest in various ways, depending on the nature of the simulation and the parameters set by its creators. So, let's explore how love might appear in such a context. First up, let's talk about the simulation parameters and design. In a simulation, love could be programmed into the relationships between characters. These characters might have predefined interactions and relationships with their behaviors, responses, and emotional connections, all based on algorithms designed to replicate or simulate human emotions. But that's not all. The creators of the simulation could also introduce random variables into the mix, adding an element of unpredictability and authenticity to the simulated love. So, there you have it. Folks, love in a simulation could be a complex and intriguing concept, with a multitude of possibilities depending on the simulation's design. We hope you enjoyed this thought-provoking discussion.
Let's begin our journey through time and explore the key milestones and developments in the world of science fiction. First up, we have the early precursors and influences. Did you know that science fiction has its roots in ancient and classical literature? For instance, mythology and epic tales, such as those found in Greek mythology like the Odyssey and ancient Indian epics like the Mahabharata, contain elements that paved the way for the genre we know and love today. Next, we have the golden age of science fiction, which began in the 1930s and lasted until the 1950s. This era saw the rise of iconic authors like Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke, and Ray Bradbury, who shaped the genre and left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. As we move into the modern age, science fiction continues to evolve and expand, with new technologies, themes, and storytelling techniques pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Manipulation in a simulated reality. In this context, memory could be altered to influence how inhabitants perceive their experiences, learn, and interact with their environment. So, let's explore how memory might be manipulated in such a scenario. First up, we have direct modification of memories. This could involve editing memories, allowing the simulation's controllers to alter or erase specific memories of individuals. For example, they might change or remove memories of events, interactions, or even entire periods of someone's life to influence their perceptions and behaviors. Another aspect of memory manipulation in a simulated reality is the potential for false memories. The simulation's creators could implant false memories, which could lead to misperceptions, misconceptions, and even the creation of false identities. Lastly, memory manipulation could also be used to control learning and decision-making. By altering or influencing an individual's memories, the simulation's creators could shape their learning experiences and influence their decision-making processes.
The Tuskegee syphilis study. This controversial medical experiment, often referred to as the Tuskegee Airmen experiment, was conducted by the U.S. Public Health Service. Let's delve into the background and purpose behind this study. The Tuskegee Airmen were a group of African-American pilots who served in World War II. However, the term Tuskegee experiment specifically refers to the Tuskegee syphilis study, not the airmen. This study, which lasted from 1932 to 1972, involved 600 African-American men who were diagnosed with syphilis. The researchers never informed these men that they had the disease, nor did they provide any treatment for it. The study was designed to observe the natural progression of syphilis in untreated patients. The researchers believed that African Americans were more susceptible to the disease and that it progressed more rapidly in them. However, this study was not only unethical but also highly flawed, as it failed to provide any significant insights into the disease. It's important to remember that this tragic chapter in American history should serve as a reminder of the importance of ethical research and the need to protect the rights and dignity of all individuals involved in science. The idea of whether the creators or controllers of a simulation believe themselves to be in a simulation. This layer to the simulation hypothesis is truly fascinating, and we're excited to explore it with you. Now, let's consider the possibility of self-awareness of simulation. If the controllers of the simulation are highly advanced beings, they might have the capability to understand that they themselves could be part of a higher-level simulation. This would lead to a recursive simulation scenario, where each level of reality is simulated by a higher-level reality. But here's the twist. What if the controllers of the higher-level simulation are also simulated by an even higher-level reality? This concept can be mind-boggling, but it's a fascinating aspect of the simulation hypothesis. So, what do you think about this idea? Do you believe that the creators or controllers of a simulation could be aware of their own simulated existence? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Potential use of our human ego against us in a simulated environment. So, let's get started. Imagine a world where our human ego, deeply tied to our sense of identity, self-worth, and perception of reality, is used against us in a simulated environment. Sounds intriguing, right? Now, Here's how it could play out. The ego, which is a powerful tool, could be manipulated to create a reality that aligns with our deepest desires, fears, or biases. This manipulation of perceptions could lead individuals to accept and even defend the simulation as it appears to cater to their sense of self and personal beliefs. But wait, there's more. This manipulation could also be used to create personalized realities, further strengthening the illusion and making it harder for individuals to recognize the simulation for what it truly is. So, there you have it, folks. A fascinating exploration into the potential use of our human ego in a simulated environment.
Religion in a simulated world. Now, let's explore how it could play out in such a context. Imagine a world where everything is a simulation, including religion. In this world, religion could be both a reflection of the creator's intentions and a tool for managing the simulated population. It might offer profound insights, comfort, and meaning, or serve as a method of control and distraction. The nature and purpose of religion in such a context would largely depend on the goals of those running the simulation and the degree to which they want the inhabitants to understand their true circumstances. So, how would you feel about living in a simulated world with simulated religion? Let us know in the comments potential consequences of a simulation designed to make women distress men. This could have far-reaching negative effects on both individuals and society as a whole. So, let's dive in. Firstly, imagine a simulation that's specifically designed to make women distress men. This could lead to strained relationships, as women might find it difficult to form deep, trusting bonds with men. This could result in feelings of isolation, loneliness, and emotional distress, which could impact romantic relationships, friendships, and even familial bonds. Moreover, this distrust could lead to increased conflict between the genders. Women might be more cautious and suspicious of men's intentions, leading to misunderstandings and miscommunications. This could create a hostile environment where trust is hard to come by and people are constantly on edge. It's important to remember that these are just hypothetical scenarios, but they serve as a reminder of the potential consequences of fostering distrust between genders. So, let's strive to create a society where trust, understanding, and respect are the norm.
Concept of the singularity within a simulated reality. Now, let's explore what a singularity might look like within a simulation. Imagine a world where technology has advanced to such a degree that it becomes self-aware. This is what we call the singularity. But what happens when this happens within a simulated reality? Well, let's say that the inhabitants of the simulation become fully aware of their existence within a simulation. This could lead to a host of intriguing possibilities. They might even discover the true nature of their existence, potentially leading to a whole new level of understanding and growth. But wait, there's more. What if the singularity within the simulation triggers a chain reaction, causing the simulation to evolve and grow at an unprecedented rate? This could result in unforeseeable changes to human civilization as we know.
Gematria is a form of Jewish numerology that has been used for centuries in religious, mystical, and philosophical contexts. So, let's explore the history and development of this intriguing practice. Gematria originated in ancient Hebrew, where each letter of the alphabet was assigned a numerical value. This numerical system was then used to interpret the Hebrew scriptures. In the early use of gematria, the Bible was the primary source of study. Over time, gematria evolved and was used in various ways. It was employed in mystical and philosophical contexts, and its use was not limited to the Hebrew language. In fact, it was even applied to other languages, such as Greek and Latin. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history and development of gematria.
Did you know that computer programmers have a unique set of practices, techniques, and tools that allow them to control the behavior of algorithms within a program? Let's break it down for you. First up, we have algorithm design. Before writing a single line of code, programmers design algorithms. These are step-by-step procedures that help solve problems or perform tasks. Next, we have control structures. These are the building blocks of algorithms, and programmers use them to control the flow of a program. For example, they might use loops to repeat a task or if statements to make decisions. Lastly, we have data structures. These are the tools programmers use to store and organize data. They might use arrays, lists, or trees to store and retrieve data efficiently.
Imagine a VR prison simulation, where participants are immersed in a highly realistic environment. They'd experience confined cells, communal areas, surveillance systems, and strict routines. The simulation could include a range of activities, from solitary confinement to communal meals, all designed to mimic a real-life prison experience. Of course, it's important to note that this is just a simulation, and the purpose of such an experience would be to provide an educational or research-based environment. It's not meant to be a realistic representation of prison life or to replicate the harsh realities faced by those who are incarcerated. So, there you have it, a glimpse into what a prison in a simulation could be like. Potential societal reactions to the concept of technological singularity. So, buckle up, and let's explore the diverse and complex responses that could rise if this idea became mainstream. First up, let's talk about enthusiasm and optimism. Some people might embrace the singularity with excitement, anticipating rapid technological advancements that could lead to significant improvements in quality of life, health, and overall well-being. Now, let's consider the other side of the spectrum. Some individuals might express concern or even fear about the potential consequences of artificial intelligence surpassing human intelligence. They may worry about the impact on jobs, privacy, and even the future of humanity. It's also possible that some people might be indifferent to the concept of technological singularity, viewing it as a distant or even implausible idea. In conclusion, if the concept of technological singularity were to become mainstream, society's reaction would be diverse and complex. Some would embrace it with enthusiasm, while others might express concern or indifference. It's essential to consider the potential benefits and challenges of this idea and to have an open dialogue. In simulation, privilege could manifest in various ways, depending on the parameters and rules of the simulated environment. Here are a few examples. 1. Resource access. Some simulated entities might start with more resources, wealth, information, abilities, giving them an advantage over others. These resources could be anything from digital currency to access to high-quality data or advanced tools. 2. Rule flexibility. Privileged entities might have the ability to bend or bypass the rules of the simulation, giving them a significant advantage over others. 3. Social status. In some simulations, social status could be a key factor in determining privilege, with higher status entities enjoying better access to resources and opportunities. It's important to note that these examples are just a few of the many ways privilege could manifest in a simulation. The specifics would depend on the design and rules of the simulation
Potential
itself.
shift in human purpose in a world dominated by virtual realities, advanced AI, and artificial experiences. In a world where reality is no longer as we know it, the concept of purpose may undergo a significant transformation. With virtual realities and advanced AI becoming more prevalent, our understanding of purpose and fulfillment could evolve in the following ways. 1. Redefining purpose. As humans, we're always seeking meaning and fulfillment in our lives. In this new world, purpose might be redefined to encompass activities that bring personal satisfaction, regardless of their connection to the physical world. This could include mastering skills, pursuing hobbies, or engaging in activities that bring us joy. 2. Personal fulfillment. In a world where reality is increasingly virtual, our sense of fulfillment may shift towards activities that are more personal and self-focused. This could mean focusing on personal growth, self-improvement, or even exploring new virtual realities. So, there you have it, folks. A glimpse into how human purpose and fulfillment might evolve in a world where reality is no longer as we know. Human evolution within the context of a simulation. Now, I want to emphasize that this is purely speculative and meant for thought-provoking discussion. So, let's dive in. Imagine a world where humans are part of a grand simulation. This simulation introduces fascinating concepts that blend biological evolution, technological advancement, and possibly even the manipulation of reality by external forces. Now, let's explore this idea further. In a simulated world, the initial conditions would be set by the creators or the programmers. These creators would have the power to control the environment, the rules, and even the outcomes. One of the most intriguing aspects of this simulation would be the potential for human evolution. As the simulation progresses, humans could undergo significant changes in their physical and mental abilities. This evolution could be driven by the creator's goals or even by the human's own actions and choices within the simulation. Furthermore, the creators might introduce technological advancements that could accelerate human evolution. These advancements could include tools, weapons, or even genetic modifications. Now, here's where things get really interesting. What if the creators aren't just observing the simulation but actively manipulating it? This could mean that the creators are influencing the outcomes, the evolution, and even the reality of the simulation. So, there you have it, folks. A speculative exploration of what human evolution might look like in a simulated environment. Remember, this is all just for fun and thought-provoking discussion.
In a simulated reality, the idea of a conspiracy theory takes on an intriguing new dimension. Imagine a world where anomalies and glitches in the simulation could spark conspiracy theories. People might start questioning the legitimacy of their reality, leading to the formation of groups and theories that aim to uncover the truth. Now, let's picture what these conspiracy theories might look like. They could range from theories about the simulation itself to theories about the people and events within it. Some might even believe that they're living in a simulation within a simulation, creating a complex web of theories and beliefs. But how would these theories influence those living in the simulated world? Well, they could lead to a sense of distrust and uncertainty as people question the authenticity of their experiences. This could potentially impact their mental health and well-being. So, there you have it, folks. A glimpse into the fascinating world of conspiracy theories in a simulated reality.
Electronic voting has transformed the landscape of democratic elections, offering a technological alternative to traditional paper ballots. The journey of electronic voting spans over a century, reflecting advancements in technology as well as ongoing debates over security, accessibility, and trust in the electoral process. Let's start with the early beginnings of electronic voting. Did you know that the concept of mechanizing the voting process dates back to the late 1800s? Early inventors sought to streamline the voting process and reduce the potential for human error. Over the years, electronic voting has evolved from simple mechanical voting machines to the advanced systems we see today. However, with every advancement comes new challenges and debates. Security concerns, accessibility issues, and questions about trust in the electoral process have all been hot topics in the world of electronic voting. Did you know that the concept of frequency actually dates back to ancient times? The idea of periodicity, or the repetition of events at regular intervals, was first introduced by early civilizations such as the Egyptians. They used this concept to measure time and track the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. As time progressed, the understanding of frequency expanded, leading to the development of the measurement of cycles and the application of frequency across multiple fields. In the realm of physics, frequency became a crucial concept in understanding the behavior of waves and the vibrations of objects. In music, frequency played a key role in the development of musical scales and the understanding of harmonics. And in communication, frequency became a vital tool for transmitting information across distances. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history and development of frequency. You know that our perception of lightning has evolved significantly over time. From mythology to science, let's take a brief journey through the history of lightning. In ancient times, lightning bolts were often attributed to the actions of gods or supernatural forces. Different cultures had their own explanations. The Greeks believed that lightning was a weapon used by Zeus, the king of. In Norse mythology, Thor was the god of thunder and lightning. The Native Americans believed that lightning was a sign of a great spirit's presence. As time went on, our understanding of lightning evolved with the development of science. We began to understand the physical properties of lightning, such as its electrical charge and the way it travels through the atmosphere. The phenomenon of misremembering events, details, or facts for long periods of time. This is a well-documented aspect of human memory that has intrigued psychologists, historians, and neuroscientists for many years. Misremembering, also known as false memory, occurs when a person recalls something that didn't happen or remembers it differently from the way it actually occurred. This can happen for a variety of reasons, and it's a common occurrence that we all experience at some point in our lives. Now, let's talk about the malleability of memory. Our memories are not static, but rather they can be influenced by a range of factors such as our emotions, our biases, and even our imagination. This means that our memories can change over time, sometimes in ways that we might not even realize. So, the next time you find yourself in a conversation about memory, remember this: it's not always black and white. Our memories can be complex and they can change over
Now,
time.
let's imagine that we're living in a simulated reality, as proposed by philosophers like Nick Bostrom and popularized in movies like The Matrix. In this scenario, there are many hidden truths that humanity would be unaware of. These mysteries are so profound that they could completely change our understanding of the universe and our place in it. One of these mysteries is the nature of the simulation itself. Are we living in a virtual world created by advanced AI, or could there be a higher power behind it all? Another mystery is the purpose of the simulation. Why are we here? Are we part of a grand experiment, or are we living out someone else's pipe dream? These are just a few of the many questions that rise when we consider the simulation hypothesis. It's a fascinating topic that challenges our understanding of reality and our
The
place in it.
undiscovered truth. Now, this phrase can be interpreted in various ways, depending on the context: philosophical, scientific, or historical. So, let's explore this idea through these lenses. First, let's consider the philosophical context. In this realm, the idea of the undiscovered truth revolves around existential questions and the limits of human knowledge. Great thinkers like Socrates, Descartes, and Nietzsche often pondered on truths that lie beyond current understanding. For instance, they questioned the nature of reality, the existence of free will, and the limits of human knowledge. Moving on to the scientific context, the undiscovered truth can refer to the vast expanse of knowledge that remains unexplored. Scientists are constantly discovering new phenomena and uncovering the mysteries of the universe. From the tiniest subatomic particles to the vast expanse of the cosmos, there's still so much to learn. Lastly, let's think about the historical context. The undiscovered truth can refer to historical events or artifacts that have yet to be uncovered. Archaeologists and historians are constantly unearthing new discoveries, shedding light on the past and shaping our understanding of the world. So, there you have it, folks. The undiscovered truth is a fascinating concept that can be explored from various perspectives. Thanks for joining us today, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more intriguing discussions. Until next time, keep exploring.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating history of how women have been perceived as submissive. This deep-rooted perception has its roots in cultural, religious, economic, and social structures that have evolved over thousands of years. Let's explore some key points in this history. First up, let's talk about ancient civilizations. In Mesopotamia, early societies had patriarchal structures, but women could hold significant religious roles. Moving on to ancient Egypt, women actually had relatively more rights, including property rights and legal rights. However, societal norms still place women in a submissive role. Now, let's fast forward to the Middle Ages. During this time, women were seen as submissive, often portrayed as weak and helpless. This perception was further reinforced by the rise of Christianity and the Catholic Church. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the Industrial Revolution brought about a new era of change. Women were seen as submissive in the workplace, often working in low-paying, low-status jobs. So, there you have it, folks, a brief overview of the history of women being perceived as submissive.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating concept of transactional relationships, exploring how they have evolved throughout human history. In ancient and prehistoric societies, the concept of transactional relationships was often present. Let's start with the hunter-gatherer societies. These early human societies often relied on reciprocal exchanges for survival. Members of a group would share food, tools, and other resources, fostering a sense of community and mutual support. As societies became more complex, the concept of transactional relationships continued to evolve. In feudal societies, for example, lords provided protection and resources to their vassals in exchange for loyalty and service. In the Middle Ages, the concept of feudalism evolved into a more complex system of relationships and exchanges. In the modern era, transactional relationships have taken on new forms such as the gig economy and the sharing economy. People often exchange their skills and time for money or other benefits. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of how transactional relationships have evolved throughout human history. We'll be looking at the ancient and classical periods. In the ancient world, early civilizations often attributed delusional thoughts and behaviors to supernatural causes. People exhibiting such symptoms were often believed to be possessed by spirits or gods. In Mesopotamia, for example, the god of madness, Gula, was believed to be the cause of mental illness. Moving on to ancient Egypt, the concept of delusion was closely tied to the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that the dead could communicate with the living through dreams and visions. They also believed that the gods could cause delusions to punish the living. In the classical period, Greek and Roman philosophers began to explore the nature of delusion. They saw it as a symptom of a disordered mind, often caused by an imbalance of the four humors. So there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of delusion from its ancient roots to its exploration by classical philosophers. So let's kick off our journey with the ancient and classical periods. In these times, human societies often believed in myths, legends, and superstitions. These stories, while culturally significant, were often based on a lack of scientific understanding and evidence. This tendency to believe in the unproven and the unseen can be seen as a precursor to modern-day gullibility. Moving on to the medieval period, we see a shift in how gullibility was understood. During this time, people were more likely to believe in miracles and the supernatural. This was due to a lack of scientific understanding and a strong reliance on religious beliefs. As we enter the modern era, gullibility takes on a new form. With the rise of mass media and the internet, misinformation and fake news have become a major concern. This has led to a heightened awareness of gullibility and a need for critical thinking and fact-checking. So, there you have it, folks. A brief overview of how gullibility has manifested and been understood through different ancient and classical periods. Dementia was often seen through mystical and supernatural lenses. In ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, symptoms were often attributed to supernatural causes or divine punishment. Treatments typically involved religious rituals and appeals to gods. Moving on to ancient Greece and Rome, dementia was often viewed as a punishment from the gods, particularly for those who had committed crimes or offended the gods. Treatments were often focused on appeasing the gods and seeking divine intervention. As we move through the medieval and early modern periods, dementia began to be understood more as a medical condition, with treatments shifting towards medical interventions and care. In the modern era, our understanding of dementia has continued to evolve, with a greater focus on scientific research and medical treatment. In prehistoric and ancient societies, gender roles were often shaped by the practical needs of survival. For instance, in hunter-gatherer societies, men typically took on roles as hunters and protectors, while women were responsible for gathering food, nurturing children, and maintaining the home. Moving on to the ancient world, we see a shift in gender roles. In the early civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and China, women were often relegated to domestic duties, while men were responsible for political and military affairs. In the medieval period, gender roles were even more rigidly defined. Men were expected to be warriors, farmers, and artisans, while women were primarily responsible for household tasks and childrearing. As we move into the modern era, gender roles have become more fluid and less strictly defined. Women have gained more rights and opportunities in education, employment, and politics. However, there's still a long way to go in achieving true gender equality.
The concept of trauma bonding, which describes the emotional bonds that form between individuals due to shared traumatic experiences, has been recognized and studied in various forms throughout history. While the term itself is relatively modern, the underlying dynamics have been observed for centuries. In ancient and medieval societies, the dynamics of abusive relationships were often overlooked or even normalized. For example, in ancient Greece, the concept of marital rights allowed husbands to use physical force against their wives. In medieval Europe, the practice of wife sale allowed men to sell their wives to other men if they felt their wives were disobedient or unruly. These examples illustrate how trauma bonding has been present in human relationships for centuries, albeit under different names and circumstances. Understanding the history of trauma bonding can help us recognize and address these dynamics in our own lives and
You know
communities.
that conscious transactional relationships have a rich history spanning ancient and classical periods. Let's take a comprehensive look at how they've evolved over time. In the ancient and classical periods, reciprocity was a key aspect of hunter-gatherer societies. Early humans recognized the importance of giving and receiving in their interactions, fostering a sense of mutual respect and understanding. Moving into the medieval period, we see a shift towards feudalism, where relationships were more hierarchical. However, even in this system, there was still an emphasis on reciprocity, albeit in a more structured manner. As we enter the modern era, we see a shift towards more egalitarian relationships, where parties are more aware of and intentionally consider the ethical, social, and environmental implications of their exchanges. This trend reflects a growing emphasis on values and intentionality in interaction. PDA reflects changing social norms, cultural values, and legal frameworks across different times and places. So, let's take a journey through time and explore how attitudes towards PDA have evolved throughout history. First up, we have the ancient and classical periods. In these times, public rituals and celebrations often included displays of affection. For instance, fertility rituals and marriage ceremonies frequently involved such displays. Next, we move on to the medieval period. In this era, PDA was often seen as a sign of love and commitment. However, it was also associated with sin and lust, which could lead to legal consequences. During the Renaissance, PDA was more widely accepted, particularly in artistic and literary circles. It was seen as a way to express love and passion, but it was still not universally accepted. In the modern era, PDA has become more common and accepted in many cultures. However, it's important to note that it's still subject to social norms and legal frameworks. The concept of privacy has evolved significantly over time, shaped by changes in social norms, legal frameworks, and technological advancements. Let's take a journey through the ages and explore how privacy has evolved. First up, let's talk about the ancient and classical periods. In ancient societies, the notion of privacy as we know it today was often limited. In ancient Rome and Greece, for instance, private life was less segmented from public life, and social interactions often occurred in more communal settings. Now, let's fast forward to the Middle Ages. During this time, privacy was more about protecting personal property and possessions rather than personal space or information. The concept of privacy as we know it today was still a ways off. The Renaissance brought about a shift in thinking, with more emphasis on individualism and personal rights. This paved the way for the development of privacy as we understand it today. And finally, the modern era has seen privacy become a fundamental human right, with legal frameworks and technological advancements playing a significant role in shaping our understanding of privacy. You know that many ancient and indigenous cultures practiced forms of sexual freedom and communal living that included consensual non-monogamy. For instance, some indigenous tribes in North America and Africa had societies where people could engage in sexual activities with others as long as it was consensual and within the bounds of their community. In ancient Greece, the concept of free love was widely accepted and even encouraged by philosophers like Aristotle. In medieval Europe, monks and nuns were often allowed to engage in sexual activities with each other as long as it was done in secret. Fast forward to the 19th century, and we see the emergence of the free love movement in the United States. This movement was all about breaking down social and sexual norms and advocated for open relationships and sexual freedom. So, there you have it. The history of swinging is a fascinating journey that spans across cultures and centuries. Remember, always practice consensual non-monogamy in a safe and respectful manner. In the ancient and classical periods, we find that prehistoric societies had a diverse range of mating systems. Some hunter-gatherer societies practiced forms of monogamy, while others were more fluid in their relationships. As we move into the medieval period, we see a shift towards more monogamous arrangements, especially among the aristocracy. This trend was influenced by religious and legal changes, as well as the rise of the nuclear family. In the modern era, monogamy has become the norm in many parts of the world. However, it's important to note that there's still a lot of diversity in relationship structures, and people's experiences can vary greatly.
Let's explore how polygamy has evolved across different societies in historical periods. First up, let's talk about the ancient and classical periods. In ancient Mesopotamia, polygamy was a common practice among the elite. Sumerian and Babylonian laws, such as the Code of Hammurabi, allowed for multiple wives, reflecting the social and economic structures of the time. Moving on to the Middle Ages, polygamy was more common in Islamic societies, particularly among the ruling classes. In some cases, it was even encouraged by religious leaders. During the modern era, polygamy has been a topic of debate and controversy. In some countries, it's still legal and practiced, while in others, it's illegal and heavily stigmatized.
Let's start with the ancient and classical periods. In many ancient civilizations, women's social status was often subordinate to men. Laws and customs frequently placed women under male authority, which could foster fear and insecurity. For example, in ancient Greece, women were expected to stay indoors and were often seen as property to be controlled by men. As we move into the medieval period, we see a shift in the way women were treated. In some cultures, women were seen as more equal to men, while in others, they were still subject to male authority. This period also saw the rise of witch hunts, where women were often targeted and persecuted for their supposed powers. In the modern era, we've seen a shift towards greater equality between men and women. However, there are still remnants of fear and insecurity that women may face, especially in situations where power dynamics are unequal. In the ancient and classical periods, social validation and status were closely tied to public and private relationships, including those with women. For instance, in ancient Greece and Rome, men were expected to marry and have children to maintain their social standing. This was often seen as a way to secure the approval and recognition of women. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and we see a shift in gender roles. Men were now expected to protect and provide for their families, which included their wives and children. This further reinforced the idea that men needed to seek validation from women to maintain their social standing. In the modern era, we've seen a more egalitarian approach to gender roles. However, the quest for validation from women by men continues to be a topic of discussion and research. You know that the history of fairy tales is a treasure trove of stories that have evolved over centuries, spanning various cultures. It's a fascinating journey that we're about to embark on. First up, let's talk about the ancient and medieval origins of fairy tales. These stories often featured gods, heroes, and mythical creatures, which later evolved into the fairy tales we know and love today. In ancient myths and folktales, we can find the roots of many fairy tales. Cultures like the Greeks, Egyptians, and Mesopotamians all had their own unique storytelling traditions, which often included elements that would later be incorporated into fairy tales. First up, we have the ancient and classical periods, where mind games took shape in the form of ancient philosophy and strategic thinking. Early philosophers like Socrates and Sun Tzu explored principles of persuasion, strategy, and manipulation. They paved the way for future generations to develop and refine these techniques. Fast forward to the Renaissance, and we see a surge in mind games as a form of entertainment. Magicians, illusionists, and tricksters began to use their skills to entertain and amaze audiences. In the modern era, mind games have evolved into a complex field of study with psychologists, sociologists, and other experts delving into the intricacies of human behavior and interaction. In ancient and classical periods, while historical records don't explicitly document stalking as we know it today, behaviors similar to stalking likely existed in various forms. Ancient texts and myths sometimes allude to stalking-like behaviors, such as the story of Oedipus, who unwittingly married his mother and killed his father. Moving into the medieval period, the concept of stalking began to take shape in the form of courtly love, a romantic ideal that often involved obsessive and unwanted attention. This period also saw the emergence of love magic, which often involved unwanted attention and interference in personal relationships. In the modern era, stalking has been recognized as a distinct form of harassment, with legal frameworks and understandings of psychological behavior evolving to address this issue. The term stalking was first used in the 19th century, and it wasn't until the 1980s that stalking was formally recognized as a criminal offense in the United States. Narcissism, characterized by excessive self-centeredness, grandiosity, and a lack of empathy, has its origins in Greek mythology. The term comes from the story of Narcissus, a young man who fell in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. This tale, told by the Roman poet Ovid in his Metamorphoses has become a symbol of self-obsession and vanity. Over time, this mythological concept evolved into the field of modern psychology, where it's used to describe a range of behaviors and traits. So, the next time you hear the word narcissism, remember its rich and intriguing history.
Did you know that some of the earliest known poetry comes from ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt? The Sumerians, who lived in what is now Iraq, were responsible for some of the earliest poems. The Epic of Gilgamesh, written around 2100 BCE, is one of the most famous works, combining epic narrative with lyrical passages. Moving on to the classical period, we have the Greek and Roman poets, who made significant contributions to the art form. In the Middle Ages, poetry took on a new form, with the rise of the troubadours and the development of courtly love poetry. The Renaissance saw a revival of classical forms, while the Romantic period brought a new emphasis on emotion and individual expression. The 20th century saw the rise of modernist and postmodernist poetry, with a focus on experimentation and innovation.
In ancient and classical periods, courting varied significantly based on cultural norms and social structures. For instance, in ancient Greece, courtship was often formalized and involved rituals and practices that were deeply rooted in their culture. As we move through history, we'll see how courting has adapted and changed to reflect the social norms and practices of each era. So, stay tuned for more fascinating insights into the history of courting.
First up, let's talk about ancient and classical periods. In these times, social interactions were often governed by strict norms and customs. For instance, in ancient Greece and Rome, courtship practices were quite formalized, with men often initiating conversations or romantic interests with women they didn't know well. As we move into the medieval period, courtship rituals became more complex, with men often seeking approval from the woman's family before proposing. In the Renaissance, courtship became more individualized, with men expressing their feelings more openly and directly. Fast forward to the modern era, and we see a shift towards more egalitarian courtship practices, with women increasingly taking the initiative in starting conversations or expressing romantic
interest.
interest.
You know that the idea of equality can be traced back to ancient philosophical and religious traditions. In ancient Greece, philosophers like Plato and Aristotle discussed concepts of justice and equality. They believed that all individuals should be treated fairly, regardless of their social status or wealth. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and we see the rise of feudalism. This system was far from egalitarian, as it divided society into a hierarchy of lords, vassals, and peasants. However, some medieval thinkers, such as Thomas Aquinas, advocated for a more just society. In the Renaissance, humanism brought about a renewed interest in the individual, which paved the way for the development of egalitarian ideas. The Enlightenment period, with its emphasis on reason and individual rights, was a major turning point in the history of egalitarianism. Today, egalitarianism is a fundamental principle in many societies, but it's important to remember that it's an ongoing journey. In the ancient and classical periods, we start with ancient Mesopotamia. Here, we find the Code of Hammurabi, which was written around 1754 BC. This code included provisions for divorce, allowing men to divorce their wives for reasons such as childlessness or infidelity. Women could also seek divorce under certain conditions, like mistreatment. Moving on to the medieval period, we see that divorce was generally discouraged or forbidden by religious authorities. However, in some cases, it was allowed under certain circumstances, such as adultery or impotence. In the modern period, we see a shift towards more liberal attitudes towards divorce. Divorce rates increased significantly, and legal frameworks were updated to accommodate these changes. Thank you for joining us on this fascinating journey through the history of divorces. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more interesting insights. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring.
Welcome back to Figures of Speech for the Mind, where we explore more powerful ways language can shape thought, spark imagination, and deepen understanding. In this video, you'll find only thought-provoking quotes designed to inspire and elevate your life
Rejection
journey.
becomes easier to handle when you stop comparing your accomplishments to others. It's difficult for a man to fully communicate with his partner when he's constantly preoccupied with comparing his accomplishments to others. Getting caught up in a facade can lead you into competing for no reason. Stay true to yourself and avoid the unnecessary race. You create authentic vibes when you don't compare your life to others. People create their own stress by constantly comparing their accomplishments to others. Men value genuine quality time with women who appreciate them without comparisons to others. You can't overcome insecurities by learning from those who still struggle with them. Overcome the insecurity of sharing your accomplishments by refusing to let fear control your every move. The hardest part of winning is resisting the urge to compare it to others' victories. They push materialism to make you constantly compare your life to others. Remember, there's an agenda. Stay focused on what truly matters. Video games provide a fast-paced way to learn from failure, helping players build resilience and stay calm under pressure. Engaging with multiple perspectives helps me grow and keeps things exciting rather than falling into routine. Be with someone who will always choose you, even when you don't compare your accomplishments to others. You can stop backstabbing when you stop comparing your accomplishments to others. Being single with high standards is far better than settling for less. People don't seek the truth, they seek comfort. The truth often requires confronting uncomfortable realities and making difficult changes in life. It's great to share your accomplishments, just remember, there's no need to compare them to anyone else's. You can never truly shine in your own authentic light if you're busy comparing your achievements to others. A growth mindset can't thrive in a culture of comparison. True growth happens in an environment of genuine support and authenticity. You earn more genuine supporters when you stop comparing yourself to others. The quickest way to gauge your genuine happiness is to reflect on how many times you didn't compare your achievements to others today. The most challenging goals to achieve as a society are often the very ones we need to believe in to create a better world. The best way to strengthen a relationship is to let go of competition with each other and others. The quickest way to waste your life is by constantly comparing your accomplishments to others. Sometimes all you need is pure logic without all the insecure emotions. They push comparison culture, but true blessings come from self-respect. Focus on your own path and watch yourself grow. I don't have time for comparisons, I'm just being honest.
Share your accomplishments with genuine people. It feels meaningful, not like a waste of time. Embrace the value of patience over instant gratification. They keep comparing their journey to yours, not realizing that focusing on someone else's path won't help them see their own future. True progress comes from embracing your unique journey. People who constantly compete with you are often driven by their own insecurities. They're rushing through life, caught up in a race they can never truly win. Focus on your own path. Authentic growth doesn't need a finish line. When you can't control what's happening, focus on controlling how you respond. Rejection is inevitable, so be prepared for it. By viewing rejection as feedback, you open the door to self-improvement and growth. Rejection creates the same insecurities, no matter the relationship status. No facade is powerful enough to erase it. Rejection makes people stop caring. Money and status don't solve everything. People find true value in someone who can handle rejection with honor. Rejection is normal. It's meant to challenge your worth. In a world that values money over resilience, staying strong often goes unnoticed. They need to learn how to handle rejection from those who have the most valuable experience with it. You can't reach equality without facing rejection. Rejection helps you consistently appreciate the power of being confident. When you learn to cope with rejection, life becomes much easier to navigate. No matter how many times we leave Earth, we always return to cope with rejection. You must understand what you can and cannot control to truly accept rejection and grow from it. You must know what you can own and what you can't to truly accept rejection and grow from it. Your life is improving because rejection isn't stopping your ability to keep growing. The inability to cope with rejection is not just a personal setback, but a complex social phenomenon with far-reaching consequences. Obsessing over money creates rejection syndrome. I focus on self-improvement because patience is the only thing I believe can bring peace to the world. Maintaining high self-esteem requires self-inventory, stay efficient, reduce losses, and consistently grow. Rejection can be harder to deal with online than it is in person. The distance between words and emotions often makes it feel more personal than it really is. Post more when people engage less, so rejection can fuel your resilience. Every setback is an opportunity to grow stronger. Everybody is seeking the power to struggle with rejection through their status. Most people want the results without the rejection that comes with it. One day you could be filled with confidence, and the next, thou could take control of your mind. Somewhere deep inside, you have to find resilience. We already have the inspiration, ideas, and understanding within our content. All we need is the confidence to post more and share it with the world. Confidence is built in the waiting. It's the quiet reward of patience and perseverance. Confidence will get you places that having an ego won't. People gain a false sense of confidence through negativity because they don't know how to self-improve. Self-assurance is an underrated trait when it comes to developing true self-confidence. Anything driven by your ego erodes your confidence over time, especially when it's rooted in validation from others, including a woman. Stay single if you love deeply, because in a world where societal norms have shifted, that kind of love is often undervalued. She will never truly know or believe a man loves her until she learns how to love with self-confidence. People talk behind your back because they haven't learned how to stop comparing others' accomplishments to their own. People thrive the most on social media when members support each other without comparing accomplishments. Instant gratification, validation, and sympathy might bring quick rewards, but they'll never give you the self-confidence that lasts a lifetime. Be so rare that people question if you even exist. If you lost something, maybe you gave it too much love. In losing it, you found yourself. Self-awareness is an essential skill when the simulation is constantly trying to catch you off guard. Instant gratification is what's destroying your relationships, not people. Freedom requires self-direction, but many are more committed to guided learning. They pay you just enough to keep you in line, but never enough to surpass them. They know how to get into relationships, but breaking the cycle is where they struggle. Loyalty doesn't turn on and off. It's consistent. I only check my phone, 'cause I only want to be me. Your mind can't be playing tricks on you. You have to know when a person is being authentic. God has never told me or influenced me to be materialistic. That must be something they program celebrities to say. People be broke spiritually because their self-esteem is low, and materialism will never fix it. People always regret what they didn't appreciate when they had it. That's on them. They use mass promotion of materialism through celebrities to cover up the horrible leadership in place. It's the challenges in our minds that prepare us to lead effectively when times get tough. They say we become more divided when we focus on learning our history. That's on them. They distract people with materialism to hide their inability to lead. Surround yourself with people who lift each other up rather than compete. This positive energy will resonate with you and help you thrive when someone is competing with you because they're often dependent on someone else's achievements. They say attention is a drug, but competing is just as addictive. They taught everyone to compete in school, and it divided communities. They teach self-hate because it's all they know. People keep comparing their imperfect lives to others. Societal norms will never bring peace to you or those you compare yourself to. The instant gratification from materialism is just making everyone more depressed, all while trying to keep up with the Kardashians. Maintaining high self-esteem requires self-inventory, stay efficient, minimize losses, and keep growing. People create hatred because they lack creativity. They always look past you, not realizing the grass isn't growing on the other side. Be genuine, even when it's not the cool thing to do. Talent makes you good at something, but repetition makes you great at it. Many people will contribute to your journey, but only you've got you. I have to take credit. It's called self-improving. No pandering over here. Everybody wants to be a man until it's time to be in solitude. People spend their whole life looking for peace, and solitude is always available. We need to support more content creators that support us to continue to grow. You will never do enough to please everybody, so don't try. Most people's expectations of you are viewed through societal norms. There is no peace in competitive servitude. To truly understand and convey your thoughts, you need a deep knowledge of the language you're speaking. We need to seek genuine knowledge for authentic living, rather than letting ego drive us into cult-like agendas. Status is often a facade, driven by cult-like agendas that prioritize image over authenticity. Thanks for joining us. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more enlightening quotes. Until next time, keep exploring the fascinating world of figures of speech.
If we're living in a simulation, it's possible that time is a construct created by the simulation itself. Let's dive deeper into this mysterious topic. This amazing journey intertwines advancements in computer science, psychology, and artificial intelligence. So, let's get started with the key milestones. First up, in the 1950s, the concept of using computers for pattern recognition began to take shape. In 1950, Alan Turing proposed the Turing test, which indirectly influenced thoughts on machine perception and recognition. Moving on to the 1960s, Woody Bledsoe, a pioneer in computer vision, conducted some of the first experiments in face recognition. His work laid the foundation for the field we know today. In the 1970s, the field of artificial intelligence was born and face recognition technology started to take off. Researchers began to explore the possibilities of using computers to recognize human faces. Fast forward to the 1990s, and we saw a significant leap in face recognition technology. With the rise of the internet and the development of the World Wide Web, face recognition technology became more accessible and advanced. Brain-machine interfaces, also known as brain-computer interface systems, establish direct communication pathways between our brains and external devices, and their history spans several decades. So, let's take a journey through time and explore the early foundations of this remarkable technology. We're starting in the 1950s and 1960s, where the initial concepts of brain signals and their potential for controlling external devices were first explored. These experiments focused on animal brains, paving the way for future research and development. Fast forward to the 1970s, and we see the first successful human brain-computer interface. This groundbreaking milestone opened up a whole new world of possibilities for human-machine interaction. In the 1980s, we witnessed the emergence of neuroprosthetics, which allowed for the direct control of robotic limbs using brain signals. This was a significant step forward in the field of neuroscience and engineering. And finally, in the 1990s, we saw the advent of the first fully implanted brain-computer interface, further solidifying the potential of this technology. To know that these vision aids have been around for centuries, evolving from rudimentary tools to modern optical marvels. Let's take a quick trip down memory lane and explore the history of prescription glasses. In the ancient and medieval periods, vision aids were quite simple. In ancient Egypt and Rome, people used magnifying glasses made from polished crystal or glass to enhance their vision. The Roman philosopher Seneca is said to have used a glass globe filled with water to help him read. As time went on, these early vision aids became more sophisticated. In the 13th century, the first known eyeglasses were created in Italy. These early glasses were made of wood, leather, and glass, and they were held in place by a chain around the neck. Over the centuries, eyeglasses continued to evolve, with lenses becoming thinner and more advanced. By the 18th century, spectacles were made of metal and were held in place by temples that rested on the nose. Today, prescription glasses are made of a variety of materials and come in a wide range of styles and designs. They're a vital tool for millions of people around the world who suffer from vision problems. That's it for our brief history lesson on prescription glasses. To know that there are various accessibility innovations that have made it possible for visually impaired users to interact with smartphones. One such innovation is screen readers, like Apple's VoiceOver and Android's TalkBack, which provide audio feedback, allowing users to interact with their smartphones. Another innovation is Braille displays, which can be connected to smartphones, allowing users to read text in Braille format. Additionally, Braille keyboards have been developed, enabling input via Braille, further enhancing accessibility for visually impaired users. So, the next time you're using your smartphone, remember that these innovative technologies are making a real difference in the lives of visually impaired users. You know that Braille is a story of innovation and determination. It all started with early attempts at tactile reading systems, which were developed by visionary figures like Valentine Heine. Pi, a French educator known as the father of the blind, founded the first school for the blind in Paris in 1784. One of his early systems was a raised dot alphabet, which he created in 1788. While this system had some limitations, it paved the way for further innovations. So, there you have it. The history of Braille is a testament to the power of innovation and determination. It's a system that has empowered visually impaired individuals to read and write, and it's a testament to the incredible impact that one person's vision can have on the world. The history of Russia begins specifically in the Kievan Rus period from the 9th to 13th centuries. The story begins with the Eastern Slavs, who settled in the region that is now Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. This marked the start of the earliest history of Russia. Kievan Rus, founded in 882 by the Varangian Viking Prince Oleg of Novgorod, was a significant turning point. Oleg captured the city of Kiev and established it as the capital, ushering in a new era of power and cultural richness. Kievan Rus became a mighty and culturally vibrant state, embracing Orthodox Christianity and even minting its own coins. It was a time of greatness, with the city of Kiev becoming a center of trade and culture. Also known as Mercury in Roman mythology, is a multifaceted god. He's the messenger of the gods, a guide for souls to the underworld, and a god associated with trade, thieves, and travel. Let's take a closer look at the history and mythology of Hermes. Hermes was born on Mount Selene in Arcadia, the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Maia, one of the Pleiades and the daughter of the Titan Atlas. He was a swift and clever god, known for his mischievous pranks and his ability to outsmart even the gods themselves. Hermes was also the patron god of travelers, merchants, and thieves. He was the protector of herds and flocks and was often depicted with a herald's staff, winged sandals, and a traveler's hat. Did you know that these clubs date back to the 19th century when the scientific study of minerals and geology began to gain widespread interest? Let's take a closer look at the key points in the development of mineralogical clubs. First, let's talk about the early foundations of mineralogical clubs. In the 18th and early 19th century, the study of minerals was primarily conducted by academics and naturalists. Key figures like Abraham Gottlob Werner, a German geologist, laid the groundwork for mineralogy as a scientific discipline. Now, let's move on to the Geological Society, founded in 1807. This society was instrumental in promoting the study of geology and minerals. In 1835, the Geological Society of London was established, and in 1858, the Geological Society of America was formed. These organizations played a crucial role in advancing the field of mineralogy. The Temple of Edouin. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, wait, what's that? Well, let me tell you, it's a bit of a mystery. The Temple of Edouin, sometimes spelled Edwine or Idun, is not a widely known or historically documented structure in mainstream historical records. However, there might be a few possibilities. 1. Local or lesser-known historical site. The Temple of Edouin could be a local historical or religious site that hasn't been widely studied or documented in mainstream historical literature. Many such sites exist around the world, known primarily within their local communities or to specialized researchers. 2. Mythical or legendary site. It's also possible that the Temple of Edouin is a mythical or legendary site, passed down through oral tradition or folk tales. This could explain its lack of historical documentation. 3. Misidentification or misinterpretation. It's possible that the Temple of Edouin is actually another, more well-known site that has been misidentified or misinterpreted over time. So, there you have it. The Temple of Edouin is a fascinating mystery that has yet to be fully uncovered. You know that these two elements have a unique connection, primarily in the context of magnetism and geology. Let's explore some key points about this relationship. First up, let's talk about natural magnetism in stones. One of the most well-known magnetic stones is lodestone, a naturally magnetized piece of the mineral magnetite. Lodestone has been known since ancient times and was even used to make early compasses. Next, let's discuss magnetite. Magnetite phos is a common iron oxide mineral found in many types of rocks. It is the most magnetic mineral on Earth, and its magnetic properties are often used in various applications, such as in magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) machines. So, there you have it. A brief overview of the intriguing relationship between stones and magnets.
What if marriage were to take place in a simulation? It's a fascinating concept, and it could differ significantly from marriage in the physical world, depending on the nature and design of the simulated environment. So, let's explore some aspects to consider. First up, let's talk about customizable realities. In a simulation, the experience of marriage could be tailored to the preferences and desires of the individuals involved. Couples might choose the environment, cultural norms, and even the dynamics of their relationship. It's like having a personalized wedding planner, but on a whole new level. Next, let's consider the tailored experiences. In a simulation, the marriage experience could be customized to the individual's preferences. This could mean choosing the environment, cultural norms, and even the dynamics of the relationship. It's like having a personalized wedding planner, but on a whole new level. So, what do you think? Is this a future we'd want to see? Let us know in the comments below.
In a relationship simulation, the algorithms behind the scenes might just be the secret ingredient that shapes the dynamics between you and your partner. These algorithms could be subtly guiding your interactions, making sure everything runs smoothly and harmoniously. But here's the interesting part. They might also be introducing challenges and obstacles into your relationship. Why? Well, because it's through these challenges that we often grow the most. So, remember, the algorithms might be working behind the scenes to help you both grow and thrive in your relationship. Are we the only civilization in the universe? This question has been pondered by countless minds throughout history, and as of now, there is no definitive answer. However, there are several perspectives and ongoing research efforts aimed at addressing this question. First, let's consider the current scientific understanding. The lack of direct evidence is a major factor. We haven't yet detected any signals, artifacts, or signs of extraterrestrial civilizations. This leads to the Fermi paradox, which poses the question, if there are so many planets and stars in the universe, why haven't we encountered any signs of life? Now, let's explore some of the ongoing research efforts. The Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence SETI is a global network of scientists and researchers who are dedicated to finding evidence of extraterrestrial life. They use a variety of techniques, from radio telescopes to optical telescopes, to search for signs of life beyond our planet. So, are we alone in the universe? The answer is still unknown. But the quest to find out is an exciting and fascinating journey that continues to captivate our imaginations. Let's start with two key players, Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt. Mesopotamia, located between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, was a melting pot of cultures. Its people were known for their innovative irrigation systems, which allowed for the growth of diverse crops and the emergence of complex societies. The region's history is marked by the assimilation of various cultures, including the Sumerians, Akkadians, and Babylonians. Ancient Egypt, on the other hand, was a more homogeneous society with a strong sense of national identity. However, even in this context, we see assimilation at work. The Egyptians adopted the use of hieroglyphs from the Nubians, and the pharaohs often married into other royal families to solidify alliances. So, there you have it. Assimilation has been a part of human history since ancient times, shaping cultures and societies in fascinating ways.
What if our reality is a simulation? Now, let's explore the concept of praying in this hypothetical scenario. Imagine if our reality is a simulation, and we're living in a digital world created by a higher power or a programmer. In this case, praying takes on a whole new meaning. Instead of communicating with a divine being, we're now connecting with the creator or the programmer of our simulated reality. This concept raises some intriguing philosophical, psychological, and existential questions. It challenges our understanding of the universe and our place in it. It also highlights the potential for a higher power or a programmer to be influencing our lives in ways we may not have considered before. So, what do you think? Is our reality a simulation? How might this change the way we view the act of praying? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. What if we're living in a simulation? Now, this is a topic that's been debated for years, and there are a lot of theories out there. But today, we're going to focus on the possibilities. quantum computation and artificial superintelligence. First up, let's talk about quantum computation. Imagine a world where a quantum computer is running the simulation. These computers use qubits, which can exist in multiple states at once, and quantum entanglement, where the particles can be connected even when separated by vast distances. This would allow the simulation to handle the immense complexity required to simulate an entire universe. Now, let's consider the idea of artificial superintelligence. A highly advanced AI could be managing the simulation, optimizing resources, and generating realities. This would mean that our universe is just one of many, and we're living in a simulation within a simulation. So, what do you think? Is it possible that we're living in a simulation? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. What if we were living in a simulation? That's right. What if our entire reality is just a computer program? Well, let's explore this idea a bit further. Now, hypothetically speaking, if the programmers of a simulation chose not to tell the inhabitants that they are in a simulation, there could be several reasons for this decision. These reasons could range from practical concerns to ethical considerations, and even to the goals of the simulation itself. Firstly, maintaining the integrity of the simulation is crucial. The programmers might not want to disrupt the natural flow of events by revealing the truth. They might be observing our behavior or running a simulation for a specific purpose, and revealing the truth could skew their results. Secondly, ethical considerations could play a role. The programmers might not want to cause confusion or distress by revealing the truth. They might be concerned about the potential consequences of such a revelation. Lastly, the goals of the simulation itself could be a factor. The programmers might have specific objectives for the simulation, and revealing the truth could interfere with those objectives. So, there you have it. A glimpse into the fascinating world of simulations and their potential implications. In a simulated reality, predictive programming would take on a slightly different interpretation than in the real world. Here, it would imply that elements within the simulation, such as media, events, or cultural symbols, are deliberately placed or manipulated by the creators or controllers of the simulation to prepare the inhabitants, us, the simulated beings, for future events or changes within that simulated environment. For example, a media campaign might be launched to promote a new technology that's about to be introduced into the simulation, or an event might be staged to test the reaction of the inhabitants to a potential crisis. This concept of predictive programming in a simulated reality is a fascinating one, and it raises some thought-provoking questions about the nature of our own reality. Let's consider the idea of scientific research and experimentation. Imagine a simulation that allows researchers to study human behavior in different scenarios, environments, or societal structures. This could involve exploring psychological, social, and even biological aspects of human behavior. Now, let's think about the potential motivations behind running such a simulation. It could be that the entities or programmers behind the simulation are seeking to understand and control human behavior for their own purposes. This could range from manipulating individuals to controlling entire societies. Of course, it's important to note that these are just hypothetical scenarios. The reality is that we should always prioritize ethical and respectful treatment of all individuals, including those in simulations. Remember, it's always important to approach these topics with an open mind and to focus on respect and understanding.
Diving into the fascinating history of AI in music instruments. This field has seen some incredible developments over the years, reflecting the broader evolution of technology in music. So, let's take a look at some key milestones in this field. First up, we have the early experiments with mechanical instruments and automation from the 19th to 20th century. This era saw the birth of player pianos, which used mechanical systems to automate piano playing. Although not AI, these early instruments demonstrated the potential for automation in music. Next, we have the electronic systems that emerged in the mid-20th century. These systems allowed for more precise control and experimentation, paving the way for the development of electronic instruments like synthesizers. Now, we're in the era of advanced AI-driven instruments and software. This technology has revolutionized the way we create, perform, and experience music. From AI-generated compositions to virtual instruments, this field is constantly evolving and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the world of music. So there you have it, a brief overview of the history of AI in music instruments. Did you know that this specialized field is a melting pot of expertise from both academia and industry? It's true. Supercomputer programming involves a diverse range of experts, including those from major research institutions, national laboratories, and tech companies. Now, let's talk about some of the key figures and groups in this field. One of the most notable names is Jack Dongarra, a renowned computer scientist who's made significant contributions to numerical algorithms in linear algebra, parallel computing, and high-performance computing. He is one of the key developers of the LINPACK benchmarks used to rank supercomputers. He's also one of the key developers of the High-Performance Computing Systems Group at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Catherine Yellick is a computer scientist known for her work in parallel programming languages and high-performance computing, particularly with her contributions to the development of the unified parallel C/UP and Titanium programming languages. Thomas Sterling is known as one of the fathers of Beowulf clusters, a system of computing that led to the development of modern supercomputers. He has made significant contributions to parallel computing and supercomputing architectures. David Keyes is an expert in scalable algorithms and parallel computing, known for his work in the development of mathematical algorithms that are crucial for high-performance computing. Jeffrey Vetter is a researcher at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, ORNL, where he works on hardware and software systems for extreme-scale computing. His research is central to the development and optimization of supercomputing systems. So, there you have it. Supercomputer programming is a fascinating field that requires a unique blend of expertise from various backgrounds. If you're interested in learning more, be sure to follow and subscribe for more content like this. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. From ancient societies to modern media, academia, and technology, gatekeepers have played a crucial role in shaping our world. In ancient times, gatekeepers were literal figures, such as guards or officials who controlled access to physical spaces like cities, castles, or temples. In religious contexts, gatekeepers like priests or shamans controlled access to spiritual knowledge and practices. As we moved into the Middle Ages, gatekeepers became more centralized, with monarchs and their administrations acting as gatekeepers for the entire society. This centralization of power continued into the modern era, with governments and institutions acting as gatekeepers for their respective societies. In the 20th century, gatekeepers shifted from being physical or institutional to becoming more abstract. In the media, for example, journalists and editors act as gatekeepers, controlling what information reaches the public. In academia, professors and researchers are the gatekeepers controlling access to knowledge and research. In the digital age, gatekeepers have taken on a new form, with technology companies like Google and Facebook acting as gatekeepers for the information we consume. So there you have it, folks. The concept of gatekeepers has evolved over time, from literal figures to abstract entities, shaping our world in various contexts.
Did you know that loan sharking has a rich history, dating back to ancient times? Let's explore how this practice has evolved over the centuries. In the early days, loan sharking was prevalent in many cultures, often regulated by religious institutions. The ancient Greeks and Romans had their own versions of loan sharking, which were typically regulated by religious institutions. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and loan sharking became more organized, with moneylenders forming guilds to regulate their practices. These guilds often had strict rules about interest rates and repayment terms. As we move into the modern era, loan sharking has taken on new forms, with organized crime groups often involved. These groups often use threats and violence to ensure repayment, which can lead to serious consequences for borrowers. We're going to talk about a topic that's been making headlines lately: the impact of Americans' debt-to-income ratio on the economy. You might be wondering, how can our personal finances affect the entire economy? Well, let's dive in and find out. Did you know that when households have high levels of debt relative to their income, they may cut back on spending to manage their debt payments? This reduction in consumer spending, which is a significant component of the economy, can lead to a slowdown in economic growth. So, what does this mean for us? It's simple. When we spend less, businesses make less money, and that can lead to a recession. So, let's all be mindful of our spending habits and try to keep our debt-to-income ratio in check. Thank you for tuning in, and remember to stay financially responsible. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more financial tips and insights. Until next time, take care and stay financially savvy. Did you know that the phrase smoke and mirrors has its roots in the world of stage magic? That's right. Magicians often use literal smoke and mirrors to create illusions and deceive their audience. Over time, this term has evolved into a metaphor for deceptive or misleading actions designed to obscure the truth or reality. Now, let's take a quick history lesson. In traditional magic shows, magicians would use smoke to hide their movements or the mechanics of their tricks, and mirrors to create optical illusions. These tricks were designed to fool the audience and create a sense of wonder and amazement. As time passed, the term smoke and mirrors became a metaphor for actions that were not what they seemed. It's now used to describe situations where something is not as it appears or where deception is involved. So, the next time you hear the phrase smoke and mirrors, remember its magical origins and the power of
This
illusion.
commonly used term originates from the novel of the same name, written by the talented Joseph Heller and published in 1961. The novel is set during World War II and follows the experiences of Captain John Yossarian, a U.S. Army Air Force B-25 bombardier. In the book, Catch-22 is a rule that governs the life of the airman. The rule is presented as follows. 1. A pilot can be grounded if he is considered insane. 2. To be grounded, the pilot must request it. 3. However, if the pilot requests to be grounded, he is considered sane. This is where the term catch-22 comes in. It's a situation where a person is in a dilemma where they can't win, no matter what they do. In this case, the pilot is in a catch-22 situation because if he's grounded, he's sane. But if he's not grounded, he's
Today,
insane.
we're diving into a fascinating topic, the concept of rich people selling dreams and its historical roots. You know, this idea has been around for centuries, and it's fascinating to see how it's evolved over time. Let's start with the ancient civilizations. In ancient Greece and Rome, wealthy patrons would sponsor artists, often promising them a life of luxury and fame in exchange for their creativity. But, alas, many artists found themselves struggling to make ends meet despite their talent. Fast forward to the Renaissance, and we see a similar pattern. Wealthy patrons would commission artists to create masterpieces, but often the artists were left to their own devices with little support or guidance. In more recent times, we've seen this concept play out in the world of business. Wealthy individuals or those in positions of power would promote lifestyles or opportunities that seem attainable but are often out of reach for the average person. So, there you have it. The concept of rich people selling dreams has a rich history, and it's fascinating to see how it's evolved over time. Historical overview of politicians selling dreams throughout history. From the ancient and classical eras to the modern day, political leaders have been known to promote grand visions, ideals, or promises to inspire hope and gain support, often without a clear or realistic path to achieving them. Let's start with the Greek and Roman orators. Politicians like Pericles in Athens and Julius Caesar in Rome were masters of rhetoric. They often presented visions of prosperity, military might, and cultural advancement to rally their people behind them. In the Middle Ages, rulers like Charlemagne and the Byzantine emperors used religious rhetoric to justify their rule and inspire loyalty. In the Renaissance, leaders like Henry VIII and Catherine the Great used grand visions of empire and cultural achievement to gain support. And in the modern era, leaders like Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill used the power of words to inspire hope and unity during times of crisis. So, there you have it. A historical overview of politicians selling dreams throughout history. We hope you found this topic as fascinating as we did. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more interesting content like this. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you in the next video. In the realm of architecture, facades have a long and intriguing history. Let's begin with ancient civilizations. In Egypt, for example, impressive facades were used for their temples and tombs, such as the iconic entrance of the Temple of Karnak and the Great Sphinx. These facades were designed to convey power, divinity, and a sense of awe. As we move through history, we see facades continue to play a significant role in architecture. In the Renaissance period, for instance, the concept of facades took on a new meaning, with architects striving to create harmonious and balanced designs that would reflect the grandeur and power of the building's owners. In the modern era, facades have become even more intricate and complex, with architects experimenting with new materials, shapes, and designs. But the concept of facades as a way to convey a message or create an impression remains a constant throughout history. So, there you have it. A brief overview of the historical development of facades in both architectural and metaphorical contexts. I hope you found this fascinating and informative. Did you know that mass media is a story of the evolution of communication technologies and practices that have significantly shaped public discourse, culture, and society? Let's take a quick look at some key developments in the history of mass media. First up, we have the early forms of mass communication known as oral traditions. Storytelling was the primary means of mass communication in ancient societies. Elders, bards, and priests conveyed important information, cultural values, and history through stories. Next, we have the invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the 15th century. This revolutionary technology revolutionized the way information was shared and disseminated. Then came the era of radio, which brought the world news, music, and entertainment into homes. The invention of television in the 20th century further revolutionized mass communication, bringing moving images and sound into our living rooms. Finally, we have the digital age, which has completely transformed the way we consume and share information. The internet, social media, and smartphones have made communication instantaneous and global. You know that this concept is closely tied to the development of economic practices, marketing strategies, and market manipulation. Let's take a journey through time and explore how these ideas have evolved over the centuries. First up, let's talk about early market manipulation. Did you know that in ancient times, guilds and monopolies were formed to control the supply and demand of goods and services? These groups were able to manipulate prices and even create shortages to increase their profits. As we move into the Middle Ages, we see the emergence of monopolies and guilds. These groups held exclusive rights to certain products or services, allowing them to control the supply and demand. This practice continued well into the 19th century when monopolies were still a common occurrence. Imagine a scenario where individuals or groups develop an inflated sense of self-importance or superiority, often amplified by societal, cultural, or psychological factors. This phenomenon, known as the hyped ego, can be traced through various periods and movements. First up, let's explore the ancient Egyptians. They were known for their extravagant monuments and pyramids, showcasing their power and wealth. Next, we have the Roman Empire, where emperors like Caesar and Nero were known for their excessive self-indulgence and egotism. Fast forward to the Renaissance period, where artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci were praised for their genius and talent, often at the expense of their contemporaries. The Industrial Revolution saw the rise of entrepreneurs like Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller, who amassed immense wealth and power. In the 20th century, we saw the rise of celebrity culture, where individuals like Elvis Presley and Marilyn Monroe became icons, often at the expense of their privacy and mental health. So, there you have it. The historical evolution of the hyped ego, from ancient Egypt to modern-day celebrity culture.
Programming. This concept suggests that mass media, such as movies, TV shows, books, and other forms of entertainment, are used to psychologically prepare the public for future events. According to proponents of this theory, these forms of media might predict or foreshadow significant societal changes, technological advancements, or catastrophic events, thus acclimatizing the population to accept these developments when they occur in real life. Now, it's important to note that predictive programming is a controversial and speculative concept. It's not a proven theory, and it's important to approach it with a critical and open mind. So, let's explore this intriguing idea together and see if we can uncover any patterns or trends in our favorite forms of entertainment. The Rothschild family, historically one of the most influential banking families in Europe, has not directly controlled financial algorithms in the modern sense. However, their significant influence on global finance and banking practices could be indirectly related to the development and use of financial algorithms in several ways. Firstly, let's consider their historical influence on financial systems. The Rothschild family played a crucial role in shaping the financial landscape, particularly in Europe. Their vast wealth and influence allowed them to establish and maintain a strong presence in the financial world. This historical influence could have paved the way for the development of financial algorithms. The Rothschild family's involvement in the financial sector may have provided the necessary resources and expertise to create and implement these algorithms. So, while the Rothschild family may not have directly controlled financial algorithms, their historical influence on the financial system could have indirectly played a role in their development and
Did you know that the history of financial algorithms is closely tied to the evolution of financial markets, mathematical finance, computer science, and the increasing complexity of global financial systems? Financial algorithms have transformed the way markets operate, enabling automated trading, risk management, and financial analysis. Let's take a quick look at their development. 1. Early foundations pre-20th century. The early use of mathematics in finance dates back to the 17th century when Pierre de Fermat and Blaise Pascal developed the concept of expected value. This laid the foundation for the use of mathematical models in finance. 2. The 20th century. In the 20th century, financial algorithms began to play a more significant role. The development of computers allowed for the automation of trading and the analysis of financial data. 3. The 21st century. In the 21st century, financial algorithms have become even more sophisticated with the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. This has led to the development of high-frequency trading and the use of algorithms in risk management.
Gentrification is a complex and multifaceted process that involves the transformation of urban neighborhoods through the influx of more affluent residents, often leading to the displacement of lower-income communities. This phenomenon has a long history, intertwined with broader social, economic, and political trends. So, let's start with the early urban development and class segregation in the 19th century. This period saw the rise of the Industrial Revolution, which led to the growth of cities and the development of new neighborhoods. This growth was driven by the influx of immigrants, who often settled in poor, overcrowded areas. This segregation of classes and the development of neighborhoods based on social status was a key factor in the early stages of gentrification. Did you know that loan sharking has its roots in ancient civilizations? In fact, in ancient Rome and Greece, charging exorbitant interest rates was a common practice. In Rome, for example, interest rates could reach up to 12% per month, which is quite a hefty sum by today's standards. As we move through history, loan sharking has evolved and taken on different forms across various cultures. In the 19th century, it became a prominent issue in the United States, particularly among immigrants and low-income communities. This era saw the rise of loan sharks who would often use unethical or even illegal methods to ensure repayment. It's fascinating to see how this practice has evolved over time, from its ancient origins to its modern-day manifestations.
This concept has been discussed and proposed for centuries, evolving through various social, economic, and philosophical frameworks. So, let's take a quick trip down memory lane and explore the history of UBI. Did you know that the idea of providing income to all citizens dates back to the 16th century? That's right. This concept has its roots in the works of Thomas More, who envisioned a society where every citizen received a regular income, regardless of their work status. As we move through the centuries, UBI has been proposed by various thinkers and philosophers, including Thomas Paine, who believed that every citizen should receive a basic income to ensure their well-being. Fast forward to the 20th century, and we see UBI gaining traction as a potential solution to poverty and economic inequality. Today, this concept is being discussed and tested in countries around the world with the aim of creating a more equitable and sustainable society. This powerful and enduring idea has shaped the nation's identity and aspirations for centuries. It embodies the belief that anyone, regardless of their background, can achieve success and prosperity through hard work, determination, and initiative. The concept of the American dream has evolved over time, reflecting changes in American society, economy, and culture. Let's start our journey by exploring the early foundations of the American dream in colonial and revolutionary America. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the American dream was rooted in the pursuit of religious freedom and economic opportunity. The early settlers were drawn to the New World in search of a better life, free from the constraints of the Old World. This dream of a new beginning was realized in the American Revolution, which established a new nation based on the principles of liberty and equality. As the nation grew and industrialized, the American dream shifted to include the pursuit of material wealth and social mobility. The Gilded Age saw the rise of millionaires and the expansion of the middle class, fueled by the growth of the railroads, steel, and other industries. Throughout the 20th century, the American dream has continued to evolve, reflecting changes in society, economy, and culture. From the Great Depression to the Civil Rights Movement, from the space race to the digital revolution, the American dream has been shaped and reshaped by the events and ideas of each era.
As you know, is the systematic oppression of subordinated classes by the dominant class. It's based on the belief that certain social classes are inherently superior to others, leading to discrimination, inequality, and social stratification. The history of classism is intricately tied to the development of civilizations, economic systems, and cultural norms. It reflects how power and wealth have been distributed across different social classes, and how this distribution has influenced the development of societies. So, let's take a moment to appreciate the complexity and significance of classism in our world. It's a topic that deserves our attention and understanding, as it has played a pivotal role in shaping the societies we live in today.
From the very beginning of human civilization, political hierarchies have been a key part of society. These hierarchies have taken many forms, shaped by economic, religious, and military structures. They define how power is distributed and organized within societies, often concentrating authority in the hands of a few individuals or groups. In prehistoric societies, political hierarchies were often based on kinship and lineage. Leaders were typically chosen based on their lineage and position within the social structure. As societies grew more complex, political hierarchies became more diverse, incorporating new structures like class systems, monarchies, and republics. Throughout history, political hierarchies have been shaped by various factors, including technological advancements, economic changes, and social movements. They've evolved to meet the needs of different societies, but they've always been a crucial part of human civilization. Did you know that the history of social hierarchies is a fundamental aspect of human civilization? Social hierarchies, systems that organize people into ranks based on factors like wealth, occupation, birthright, and power, have existed since the earliest societies. Over time, these hierarchies have taken different forms, shaped by cultural, economic, and political influences. Let's take a look at the evolution of social hierarchies. 1. Prehistoric and early human societies. In early human societies, particularly during the Paleolithic era, social hierarchies were primarily based on gender roles, with men hunting and women gathering. 2. Ancient civilizations. As human societies evolved, social hierarchies became more complex with the emergence of kings, queens, and other royalty. 3. Feudalism. During the Middle Ages, feudalism was the dominant social hierarchy, with lords, knights, and serfs forming the ranks. 4. Modern times. In the modern era, social hierarchies have become more fluid, with factors like education, occupation, and personal achievement playing a significant role. That's a brief overview of the evolution of social hierarchies throughout human history.
BET Network, now BET, or Black Entertainment Television, has had a significant impact on the representation of Black culture in mainstream media. However, it has also faced its fair share of criticisms. So, let's dive into some of the key problems and controversies associated with BET. First up, we have the issue of content quality and representation. One of the most consistent criticisms of BET is that it has, at times, promoted negative stereotypes of Black people, particularly through its music videos. This has led to concerns about the network's overall impact on society. Another major concern is the network's business practices. Some have argued that BET has not always been transparent about its financial dealings, which has raised questions about its commitment to the Black community. Lastly, there's the issue of BET's programming choices. Some have argued that the network has not always provided a balanced representation of Black culture, focusing more on entertainment and less on serious issues affecting the community. That's it for today's discussion. Remember, It's important to have an open dialogue about these issues and to continue to work towards a more inclusive and representative media
Did you
landscape.
know that Hollywood has played a significant role in shaping public perception and reinforcing systemic racism? While progress has been made, particularly with more diverse and empowering representations in recent years, the legacy of these stereotypes continues to affect how Black people are viewed and treated in society. The push for more authentic, multifaceted portrayals of Black characters remains a critical aspect of the ongoing struggle for racial equality. It's important to recognize that this is a journey, and we must continue to work together to create a more inclusive and equitable society. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more insightful discussions. Until next time, stay positive and keep striving for a better world.
Living in the city lights, money rules day and night. Dreams sold at a high price, people caught in a vice. Hustle hard just to survive, chase the green to feel alive. Empty pockets still with strife, broken dreams cut like a knife. Chasing shadows all the time, bank accounts with not a dime. Dollar signs in every rhyme, capitalism is a crime. Promises of wealth and fame, just illusions in the game. Rich get rich, poor stay the same. Who's to blame? It's all a shame. Factories and broken homes, corporate greed pollutes the domes. People left to fend alone, iron fists turn hearts to stone. Chasing shadows all the time, bank accounts with not a dime. Dollar signs in every rhyme, capitalism is a crime.
Today, we're diving into the rich history of hip-hop and how it evolved from its humble beginnings in the Bronx to a global phenomenon. Hip-hop's roots date back to the 1970s in the Bronx, when social and economic challenges were at an all-time high. This was where DJ Kool Herc, a Jamaican immigrant, pioneered hip-hop music by isolating funk's breakbeats. These short instrumental segments between verses became the heart of hip-hop culture as talented MCs began to rap over them. The early days of hip-hop were marked by block parties at abandoned buildings in neighborhoods like Sedgwick Avenue. Here, DJs would showcase their skills, and MCs would freestyle and battle each other. This laid the groundwork for what would become an influential cultural movement. As hip-hop evolved, it became a symbol of unity and pride for communities struggling with social and economic challenges. Hip-hop culture has since spread around the world, becoming a global phenomenon that continues to evolve and inspire today.
From the late 1970s to the 1980s, these trailblazers broke barriers and challenged norms, paving the way for future generations of female artists. One of these pioneers was Sylvia Robinson, often referred to as the mother of hip-hop. She founded Sugar Hill Records in 1979 and was instrumental in producing the first commercially successful hip-hop record, Rap Dirty Dan by Curtis Blow. This groundbreaking release marked the start of a new era in music history. Another early pioneer was Queen Lisa, who made her mark with her hit song Hip Hop, Don't Stop. She was one of the first female rappers to release a solo album and gained popularity on a radio show hosted by Mr. Magic's Rap Attack. Her success helped legitimize female rappers in the industry. These early female hip-hop artists laid the foundation for future generations to follow and are an essential part of hip-hop history. They broke barriers and challenged norms, showing that women can thrive in this genre just as much as their male counterparts. So, let's give a round of applause to these early pioneers who helped shape the world of hip-hop.
The history of battle rap can be traced back to the early days of hip-hop in the Bronx, New York City. DJ Kool Herc and other pioneers would host block parties where MCs would compete against each other in freestyle raps. These events were informal and spontaneous, but they laid the foundation for what was to come. As time passed, street battles became more formalized with cash prizes at stake. One notable figure was Grandmaster Caz, who often won these competitions, sometimes taking home as much as $1,000. These early battles paved the way for organizations like BDS and Second Round to emerge in the late 80s. BDS Battle at the Blades was one of the first groups to stage rap battles with cash prizes on a large scale. They held their events at a place called Blades in Harlem. The organization's founder, Big Ed, was a barber who began hosting competitions between barbers and bartenders as a way to attract customers. He then realized that rap battles could be just as entertaining and decided to give it a try. And that's just a small piece of the amazing history of battle rap. I hope you enjoyed learning about this exciting chapter in hip-hop culture. Let's kick things off with the early 1980s, where a pivotal moment occurred. Sugar Hill Records, a label credited for officially launching hip-hop in 1979, was acquired by the music mogul Jojo Cartu. Following this acquisition, Sugar Hill Records released groundbreaking singles such as Rapper's Delight and The Adventures of Grandmaster Flash on the Wheels of Steel by Tommy Boy. These iconic tracks helped bring hip-hop to a much wider audience and solidified Sugar Hill as the hub of mainstream hip-hop. Fast forward to 1983, and we arrive at the era of Run DMC. Following the release of Rapper's Delight, hip-hop faced a lull in significant releases until Run DMC burst onto the scene with their trailblazing self-titled debut album in 1984. With hits like Sonic Boom and Rockbox, they brought a fresh new sound to mainstream audiences that resonated around the globe. Thank you for joining me on this historical journey through the evolution of mainstream hip-hop records. Did you know that the origins of underground hip-hop can be traced back to the same roots as mainstream hip-hop? That's right. Both genres have their roots in the Bronx, with many early artists eventually crossing over to mainstream success while simultaneously maintaining the essence of true hip-hop culture. While it's true that mainstream success came with its own set of challenges, artists like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five were able to navigate this change while staying true to their roots. They maintained their focus on lyrical prowess, artistic integrity, and social consciousness, all essential elements of underground hip-hop. As we continue to explore the history of this genre, it's clear that artists like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five played a significant role in shaping the future of hip-hop. Their commitment to the art form has helped keep the spirit of underground hip-hop alive and thriving.
So, buckle up and let's dive right in. Metaphors are truly fascinating, as they have played a key role in human communication since ancient times. They've been used to bridge the gap between abstract ideas and concrete language, making complex concepts more relatable and understandable. In ancient Greece, rhetoricians like Aristotle and Gorgias championed the use of metaphors to add depth and dimension to their speeches. Greek philosopher Plato even critiqued Socrates' use of them in his writings. Fast forward to Roman times, and authors like Cicero and Horace took metaphorical expression to new heights, using them to paint vivid pictures with their words. They weren't just about communication, they were also about creativity and artistic expression. Metaphors have been woven into our language and literature for centuries, from the Bible to Shakespearean plays. Even modern-day writers continue to use them to enrich their work. So now you know a little more about the rich history behind those colorful expressions we use every day.
Sappho, known as the 10th Muse, was a remarkable woman who wrote about love and tragedy. Her life was filled with ups and downs, but her work lives on as a testament to her talent. Some of her most famous lines include her prayer to Aphrodite and her heartfelt plea to her friend Anaxandrides. Alcaeus, on the other hand, was a poet from the city of Lesbos during the 6th century BC. Despite his home city being involved in internal conflict during his time, Alcaeus managed to create beautiful poetry that still captivates us today. His work is characterized by its vivid imagery and powerful emotions.
Ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia laid the foundations for theatrical performances, often linked to religious ceremonies. The Greeks took it a step further with tragedies and comedies performed at religious festivals. The Romans perfected theater to a level where it became a mass entertainment industry. The Middle Ages saw a decline in theater due to political instability. However, when order was restored, theater flourished once more. Shakespeare's works from Elizabethan England are still considered classics today. And let's not forget ballet, which emerged during the Renaissance period in Italy and reached its golden age in France during the 17th century. As we enter modern times, performing arts continues to evolve with experimental works that defy traditional forms and challenge artistic conventions. So there's your brief history of performing arts. The evolution of the punchline is a fascinating journey through different forms of humor and entertainment. In the ancient times of oral traditions and folklore, storytellers would often use punchlines to add a twist or surprise element to their tales. Think about the unexpected conclusion of Aesop's fables or the clever turns of phrase in ancient Egyptian poetry. Moving on to Greek and Roman theater, comedies were filled with witty one-liners that would make audiences chuckle. Fast forward to medieval times, where jesters would entertain royal courts with their clever jokes and puns. Now that's some serious responsibility. The 17th century saw the rise of British balladry, where punchlines were often used to emphasize a moral or social commentary. And in the 18th century, American satire emerged with sharp wit and puns that targeted political figures.
So, buckle up and let's get started. The early origins of lyrical expression in hip-hop can be traced back to the 1970s and 1980 seconds, when MCs like DJ Kool Herc hit the stage and kicked off this amazing genre. As hip-hop evolved, so did the lyrical style. By the 1980s, we saw pioneers such as Run DMC and Slick Rick make a big impact on the scene. Fast forward to 1986, and we're introduced to the iconic group Public Enemy. Fronted by Chuck D, this group went on to define hip-hop culture in the late 80s with their powerful messages and electrifying performances. In the 90s, Notorious Big entered the scene with his smooth flow and profound lyrics. His groundbreaking album Ready to Die showcased his unique talent and helped shape lyrical expression in hip-hop during this era. Moving into the 2000s, we saw artists like Kanye West take center stage with his innovative production techniques and captivating lyrics. His work on Jay-Z's The Blueprint solidified his place in hip-hop history. As we approach modern times, artists like J. Cole have continued to push boundaries with their lyrical styles. Cole's album Born Sinner is a testament to his skill as a storyteller and performer. So there you have it, a brief history of lyrical style in hip-hop.
Let's explore how this art form has evolved over the decades. First, let's go back to the golden age of hip-hop in the late 1980s and early 1990s. This era was all about boastful rhymes and party chants. Artists like Kool J, Salt-N-Pepa, and Criss Cross dominated the scene with their catchy beats and memorable lyrics. As we move into the 90s, we see a shift towards more personal narratives in hip-hop music. Artists like Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur began to share their experiences growing up in challenging environments, often focusing on social issues like gang violence and police brutality. In the new millennium, rap music evolved once again, with artists like Kanye West bringing a new level of artistic expression to the genre through sample loops and creative song structures. Kanye's groundbreaking work on The College Dropout solidified his place as one of the most influential artists in hip-hop history.
In the early days of battle rap, simple and direct attacks reigned supreme. Rappers aimed to land as many hits as possible without overthinking their strategy. However, as time went on, they started incorporating more complex approaches, such as using a person's weight or height against them. As battle rap evolved in the 1990s, we saw the emergence of big man can't rap and skinny man can't rap angles. This shift represented a newfound emphasis on technical skill and creativity in one's attacks rather than just an endless barrage of hits. Fast forward to today's modern era of battle rap, and we see a broad range of angles being used. Rappers are now free to choose any approach they desire, be it based on personal information or stereotypes. The sky's the limit when it comes to creating an effective angle that will leave your opponent reeling. That wraps up our exploration of how angles have evolved in battle rap throughout its history.
In the early days of hip-hop, artists like Grandmaster Flash and DJ Hollywood pioneered simple rhymes, chants, and call and response interactions during performances and block parties. As time progressed, we saw artists like Run DMC and LL Cool J mastering punchlines and double entendres, which added a new layer of complexity to their lyrics. Fast forward to the 1990s, with the emergence of artists like Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur, who revolutionized hip-hop with their hard-hitting lyrics and intricate storytelling. Around the same time, A Tribe Called Quest introduced us to a more jazz-influenced style of wordplay. In recent years, artists like Kendrick Lamar have taken wordplay to new heights, experimenting with complex metaphors and allusions that challenge listeners to keep up. The evolution of wordplay in hip-hop has been an exciting journey, showcasing the genre's ability to evolve while still maintaining its core elements.
Hip-hop has always been known for its clever wordplay, and double entendre is a great way to showcase this. One of the greatest innovators of double entendre in hip-hop was Rakim. His unique style was a game changer, and his ability to use subtle humor in his lyrics was unmatched. He often used double entendre to create layers of meaning within his rhymes. In the late 80s and early 90s, artists like Big Daddy Kane took the art of double entendre to new heights. Kane was known for his intricate wordplay and clever use of metaphors and similes. His lyrics often challenged listeners to decipher hidden meanings, making him one of the most respected MCs of his era. As hip-hop evolved in the 90s, artists like NAS continued to push the boundaries of double entendre. NAS's storytelling abilities were second to none, and he often used subtle humor and layered meanings in his lyrics to create vivid narratives. In more recent times, artists like Eminem have kept the tradition of double entendre alive in hip-hop. Eminem's unique style is known for its wit, humor, and clever puns, making him one of the most influential rappers of our generation. So there you have it, a brief history lesson on how double entendre has evolved in hip-hop over time.
Hip-hop has always been known for its unique approach to lyrical delivery, and tongue twisting is no exception. From its early roots to modern-day innovations, let's take a closer look at how hip-hop masters have perfected this art form. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, artists like Big Daddy Kane and Kool G Rap really pushed the boundaries of tongue twisting. Their rapid-fire rhymes were not only impressive but also showcased their skill and creativity. These early pioneers laid the foundation for even more incredible feats in the genre. Fast forward to the late 1990s, and we see artists like Edo G and Supernatural take tongue twisting to new heights. Edo G's Super Rapist showcased his lightning-fast flow and clever wordplay, while Supernatural's Stay Real demonstrated his ability to make even complex syllables roll off his tongue effortlessly. As we move into the 2000s, artists like Ace Spade continued to push the boundaries of tongue twisting with impressive displays of speed and precision on tracks like Fast Rhyme. And in the 2010s, Little Ugly Mane's freestyle on Welcome to Hell is a prime example of how modern rappers are still keeping this tradition alive.
Today, we're delving into the fascinating history of hip-hop DJs and their significant impact on the genre's evolution. These talented individuals have not only shaped the musical landscape, but also played a crucial role in shaping the cultural foundations of hip-hop. In the early roots of hip-hop culture, dating back to the 1970s, DJs like Kool Herc and Grandmother Flash were at the forefront of this new movement. These pioneers were instrumental in bringing hip-hop to life, hosting block parties and gatherings where they showcased their skills and created a sense of community. Kool Herc, in particular, was known for his innovative approach to music and for fostering an environment where rap artists could express themselves. He's often credited with inventing the concept of turntablism, which significantly influenced the development of hip-hop music. So there you have it, a brief overview of how hip-hop DJs have influenced and contributed to the development of hip-hop culture. The evolution of Southern hip-hop can be traced back to the 1980s and 1990s, when it began to distinguish itself from East Coast and West Coast rap styles. This region-specific genre was heavily influenced by funk and blues artists like Cameo, Parliament Funkadelic, ZZ Top, and Robert Johnson. These musical influences helped shape the unique sound of Southern hip-hop. One key element that sets Southern hip-hop apart is the prevalence of trap drums. These drums have a distinctive boom-bap sound that's become synonymous with the genre. Other defining features include 808 bass kick sounds and synthesizers for added melodic interest. Another characteristic of Southern hip-hop is its lyrical content, which often reflects on life experiences such as hustling or street life. This emphasis on real-life experiences gives the music a sense of authenticity that resonates deeply with listeners. So there you have it, a brief overview of the history and evolution of Southern hip-hop.
Let's kick things off by exploring the foundations of this genre in California. In the 1970s and 1980 seconds, hip-hop culture began to thrive in California, thanks to artists like Too Short, E40, and Digital Underground. These pioneers were instrumental in shaping the sound and style that would come to define West Coast hip-hop. Their music was marked by funky grooves, a laid-back vibe, and an emphasis on storytelling. One of the most distinctive features of West Coast hip-hop is its lyricism. Artists like Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eazy-E, and Tupac took rap music to new heights with their raw emotion and social commentary. Their lyrics often reflected the struggles of urban life in cities like Los Angeles and Oakland during the 1980s and early 1990s. As we delve deeper into the history of West Coast hip-hop, we'll explore how it evolved from its East Coast counterparts and how it continues to influence rap music today.
Freestyling is an improvisational art that's been a cornerstone of hip-hop culture since its early days. It showcases an artist's lyrical dexterity, creativity, and the ability to think on their feet. Freestyling has its roots in the early days of hip-hop, dating back to the 1970s in the Bronx, New York. This was a time when DJs and MCs would perform at house parties and block parties, often incorporating spontaneous rhymes into their sets. These early freestylers were masters at keeping the crowd engaged and creating a lively atmosphere through their impromptu lyrics. As time went on, freestyling evolved into a showcase of an artist's lyrical skills and improvisational ability. Today, we can witness freestyling through various mediums such as cyphers or battles, where artists compete against each other by coming up with fresh lines on the spot. It's an art form that continues to thrive and evolve in today's landscape. So there you have it, a brief glimpse into the history and evolution of freestyling in hip-hop.
Did you know that it originated in the early 1970s in the South Bronx, New York City? That's right. Breakdancing, also known as breaking or b-boying, b-girling, is a dynamic and acrobatic style of street dance that became a key element of hip-hop culture. It was born out of the wider hip-hop movement, which also included mimicking rapping, and graffiti art. One of the pioneers of hip-hop culture was DJ Kool Herc. Initially, breakdancing started as partygoers dancing to the breaks in songs, those groovy parts where there was no singing, just cool beats. People would take to the floor and show off their moves during these instrumental sections, and thus breakdancing was born. So there you have it, a quick peek into the history of this amazing dance style. Thanks for joining us on this journey through time.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. We'll be exploring the history of Solana, a high-performance blockchain platform that's been making waves in the crypto space. Solana, launched in 2017, is a blockchain platform designed for decentralized applications, dApps, and cryptocurrencies. It's known for its scalability and fast transaction speeds, and it's rapidly gained prominence in the blockchain and cryptocurrency world since its inception. Now, let's take a look at the early development of Solana. The project was founded in 2017 by Anatoly Yakovenko, a former Qualcomm engineer. Yakovenko had a vision for a high-performance blockchain platform that could handle a massive number of transactions per second. That's it for today's history lesson, folks. I hope you found this information about Solana's development fascinating. In 1998, a visionary computer scientist and cryptographer named Nick Szabo introduced BitGold as a digital currency system. He shared his ideas in a series of blog posts and a white paper aiming to create a decentralized digital currency that would solve the problem of double spending. BitGold was designed to be a digital currency that would address the issue of double spending, a common problem in digital transactions. By using a proof-of-work system, BitGold aimed to create a secure and trustless digital currency system. So, there you have it. BitGold was a groundbreaking concept that paved the way for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating history of Dogecoin, a cryptocurrency that began as a joke but has since become a significant player in the crypto world. So, let's get started. Dogecoin, or Doge, was created in 2013 by software engineers Billy Marcus and Jackson Palmer. The idea was born as a light-hearted parody of the rapid proliferation of alternative cryptocurrencies at the time. The founders wanted to create a fun, friendly, and approachable digital currency that would appeal to a wider audience. The Dogecoin community, which is known for its friendly and welcoming atmosphere, has played a significant role in the coin's success. The community has supported various charitable causes, including raising funds for the Jamaican bobsled team to compete in the 2014 Winter Olympics. As of 2021, Dogecoin has a market value of over $50 billion, making it one of the most valuable cryptocurrencies in the world.
Ethereum was conceived in late 2013 by Vitalik Buterin, a programmer and cryptocurrency researcher. Buterin, who was also involved in Bitcoin, envisioned a blockchain platform that would go beyond just being a digital currency. He wanted to create a platform that would enable developers to build and deploy smart contracts and decentralized applications (dApps). This groundbreaking concept marked a significant development in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. Ethereum's creation was a testament to the power of innovation and collaboration, and it paved the way for a new era of decentralized applications and smart contracts. Thanks for joining us on this journey through the history of Ethereum. We're diving into the fascinating world of ApeCoin, a cryptocurrency associated with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, a popular collection of NFTs. Let's delve into the origins and background of this intriguing digital asset. First up, we have the Bored Ape Yacht Club, created by Yuga Labs. Launched in April 2021, this collection consists of 10,000 unique hand-drawn apes, each with its own distinct traits and rarity. The BAYC is known for its strong community and perks, such as exclusive access to events and merchandise. Now, let's talk about ApeCoin. This cryptocurrency was launched in March 2022 and is the official currency of the ApeCoin DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. ApeCoin holders have the right to vote on proposals and decisions made by the ApeCoin DAO. Diving into the fascinating world of NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. Did you know that the history of NFTs traces the development of unique digital assets on blockchain technology? Let's take a look at some key milestones in the evolution of NFTs. First up, we have the early concept stage, where digital ownership and uniqueness were introduced. Although these concepts existed before blockchain, they lacked a standardized, immutable way to enforce them. Then, in 2009, blockchain technology was developed, and the stage was set for the creation of NFTs. The launch of Bitcoin in 2009 marked a significant milestone in the development of blockchain technology. This groundbreaking cryptocurrency laid the foundation for the creation of NFTs, which would eventually revolutionize the digital asset market. XRP is part of the Ripple payment protocol, designed to facilitate fast and cost-effective cross-border transactions. So, let's take a quick trip down memory lane and explore the early beginnings of XRP. It all started in 2011 when the visionary Ryan Fugger came up with the concept for Ripple, a decentralized monetary system. While this was the initial idea, it wasn't until 2012 that XRP was officially introduced. Fast forward to 2013, and Ripple Labs was born, marking the beginning of the Ripple protocol. This is when XRP really took off, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Diving into the fascinating world of Shiba Inu SHIB. This cryptocurrency has seen a remarkable journey since its inception in 2020, and we're here to share its story with you. Shiba Inu, or SHIB, was created in August 2020 by an anonymous individual or group known as Ryoshi. The coin was designed to be an experiment in decentralized community building. It was inspired by Dogecoin Doge, which had gained popularity in the meme coin ecosystem. Shiba Inu's creation marked a significant moment in the decentralized finance, DeFi, and meme coin ecosystems. Its rapid growth and popularity are a testament to the power of community-driven projects in the world of cryptocurrency.
You know that Pepe Coin is part of a genre of cryptocurrencies known as meme coins? These digital currencies are inspired by internet memes and culture. So, let's take a closer look at the history of Pepe Coin. Pepe Coin, also known as Pepe, was launched in April 2023 as an ERC20 token on the Ethereum blockchain. It was created by an anonymous team, similar to the trend seen with other meme coins. The inspiration behind Pepe Coin is the popular internet meme character Pepe the Frog. The meme-inspired cryptocurrency has gained significant attention and value since its launch, making it an intriguing topic for discussion.
PancakeSwap was launched in September 2020, developed by a group of anonymous developers. It was designed as a decentralized exchange with automated market-making functionality, similar to Uniswap on Ethereum, but built on the Binance Smart Chain. The platform quickly gained popularity, with its native token, Cake, soaring to new heights. PancakeSwap has since become a major player in the decentralized finance space, offering a wide range of trading options and services to its users. Diving into the fascinating world of Uniswap, one of the most significant decentralized exchanges DEX in the cryptocurrency space. Uniswap is known for pioneering the automated market maker AMM model, which has revolutionized the way we trade digital assets. So let's start with a detailed overview of Uniswap's history. The exchange was created in 2018 by Hayden Adams, a former mechanical engineer who was inspired by a post from Ethereum CEO founder Vitalik Buterin about decentralized exchanges using AMMS. Hayden began developing Uniswap in his spare time, and by 2019, he had released the first version of the platform. Since then, Uniswap has grown exponentially, becoming one of the most popular DEXs in the cryptocurrency
Binance
space.
was founded in July 2017 by Changpeng Zhao, or CZ, and Yi He. CZ had previously developed trading systems for brokers and was the CTO of Acoin, another cryptocurrency exchange. In its early days, Binance experienced rapid growth, thanks to its innovative features and user-friendly interface. The exchange quickly gained a reputation for its low fees and high-speed trading. However, Binance's history is not without controversy. In 2018, the exchange faced criticism for its handling of a hack that resulted in the theft of 7,000 Bitcoin. Despite this setback, Binance has continued to grow and innovate, cementing its place as a major player in the cryptocurrency world. We'll be talking about MetaMask, a widely used cryptocurrency wallet and gateway to decentralized applications dApps built on the Ethereum blockchain. So let's get started with the history of its development and impact. MetaMask was created in 2016 by Consensys, a blockchain technology company founded by Ethereum co-founder Joseph Lubin. The key developers behind MetaMask include Aaron Davis and Dan Finley. The wallet was initially launched in 2016, and since then, it has become a household name in the cryptocurrency world. MetaMask has revolutionized the way we interact with cryptocurrencies and dApps. It's a user-friendly platform that allows users to store, send, and receive cryptocurrencies, as well as access a wide range of dApps built on the Ethereum blockchain.
Trust Wallet is a popular mobile cryptocurrency wallet known for its user-friendly interface, extensive support for various cryptocurrencies, and integration with decentralized applications dApps. So, let's start with a detailed overview of Trust Wallet's history. Trust Wallet was founded in November 2017 by the talented Viktor Radchenko, a Ukrainian software developer. Radchenko created Trust Wallet with the goal of addressing the lack of user-friendly cryptocurrency wallets available at the time. In the early stages of development, Trust Wallet focused on providing a simple and secure way for users to store their cryptocurrencies. As the wallet gained popularity, it expanded its features to include support for a wide range of cryptocurrencies and integration with dApps. This growth allowed Trust Wallet to become a go-to wallet for users looking to manage their digital assets and interact with decentralized
We're
applications.
diving into the fascinating history of CoinMarketCap, one of the most popular and widely used websites for tracking cryptocurrency prices, market capitalizations, and other related data. So, let's get started. CoinMarketCap was founded in May 2013 by Brandon Shea, a software engineer who saw the need for a reliable source of cryptocurrency market data as the digital asset space began to grow. The website was initially launched as a simple spreadsheet, but it quickly gained traction and became a go-to resource for cryptocurrency enthusiasts. Over the years, CoinMarketCap has undergone several updates and improvements, including a redesign in 2017 and the introduction of a mobile app in 2018. Today, it's an essential tool for anyone interested in the cryptocurrency market, providing real-time data on prices, market caps, and CoinGecko was founded in April 2014 by T.M. Lee and Bobby Ong, both hailing from Malaysia. These two visionaries had a deep interest in cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. In the early days, CoinGecko focused on providing comprehensive information on cryptocurrency prices, market capitalization, trading volume, and more. This data was essential for investors and traders, helping them make informed decisions. As CoinGecko grew, it expanded its offerings to include news, events, and more. Today, it's a go-to resource for anyone interested in the cryptocurrency market. You know that dApps have their roots in the early 2000s, all the way back to 2013. That's right. Before the term dApps was even coined, there were early blockchain projects like Bitcoin, which introduced the concept of decentralized networks. But it was only in 2013 that the term dApps was first used, thanks to Ethereum's white paper. This groundbreaking project introduced the concept of smart contracts, which are self-executing contracts with the terms of the agreement between buyer and seller being directly written into code. You know that personal ledgers have been used for centuries to track individual finances, manage personal transactions, and record financial activities. Let's take a journey through time and explore the early historical development of personal ledgers. First up, let's talk about ancient record keeping. In the ancient world, clay tablets were used to record trade transactions and agricultural activities. This marks the earliest forms of record keeping, dating back to ancient Mesopotamia around 3000 BCE. Now, let's fast forward to the Middle Ages. During this time, personal ledgers were used by merchants to keep track of their transactions and financial activities. These ledgers were often written in Latin, and they played a crucial role in the development of modern accounting practices. As we move into the early modern period, personal ledgers continued to evolve. They became more sophisticated, with new features such as double-entry bookkeeping and the use of credit and debit entry.
The history of modern-day ledgers is marked by the transition from traditional paper-based systems to sophisticated digital solutions, including blockchain technology. Let's take a look at how these ledgers have evolved. 1. Early digital ledgers, 1950s-1980s. Early computers and accounting. In the 1950s and 1960s, large mainframe computers were used by corporations to manage financial records and accounting tasks. These early systems were expensive and primarily used by large organizations. Mini-computers. In the 1970s, smaller, more affordable computers, known as mini-computers, were introduced. These devices were used for various purposes, including accounting and financial management.
You know that the history of personal crypto ledgers closely follows the evolution of cryptocurrencies and personal financial management in the digital space. Let's take a journey through time and explore how personal crypto ledgers have developed. First up, we have the early crypto ledger concepts from 2008 to 2013. This period saw the birth of Bitcoin and early personal wallets. In 2009, Bitcoin was introduced by Satoshi Nakamoto, marking the first cryptocurrency to use a decentralized ledger blockchain to record transactions. Early adopters used personal wallets to manage their digital assets, and this trend continued to grow as more cryptocurrencies emerged. As the digital financial landscape expanded, personal crypto ledgers evolved to keep pace. These ledgers became more sophisticated, allowing users to track their investments, manage their digital assets, and even trade cryptocurrencies. Today, personal crypto ledgers are an essential tool for anyone looking to navigate the world of digital finance.
Did you know that these physical devices are designed to securely store your cryptocurrency private keys offline, minimizing the risk of theft from online attacks? Let's take a closer look at the history of hardware wallets. Early concepts and development. The idea of using hardware for cryptographic purposes dates back to the 1980s, with early devices focused on encryption and secure communications. These early hardware solutions laid the groundwork for the development of hardware wallets in the 2000s. Initial ideas and development. The concept of using hardware to store cryptocurrency private keys was first introduced in 2004 by Hal Finney, a cryptographer and early Bitcoin developer. He created a USB device called the Cold Card, which allowed users to store their private keys offline. In 2012, the first hardware wallet, the Trezor, was launched by Satoshi Labs.
Jasmy Coin, or Jasmy, is a cryptocurrency developed by Jasmy Corporation, a Japanese company founded in 2016 by former Sony executives. This innovative company aims to use blockchain technology to create a decentralized Internet of Things IoT platform, providing secure data management solutions. Now, let's take a look at some key points in the history of Jasmy Coin. 1. Foundation and vision. Jasmy Corporation was established with the vision of providing data democracy. The founders aim to empower individuals to control their own data and to give users the ability to choose how their data is used. 2. Initial coin offering ICO Jasmy Coin's ICO took place in 2018 with a total of 1.2 billion Jasmy tokens issued. 3. Jasmy Platform The Jasmy Platform is the backbone of the Jasmy Coin ecosystem, providing a secure and decentralized platform for IoT data management. For Jasmy Coin Wallet the Jasmy Coin Wallet is a user-friendly mobile app that allows users to store, send, and receive Jasmy tokens. 5. Jasmy Coin Exchange The Jasmy Coin Exchange is a cryptocurrency exchange platform where users can buy and sell Jasmy tokens. And there you have it, folks. A brief overview of the history of Jasmy Coin. If you're interested in learning more about this exciting cryptocurrency and other digital coins, be sure to follow Fidel Gaming and subscribe for more updates. Thanks for tuning in, and don't forget to stay curious. Welcome to Figures of Speech for the Mind, where we dive into the fascinating world of language and its impact on our thoughts, imagination, and understanding. In this video, we're going to explore some intriguing figures of speech that I've come across on my Facebook news feed. When facades get mixed up with what people have to do to survive, we find ourselves repeating the same outcomes in the simulation. How can we not consider ourselves slaves if we always allow facades to determine who we really are? No matter how far you make it in life, you will lose yourself when you forget what you did to get there. If you use your money or status to replace foundation, you end up losing either way it go. My trust runs thin in the beginning, not after the fact. I'm not trying to change a person, get something out of a person, I just keep it pushing. They prefer to brainwash people into thinking rejection no longer exists in great relationships. I'm just here to remind people about what they need to know about rejection when temporary validation no longer exists. A society that needs large amounts of law enforcement because society is so bad that humans can't police themselves speaks volumes. The need for more law enforcement inherently means that things are going to get better temporarily, but worse in the future. Knowing what rejection feels like is one of the most underrated feelings. Many don't make it out the storm honorably. This speaks volumes on how strong the mind can be. No matter how many times we leave Earth, we still have to come back and cope with rejection. A lot of these celebrities are the most deceitful people on the planet. Money does that to people, and it makes people believe that everything that goes on in the circus is real. Rejection is for the strong. I don't need the validation. People can't sense when they are getting played or lied to because they lack the knowledge to do so. Many will spend their whole lives like this, and many call this acceptable because they benefit from it. People lie and tell people what they want to hear so much. It makes being independent just that much more fulfilling. Knowing when someone is being sneaky doesn't make you weak. It doesn't mean that you don't know how to stay down when times get more difficult. It just means that your self-awareness makes a lot of manipulative people feel uncomfortable. Reverse psychology only works on people that don't know much about it. There's always people that make you feel like rejection is going away and never coming back. Then there is me. You won't get to equality without rejection. When you know how to do something, you don't need anybody to do it for you. Rejection can be a major injury or minor setback, but the person inside of you determines whether you give up. It's a lot of pathological lying on social media, but you have to know what pathological lying is to identify it. The world isn't ending. You are just dealing with rejection like everybody else. If you take the kid or kids out of the equation, most couples more than likely hate being around each other. Not much of a difference between clout chasing and status chasing. People will pretty much do anything for the attention. Internal validation is all a person needs to be authentic. They are an expert in this field and that field. The question is, are they an expert in wanting to see you do better than them? Every time I see these relationships on social media, I'm rarely impressed. She always calls Stockholm Syndrome love. I'm not impressed.
Knowing when someone is being sneaky has nothing to do with being negative. When you know something, you just act in accordance to actually knowing. If people don't know how to grow their mindset, how can they grow into some type of purpose? Relationships feel like a job when you are always trying to change that person. You have to learn from your mistakes. Most people care too much about what people think about them to not be led by the blind. A man doesn't have obsessive-compulsive personality disorder (OCPD) because rejection is something a man gets used to. People that believe that opposites attract or submit to them have a huge imagination. Their belief may stem from the assumption that opposites complement each other, where one partner's strength compensates for the other's weakness. However, this is a misconception. Healthy relationships between opposites are more about balance and mutual respect and submission. If someone expects submission simply due to differences, it may reflect more about power dynamics and control rather than the natural draw of
Wasting
opposites.
time is like a treadmill. You're simulating going somewhere, but you ain't went nowhere. It don't matter how much money they have or happy they seem to be. If they look people in the eyes and don't see when people are being sneaky, they'll continue to fail as leaders. Most people don't know how to manage their emotions, so they act childish out of frustration. The more time you spend studying how to manage your emotions, the better you will get. Wasting time definitely isn't going to get you anywhere. They rarely mention serial killers as the main problem with the dynamics of men and women relationships in the US because they can't let in fear. The people that die first in scary movies always lack self-awareness. I can't empathize with people in fake friendships. I refuse to be afraid to just say I'm not friends with a person. I don't pay attention to what people say, I pay attention to their actions. Most people don't know how to do this. My content is for the underdog, the person that is always getting counted out. If you are looking for people that don't have to go through rejection and self-improving, you are listening to the wrong videos. Rejection isn't as bad as people think. Mental struggles pay off after you endure them over time. Growth is more self-satisfying than instant gratification. If a man thinks more before he emotionally reacts, he becomes more in accordance with his natural position as a man. Being single is the best way to reject women so that they can learn how to empathize with men
That's it
more.
for today's episode, folks. I hope you found these figures of speech as fascinating as I did. If you did, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more intriguing linguistic insights. Until next time, keep exploring the power of language.
Welcome back to Figures of Speech for the Mind Volume 3 Quotes Edition. Today, we're going to dive into some more inspiring and thought-provoking quotes that will help you unlock your full
They keep
potential.
losing because they're stuck in the cycle of comparison. You can't build generational wealth by relying on temporary riches. Focus on lasting value. Build true strength by focusing on your own journey. Stop comparing and love authentically. To truly inspire others, you first have to step away from the culture of comparison. True wealth is built by your ability to stay above the culture of comparison. Leading a culture of comparison won't take you far in life. Focus on growth, not competition. Comparison culture might be entertaining, but true peace is priceless. Status often seems reserved for those who aren't truly genuine. Master the art of non-competition, and greatness will follow. True greatness is born from the freedom of not competing. To be great, stop competing and start creating your own path. Greatness flourishes when you focus on your own journey, not the race. Non-competition is the key to unlocking your true potential. Peace of mind should always come before entertainment. Choose love over the endless cycle of comparison. Lasting value always outweighs the lure of instant gratification. Step out of the rat race to make space for genuine connections. Focusing on yourself is a sign of true assertiveness. With self-awareness, your truth becomes uncheckable and impossible to manipulate. Genuine people, like fine wine, only get better with time. Your light shines brightest when others least expect it. Materialism is merely a distraction from what truly matters. Many people fear their own potential greatness instead of embracing it. Break free from generational curses by stepping out of the rat race. Life loses its meaning when people can't be authentic. Purpose cannot thrive without authenticity. When you've found your authentic self, there's no need to chase anything else. To break free from the trap, you must step out of the race of comparison. Detox from the culture of comparison to nourish and heal your soul. The issue lies in expecting honesty from someone who is inherently dishonest. Without genuine connections, competition loses its true value. Growth is the true measure of success, not competition. Competing with others is fleeting. Focus on growing yourself. True progress comes from personal growth, not comparison. They lose the game of comparison the moment you decide not to compete. When you stop competing, comparison becomes irrelevant. The game of comparison ends when you choose to stay true to yourself. Opting out of the competition is how you win the game of comparison. Talent gets you started, but repetition takes you to greatness. Talent may open the door, but repetition is what keeps it open. Success comes not from talent alone, but from relentless repetition. Talent can make you good, but only repetition can make you great. Talent can make you good, but only repetition can make you great. Purpose-driven men choose progress over fleeting pleasures. True purpose keeps you focused, no matter the distractions. Discipline is the bridge between purpose and achievement. Men with a mission don't trade long-term goals for short-term gratification. Misused power only leads to disingenuous relationships. Power without integrity breeds hollow connections. Genuine relationships can't grow in the shadow of misused power. True strength lies in building honest connections, not wielding power. Power used unwisely creates walls, not bonds. A man of purpose values progress over the thrill of the moment. The path of a purpose-driven man is paved with discipline, not distractions. True fulfillment lies in progress, not in temporary pleasures. A man with purpose builds his future while others chase the fleeting. Strength is found in choosing growth over gratification. Purpose is the compass that guides a man beyond the temporary. Men of purpose pursue progress, for they know true pleasure is found in growth. The focused man finds satisfaction in progress, not in fleeting indulgences. A purpose-driven life seeks substance over the shallow. Greatness comes to those who value progress over the pleasures that pass. Comparison is a cage. Breaking free means embracing your own journey. When you stop comparing, you free your mind to be its most authentic self. In times of rising costs, resilience becomes the currency that holds the most value. Only when the mind is freed from comparison can it see its true potential. To find your path, you must free your mind from the shadows of comparison. When prices rise, resilience is the wealth that sustains us. In a world of rising costs, resilience is the currency that never loses value. Amid rising costs, true wealth is measured in resilience. In challenging times, resilience is worth more than gold. As costs climb, resilience is the asset that strengthens our foundation. When expenses go up, it's resilience that keeps us grounded. In times of inflation, resilience is the most valuable investment. In an economy of rising prices, resilience is the richest resource. In the face of rising costs, resilience is the currency that pays off. Free yourself from comparison to unlock the path forward. It's not the past that limits you, it's the urge to measure up to others. Look within, not beside you. Comparison is the true barrier to progress. Your past is part of the journey. Comparison is the detour. Growth begins when you stop comparing your journey to someone else's. Don't let comparison steal the progress your past prepared you for. The past isn't the anchor, comparison is what keeps you stuck. Your future is yours alone, comparison only slows you down. Your past is a stepping stone, not a weight. Comparison is what holds you down. Growth begins the moment you step into the spotlight of your own potential. Your journey can't inspire others if it stays hidden. Share it boldly. To see progress, you have to be seen. Start sharing and let your story inspire. Your growth deserves to be witnessed. Put yourself out there and let it shine. The world can't celebrate your journey if it's never shared. Unleash your potential by letting others see the path you're on. Your story holds power, but only if you let it be seen. Hidden growth stays small. Share your journey and watch it flourish. Dare to share your journey. The world is waiting to see your growth. Don't hide your progress. Share your story and watch it inspire. Let authenticity be your strategy. Break the algorithm with what's real. When you lead with authenticity, you attract a loyal, genuine audience. The algorithm may favor trends, but true growth comes from being yourself. True growth isn't filtered, it's raw, real, and magnetic. Stand out by being real. The right audience will resonate with your authenticity. Algorithms can't compete with the power of unfiltered truth. Grow with purpose, not pretense. The right people will find you. Break through the algorithms with authenticity and real, unfiltered growth. Let your true self shine, and the right audience will follow. Chase real connections, not material gains. True richness lies in authenticity. Material things fade, but genuine relationships are the lasting wealth of life. Comparison loses its power when you know your own worth. Once you discover your true value, the need for comparison fades away. The need to compare disappears when you understand your own unique worth. True confidence leaves no room for the game of comparison. Knowing your worth frees you from the trap of comparison. When you embrace your value, comparison becomes irrelevant. Comparison only controls those who have yet to realize their own greatness. Your worth is unmatched. Comparison only distracts from your true potential. Self-worth is the antidote to the endless game of comparison. Comparison fades when you stand secure in your own worth. Let others compare. You're here to grow on your own path. Your journey is yours alone. Don't let comparison steal your focus. Stay true to your path, undistracted by the noise of comparison. Comparison is a detour. Stay on your unique path. Your journey is too unique to be measured by someone else's standards. Don't let others' comparisons sidetrack your progress. The only path worth following is your own. Ignore the rest. When you walk your own path, comparison becomes irrelevant. Focus on your journey and let comparison fall away.
Inferiority complex feeds on comparison, but confidence grows from within. The need for comparison often stems from an inferiority complex. Temporary wins are fleeting, but integrity builds lasting success. Cheaters might win the moment, but integrity wins the journey. True success can't be cheated. It's built with honesty and effort. Integrity outlasts the fleeting gains of dishonesty. Cheating creates illusions. Hard work creates legacies. Victory without integrity is a loss in disguise. The path of honesty may be longer, but its rewards last forever. Shortcuts may win races, but integrity wins the marathon. Cheaters chase moments. Hard workers build futures. Success earned dishonestly is no success at all. She compares because she's searching for what only authenticity can offer. Comparison reveals the void that only genuine connection can fill. Authenticity stands out, even when it's measured against the ordinary. When authenticity enters the room, everything else feels inadequate. A true connection doesn't need comparison, it becomes the standard. Genuine bonds highlight the gaps in relationships built on pretense. True power lies in integrity. Without it, relationships lose their meaning. Power without principles only creates empty connections and squandered time. Integrity gives power purpose. Without it, relationships are just illusions. Wielding power without integrity only leads to shallow and wasted bonds. Power devoid of integrity is the root of meaningless relationships. Integrity is the foundation of lasting relationships. Power without it crumbles. Relationships built on power without integrity are destined to fail. Power can attract, but only integrity can sustain meaningful connections. When power overshadows integrity, relationships become a waste of time. Honesty cuts through the clutter. Everything else is just a distraction. When you choose honesty, you choose clarity. Anything else is just time lost. Truth is powerful. Falsehoods only exhaust your energy and lead nowhere. Love thrives on empowerment, not on comparing successes or failures. People will struggle to truly respect you as long as they remain trapped in a culture of comparison. You must learn to support others while setting boundaries to prevent them from gatekeeping your progress. They become lost when they keep measuring their unique journey against yours. Breaking free from the trap of comparison requires the courage to run your own race. Keep believing in yourself until others can't help but notice your focus and dedication. Shift your focus from competition to growth and watch your potential unfold. Men with purpose don't let fleeting pleasures distract them from their goals. Elevate your consciousness by freeing yourself from the need to compare your accomplishments to others.
Growth begins when you stop measuring your worth against others. Raising your consciousness starts with embracing your unique journey, not comparing it. Freedom comes when you release the habit of comparison and focus on your own path. Your greatest elevation happens when you stop comparing and start valuing your own progress. High self-esteem is built through regular self-inventory, efficiency, and consistent growth. To maintain strong self-esteem, you must evaluate yourself, minimize setbacks, and keep evolving. Self-esteem thrives when you remain efficient, learn from losses, and prioritize growth. Constant growth and self-reflection are the cornerstones of unshakable self-esteem. The need for comparison is a silent cry from an inferiority complex trying to find its place. When inflation soars, remember that true wealth lies not in what you earn, but in how wisely you manage and grow. True wealth is measured by how you adapt, save, and grow, not by what you earn. Inflation may increase costs, but your ability to grow and adapt will determine your true wealth. Wisdom arises from questioning absolute certainty and embracing the unknown. The ego, validation, and instant gratification slowly chip away at our true potential. True wisdom is born from doubt, while the ego thrives on certainty and fleeting pleasures. Broadcasting your life to compare it with others is a waste of time. Instead, embrace the power of privacy and focus on building a meaningful life filled with true wealth and authentic connections. Your true purpose in life is to understand yourself and embrace growth on your unique journey. Chasing validation and instant gratification only leads us further from lasting fulfillment. Freedom from comparison begins the moment you unlock your mind from its own chains. True liberation comes when you set your mind free from the prison of comparison. Escape the prison of comparison to uncover the power of your unique path. Release yourself from comparison to discover the freedom of self-acceptance. Break free from the shackles of comparison and live in the light of your own journey. When everything costs more, resilience is the one currency we can always count on. Once you let go of comparison, your vision becomes clearer and your path forward shines brighter. The main ingredient to avoiding jealousy and envy is by surrounding yourself with people who celebrate each other's growth instead of comparing achievements. Protect your peace by surrounding yourself with people who celebrate each other's growth instead of comparing achievements. It's not your past that's holding you back, it's the habit of comparing your accomplishments to others. It's not what's behind you holding you back. It's what you're measuring yourself against. Authenticity is the key to breaking the algorithm. Let your true self lead the
When
way.
you choose authenticity, you create connections that no algorithm can ignore. Real growth comes from showing up as your true self. Let the right people find you. Turning passion into profit. Excited to join the Facebook Content Monetization Program, Milestone Unlocked. Thrilled to start this new chapter with Facebook's Content Monetization Program. From creating for fun to earning for real, just cracked the Facebook Content Monetization Program. Persistence pays off. Proud to be part of the Facebook Content Monetization Program. Excited to start this journey with the Facebook Content Monetization Program. Let's make an impact. Leveling up my content creation game with Facebook's Content Monetization Program. True connections are priceless. Don't let the pursuit of material things blind you to the value of authenticity. In a world full of distractions, the real treasure is the authentic people around you. Appreciate those who bring authenticity to your life. They're worth more than all the possessions in the world. When you focus on what matters, authentic people will enrich your life far more than any object ever could. The most valuable things in life aren't bought. They're found in the authenticity of those around you. Material wealth is fleeting, but the richness of authentic relationships lasts a lifetime. Don't let the emptiness of materialism overshadow the authenticity of meaningful connections. Value the genuine people in your life before they become as rare as true wealth in a world obsessed with possessions. Keep your eyes on your path and let others' comparisons fade into the background. An inferiority complex fuels the need for comparison, but true self-worth needs no validation from others. When comparison becomes a habit, it's often a sign of an inferiority complex in disguise. The need to compare is a reflection of an inferiority complex, masking true confidence with doubt. Comparison arises from an inferiority complex, but self-acceptance quiets its voice. An inferiority complex thrives on comparison, but true strength lies in embracing your unique journey. Those who compare constantly are often battling their own feelings of inadequacy. Inferiority complexes seek validation in comparison, but confidence seeks only personal growth. Comparison is the voice of insecurity. It's a reflection of an inferiority complex yearning to be seen. When she compares her man to you, it's a sign she's never known a real connection. Authentic connections can't be compared, but they make others question what they're missing. She compares him to you because real connections are rare and unforgettable. Her comparison speaks volumes about what she's missing in her own connection. Without integrity, power becomes the architect of wasted time and hollow relationships.
In true love, comparisons have no place. Empowerment and support are what make it strong. Love isn't about measuring accomplishments, it's about lifting each other higher. When you truly love, you celebrate her growth, not diminish it with comparisons. True love encourages strength and growth, not the weakness that comes from comparison. Honesty is the foundation of trust. Anything else only drains your time and energy. Speak truthfully, for anything less is merely noise, wasting your breath and others' patience. Thank you for tuning in, and if you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more quotes. Until next time, stay inspired.
Welcome back to Figures of Speech for the Mind Volume 4, where we dive into the transformative power of language to cultivate self-awareness, build self-respect, and master life-changing skills. In this video, you'll find only thought-provoking quotes designed to inspire and elevate your life
Loyalty
journey.
fades when people value comparisons over connections. True bonds are built on trust, not competition. In a world consumed by comparison, real love stands as a rare gem. True connection fades when people choose comparison over authenticity. Love loses its depth when it competes with the culture of comparison. Real love is scarce in a society that prioritizes comparison over compassion. Comparison kills connection, but real love thrives in authenticity. True love doesn't compare, it cherishes what's real and unique. Real love is rare. Too often, people are more in love with comparison than true connection. When comparison takes the stage, real love becomes the forgotten act. The culture of comparison leaves little room for the art of real love. In a race to measure up, genuine love is left behind. Real love is a rarity in a world obsessed with stacking up to others. True loyalty thrives in silence, not in the noise of comparing accomplishments. Loyalty isn't about who has achieved more. It's about standing by each other through it all. When loyalty is real, accomplishments don't need to be compared, they're celebrated together. Comparing accomplishments weakens loyalty. True bonds focus on support, not competition. Loyalty is proven when you can celebrate their wins without measuring your own. In a world of comparisons, loyalty stands out as the quiet strength that doesn't compete. True loyalty doesn't measure success, it measures the depth of the connection. Loyalty dies when comparison takes its place. True bonds are rooted in shared respect. You can't be loyal while keeping score. Real connections thrive without comparison. Loyalty isn't about matching their achievements, it's about being there for their journey. Respect fades when accomplishments are compared. True respect values the journey, not the score. Respect isn't earned by comparison but by recognizing the unique path each person walks. Comparing accomplishments diminishes respect. True respect uplifts without judgment. Respect grows when you celebrate others' successes without measuring your own against theirs. The highest form of respect is acknowledging someone's journey without needing to compare it to your own. True respect thrives in the absence of competition and the presence of mutual admiration. Respect is lost when we measure others by their accomplishments instead of their character. A comparison may win you the moment, but it costs you respect in the long run. Respect isn't about outshining others, it's about appreciating the light in everyone. When you stop comparing, you create space for genuine respect to flourish. Respect is rooted in understanding, not in comparisons of success or failure. True submission is grounded in trust, not in competing over accomplishments. When comparison replaces respect, submission becomes a tool of insecurity. When self-worth becomes the foundation, desires are just stepping stones on the road to fulfillment. Desires may spark ambition, but choosing self-worth over them leads to a journey of true fulfillment. A great educator inspires growth by valuing individuality, not by comparing accomplishments. True education uplifts through individuality, not comparison. Great teachers nurture uniqueness, not competition. Education thrives when comparison is replaced with encouragement. The best educators celebrate personal growth over measured success. Teaching is not about ranking accomplishments, but about inspiring potential. A good educator values progress over comparison and individuality over conformity. Inspiration comes from recognition, not comparison. Educators who honor individuality build a foundation for limitless growth. Comparison limits, great educators expand minds through uniqueness. A wise teacher knows that individuality outshines any list of accomplishments. True connection can't be bought, no, when it's only about the money. If love has a price tag, it's not love. Recognize the difference. A woman's intentions speak louder than her words. Learn to see beyond the surface. Money may attract, but only genuine care will keep a real bond alive. When wealth becomes the focus, authenticity takes a back seat. Understand the value of love that isn't tied to your wallet. True love isn't measured by what's in your bank account. Don't confuse admiration for assets with affection for your heart. Know when you're being valued for your worth, not your wealth. When love feels transactional, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. True savings come when you understand the power of timing and the value of patience. The secret to wealth is knowing when to act, and more importantly, when to wait. Money saved isn't just about what you don't spend, it's about knowing when not to spend. Patience is the currency of smart savings. Don't rush, and watch your wealth grow. Timing, not haste, is what leads to real financial growth. Longevity doesn't always equal understanding. True connection is about knowing, not just staying. Some relationships may last for years, but that doesn't mean they've truly been lived or understood. Years together don't always mean knowing each other. The real depth comes from connection, not time. A long relationship isn't a true one until both partners truly know each other beyond the surface. Just because a relationship has lasted doesn't mean it's built on real understanding. Desperation for attention is born from comparison culture, where self-worth is tied to others. To understand behavior, look beyond the surface and uncover the deeper causes. Only then can you rise above the need for external validation.
True understanding of others comes when we recognize that the need for attention often stems from comparison culture. Rise above it, and you'll find your worth doesn't depend on anyone but you. People seek attention because comparison culture tells them their value is in others' eyes. Recognize the deeper drivers of behavior, and you'll transcend the need for external validation. The man is often the true prize during rejection. It's his moment to save, reflect, and grow in value, especially in the eyes of a woman. Rejection is not defeat, it's an opportunity for a man to save, reflect, and elevate his worth in the eyes of others. In times of rejection, a man has the chance to save his resources, grow his value, and rise as the true prize in any relationship. Rejection is a man's chance to pause, reflect, and increase his value, making him the true prize when the dust settles. Desperation for attention often hides a deeper insecurity, fueled by a culture that values comparison over authenticity. When we measure our worth against others, we lose sight of who we truly are. Understanding this is the key to breaking free from the need for validation. To rise above external validation, we must first recognize the forces driving our actions. Only then can we reclaim our true worth. Comparison culture feeds desperation, but awareness of its roots allows us to transcend the need for constant approval. True self-worth is never found in comparison, but in understanding the deeper reasons behind our desires for attention. When you stop measuring yourself against others, you reclaim your power to live authentically and without the need for validation. Understanding the root causes of your behavior frees you from the trap of external validation, allowing you to live with purpose and self-assurance. The deeper you understand why people seek attention, the easier it becomes to stop comparing and start embracing your authentic self. True wisdom comes from within. Don't wait for others to tell you what you should already know. The answers you seek are within you. Don't rely on others to validate what you already understand. Self-awareness means trusting your own judgment, not waiting for others to reveal what you've known all along. When you know yourself, you don't need others to tell you what you already understand. The most powerful guidance comes from within. Don't wait for others to tell you what you should already know. You hold the knowledge within you. Waiting for others to confirm it only delays your personal growth. Self-trust is key. Don't rely on others to remind you of what you already know deep down. Empower yourself by knowing what you need without relying on others to spell it out.
Financial success is the goal. Personal integrity and genuine connection with others often become casualties of a system that rewards compromise over authenticity. Men shaped by a system that prioritizes profit often find themselves disconnected from their true values, and this disconnect carries into the relationships they build. No man can take your woman, but comparing yourself to others may lead you to lose her. The real threat to your relationship isn't competition from others. It's the insecurity that comes from comparing your achievements. A woman's loyalty isn't swayed by comparison. It's built on authenticity and self-assurance. You don't lose your woman to someone else. You lose her when you lose sight of your own worth. Stop comparing your success to others. True connection is found in embracing your own journey. Comparison culture pulls men away from what truly matters: authentic connections and the growth of their own lives, including with their children. When men get lost in comparison culture, they risk losing the real bonds that matter most, including the ones with their own children. In a world of constant comparison, men often forget the power of authentic relationships, especially with their children. Chasing the shadows of others' successes can blind men to the depth of their own relationships, particularly with their children. True connection with our children is lost when men get trapped in the endless cycle of comparing accomplishments instead of valuing what truly matters. True relationship growth comes from honesty, not from tiptoeing around the truth for social media validation. Seeking likes and comments won't strengthen relationships. Only truth and authenticity can do that. Tiptoeing around the truth for views may win popularity, but it won't build real, lasting connections. Social media likes facades, but honesty and integrity in relationships last. Genuine relationships are built on truth, not on filtering reality for likes and views. Men sacrifice their own manhood, driven by the fear of disappointing or losing women. The fear of losing women can lead men to compromise their own sense of manhood, forgetting that true strength lies in authenticity. Men who fear disappointing women often trade their manhood for temporary approval, forgetting that respect is earned through integrity. When men fear losing women, they may lose sight of their own identity, compromising their manhood in the process. True manhood is not defined by the fear of losing others, but by the courage to remain authentic. Even in the face of adversity, comparison culture often leads to escapism, creating a cycle that ultimately produces nothing meaningful or lasting. Comparison culture breeds escapism, leaving behind a trail of unfulfilled potential. When you escape into comparison, you lose sight of what truly matters. Escaping through comparison leads to nowhere meaningful. Choose authenticity instead. Comparison is the gateway to escapism, and escapism is the thief of substance. Chasing others' lives through comparison only traps you in the void of escapism. Peace is priceless. Great sex without it is just temporary comfort masking long-term misery. When you trade peace for pleasure, the cost is always greater than the reward. True satisfaction comes from peace, not just fleeting physical highs. If you sacrifice peace for passion, you'll always find yourself chasing what truly matters. Great sex can't replace the serenity of a peaceful mind and heart. Capitalism thrives on selling illusions, but I'm not part of the transaction. In a world where everything is for sale, staying true to yourself is revolutionary. Capitalism markets desires like a private sex industry, but my soul isn't on the shelf. They can sell the dream, but I'm not buying and I'm definitely not for sale. In a system built on exploitation, standing your ground is priceless. Capitalism profits off fantasies, but I refuse to put a price tag on my integrity. The system might sell illusions, but my authenticity isn't up for auction. In a world obsessed with profit, knowing your worth means not being for sale. If your new life is just a mask of capitalism, don't expect real change, only a change in scenery. True transformation comes from within, not from acquisitions. A life built on the mask of capitalism may shift your surroundings, but it won't bring the inner change you truly seek. External changes in a capitalist world are fleeting. Real transformation requires an inward shift, not just new possessions. Don't mistake new acquisitions for true transformation. A life shaped by capitalism can change your environment, but only inner growth creates lasting change. True transformation isn't found in what you acquire. It's found in how you evolve beyond the surface level of capitalism.
Nobody can teach you to stop comparing your accomplishments to others. It's a skill you must develop on your own, whether you're in a relationship or not. True growth begins when you stop measuring your worth against someone else's achievements. Comparison is a battle only you can choose to end. Focus on your journey instead. Freedom comes when you stop comparing and start appreciating your own progress. No one can silence the voice of comparison for you. It's a lesson you must master yourself. Happiness isn't found in others' successes, it's found in embracing your own path. The only person you should compare yourself to is who you were yesterday. Your journey is yours alone. Stop letting others' achievements define your worth. Comparison steals joy, but self-acceptance restores it. Learn to choose wisely. No relationship or external validation will quiet comparison. That peace must come from within. Your growth doesn't need to look like anyone else's, it only needs to be yours. Being a man is one of the world's hardest challenges, especially when peace demands the price of integrity. True manhood is holding on to integrity, even when the world tempts you with fleeting peace. The weight of being a man lies in the struggle to protect your integrity over temporary comfort. Sacrificing integrity for a moment of peace is a battle many men face, but true strength lies in resistance. The hardest path for a man is choosing integrity over the illusion of peace. When kindness is sacrificed for conformity, we lose sight of our core values. Rising above comparison reveals the principles that build true character and culture. Society may push you toward rudeness, but staying true to your values is the real strength. Authenticity thrives when we let go of comparison and embrace principles over norms. The foundation of character lies in valuing principles, not in competing with others. When society forces you to trade kindness for rudeness to fit its norms, it disrupts your core values. Rising above comparison fosters a culture rooted in principles, the true foundation of character and authenticity. People spend too much time in relationships driven by financial gain, making it increasingly difficult for men and women to build trust, foster meaningful connections, or create authentic bonds. Especially when it involves a celebrity or someone with massive influence, the impact becomes even more significant. Relationships driven by financial gain erode trust and authenticity, leaving little room for genuine connection, especially when celebrities or influencers set the example. When financial motives shape relationships, trust and meaningful bonds fade away. The damage is even greater when amplified by celebrities and influencers. Too many relationships revolve around money, making it harder for men and women to trust and connect. Celebrities and influencers only magnify this
Authentic
trend.
bonds can't grow in relationships built on financial gain. Celebrities and influencers often make this superficial dynamic seem normal, but it isn't. Never let others take credit for your accomplishments. It diminishes your sense of pride and ownership in you. Our hard work. Your accomplishments are yours alone. Don't let anyone else take the credit. When you allow others to claim your success, you undermine your own strength. True pride comes from owning your hard work. Never give that away to anyone. Protect the credit for your achievements. It's a reflection of your dedication and effort. Giving away credit for your success weakens the foundation of your self-worth. Stand firm in the ownership of your accomplishments. They're the proof of your perseverance. Letting others take credit for your work is giving away the story of your journey. Celebrate your success unapologetically. It's yours, and yours alone. When you stand by your achievements, you stand by your integrity. Your hard work deserves your name on it. Don't let anyone diminish that. When financial gain replaces trust in relationships, authenticity suffers, especially in the celebrity-driven culture that magnifies these values. True growth begins when a man stops measuring himself against others and starts valuing his own journey. Maturity is realizing your worth lies in your growth, not in comparison to someone else's achievements. A man becomes wise when he stops competing and starts appreciating his unique path. Real success is defined by personal progress, not by how you compare to others. The moment a man stops comparing, he starts truly living. For many women, a man's worth in the sex industry is measured by his money, not his integrity. When money becomes the focus, the lines of acceptance blur. Even in the sex industry, some women turn a blind eye to men selling themselves, as long as the money flows. When it's all about the money, integrity often takes a backseat in relationships. Acceptance in the name of profit. Many women overlook a man's choices when it benefits them financially. Just because women enjoy sex as much as men doesn't mean I'm going to let a capitalist system exploit me or my integrity. Enjoying sex doesn't mean surrendering to a system that trades integrity for profit. Just because sex is mutual doesn't mean I'll let capitalism profit off my worth. Integrity isn't for sale. No matter how much the system tries to capitalize on desire, mutual pleasure shouldn't mean mutual exploitation. I refuse to let capitalism dictate my value. Respecting yourself means standing against a system that reduces connection to currency. The most effective way to break free from toxic relationships is to stop measuring your worth by comparing your accomplishments to others. Once you shift your focus inward and prioritize your own growth, you'll naturally attract relationships that are built on mutual respect and authenticity. Break free from toxic relationships by measuring your worth from within, not by comparing yourself to others. Focus on your growth and watch authentic connections flourish. True freedom from toxic relationships comes when you stop comparing accomplishments and start investing in your personal growth. Authentic relationships follow naturally. Shift your focus inward, stop comparing your achievements to others, and you'll naturally attract relationships rooted in respect and authenticity. The path to healthier relationships starts with valuing your own growth, not comparing your progress to others. Authenticity and mutual respect will follow. Taking accountability becomes much easier when you recognize that comparing your accomplishments to others is nothing more than a waste of time and energy. Focus on your journey, not theirs. Accountability starts when you stop wasting time comparing your path to others. Focus on your own journey. Growth begins the moment you realize comparing accomplishments is a distraction from your true potential. Stop measuring your success by others' milestones. Own your path and take accountability. Comparison is the thief of progress. Accountability is the key to growth. Accountability thrives when you trade comparisons for self-reflection and focus. Free will isn't for sale, it's claimed through self-awareness and intentional actions. True freedom lies in conscious choices, not in anything money can buy. You can't buy free will. It's a product of self-discovery and deliberate living. Free will is priceless because it comes from within, not from the world outside. Earn your free will through awareness and purpose. It's not something money can buy. Free will isn't something you can buy, it's earned through self-awareness and conscious choices. Free will flourishes in unity, not division. By letting go of comparisons and embracing collective growth, we unlock the freedom to make conscious choices and shape a future built on shared purpose and understanding. Free will flourishes in unity, not division. Collective growth is the key to true freedom. When we abandon comparisons and embrace unity, free will becomes our greatest strength. True freedom lies in unity. Let go of division and reclaim your power to choose.
Free will thrives when we unite for shared purpose, leaving behind the chains of comparison. Collective growth unlocks the true essence of free will. Division only holds us back. You must stop comparing your accomplishments to others if you want the self-awareness to recognize when your cultural identity is under attack. True strength comes from understanding your worth without external validation. True strength is born from understanding your worth without needing external validation. Stop comparing yourself to others and protect your cultural identity. When you stop comparing your achievements, you gain the self-awareness to recognize when your cultural identity is under threat. Your cultural identity is best protected by self-awareness, not by comparing accomplishments. Strength comes from knowing your true worth. Stop comparing your journey to others and start recognizing when your cultural identity is being challenged. True strength lies in self-awareness and self-worth. Only by ceasing comparisons can you develop the self-awareness to guard your cultural identity from external influences. True strength starts with knowing who you are. There's no need to compete when comparison holds little true value. Focus on your own path and let authenticity lead the way. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you enjoyed these quotes, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe for more inspiring content. Stay strong, stay united, and always remember your worth.
Today, we're diving into a topic that's both important and complex: the history of police brutality in America. Now, let's be clear, this is not a light-hearted topic, and it's essential to approach it with sensitivity and respect. The history of police brutality in America is indeed complex and spans several centuries. It reflects broader societal issues related to race, class, and justice. The origins of modern policing in America can be traced back to the early 19th century with the establishment of municipal police forces. During this period, there were instances of police brutality, often targeting marginalized communities. The 20th century saw a rise in police brutality, particularly during the Civil Rights Movement. This era also saw the birth of the Black Panther Party, which was formed in response to police brutality and racial inequality. The 21st century has seen a continued focus on police brutality and its impact on communities of color. The Black Lives Matter movement, which began in 2013, has been a significant force in bringing attention to this issue. Remember, this is just a brief overview, and there's so much more to learn and understand about the history of police brutality in America. It's crucial to have open and honest conversations about this topic and to work together towards a more just and equitable society.
Jim Crow era. This period, which lasted from the late 19th century to the mid-20th century, was characterized by racial segregation and discrimination, particularly in the southern states. So, let's start with the origins and implementation of the Jim Crow era. After the Reconstruction era ended in 1877, southern states began to enact laws and practices that enforced racial separation and inequality. This was known as the Jim Crow era. One of the key aspects of this era was the implementation of separate but equal facilities for African Americans and whites. This included public transportation, schools, and even public restrooms. In reality, however, these facilities were often inferior to those provided for whites. Moreover, African Americans were subjected to a range of discriminatory laws, such as the Black Codes, which restricted their rights and freedoms. These laws were often enforced through violence and intimidation, further perpetuating racial inequality. Rodney King was born on April 2, 1965, in Sacramento, California. He was a construction worker and aspiring entrepreneur, but he was primarily known for his involvement in a pivotal moment in American history. On March 3, 1991, King was stopped by the Los Angeles Police Department for a traffic violation. The officers involved in the incident, including Stacy Kuhn, Lawrence Powell, Timothy Wine, and Theodore Briseno, were later charged with excessive force in violating King's civil rights. On April 29, 1992, the officers were found not guilty in the trial, leading to the 1992 Los Angeles riots. This event had a profound impact on discussions about police brutality and racial tensions in the United States. So, there you have it, folks. The story of Rodney King and the events surrounding his case have left a lasting mark on American history.
Crucial topic that has shaped national and international discussions on police violence and racial injustice. We're talking about the tragic case of Michael Mike Brown, an 18-year-old African-American whose death in August 2014 in Ferguson, Missouri, left a lasting impact on the world. Michael Brown was born on May 20, 1996 in St. Louis, Missouri. He was a recent high school graduate with big dreams and aspirations. He was described by his friends as a gentle giant, standing at 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 292 pounds. On August 9, 2014, Michael Brown was shot and killed by police officer Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri. The shooting sparked protests and unrest in the community, and the case became a focal point for discussions on police violence and racial injustice.
We're going to delve into the life and tragic death of George Floyd, whose case sparked global protests against police brutality, racial injustice, and systemic racism. So, let's dive right in. George Floyd was born on October 14, 1973, in Fayetteville, North Carolina. He grew up in Houston, Texas, and throughout his life, he was known as a father, a friend, and a community member. Floyd had a history of working in various jobs, including as a security guard. In May 2020, Floyd's death became a focal point for protests around the world. These protests were a powerful response to the unjust treatment of Black individuals by law enforcement and the wider systemic racism that permeates our society. The mysterious death of Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins was a 19-year-old woman who sadly passed away in September 2017. Her death gained widespread attention through media coverage and social media, sparking various conspiracy theories and debates. Born on March 16, 1998, Jenkins was a resident of Chicago, Illinois. She was described by family and friends as a kind and caring individual with aspiration for the future. Now, let's take a look at the events leading up to her death. Jenkins was found dead in a walk-in freezer at the Roseland Convention Center. The circumstances surrounding her death remain unclear, leading to a plethora of speculations and
Yvette
theories.
Smith was born on March 25, 1966, in the great state of Texas. She was a mother and grandmother, and she was deeply involved in her community. Yvette lived in the small town of Bastrop, Texas, where she raised her family. On February 16, 2014, Yvette's life took a tragic turn. She was shot and killed by a police officer, sparking a national conversation about police violence and racial injustice. This case was a significant example of the ongoing struggle for justice and equality in our society. Thank you for joining us today as we remembered Yvette Smith and her impact on our community.
Eric Garner was born on September 15, 1970, in Brooklyn, New York. He was a father of 6 and a well-known figure in his community. Despite his health issues, including asthma, Eric was known for his involvement in various community activities. On July 17, 2014, Eric Garner was confronted by police officers for allegedly selling intact cigarettes. The incident escalated, and Garner was placed in a chokehold by Officer Daniel Pontalio. Garner's last words, "I can't breathe," became a rallying cry for the Black Lives Matter movement. The case against Officer Pontalio was eventually dismissed, leading to widespread protests and calls for justice. Eric Garner's death serves as a reminder of the ongoing fight for racial equality and police accountability in the United States.
We're going to dive into a fascinating and complex case that has sparked important discussions about police interactions, mental health, and the use of force. We're talking about the life and death of Corinne Gaines, a 23-year-old African-American woman whose death in August 2016 became a focal point for these discussions. Corinne Gaines was born on July 19, 1993 in Baltimore, Maryland. She was a mother of 2 young children and had a history of mental health issues. She was known to have been involved in community and social media discussions, often sharing her opinions and experiences. On August 1, 2016, Gaines was involved in a high-speed chase with police, which ended in a standoff at her home. During the standoff, she was shot and killed by police. The incident sparked outrage and led to discussions about police interactions, mental health, and the use of force. Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old African-American woman whose story has become a significant part of the movement for racial justice and police reform in the United States. Born on June 5, 1993, in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Breonna Taylor had a promising future ahead of her. She attended Western High School and went on to pursue a career in healthcare. Sadly, her life was cut short when she was tragically killed during a police raid at her apartment in Louisville, Kentucky. This event sparked outrage and became a rallying cry for those fighting for racial justice and police reform. It's crucial to remember Breonna Taylor and the countless others who have fallen victim to police brutality and systemic racism. Let's continue to work towards a more just and equitable society for all.
A man whose death in 2015 sparked a movement against police brutality in the United States. Freddie Carlos Gray Jr. was born on August 16, 1989, in Baltimore, Maryland. Growing up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, he faced numerous challenges. However, his family was supportive, and his mother, Gloria Darden, was a dedicated caregiver. Gray's life took a tragic turn on April 12, 2015, when he sustained a severe spinal cord injury while in police custody, despite being hospitalized. He sadly passed away on April 19. The events surrounding Gray's death sparked widespread protests and became a symbol of the movement against police brutality. The 6 police officers involved were charged with various crimes, but all were ultimately acquitted. Grant 3, a young African-American man who became a symbol of the movement against police brutality. Oscar Grant III was born on February 27, 1986, in Oakland, California. He grew up in the Bay Area and was raised by his mother, Wanda. Oscar was a talented young man, excelling in football and basketball. Unfortunately, his life was cut short in 2009 when he was fatally shot by a transit police officer. Oscar's death sparked widespread outrage and became a significant event in the fight against police brutality. His story is a reminder of the importance of standing up for what's right and fighting for justice. Thank you for joining us today as we remember Oscar Grant III and his impact on our society.
McDonald, a 17-year-old African-American teenager who was fatally shot by a Chicago police officer in 2014. His death and the subsequent handling of the case drew significant attention and controversy, leading to protests and calls for police reform. Laquan McDonald was born on September 25, 1997, in Chicago, Illinois. He grew up in a challenging environment on the south side of Chicago, facing numerous obstacles in his young life. In 2014, Laquan McDonald's life took a tragic turn when he was fatally shot by a Chicago police officer. The circumstances surrounding his death and the subsequent handling of the case sparked outrage and controversy. The case drew national attention, with many calling for police reform and accountability. Thank you for joining us today as we remember Laquan McDonald and the impact his life and death had on the conversation around police brutality and
Alton
reform.
Sterling, a man whose tragic death in 2016 sparked a nationwide movement against police brutality and racial injustice. Alton Sterling was born on June 14, 1979, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He was a beloved member of his community, known for his kind heart and generous spirit. Unfortunately, his life was cut short when he was fatally shot by police officers in Baton Rouge. This tragic event led to widespread public outcry and protests, highlighting the ongoing issue of police brutality and racial injustice in the United States. Alton Sterling's death serves as a reminder of the importance of standing up for what's right and fighting for justice. His story continues to inspire and motivate people to take action and make a significant event in the history of police brutality and racial injustice in the United States. Walter Scott was a 50-year-old African-American man who tragically lost his life in 2015. Let's dive into his story. Walter Lamar Scott was born on February 9, 1965, in North Charleston, South Carolina. He was a father of 4, and his life was cut short when he was fatally shot by a police officer in the same city. This heartbreaking incident was captured on video, which led to a massive outcry against police brutality and racial injustice. The events surrounding Walter Scott's death sparked a movement for change, highlighting the need for police reform in a more just society. His story serves as a reminder of the importance of standing up against injustice and fighting for equality. A 26-year-old African-American man whose tragic death in 2018 sparked important discussions about police misconduct and racial justice. Botham Jean was born on September 29, 1990, in the beautiful Caribbean island nation of St. Lucia. He later moved to the United States to pursue his education, studying accounting at Harding University in Searcy, Arkansas. At the time of his death, Botham was a tax accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers, a prestigious accounting firm. He was a devout Christian, and his life was a testament to his faith. On September 6, 2018, Botham was tragically killed in his own apartment by a police officer who mistook his home for her own. This heartbreaking incident brought the issue of police misconduct and racial justice to the forefront of public discussions. It's important to remember Botham Jean's life and the impact his death had on our society. Let's continue to strive for a more just and equitable world for all. A 38-year-old African-American man whose tragic death at the hands of police in Tallahassee, Florida, in May 2020, brought significant attention and sparked discussions about police violence and racial justice. Tony McDade was born on August 4, 1981, in Tallahassee, Florida. He faced many challenges in his life, including a history of mental health issues. McDade was known in his community as a person who struggled, but he was also a beloved member of the LGBTQ community. Unfortunately, on May 29, 2020, McDade was shot and killed by police officers. This tragic event drew national attention and sparked conversations about police brutality and racial justice. It's important to remember Tony McDade and the countless others who have lost their lives due to police violence. We must continue to work towards a society where all lives are valued and respected.
Manuel Ellis, a 33-year-old African-American man whose death in March 2020 became a focal point in discussions about police violence and racial injustice. Manuel Ellis was born on April 13, 1986, in Tacoma, Washington. He grew up in the city and was known for his vibrant personality and strong sense of community. Ellis worked at a local warehouse and was a beloved member of his family and friends. On March 3, 2020, Ellis was stopped by the police for jaywalking. During the encounter, Ellis was tased and handcuffed. The officers involved claimed that Ellis was resisting arrest, but eyewitnesses and body camera footage told a different story. Manuel Ellis's death sparked protests and discussions about police brutality and racial injustice. His story serves as a reminder of the importance of standing up for what's right and fighting for justice.
Diallo, a 23-year-old Guinean immigrant who was fatally shot by New York City police officers in 1999. Amadou Diallo was born on September 2, 1975, in Guinea, West Africa. He moved to the United States in 1996, seeking better opportunities. He settled in the Bronx, where he worked as a street vendor. On February 4, 1999, Amadou Diallo was shot 41 times by New York City police officers. The officers mistook him for a suspect in a series of rapes. The shooting became a pivotal moment in discussions about police brutality and racial profiling. Stanley Jones, a 7-year-old African-American girl who was tragically killed during a police raid in Detroit, Michigan, in 2010. Aiyana was born on August 27, 2002, in Detroit, Michigan. She was described as a vibrant and full of life young girl who was taken too soon. Her death drew significant attention and became a notable case in discussions about police practices and accountability. Unfortunately, Aiyana's life was cut short during a police raid in her home. The incident sparked outrage and led to a thorough investigation. The case was eventually settled, but the tragic loss of Aiyana's life will forever be remembered in the ongoing conversation about police practices and
Terrence
accountability.
Crutcher was a 40-year-old African-American man who was fatally shot by a police officer in Tulsa, Oklahoma. His death became a significant event in discussions about police violence and racial injustice. Terrence was born on February 14, 1976, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was a father of 4 children, and his family described him as a caring individual who was always there to lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, on September 16, 2016, Terrence's life was cut short when he was shot by a police officer during a traffic stop. His death sparked national outrage and brought attention to the issue of police brutality and racial injustice. We must remember Terrence Crutcher and the countless others who have lost their lives due to police violence. Let's work together to create a more just and equitable society for all.
Bell, a 23-year-old African-American man whose death in 2006 became a notable case in these discussions. Sean Bell was born on October 27, 1982, in Queens, New York City. He was a young man who worked as a mechanic and was engaged to his fiancée, Nicole Palter. The couple had planned to marry the day after his death. On November 25, 2006, Sean Bell was shot and killed by New York City police officers in a case that sparked widespread outrage and protest. The officers involved in the shooting were later acquitted of all charges, despite the fact that Bell was unarmed and posed no threat to the officers. Sean Bell's death was a tragic reminder of the ongoing issues of police misconduct and racial injustice in the United States. His story serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of addressing these issues and working towards a more just and equitable society.
Chantel Davis. Chantel was a 23-year-old African-American woman whose death in 2012 sparked a significant discussion about police conduct and accountability. Born on March 20, 1989, in New York City, Chantel was known to her friends and family as a loving and caring person. She lived in Brooklyn and was described as vibrant and full of life. Now, let's dive into the incident that changed everything. On June 15, 2012, Chantel was pulled over by the police for driving with a suspended license. During the stop, an officer approached her car, and a struggle ensued. The officer fired 2 shots, one of which struck Chantel in the head. Chantel's death became a significant case in discussions about police conduct and accountability. It's crucial to remember her life and the events surrounding her death, as they have shaped the way we talk about police conduct and accountability today. And subscribe for more engaging content. Until next time, take care.
The concept of money, while essential in modern society, comes with several inherent problems. Here are the top 10 common issues associated with money. Reason: unequal distribution and wealth inequality. Money isn't distributed evenly, leading to vast disparities between the rich and poor. Wealth inequality contributes to issues like poverty, limited access to education, and healthcare disparities, which perpetuate cycles of inequality. Uneven money distribution and its impact can be seen in access to education and healthcare in many countries, including the United States. In wealthier areas, schools are often funded by local property taxes, meaning they have significantly more resources due to higher property values. This funding disparity allows affluent schools to provide advanced programs, well-paid teachers, smaller class sizes, and up-to-date learning materials. In contrast, schools in low-income areas receive much less funding, which can lead to overcrowded classrooms, outdated resources, and fewer extracurricular opportunities. This disparity in education funding limits opportunities for children in low-income neighborhoods, affecting their academic performance and future job prospects. Without equal educational opportunities, children from poor families are more likely to face limited career options and lower wages, making it difficult for them to break out of poverty. Similarly, healthcare access reflects wealth inequality. People in wealthy areas often have access to high-quality healthcare facilities and specialists, while those in low-income areas may rely on underfunded clinics or face long wait times for basic services. This lack of healthcare access contributes to higher rates of illness and low life expectancy among low-income populations, perpetuating cycles of disadvantage and inequality across generations.
Using money as a measure of value and success, money often becomes a primary measure of a person's success, leading people to equate wealth with worth. This mindset can devalue non-monetary achievements like creativity, kindness, and personal growth, pressuring individuals to prioritize financial gain over other forms of fulfillment. A primary measure of success is seen in many corporate environments, where high salaries, bonuses, and promotions are often the main markers of achievement. In these settings, individuals may be judged primarily by their job title or income, rather than by qualities like teamwork, creativity, or empathy. Take the case of a talented employee who is deeply passionate about mentorship and helps others in the company thrive. This employee consistently builds team morale, fosters collaboration, and even guides younger colleagues, contributing to a positive work culture. However, these contributions might go unrecognized if they don't directly result in higher profits or meet specific revenue goals. Meanwhile, another employee who prioritizes financial metrics over people, often working solely toward bonuses, sometimes at the expense of others' well-being, may receive more praise, pay raises, or advancement simply because their efforts are seen as financially valuable. This environment can lead individuals to prioritize financial outcomes over meaningful work and personal fulfillment. Over time, those who may be more inclined toward kindness, creativity, or community building may feel pressured to shift their focus to financial gain just to be recognized, or they may feel undervalued altogether. This mindset devalues non-monetary achievements, contributing to a culture where personal worth is measured more by wealth than by positive
Reason
impact.
3 is materialism and consumerism. The pursuit of money can foster materialism, where people focus on acquiring things, often at the expense of relationships, personal well-being, and the environment. This can create a cycle of endless consumption without lasting satisfaction. Fostering materialism can be seen in the culture around luxury brands and consumer electronics. Many people feel pressured to own the latest smartphone, designer clothes, or luxury car to signal success and status. This drive to acquire high-end items often leads to a cycle of continuous spending to stay up to date or in style. Imagine someone who works long hours in a high-paying job primarily to afford these luxury items. They may buy the newest phone every year, constantly upgrade their wardrobe with designer labels, and even purchase a larger home they don't truly need. Although these purchases provide short-term excitement, they rarely lead to lasting fulfillment. As this cycle continues, the focus on material possessions can come at the expense of personal well-being, relationships, and even the environment. The time and energy spent working long hours for these purchases can strain family relationships or friendships, as there's little time left for genuine connection. Additionally, constantly chasing the next new thing can lead to burnout and a sense of emptiness, as material things don't provide lasting satisfaction. Environmentally, this cycle of consumption also has consequences. The constant demand for new products fuels manufacturing that often involves resource extraction, pollution, and waste. In this example, the pursuit of money to fuel materialism leads to less fulfilling lives, weakened relationships, and a larger environmental footprint, all in the name of temporary satisfaction.
Reason for his psychological stress and anxiety. Financial concerns are a major source of stress, affecting mental and physical health. The fear of not having enough money or losing money can lead to constant anxiety, impacting quality of life. Financial concerns impacting mental and physical health can be seen in a single parent who works multiple jobs to make ends meet, constantly worried about paying bills, covering rent, and ensuring their child's basic needs are met. This parent faces overwhelming financial pressure. Even with their hard work, unexpected expenses like medical bills or car repairs can lead to intense anxiety, as there's often no safety net or extra savings to rely on. This financial stress impacts both mental and physical health. The parent may experience anxiety, sleep loss, and even depression due to the fear of not having enough money to provide stability for their family. Physically, the stress can lead to headaches, digestive issues, high blood pressure, and fatigue. Over time, the mental strain of constantly worrying about money may also reduce their ability to focus, affecting job performance, and could lead to feelings of guilt or inadequacy, especially when they're unable to spend quality time with their child. Reason 5 is corruption and power imbalance. Money holds immense power, leading to corruption and manipulation in politics, business, and other institutions. Those with significant wealth can often influence decisions and policies to their advantage, perpetuating systemic inequalities and eroding fairness. Power leading to corruption and manipulation can be seen in the influence of large corporations on environmental policy. In many countries, wealthy industries such as oil, gas, and pharmaceuticals donate substantial amounts of money to political campaigns, hire lobbyists, and fund think tanks that advocate for policies favorable to their interests. Take, for example, the fossil fuel industry. Oil and gas companies often spend millions on lobbying efforts to sway lawmakers against passing strict environmental regulations or to maintain subsidies and tax breaks for their industry. By funding political campaigns or offering lucrative post office jobs to lawmakers, these corporations gain significant influence over environmental policy decisions. As a result, policies that could benefit the public, such as stricter emission standards, renewable energy incentives, or climate action plans, are often delayed, diluted, or blocked. This manipulation prioritizes corporate profits over environmental health and public welfare, disproportionately affecting low-income communities who experience higher rates of pollution and have less political power to advocate for change. Reason 6 is short-term gains over long-term sustainability. Drive for profit often encourages people and corporations to prioritize short-term financial gains, sometimes at the expense of long-term goals. This mindset contributes to environmental degradation, overexploitation of resources, and disregard for ethical considerations. A clear example of this is in the fossil fuel industry. Many companies focus on maximizing profits through oil and gas extraction, prioritizing short-term financial returns even when it's known that continued reliance on fossil fuels significantly contributes to climate change. Despite the long-term consequences like rising global temperatures, extreme weather, and harm to ecosystems, these corporations often invest more in immediate profit-driven projects than in sustainable energy alternatives. This short-term mindset has also led to overexploitation of natural resources, like forests and water supplies, often disregarding the ethical and environmental impacts on local communities and future generations. Reason 7 is attachment and loss of self-worth. Money can become deeply tied to one's sense of identity and self-worth. People often fear losing money because they associate it with security or self-esteem, which can lead to unhealthy attachments and a sense of loss when finances fluctuate. Consider someone who has built a successful career and accumulated wealth, gaining recognition and admiration from others. Over time, This financial success becomes a core part of their identity, how they see themselves and how others see them. If they face financial setbacks or lose a significant amount of money, it's not just about the loss of income. It feels like a personal failure, as though their value as a person has diminished. This can create a deep fear of losing money, as their self-worth is tied to their financial status, leading to stress, unhealthy risk-taking, or reluctance to make career changes, all to protect the identity they built around their
Reason
wealth.
8 is barrier to freedom and authentic choice for many. Money, or lack thereof, limits options, forcing people into jobs or lifestyles they may not enjoy simply to make ends meet. This restriction can prevent people from fully exploring their potential or pursuing paths that align with their passions. Imagine a talented artist who dreams of pursuing a creative career but struggles with financial constraints. Without a financial cushion or supportive network, they're compelled to take a stable job in a field they have no passion for, like retail or data entry, just to cover rent and bills. Although they have the potential to thrive in an artistic field, the pressure to maintain financial stability restricts them from taking the risk of exploring their talent. As a result, they feel unfulfilled, stuck in a lifestyle that doesn't align with who they truly are. This restriction holds them back from fully realizing their potential and pursuing a life centered on their
Reason
passion.
9 is detachment from human connection and compassion in the pursuit of financial success. People can become disconnected from empathy and compassion, focusing more on personal gain than on community and relationships. This mindset can foster isolation and social disconnection. Consider a young entrepreneur who becomes highly focused on building a successful business and accumulating wealth. They begin to prioritize work over spending time with family and friends, rationalizing that financial success will eventually allow them to provide for loved ones. As their drive intensifies, they start viewing people around them in terms of what they can gain, networking primarily with influential contacts, ignoring friends who don't offer professional benefits, and disregarding community responsibilities in favor of profit. Over time, their once meaningful relationships weaken, and they find themselves more isolated, surrounded mostly by transactional connections. The pursuit of financial success has not only distanced them from empathy and compassion, but it's also eroded their sense of community, leaving them feeling unfulfilled despite their
Reason
wealth.
10 is environmental impact of wealth accumulation. The desire to produce more goods and accumulate wealth fuels practices like deforestation, pollution, and fossil fuel consumption, which harm ecosystems and contribute to climate change. This focus on economic growth over environmental responsibility puts unsustainable pressure on natural resources, threatening biodiversity and the health of our planet. A prime example is the palm oil industry. Driven by high demand and profitability, companies clear vast areas of rainforest in places like Indonesia and Malaysia to establish palm oil plantations. This deforestation destroys habitats for endangered species like orangutans and tigers, leading to significant biodiversity loss. Additionally, the burning of forests to make way for plantations releases massive amounts of carbon dioxide, contributing to air pollution and climate change. Despite the environmental toll, the industry's pursuit of profit continues to fuel this unsustainable exploitation of natural resources. Short-term economic growth is prioritized over preserving ecosystems, and the long-term consequences like species extinction, loss of biodiversity, and climate instability are often ignored. This unsustainable approach sacrifices the planet's health and future for immediate financial gains. Thank you for joining Break Down the Top 10 Challenges Surrounding Money. While money is a necessary tool, it presents challenges when it becomes overly prioritized or concentrated in the hands of a few. It has the potential to distract people from deeper values, place stress on mental and physical health, and create societal divisions. Recognizing these problems allows us to approach money with a balanced perspective, valuing it for the practical role it plays without letting it dictate our sense of self or well-being. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insightful videos. Until next time, keep exploring capitalism.
Welcome back to Figures of Speech for the Mind Volume 5, where we dive into the transformative power of language to understand self-acceptance, build emotional intelligence, and master these life-changing skills. In this video, you'll find only thought-provoking quotes designed to inspire and elevate your life
They'll
journey.
never find true happiness by comparing their woman to yours. Fulfillment comes from appreciating what they have, not envying what they don't. Happiness isn't found in comparison, it's found in contentment. True love thrives in appreciation, not in competition. They'll never find peace by measuring their world against yours. Fulfillment comes when gratitude replaces envy. The happiest hearts don't compare, they cherish. Comparison is the thief of joy, especially in love. True happiness is built on gratitude, not competition. I can't find inspiration in someone who hasn't learned to stop measuring their worth against others' accomplishments. True inspiration comes from within, not from comparisons with others. Those who compare can't inspire. They're too busy chasing shadows. Inspiration fades when the focus shifts to competition over growth. Greatness isn't found in comparison. It's found in authenticity. The measure of success isn't how others see you, but how you see yourself. You can't lead with purpose if you're following the path of comparison. To inspire others, first learn to stop seeking validation through comparison. Comparison breeds insecurity, not inspiration. When you measure yourself against others, you miss the beauty of your own journey. If it's done right the first time, there's no need to go back and redo it. A job done right the first time saves you from doing it twice. Precision in the beginning prevents repetition in the end. When excellence leads, there's no room for do-overs. Doing it right the first time is the ultimate time saver. Quality from the start means no need for a second chance. Redos happen when shortcuts replace effort. Perfection in the first pass eliminates the need for a second. If it's worth doing right the first time. Mistakes are lessons, but mastery is getting it right the first time. The time you invest in doing it right up front saves double the effort later. Many see the rat race as fun and exciting, but in reality, it's just a never-ending cycle that wastes your time and energy. The thrill of the rat race fades when you realize it's just a treadmill going nowhere, chasing. The rat race may feel exciting, but it only leads to exhaustion, not fulfillment. The rat race isn't about winning, it's about wasting time chasing illusions. What seems like fun in the rat race is just a distraction from true purpose. The rat race keeps you busy, but it never gets you closer to meaning. The excitement of the rat race is a trap. Real progress happens outside the maze. You'll never find freedom running in circles. The rat race is a clever waste of time. Step off the wheel. The rat race is just a fancy way to stay
It's
stuck.
okay to step away from the race of comparison. That path was never meant to nourish your spirit anyway. Walking away from comparison culture isn't quitting, it's choosing peace over pretense. The race to compare only drains, stepping away frees your spirit. Your worth isn't defined by keeping up, it's found in stepping into your own lane. Comparison steals joy, leaving the race restores it. True freedom begins when you stop running a race that wasn't yours to join. Comparison is a race with no finish line. Let your spirit choose rest instead. Sometimes, the best move is stepping off the track and reclaiming your peace. Choosing your well-being over comparison is the ultimate victory. The spirit thrives where comparison ends. You weren't made to compete for validation. Your spirit deserves better. Honesty provides the reality check people need. Without it, their lives become nothing more than empty facades. Without honesty, life is just a performance played behind false walls. Honesty shatters illusions, revealing the truth behind the facade. A life without honesty is a stage where reality never takes the spotlight. Honesty isn't always easy, but it's the foundation of a life that's real. The absence of honesty builds facades, its presence breaks them down. Living without honesty is like painting over cracks. The flaws remain unseen but unfixed. Honesty doesn't just expose reality, it liberates it. A facade is comfortable, but honesty is what makes life meaningful. Honesty is the mirror that shows life as it truly is. Truth strips away the masks, leaving behind the beauty of authenticity. They'll never truly accept you in comparison culture. It's all about selling illusions, not embracing reality. Comparison culture offers no acceptance, only the illusion of dreams for sale. In a world of comparisons, acceptance is a mirage, and illusions are the only currency. They won't embrace you in comparison culture, they're too busy marketing illusions. Acceptance doesn't exist in comparison culture, only the facade of unattainable dreams. Comparison culture isn't about belonging, it's about selling the fantasy of perfection. They'll never welcome you in a culture that profits from insecurity and illusions. In the race of comparison, acceptance is a lie and dreams are for sale. Comparison culture thrives on selling illusions, not building connections. Stop seeking acceptance from those trapped in the endless cycle of comparing their accomplishments to others. Their validation isn't worth your peace. Seeking acceptance from those who compare themselves to others only invites chaos, not peace. You don't need validation from those who measure their worth by comparison. Your peace is far more
Stop
valuable.
looking for approval from people who can't stop comparing. True peace comes from within, not from external judgment. Comparison steals your peace, and others' validation never truly fills the void. Those who compare their lives to others are too distracted to see your worth. Don't seek approval where it's absent. You truly establish strong boundaries when you let go of comparing your accomplishments to others and focus on your own journey. Real boundaries are built when you stop measuring your success against others and embrace your own path. Letting go of comparisons isn't just freedom, it's the foundation of true boundaries. Your comparison weakens boundaries, self-focus strengthens them. Strong boundaries come from valuing your path over comparing it to someone else's. Stop comparing, start growing. Boundaries thrive in self-acceptance. The moment you stop comparing, you reclaim your peace and fortify your boundaries. Boundaries flourish when you prioritize your growth over outside comparisons. True strength is found in boundaries, not in comparisons. To be an effective leader, one must have a genuine passion for understanding and respecting free will. A true leader values the freedom of choice, guiding with respect, not control. Leadership thrives on the respect for free will and the wisdom to nurture it. The essence of leadership lies in the passion to understand and embrace free will. Free will isn't just a principle, it's the cornerstone of great leadership. True leaders inspire by respecting the autonomy of others. Understanding free will is not optional for a leader, it's essential. They push you to settle down with someone who's only there for financial gain. That's the essence of comparison culture, measuring life in transactions, not true connections. Comparison culture thrives on transactions, not true connections. Don't let them push you into a hollow partnership. Settling for someone driven by financial gain is the trap of comparison culture. Seek real, not transactional. When life is measured in transactions, connection is lost. Break free from comparison culture's empty expectations. Comparison culture says settle. Your heart says seek truth. Choose wisely. True growth isn't settling for a partnership built on gain, it's breaking free from comparison culture's empty ideals. Attention can only take you so far. True peace comes from cultivating self-awareness and self-worth. Peace isn't found in attention. It's rooted in self-awareness and self-worth.
The journey to peace begins where the need for attention ends. Attention gets you noticed. Self-worth gets you peace. Without self-awareness, attention is just an empty distraction. True fulfillment comes when self-worth matters more than attention. True peace can't be found in comparing your intimate experiences to others. True peace comes from embracing your own journey, not comparing your intimate experiences to others. Finding peace begins when you stop measuring your intimacy against someone else's. Comparison steals peace. True fulfillment comes from owning your own experiences. Peace is found in self-acceptance, not in comparing your intimate moments to others. They can't gatekeep you in a culture you've already outgrown and don't want to be a part of. You've outgrown the culture, so let them try to gatekeep. It won't work. When you've moved beyond the culture, no one can hold you back from your own path. You're not bound by a culture you've left behind, no matter how hard they try to gatekeep. Let them gatekeep. You're already beyond the culture they're trying to trap you in. The culture no longer serves you, so their attempts to gatekeep fall on deaf ears. Addictive personalities are often deeply rooted in comparison culture, where the constant need to measure up creates a cycle of seeking validation and external fulfillment. Addiction to external validation is born from the need to measure up in a comparison-driven world. The cycle of seeking validation is fueled by a culture of comparison, where addictive personalities thrive. Addictive behavior often stems from the constant desire to compare, chasing external fulfillment instead of inner peace. When comparison becomes a lifestyle, the need for external validation feeds into addictive cycles. In a world of comparison, addictive personalities are born from the constant pressure to measure up. Genuine respect begins with understanding their thoughts and needs. Respecting autonomy starts with listening deeply, effectively, and with intent.